The Mystic Spirit 7 Transformations flaw is merely its excessively compact layout. It needs special array glyphs to control the circulation of the coolant, and this sort of special array glyph needs a specific suitable algorithm in order to bring out its greatest potential. It was precisely because Taoist Master Scarlet Moon didn't have a suitable algorithm that he gave up on this kind of elaborate layout. And I just happened to find several fresh algorithms from an ancient book which were then integrated with the modern mustard seed algorithm, solar corona 9 algorithm, and etc. for a total of 4 modern algorithms, forming a computational cluster containing 7 types of algorithms. The issue was barely able to be resolved in this way. Elder Lei, please look. Liao swiped his finger, pulling blueprint number 109 over. He endlessly tapped the enlarge button. A series of densely packed formulas immediately appeared from the void. A computational cluster comprised of 7 different algorithms? Every single liver spot on Lei Yongming's face glistened as his pair of eyes suddenly turned clear, seemingly as if he was 10 years younger. He concentrated his mind for a minute and beckoned at Liao. Come. Youngster, let me ask you. From the perspective of all the students of Empyrean Terminus Central High School, the following 10 minutes were dreadfully the hardest 10 minutes for them to forget of their third-year high school period. Elder Lei Yongming crossed verbal swords with Liao. You come and I will lead. The speed of their words grew faster and faster, and they tossed out jargon endlessly one after another that was extremely rare and nearly unheard of. They were simply like 2 alien lifeforms from millions and millions of light-years away quarreling in a different language and dialect. Not only was their talk extravagant and elusive like the clouds and mist that cover the mountains and akin to falling into a dream, even their refining teacher, Jean Quan, who was the most awesome person in their eyes, stood to the side somewhat dully. He was barely able to stick in a question, and soon, the 2 people had their spittle splatter all over as they spoke to settle things. Once in a while, the 2 people would toss out a problem or an algorithm that would cause Jean Quan to be at a loss for words. Even if he rolled his eyes for half a day, he wouldn't necessarily receive an answer. What the heck? It looks like this weirdo knows more than Teacher Jean. Grandpa Lei is the most senior and veteran refiner in our Empyrean Terminus sect, and yet, he is even chatting with great exhilaration with this weirdo. It can't be that this weirdo's level of theory is on the same level as Grandpa Lei's, right? That's impossible. This weirdo will get stumped by Grandpa Lei's questions sooner or later. Just look. Grandpa Lei asked him about some 7-stage fire variation control problem, and he can't answer it. That's just not being able to answer a single question. Teacher Jean can't even butt into the conversation. Even though the youngsters lowered their voices to the minimum, how could their words escape Jean Quan's ears? Jean Quan's shame and humiliation reached its limits. It was as if a giant pair of invisible hands had launched a series of slaps from left to right, smacking him right in the face several dozens of times. His entire face was burning painfully. If there was a crack in the ground, he would have certainly stabbed his way inside and never come out. Yuan Manchio must have taught him ahead of time. She had him mechanically memorize this for the sake of demonstrating in front of me, a graduate of the Deep Sea University's refining department. That's just how awesome their grand, desolate war institution's refining department is. The more Jean Quan thought about this, the more reasonable he felt it was. His heart was venting his anger, and his back molars were nearly ground to pieces. In the beginning, Elder Lei Yongming was only somewhat interested in the Mystic Spirit 7 transformations. He never thought that this ancient layout, which was discarded over 100 years ago, would actually still be used in practice by someone. Not to mention that this someone was such a young university student. He couldn't help asking Liao some questions. He never thought that things would become this uncontrollable. The 2 jumped from one topic to another, jumping from a structure that was a variation to another structure that had been adjusted. Elder Lei Yongming's sentiments towards the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace ran very deep. If not for it, he wouldn't have come to visit from distant lands. He probably never thought that the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace could actually be modified in such a wild way beyond all imagination. He was captivated for a time and even forgot that he was in the middle of an examination. He only awoke from his dreamlike state 10 seconds later. He brushed his head full of hair and spoke somewhat embarrassed. Pardon me, Jean Quan. It's been quite a few years since this old man has encountered a modification proposal for a first-generation Tai, so I was excited by my memories when seeing this in front of me. I spoke a few extra words with our little friend Li Yao, interrupting your examination. Come. You can continue. Don't hesitate to speak of any issues that still remains with these blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams. Jean Quan did not know whether to laugh or cry. My heart said that you, old grandfather, had raised all the crucial points just now, and this kid spoke so extravagantly. If I try nitpicking again, wouldn't I be helping myself to dishonor? Jean Quan grew all the more certain that the entire modification proposal came from Yuan Manchio's hands. Perhaps Li Yao, this mad amateur, was somewhat gifted in the aspect of theory, but that wasn't enough to complete such a complicated and exquisite modification. In front of his many students, Jean Quan found it hard to rage. He forced himself to say, "There aren't any major problems with the structure and spiritual energy flow side of things. Let's give a real-time operation a shot then and see if the operational process is stable or not." Li Yao nodded his head. He walked in front of the control console. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 7 translucent holograms suddenly lit up, surrounding him completely within. Several thousand lines of control glyph script emerged on the holograms, forming a super complicated, ring-shaped refining interface. Cultivators' refining magical equipment was different in nature from the steelmaking and iron forging of the common people. There were at most a few dozen procedures in steelmaking and iron forging, and the temperature of the steelmaking furnace was usually maintained to be constant. When cultivators refine magical equipment, they need to take several dozen or even several hundred different materials and fuse them together. The furnace's temperature would vary over 3 to 5 times every second, and the temperature may need to be raised to be above 1,000 degrees or dropped below 0 each time. When several hundred materials were placed within with such switching of temperature every second, the tempering timing needs to be grasped perfectly, even if it's the simplest flying sword. The magical equipment would need to undergo several hundred procedures for the initial successful step in refining. Because of this, it was possible for the control interface of the crafting furnace to be even more complicated than that of the main control interface of a crystal warship. From the perspective of a refiner, this was the stage where their talent could be put to full use. Li Yao shook his fingers in a not urgent yet not slow manner. The scope of his movement was very small, yet it caused a series of pitter-patter to ring out like that of a firecracker going off. The power of the sound was quite terrifying. You guys guess, what kind of magical equipment will he refine? Flying sword? Saber? A few high school students couldn't help commentating in low voices. Li Yao's series of gorgeous performances just now had caused them to be a bit rattled. An inexplicable expectation was born from the bottom of their hearts. Don't be stupid. Only the most common of swords could be formed with only a single go in the crafting furnace. I'm guessing he will refine a very complicated magical equipment component out of it, one with a dozen or so curved surfaces. Right at this time, Li Yao suddenly moved. He was like a viper that had been hibernating in the depths of the underbrush. He changed from extreme stillness to extreme movements within the span of 0.1 seconds as his pair of hands suddenly transformed into 2 hurricanes that pounded crazily against the control glyph script atop the translucent hologram. Pow. The high school students couldn't see Li Yao's pair of hands at all. They could only hear the faint sound of the control glyph script after being stimulated. In the end, the sound formed a single line that was indistinct to the ears. Ferocious. Sharp. Li Yao's style of manipulation was just like his nickname, the Vulture. He was incomparably wild and brutal, and it caused people to be unable to bear being anxious for these translucent holograms. What if they were completely shredded by his wild hands? Following his super-high hand speed came the awakening of the entire steel jungle. The first-generation Tai crafting furnace was like a demon beast with a stomach rumbling with hunger that had discovered its prey. Every joint and every strand of flesh from head to toe was cast into the wildest of operations. TSS. In an instant, the steam excited an ear-piercing sound that was 10 times sharper than before, and a giant cloud of steam enveloped the entire steel jungle. The high school students could only stare as the countless crystals flickered between brightness and darkness within the depths of the fog, much like countless beasts blinking their pairs of eyes. In the end, is this refining? Or is this murder? All the high school students were in complete shock. After all, they had seen their parents refine before, all refined and cultured, methodical. They had never seen a refining style like Liao's. It was simply extremely fierce. Within the curling mist, Liao's pair of hands danced madly for 5 minutes. The roar of the steel beast weakened a little at last. Liao's body faded within the depths of the white mist, only to emerge a short time later. He carefully and cautiously held an object as he walked towards the crowd. It's only been 5 minutes. What can he refine? What could it be in the end? Could it be an extremely small assassination weapon? The students that shouted in curiosity stretched their heads over, striving to outdo one another. As soon as they saw the object held in Liao's pair of hands, everyone went wow. 7 to 8 large eggs could be stuffed down their mouths. Liao had been so crazed, savage, brutal, fearsome, yet what he refined was actually a nail. It was the size of a finger, had a pitch-black body, and was ordinary. It was a nail that was not altered in any way. Even though the nail could barely count as a sort of magical equipment component, this was too unpresentable when compared to the refining style he had displayed in great seriousness. There were even quite a few of these high school students who were able to operate a crafting furnace and refine a magical equipment component more complicated than a nail. Only Elder Lei Yongming's eyes flickered with radiance. Taking the nail in a serious manner, he held it in the hollow of his palm and tossed it upwards to get a feel for its weight. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, but he didn't say a word. He kept silent as he handed the nail over to Jean Quan. 2 of Jean Quan's fingers twirled about, casually swaying the nail. He was endlessly sneering in his mind, and his opinions only grew firmer. At most, Liao was just a bookworm with a gift in theory, or perhaps he had mechanically memorized some unorthodox theory to scare people. When it came to practical application, his weak link was exposed. However, he didn't come here today to evaluate Liao on his level of refining. Even if someone else's level was even crappier and refined out a rectangular steel block, this had nothing to do with him at all. How can I make this kid disgrace himself? Jean Quan's eyeballs turned as he tossed the metal nail to Liao. He put on a fake smile and said, "Then next, it's my turn, right?" In accordance with the examination process, the refiner on the modifying side would first make a piece. Then the refiner of the Empyrean Terminus sect would make another piece. If no issues occur after both sides give a real operation a go, then the modification was pretty much considered a success. Jean Quan walked with his head held high, appearing before the control console, and surrounded by the refining interface. His refining style was completely different than that of Liao. Although his hand speed wasn't that fast, it appeared to be quite concise, grand, and elegant. At first glance, it made people think of the flowing rivers of the high mountains. It held an unspeakable gracefulness. Pairing it with his handsome features, it gave him the appearance of a true immortal cultivator refining magical equipment. He finished his refining 5 minutes later as well and brought his workpiece to the face of the crowd. Everyone extended their necks to look, and all were stupefied. What Jean Quan had refined was actually another nail. However, it was different than the ordinary pitch-black nail that Liao refined under careful observation. Jean Quan's nail was as vast as the heavens and the earth. At first glance, the nail forged by Jean Quan appeared dark blue. However, after staring at it for a moment, one could notice very fine golden threads amidst the dark blue. And when rotated against the light, it became even more brilliant and lustrous as the crisscrossing golden threads formed an incomparably magnificent pattern, as though the surface of the nail was wrapped in a layer of scales from a terrifying demon beast. Casting dragon scales. Professor Jean has surprisingly used the casting dragon scale technique and forged this nail into a dragon scale nail. A chubby schoolboy could not help but burst into an exclamation. He was Jean Quan's most faithful admirer. A while ago when he saw his idol being humiliated, He felt his heart itch as though it had been scratched by a monkey. Finally, it was only when Jin Quan had forged the dragon scale nail that he was relieved of that feeling before his face lit up with happiness. Casting dragon scales was a secret technique of the Empyrean Terminus sect. When forging some rather simple and basic components using the casting dragon scales technique, the surface of the component would be covered in a layer akin to dragon scales, turning the component harder and stronger in accordance with the bionics principle. The nail strengthened using the casting dragon scale technique would be at least 5 times better than an ordinary nail forged using the same material. Professor Jean is truly awesome. I always thought that the casting dragon scales technique could only be used by the senior refiners of the older generation in the Empyrean Terminus sect. I can't believe Professor Jean, who is just 20 years old, had mastered this technique. That's right. Furthermore, Professor Jean looked so cool when he was crafting. Unlike that weirdo who looked more like a convulsing madman. Yeah, a convulsing madman indeed. There also wasn't any patterns on the nail forged by him. Isn't that just an ordinary nail? Even I can do that. In the blink of an eye, Jin Quan's image in the hearts of these teenagers started to rise once again. Refining was a profession where one paid the most attention to practice. Even if one boasted using the most fantastic words, how could it amount to anything? In the final analysis, it was all about skills. Squinting his pair of eyes, Liao swept a glance at the dragon scale nail in Jin Quan's hands as the corner of his lips seemed to move. However, he didn't say anything, whereas his pupils contracted to the limit as 2 sharp as a needlepoint ori shot out from them. He also admitted the fact that it was indeed a top-grade nail. As before, holding the dragon scale nail, Elder Lai Yongming caressed and tossed it upward a few times but didn't say anything. He silently handed the dragon scale nail back to Jin Quan. Jin Quan, upon noticing that Liao was rendered speechless, also believed that Liao had admitted defeat willingly and became even more elated. His prestige, which had been beaten down a moment ago, staged a comeback, and his handsome face distorted a little as he laughed and said, "Junior brother Li, the modifications you have done on the crafting furnace are indeed pretty good. It is operating fairly smoothly, and there is not even the slightest bit of hampering in the circulation of spiritual energy. The dispensing of raw materials and mixing of coolants is also very convenient. However, in accordance with the rules, we still have to test the 2 nails refined by us, testing their actual performance. And as long as there isn't any too big of a defect, then your modifications will be approved. In order to test the performance of these 2 nails forged by us, of course, we need many magical equipment and measuring equipment. However, testing through them is time-consuming and laborious, and at the very least, it would take us 1.5 days to draw a conclusion. I am confident in the strength of your institute, and as there are also so many students here, why should we waste time? How about we do this? Let the 2 nails collide at a high speed. Generally, through the sound, flashes, and shock waves of the collision, as well as the wear and tear after the collision, we can check the strength of the nail. However, using this collision test, we can only draw a conclusion after 3 to 5 collisions. I wonder, can your nail withstand 3 to 5 collisions with my dragon scale nail? If you are not confident, then we can forget it. We can still use the conventional testing methods. We would just have to spend a bit more time, that's all. Liao was surprised for a moment as he pursed his lips into a smile which carried a sliver of coldness. In the refiners community, the collision test could be considered a relatively common testing method that was suitable for some structures or basic components which needed high rigidity and tensile strength. During the superspeed collision, when the components collide, experienced refiners could roughly determine the performance of the component from the subsequent sounds, flashes, and shock waves. However, for him to suddenly propose the collision test, it was obvious that Jin Quan had ill intentions. The flames in the depths of Liao's eyes burned more and more furiously, as he too was eager to test his own strength. He nodded while clenching his teeth. "All right, I don't have a problem. Although the nail forged by me looks ordinary, I believe it can withstand 3 to 5 collision with the dragon scale nail." He took the bait. Jin Quan burst into excitement. He believed that the crafting furnace was derived from Yuan Manchio's hand. Looking for a bone in the deep-sea goddess's egg was very difficult. However, Jin Quan had absolute confidence in the dragon scale nail forged by him. He muttered to himself, "Is there any need for 3 to 5 collision? Isn't it all right as long as Li Yao's rotten nail explodes in the first collision?" This way, he could more or less vent his hatred and also restore some face and incidentally also let everyone get a clear look at Li Yao's, this braggart's, true appearance. Elder Lai Yongming raised his white eyebrows as he deeply stared at Jin Quan. His eyes flickered with an extremely complex look. Suddenly, he said, "Jin Quan, since you are going to be using the collision test, it is not appropriate for you to conduct it. Let me do it." Jin Quan was surprised for a moment before his face beamed with happiness. Did the old man also realize that Li Yao is a crazy braggart and wants to teach him a small lesson? The more Jin Quan thought of this, the more he found it reliable as he happily carried the dragon scale nail. "Grand Master, please." Elder Lai Yongming stretched out his emaciated like a stick hands, and with a slight move of his 10 fingers, the 2 nails jumped out of Li Yao's and Jin Quan's hands and flew into the air, as though they had been dragged by invisible wires. All the silver-white hair on Elder Lai Yongming's head stood erect, as though his entire body was shrouded in an invisible static electricity. As he snapped his 10 fingers, the 2 nails started to pull apart from each other bit by bit before they were separated by 20 meters and rotating at a high speed. Under the direction of Yuan Manchio, the high school students retreated by a dozen meters and stood behind a defensive array glyph. Many of them were witnessing such a stimulating collision test for the first time, and soon, they began whispering to each other, "What do you think? How many times can that weirdo's rotten nail collide with the dragon scale nail? Up to 5 times? 3 times, I think, up to 3 times. The dragon scale nail is highly rigid. I have heard that some cultivators who move their weapons with their thoughts, especially by a large amount of dragon scale nails, and use them as a hidden weapon which could even pierce the shell of demon beasts. I wonder whether this weirdo's nail will bend from the collision. It should be impossible. This weirdo still has some ability. I think his nail can collide with the dragon scale nail up to 2 times. Jin Quan stood proudly and comfortably with his arms crossed as though a gentle breeze was caressing his face. He seemed to be looking up at the 2 nails. However, most of his attention was on Li Yao. He didn't want to miss the stunned, embarrassed, and ashamed look on Li Yao's face when that rotten jet-black nail explodes. Li Yao, on the other hand, was staring at the sky with rapt attention while his fists were tightly clenched to the point that thick green veins had emerged on his arms. He was extremely tensed. Fizz! With the move of Elder Lai Yongming's thoughts, the 2 nails rotated to the limit and made an ear-piercing noise from the friction with the air. Suddenly, Elder Lai Yongming's eyes opened widely as they radiated with a lustrous and dazzling brilliance, as though 2 crystal searchlights were instantly switched on. Whiz! Whiz! In the front of the 2 nails, a mass of white mist respectively appeared. It was the sound barrier. The 2 nails broke through the speed of sound. Under the speed of sound, the 20 meters gap was engulfed in the blink of an eye as the 2 nails ruthlessly collided with each other. Everyone didn't hear anything and only saw a resplendent ball of light suddenly expand, following which something broke into pieces and was shot out. A few fragments struck upon the defensive array glyph and burst forth with a crack noise. Only now did the deafening sound of the collision, the grating noise from the high-speed air friction, as well as the sound of a nail blasting into pieces bombard their ears. Ah! It broke into pieces. Li Yao's nail could not withstand even 1 collision and was broken by the dragon scale nail. It's too disappointing, right? Damn, I thought he was someone with peerless skills. Obviously, the many theories he has spoken of sounded plausible. What's the point of exaggerating theories in superlative terms if he can't even forge a nail? Refiner my ass. That's right. Although our Empyrean Terminus Sex dragon scale nail has high rigidity, an ordinary nail should be able to withstand at least 3 to 5 collision, right? In just 1 collision, it broke into pieces. Isn't that disgraceful? The Li Yao's wrapped in a shroud of mystery image in the hearts of the teenagers collapsed and was completely reduced to nothing but that of a rhetorical theorist. Oh, so he was a theorist with great strength. Ha ha! It broke into pieces in just 1/10 of a second. It's even weaker than I imagined. Jean Quan bit his tongue hard while laughing before he forced a smile on his face as he gazed at Liao's face. Never would have thought that this madman's face would be so thick that there wouldn't even be an ounce of expression on his face. But instead, with a shining bright pair of eyes akin to black crystal, he would thoughtfully stare into the air. Stupid. Stupid. How could I be so stupid? Just as Jean Quan, who was fired with boundless enthusiasm, wanted to open his mouth, two screams suddenly came from behind. It was the chubby boy. During the collision, some fragments shot at the defensive array glyph and bounced off, which just so happened to fall not too far from him. The young, fat boy was momentarily excited and stretched out his fat ass as he bent over to the ground to pick up the fragment. However, he didn't know that due to the high-speed rotation and collision, the nail had accumulated a lot of heat and was just like a red-hot nail. Immediately, a bunch of blisters emerged on his fingers. The first scream was precisely due to this. The second scream, however, was due to the shocking discovery made by the young, fat boy. The fragment on the ground was of dark blue color and was completely covered in thin golden threads as though it was covered in a layer of dragon scales. To his dismay, it turned out to be a fragment from the dragon scale nail. During the high-speed collision, was the nail which exploded instantaneously. The dragon scale nail? The young, fat boy was flabbergasted as he fell down on the ground with his legs apart, while distractedly looking at the dragon scale nail's fragment, and even forgot the piercing pain on his fingertips. His mouth opened wider and wider to the point that the uvula in his throat was showing. Li Shanhao, what happened to you? One by one, the students noticed the strange appearance of the young, fat boy before they gathered around him. The young, fat boy kept blinking his eyes. His Adam's apple moved for a long while, but he could not utter one word. He could only use his thick and short trembling finger to point at the fragment of the dragon scale nail. After half a second, everyone had fallen into the same panic-stricken and dumbfounded state as the fat boy. Everyone looked at each other. They did not dare to believe their eyes. Professor Jean Quan, who was the most handsome, the coolest, and the strongest in their mind, had actually lost. He had thoroughly lost. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous gazes simultaneously shot towards Jean Quan. Everyone wanted to see how Jean Quan was going to respond. How would he fight back? Jean Quan did not respond in the slightest, seemingly as if he had just been struck by lightning. He was at a total loss and didn't know what to do. From head to toe, every part of his body was trembling, and even his 2 rows of teeth were clattering. His handsome face was completely distorted, revealing an embarrassed smile which was even uglier than crying. Elder Lai Yongming heaved a sigh as he pulled Liao's nail as well as the fragments of the dragon scale nail into his hand before walking in front of his apprentice grandson and waved his hands to the high school students, gesturing for them to come over. Jean Quan, do you know where you lost? Jean Quan felt like weeping but had no tears. His lips quivered, but how could he answer half a word? Elder Lai Yongming earnestly said, "Casting dragon scales is an exemplary skill of our Empyrean Terminus sect, and I am very pleased by the fact that you, at such a young age, have mastered it as well as being able to apply it so skillfully and forge a dragon scale nail. However, Jean Quan, kid, you have been proud and arrogant since you were a child. You are too impatient to do everything and had been negligent in your work. Take a look at these fragments. Can you see the dragon scales you had cast are somewhat scattered? Due to this, the dragon scale nail was irregularly heated inside the crafting furnace, and there is a 0.01% difference in the weight on both sides. The internal structure is also unstable, so what's the use of laying 3 to 5 layers of dragon scales on the surface? It doesn't necessarily mean that there is a problem with your method. It is quite possible that the reason for you to forge a flawed dragon scale nail is because it was your first time using this crafting furnace and you had been too arrogant and proud. You had forged it before even familiarizing yourself with the performance of the crafting furnace. And the nail forged by student Liao. Elder Lai Yongming slightly smiled as he beckoned and said, "Student Liao, what's so special about your nail?" Having approached, Liao said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, The forging method of this nail is derived from an ancient book and is called Seven-Layered Heavens. Elder Lai Yongming's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam as he repeatedly nodded. Good, good, very good, seven-layered heavens. Students, don't be fooled by the jet-black ordinary surface of this nail. In fact, there is a universe inside. The so-called seven-layered heavens is using 7 levels of hidden strength. In other words, 7 different kinds of material are mixed with each other layer after layer. If you cut this nail in the middle, you will be able to see a 7-layer structure spanning from inside to outside. 7-layered heaven, each level supporting the other, softness with hardness, flexibility with rigidity. It is absolutely a notch above the dragon scale nail. Furthermore, Student Liao has personally modified this crafting furnace and is perfectly familiar with each and every performance parameter. The nail forged by him is of uniform density, and its dimensions are accurate. There isn't a single flaw. It has a first-rate quality and can also be considered a peerless nail. Jean Quan, if you had spent a dozen minutes and tried to figure out the performance of the crafting furnace, then the dragon scale nail refined by you would not have had a single flaw. Perhaps, it would have been able to collide with Student Liao's 7-layered heaven nail a dozen times, and it would have been difficult to tell who the winner would be. However, you were impatient and didn't place Student Liao in your eyes, thereby refining a flawed dragon scale nail. Of course, it could not be a match for the 7-layered heaven nail. In other words, you didn't lose to Student Liao, you lost to yourself. Oh! Upon hearing this reasoning, the high school students were caught by surprise. They had never imagined that the jet-black nail forged by Liao would be so exquisite. 7-layered heaven method? It sounded quite domineering. In the blink of an eye, Liao's image in their mind once again grew big and tall, turning into a humongous monster that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Jean Quan lost his wits. The lines on his forehead simply composed a Thun character as a downcast look was painted on his face. Patting his shoulder heavily, Elder Lai Yongming said, Jean Quan, don't blame Grandmaster for intentionally making a fool of you. Your Grandmaster has watched you grow up since childhood. In the past, your grandfather and father have also followed Grandmaster and learned refining. In Grandmaster's eyes, you are just like a grandson, and your refining talent in the Empyrean Terminus sect is also outstanding. In the first place, Grandmaster has high hopes for you. I hope that you can become a top-tier refiner and lead the Empyrean Terminus sect to greater heights. However, from the beginning to end, you have been too impetuous. Although graduating from Deep Sea University's refining department is pretty good in the eyes of ordinary people in Grandmaster's eyes, it's still far from reaching your limit, let alone breaking through your limit. Hopefully, today's duel can wake you up. I hope that the impatience and arrogance deep down in your heart can be swept away once and for all so that you can walk on the true road of refining with firm footing. Now, take your dragon scale fragments to the side and self-reflect. Okay? Jean Quan's face turned red to purple and then purple to black. One by one, his face turned into 7 to 8 colors. Finally, he was as silent as a grave as he walked to a corner in a crestfallen gait before squatting down, whereupon holding his head, he stayed down. Student Liao. Elder Lai Yongming's eyes bloomed with a magnificent brilliance. His entire body was as though it had donned an invisible battle suit as he faintly smiled and said, In the last couple decades, this old man has never seen such exquisite modifications to a first-generation Tai furnace. So this old man is itching to give it a try. Can you lend it to this old man to try a hand? Just a while ago, from Yuan Manchio's introduction, Liao came to know that this old man had been immersed in refining for over a century. Although his cultivation was not that high, his experience, on the other hand, was extremely rich. He was an old ginger that could not be underestimated. Just a moment ago, Jean Quan had lost a great deal of face for the Empyrean Terminus sect, so of course, this old ginger would like to recover it. Promptly nodding his head, Liao respectfully said, Old Lai, please. Wow. Grandpa Lai is going to refine. The high school students were all excited to the extreme. Lai Yongming was an elder of the Empyrean Terminus sect and had an aloof status. For a long time, he had never crafted anything in public. Nobody would have imagined that he would make an exception for Liao. Everyone stretched their neck as they held their breaths. Elder Lai Yongming appeared before a console as he intently observed the refining interface. His eye revealed a deep love, just like a hot-blooded young man looking at his beloved girlfriend. Suddenly, his emaciated pair of hands started to move. Compared to Jean Quan, he was several times slower. His every action was neither too fast nor too slow and appeared extremely ordinary. His actions were neither crazed nor maddening like Liao's, and neither was it elegant or comfortable like Jean Quan's. It was like an old worker who had rich experience, finishing everything with persistence and consistency. So calm, so accurate, so relaxed. But when Liao was watching, the words, "governing the whole country like cooking a small fish," emerged from the depths of his heart. As far as Elder Lai Yongming was concerned, refining to him was perhaps just like frying a little yellow croaker. It was nothing more than simple and boring day-to-day work. After a moment, the elder walked out of the steam, calmly holding a nail in his palm. "Student Liao, this old man had also forged a nail. Please tell me what you think." The eyes of the teenagers sparkled. They had never expected for Grandpa Lai to also forge a nail. It must be a dragon-scale nail. A flawless dragon-scale nail. Liao's eyes contracted as he solemnly used both hands to hold the nail forged by the elder. Liao was a bit surprised as the nail was jet black on the surface, appearing as ordinary as the nail forged by him. He could not see even a single thread of dragon scales. What? Many students were perplexed and could not help but shout. Liao, on the other hand, was as though he was holding a masterwork weapon. His eyes were madly trembling while cold sweat emerged on his forehead. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers, making it seem as if the nail had been struck down by lightning 7 times. Ding 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 ding. A strange thing occurred. To everyone's dismay, with the flick of his fingers, the solid nail burst forth with cries of tigers and dragons that shot through the roof and lingered in the air. Sounds from the flicks of fingers? Elder Lai Yongming was truly astounded as he muttered to himself. Such an unorthodox testing method. I thought that it had already been lost. I did not expect. Liao too was shocked in his heart, and that too was 10 times more intense than the elder. The arrogance in the depths of Liao's eyes was swept away, and his face was filled with admiration. Old Lai, your dragon-scale nail is truly flawless. It is even more rigid than my 7-layered heaven nail. If we do a collision test, I'm afraid that my nail would not be able to withstand even 3 collisions. Dragon-scale nail? Where are the dragon scales? Why can't I see them? The teenagers anxiously grimaced. Their eyes were bloodshot, but they were still unable to find a single dragon scale. Liao slightly smiled and explained. Old Lai's dragon scale nail looks ordinary from the surface, but all the dragon scales are hidden inside the nail. Furthermore, if I am right, the internal structure bears more than a layer of dragon scales, and there are at least 3 layers with layers upon layers of reinforcing. The principle is almost the same as my 7-layered heaven method, but the difficulty of forging layer upon layer of dragon scales is obviously 10 times greater. A master craftsman is a master craftsman. I am convinced. Liao made a deep bow to Lai Yongming. The elder's skill has given him a very timely lesson, making him deeply understand that the refiner's community was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No matter how good one thought they were, there is always someone out there who is better. Even a building foundation stage refiner possessed such skills, then what about a golden core stage refiner? And there is also nascent soul stage refiners. Liao was completely looking forward to the limitless and brilliant future. Elder Lai Yongming was once again stupefied. It's not at all strange that you can perceive my hidden dragon scales method. However, you can surprisingly perceive that I have cast 3 layers of hidden dragon scales. This is truly inconceivable. He gave a thumbs up to Liao. At the beginning, this old man came to visit your institute just to see the 1st-generation Tai furnace. But who would have thought that your institute would give this old man such a pleasant surprise? Student Liao, this old man's skills are simply nothing. I have just accumulated a little bit of experience that's not worth mentioning over the many years of repeated refining. That's all. I believe that it would only take a decade or two for you to surpass this old man's achievements. Wow! All the teenagers were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the highly respected elder Lai Yongming of the Empyrean Terminus sect would give Li Yao such a high evaluation. In a moment, many of the students' complex gazes fell upon the crestfallen Professor Jean Quan at the corner. Jean Quan was like a group of tangled roots as he held onto the dragon-scale nail fragments with a blurred gaze. He seemed to be in a trance, mumbling something, and maybe even he himself didn't know what he was saying. Suddenly, he felt heat waves billowing from all around him. As he raised his head to look, he discovered that all the students had gathered at his side and surrounded him in a circle as they looked at him with sparkling eyes. "You guys!" Jean Quan flushed red to his ears. He was extremely ashamed. He didn't know how he should face his own students. He truly fell very ruthlessly. The students must have come to ridicule me, right? Professor Jean. The fat boy called Li Shanhao came forward and loudly said, "Don't be sad. We will always support you." That's right, your opponent was simply a monster. Even Grandpa Lei praised him and said that he would catch up with the achievements of Grandpa Lai in a decade or two. So how could a normal person win against such a monster? Professor Jean, don't be sad. In our minds, you are still the best. Even though this monster's depth of knowledge is more profound than that of Teacher Jean, and he had refined a magical equipment even stronger than the one refined by Teacher Jean, at least Teacher Jean is more handsome than him. That's right. Teacher Jin's refining style was confident, smooth, and even graceful. He's just plain awesome. How can this monster even compare? Teacher Jean, by all means, don't be dismayed. Even if you can't match up to him in all sorts of ways, at least you're better looking. The high school students thought for quite a while and were still unable to think of an aspect where Teacher Jean Quan was stronger than Li Yao. In the end, they just thought of this strong point that wasn't really a strong point. Actually, even though Jean Quan's appearance was quite effeminate and cool, Li Yao's appearance wasn't as bad as they were saying. Even though Li Yao couldn't be said to be handsome, he still had a set of features that was both good and bad. His figure was tall and straight, and he possessed a coarse, wild, and brash charm. This charm that was steeped in his entire body possessed an energy that made people's blood go racing involuntarily. If Jean Quan was a standard ladykiller, then Li Yao was a model man to the letter. This was especially so when they witnessed the might of the seven-layered heaven's nail, which even Grandpa Lei had praised Li Yao to the high heaven for. The mad convulsions that Li Yao had demonstrated during his refining had transformed into a radiating passion that revealed his dominance within the hearts of quite a few youngsters. In regards to Li Yao's particular personality from the perspective of these youths whose rebellious tendencies ran strong, Li Yao's matchless, tyrannical style of a monster was quite appealing. However, Teacher Jean Quan was one of their people, so how could they embolden the enemy while putting out their own might? Obviously, they had to boast up their Teacher Jean Quan as the #1 most handsome dude under the heavens. Jean Quan's spirit was at its lowest, but the childish and ridiculous cheers of the youths had roused his energy with laughter. He rubbed his face with some effort as his eyes turned clear. Letting out a long, relaxing breath, he nodded. Everyone's right. Victory and defeat are commonplace in conflicts. A single loss is not that serious. I'll cultivate properly when I return and surpass him next time. Jean Quan gripped the fragments of the dragon-scale nail tenaciously within the palm of his hand, totally unaware that he was squeezing out blood. He walked with large strides to go face to face with Li Yao and performed a deep bow. Junior brother Li, I accept this loss with all my heart, and I thank you greatly for this profound lesson. I will forever carry this shattered dragon-scale nail by my side to always have today's lesson engraved in memory. I will certainly madly cultivate when I return to the Empyrean Terminus sect. There will be a day when I will come find you to swap pointers, and when that day comes, I hope you won't refuse. That's right. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Our Teacher Jean will go back and go through bitter training for 10 years. He will surely come back to find you, you big devil, and wipe out this grudge. The small fatty, Li Shanhao, howled while ducking behind Jin Quan. His best friends, a few smooth-talking boys, continued to stir up trouble. "That's right, big devil. Just you wait. Teacher Jin will certainly annihilate you." Jin Quan was both happy and amused at the same time. His heart clearly said that he was a gifted student of Deep Sea University, while his opponent was a freshman of Grand Desolate War Institution. So how could it be that Liao had become a big devil whose prowess was unrivaled in the mouths of the group of little rascals, while he was considered to be lower by more than a single level and needed 10 years of bitter training to come back for revenge? They're looking down on him too much, right? Jin Quan looked back and gave a ruthless glare to Li Shanhao. He explained with some embarrassment, "You must not misunderstand, junior brother Li. I sincerely want to compare refining techniques with you. I absolutely don't harbor any grudges." Liao was unable to restrain a smile. He laughed. "You're welcome to come and compare refining techniques at any time. However, I too will madly cultivate. I will certainly be stronger than I am now when you come over next time." "That's good then. I am very much looking forward for that day to come. When that happens, we will see just who is crazier in the end." After a moment's pause, Jin Quan's expression suddenly turned utterly serious. He spoke while pausing after each syllable. "Junior brother Li, today's loss was just my sole defeat. It has nothing to do with Deep Sea University. Our Deep Sea University's refining department is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The powerful come forth in large numbers. I won't talk about the previous generation for now. There are 9 great true disciples and 300 direct disciples among Professor Xianxia's students. I am just one of the 300 direct disciples ranked near the end. I am far from being able to represent the true level of Deep Sea University's refining department. And so, based on the strength I see before me, you are still far from being proficient enough if you truly wish to challenge the Deep Sea University's refining department." Liao's eyebrows raised up high like the unsheathing of 2 black sabers. "What's the difference between a true disciple and a direct disciple?" Jin Quan explained. "Direct disciples are recognized by Professor Xianxia. They are fortunate students who are allowed to listen to his personal lectures and are naturally much more powerful in strength than a typical student. Not every student who receives personal instruction from Professor Xianxia can receive his true teachings. This is because the professor speaks far too profoundly and mysteriously. Those who are lacking in aptitude by even just a little bit won't be able to make heads or tails of his words. In the last 10 years, there have only been 9 students who were able to obtain his true teachings. They are known as the 9 great true disciples. On their own, they formed together a refining seminar called the 9-Star Chain. The 9-Star Chain is like 9 little stars orbiting around supernova Jiangshang. Jin Quan spoke with seriousness. The 9 great disciples, the 9-Star Chain, represents the highest level of Deep Sea University's refining department. Each one of them is stronger than I am by 10-fold. I needed 10 years of bitter training to master a method such as the casting 9 scales. They look at me with disdain and contempt, for they possess even stronger ultimate techniques. Only those who can prevail over them are qualified to formally challenge Deep Sea University's refining department. The radiance of 9 star dots appeared within Liao's eyes, only to explode one after another in an instant. The 9-Star Chain? A very impressive name, but in the face of my endlessly rising fiend star, you all are destined to perish into the darkness. The appearance of the fiend star and the explosion of the 9 stars. This is the path I will walk. The little fatty, Li Shanhao, came boring out from behind Jin Quan right at this moment. Holding his chest up high, he sucked in his stomach, placed his hands on his hips, and spoke loudly. "That's right. The experts of Deep Sea University's refining department are like the clouds, and the powerful are like the rain. Just based on you, this big devil, you wish to single-handedly challenge Deep Sea University's refining department? This is simply the ravings of a lunatic. Even if you're better than Teacher Jean, even if you manage to wipe out some 9-Star Chain, you still need to get past me." The little fatty raised his thumb and stabbed it towards his chest. "Today, I witnessed the ultimate confrontation between you 2 experts. let alone the burning passion in my heart. It has made my blood race and boil. I vow from this day forth that each day, I won't sleep until past midnight. I will train like crazy and fight to test into Deep Sea University's refining department and become a formidable opponent of yours, Big Devil. Liao was stupefied on the spot, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When did he become a big devil? Wasn't his refining style just a bit sharper than normal? In any case, Xianxia suddenly changed expressions as he changed topics. His entire face was covered with a flattering smile as he rubbed his hands and spoke. The minimum passing score required for Deep Sea University's refining department is very high. No matter how hard I work from here on, I most likely won't be able to pass. I don't know if your Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is still recruiting new students this year. How high is your minimum passing score? So this was his real goal. Immediately, there was someone amongst the group of friends behind him who howled, "All right, you dead fatty. Just now, you even said that we would test into Deep Sea University's refining department together and face off against this big devil together with Teacher Jean. How can you betray us so soon? You don't understand crap." Xianxia's skin was super thick. He snorted with disdain. "If I can test into Deep Sea University, I will obviously follow Teacher Jean. But such a high score requirement, can crappy people such as us test into it? We might as well join the big devil's side. After all." He looked at the contours of Liao's muscular arms with some envy. He swallowed then spoke. "Big devil. Wait, no. Other than Teacher Jean, the second young refiner that I revere the most from the depths of my soul is Teacher Liao, the eldest senior brother of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. The quality of education there has to be excellent and top-notch. And there's also how bold, ferocious, and awesome Teacher Liao's refining style is. It simply gives a feel of being unrivaled and unmatched in the boundless expanse of the universe. It is very suitable for me, who possesses this sort of powerful strength of awesome buff manliness." He smoothed up his sleeves upon speaking, exposing a fat arm, and shook it with immense pride as he spoke. "Can you see it? This body of muscle?" Everyone was stunned by his shamelessness. Only a few of his best friends, being cut from the same mold, came out. They defected to the enemy in the blink of an eye on the spot, crowding around Liao one by one. "Teacher Liao, eldest senior brother. Give us a quick lecture then, eldest senior brother. Is the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department still recruiting students this year? The minimum score shouldn't be that high, right?" This group of good-for-nothings headed by Xianxia was quite notorious within Empyrean Terminus Central High School. Even though these good-for-nothings were somewhat gifted, they were known as troublemakers in school. Their hearts and minds weren't completely concentrated on studying, and every few days, the school would ask their parents to come to handle things. They normally relied on their talent and wasted their days, barely considered top students. How would it be possible for them to pass into the golden field of study that was the Deep Sea University's refining department? They never expected to have their eyes opened wide on this day. Yes, Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department's environment was lacking a bit, but they had such a bold and powerful eldest senior brother. This department seemed to be quite decent. Most importantly, Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department didn't have a big reputation, so the minimum score requirement must be quite low, right? Teacher Jean, in my mind, you are still the #1 unrivaled handsome refiner, and I will forever worship you, admire you, and grieve for you. However, I am forced to helplessness in regards to the future. The little fatty mouthed silently to himself in his mind. If worse comes to worst, when I learn this big devil's tyrannical and matchless refining technique, I'll defect back to Teacher Jin's side. That's wrong. The little fatty's eyes bulged round and wide as he recollected about a certain matter. He smacked a fierce palm towards his greasy and shiny forehead as his expression changed greatly. Teacher Jean just said that the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department will be abolished this year. Could that be actually true? That's right. Several of his best friends recalled this one after another. They howled in agony. It can't be. We just barely managed to find a minimum required score that was low and yet was in a relatively strong field. Will our hopes and dreams be crushed? Liao gave a slight chuckle and pinched Li Shanhao on the back in a not light yet not intense manner. He looked at the good-for-nothings crowded around and spoke with decisiveness. Go ahead and be at ease. Do your best when you get back. Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department won't be abolished. We welcome your applications. Today, this place may be just a sheet of ruin, but I believe that there will be a day when the ones to walk out of here will be the strongest refiners of the Federation. For sure. Half a month later, the heavy snow fluttered about for an entire night. It was only during the wee hours of 3-4 a.m. did the snow somewhat stop. The campus after the snow was a sheet of somberness and desolation and was exceptionally cold. It was winter vacation, so the majority of students had returned home to celebrate the new year, leaving just a few cultivation lunatics at school. The time was precisely the moment when it was the darkest before dawn. Even the cultivation lunatics were in the deep sleep chamber in deep sleep, preserving and honing their strength. However, it was as if there was a wildfire within the refining workshop, as if it was the afternoon of a hot day. The intense sun was scorching as steam curled around. Boom! 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 Aside from the humming that came from the high-speed operation of the crafting furnace, there was also a bombarding sound with quite the rhythm coming from the depths of the steam. A small area was marked out in the corner opposite of the imposing first-generation Tai crafting furnace. It was a metal forging room that was built according to ancient methods, and although it was small, it was complete in every detail. Not a wisp of steam was on Liao's body, exposing a body of lean muscle. The dark star rock danced like the wind, instantly transforming into over 100 streaks of hammer shadows that smashed against the anvil. The pounding caused sparks to scatter all about, splashing onto his body, yet he was totally unaware of it. His lips pursed up under the illumination of the scarlet-red furnace. He held an expression of concentration, and every breath was drawn especially long. 9 seconds for each inhale, 9 seconds for each exhale. The timing did not vary by a hair. His body would expand by a factor as he inhaled, and as every strand of muscle fiber bulged, they would reveal even the tiniest of details, seemingly as if countless dragons were bulging out from beneath his skin. And his skin dispersed with a bronze, silver, and gold luster of radiance, much like a metal that had been forged to the pinnacle. This was the number 1 secret body tempering technique of the 100 smelting clan, the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique. This was the exquisite symbol of his cultivation. When he exhaled, his body would return to normal and all the dragons would return to the depths of his blood and flesh to hibernate, concealing their claws and teeth and curbing their wings, making him look no different than a normal university student. His thick back, his sturdy waist, and his bulging muscles were larger than even those buff dudes from the combat department. This was the marvel of the soul convergence technique. Liao had already grasped the initial step through long study via the heavenly refining tower, and now he could take his strength at will and suppress it to the first level of the refinement stage. At first glance, he was a newcomer who had just awakened. But as soon as he uses the soul-igniting law, Liao was confident that his strength, particularly his anti-gravity and instantaneous burst strength, would absolutely not lose to any student of the combat department, for he had cultivated for several months at the bottom of the billowing star sea. Even if they were students from the higher grades. Exhale. Liao wielded the dark star rock at his maximum speed and forged for a full 10 minutes. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from his body, making it look like he had put on a layer of glistening battle armor. Finally, he finished with great success, letting out a drawn-out breath of relaxation. A stream of air shot out from his mouth and suddenly expanded midair, forming the appearance of a vulture flapping its wings, ready to fly. It lasted for a full 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Not bad. I could only maintain it for 9.5 seconds yesterday, but today, I have increased it by half a second. My control over energy has become more and more exquisite. Soon, I will be able to break through the 5th level of the refinement stage and officially rush into the 6th level, the intermediate level refinement stage. Liao's pitch-black pupils flared with light as the corner of his mouth arched into a smile of self-confidence. Through mad cultivation at the bottom of the billowing star sea and through the bitter bracing of wild bombardment from Ding Lingdang, explosive progress was made, whether it was in thousand tempering hundred refining, the soul converging technique, or the soul igniting law. During a sparring session 5 days ago, Liao broke through in a single breath to the 5th level of the refinement stage, and even borrowed the power of this breakthrough to launch a dangerous counterattack against Ding Lingdang. Even though he only severed a single strand of hair on her head, this was, after all, the first time he had made contact with Ding Lingdang's body. Even if he had been beaten to a pulp afterwards, Liao was still quite pleased in his heart. Work hard. Strive forward. The next level breakthrough will mean I have reached the intermediate level within the refinement stage. Spirit energy will no longer be just for show and can be used in actual combat. At that time, my combat strength will increase by 3 to 5-fold. However, levels 1 through 5 of the refinement stage are considered to be low levels, so it is relatively easy to break through to them. To step across from the low levels to the intermediate levels would require profound comprehension in addition to the accumulation of strength. One must not be impatient for that time. Liao had just reached the 5th level of the refinement stage a few days ago, so his state wasn't too stable. He had just let his imagination run wild for a moment and didn't really have the impatient thoughts for quick results. Stretching his aching back, Liao opened the ice maker and used his brain to touch upon the freeze array glyphs, causing them to flash. His mind was completely clear, and only then did pick up the workpiece he had just forged for careful examination. What was twirling in his fingers was shockingly yet another nail. A 7-layered heavens nail. Actually, he had left out a step in the refining showdown that happened half a month ago. The 7-layered heavens technique was an ancient refining technique from the 100 smelting clan of 40 millenniums ago. It absolutely could not be formed with just one go through the crafting furnace. It still needed the 108 chaos gale hammer technique to hammer it over and over, taking the 7-layer structure and fusing it into a single body. Only in this way could it become the true 7-layered heavens. If the 7-layered heavens nail had gone through the ancient forging technique, then even if Jin Quan had refined the perfect dragon scale nail, Jin Quan wouldn't even have the slightest bit chance of victory. His nail would instantly explode under the high-speed collision. However, Liao snapped his fingers, and a different pitch-black nail immediately flew into the palm of his hand. This was none other than the dragon scale nail refined by Elder Lei Yongming. This was a gift the elder had sent to Liao before leaving. Ding! Liao flicked it with his finger, and the dragon scale nail let out the hiss of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. The sound lingered in waves. It was as if there was truly an imposing and ferocious dragon hibernating within this tiny little nail. Liao listened to the subtleties of the dragon's cry with half-squinting eyes. He could perceive the internal structure of the hidden dragon scale nail. He muttered to himself, "Marvelous, profound, and inconceivable. The techniques of the previous generation of refiners have truly reached perfection. Even if I use the true 7-layered heavens technique, it would be impossible for me to forge even a single layer of the hidden dragon scale structure." The old grandfather had actually inserted 3 layers in an instant, reducing the total weight of the nail by 22% while increasing the strength by 100%. In the end, how did he manage to do this? I exhausted my mind forging this 7-layered heavens nail, yet it's still not enough to contend against that old grandfather's hidden dragon scale nail. After 10 collisions, my nail would certainly be the one to shatter. Liao deeply recognized the distance between him and a true master refiner. It was a distance that was oh so far. In an instant, an endless crazed swelling rose from the bottom of his heart, as the desire to battle raged and burned. His ambitions expanded crazily. With a universe this large, it is truly worth it to spend an entire lifetime to challenge others. I must not relax by all means. Every second must become time spent in getting stronger. Every second must be lived to boundless brilliance. Liao gave a subtle smile when his thoughts reached this point. What Lei Yongming had given him did not end with something as simple as just a nail. After being shaken by the astonishing potential revealed by Liao, The old grandfather had pulled some strings to establish a strategic cooperation agreement between Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and the Empyrean Terminus sect. The Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department had officially turned into an extracurricular education base of Empyrean Terminus Central High School, and the Empyrean Terminus Central High School would organize their top students to come to the department for a touring study each year. At the same time, Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department made a promise to pay special attention to the students of Empyrean Terminus Central High School during the Limit Challenge competition. They just had to comply with the standards to receive preferential score treatment. The most amusing thing of all was that the good-for-nothing little fatty Li Shanhao and his group of good-for-nothings had gotten a hold of Yuan Manqiu and Li Yao's spiritual crane messenger number. They didn't dare to contact Yuan Manqiu, the department head. Instead, every few days, they would go contact Li Yao with affection. Every message would refer to him as their eldest senior brother, addressing him quite intimately. To give preferential score treatment, even from a third-rate specialty that was the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, was still a promise of good faith. Obviously, the Empyrean Terminus sect wouldn't accept this benefit for nothing. With just a wave of Elder Lei Yongming's hand, the Empyrean Terminus sect immediately brought out 8 million credits, and this old grandfather personally took out 2 million credits for a total pooling of 10 million credits in investments. They sent it to the Grand Desolate War Institution, indicating that the money was to be invested in the refining department. They even said that this was just the first stage. In the future, if everyone's cooperation goes pleasantly, they could even consider forming a special fund, a fund to be given as an investment every year to the refining department. The entire administration of Grand Desolate War Institution was shocked in this instant. 10 million credits investment couldn't be considered large, but it also couldn't be considered tiny. The few traditional investors of the Grand Desolate War Institution, like the Devil Fist sect, the Hundred Saber Alliance, and other similar sects, would invest several hundred million each year. However, these sects were all combat sects of the wasteland, and their relationship with the Grand Desolate War Institution was extremely close. The combat department was equivalent to their core reserves and base of training, so it was natural for them to give the Grand Desolate War Institution money liberally. Meanwhile, the Empyrean Terminus sect was a sect focused on refining and never really collaborated together with the Grand Desolate War Institution. This time, the refining department had forcefully broke open a new road. The investment money was only second to what was key: the slow and pervading influence of the Grand Desolate War Institution into the region where the Empyrean Terminus sect was located. It must be known that the Empyrean Terminus sect was in the middle of an abrupt rise to become a top-ranking sect. They had certain fame within the Federation. If the two sides deepened their collaboration, the benefits that the Grand Desolate War Institution would receive would far exceed a simple 10 million credits. As a result, this matter brought Li Yao a benefit that he could never have imagined. He received a scholarship called Star of the Wasteland. This was the highest-level scholarship of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The requirements to get the scholarship were extremely demanding, and the student had to have an outstanding display in academics and perform enormous contributions to the school as well. The student had to do both, and neither could be lacking. Since Li Yao was able to modify the first-generation Tai crafting furnace, his academics didn't need to be mentioned. His drawing in of 10 million credits in investments for the school could be counted as an enormous contribution. It was quite justifiable for him to receive the scholarship. The money wasn't a lot, but the crucial point laid in the fact that the scholarship gave him a whole additional 3,000 school credits as a reward. In this way, Li Yao's total school credits easily broke through the 10,000 mark. He had no burdens at all now. He wholeheartedly threw himself into refining madly. The entire winter vacation was spent with complete diligence. Every morning, he would go to Ding Lingdong's home and cultivate in the billowing Star Sea for an hour. Then, he would spar with Ding Lingdang in low intensity for half an hour and high intensity for 5 minutes. Soon after, he would enter the heavenly refining tower with the help of the super perception cabin and analyze over and over the structures and functions of various magical equipment. Ancient ones, modern ones, civilian ones, military ones, close combat ones, long-distance ones. Every blueprint of each and every magical equipment he could find were totally chewed to pulp by him. After leaving the heavenly refining tower, He would go back to the depths of the billowing star sea to cultivate for one more hour before he would act as a sandbag for Ding Lingdang once again for another half an hour. After eating dinner, he would start his true refining. One magical equipment after another came freshly refined out from the crafting furnace. They went through ancient forging techniques to become harder, stronger, and more precise than those produced from purely modern arts. All sorts of vibrant and brilliant colored magical equipment that could cut through steel like mud appeared within a small gray building to the side of the refining workshop. Following the coming of the new semester, this little gray building shockingly turned into an awe-inspiring armory. 3 days before the start of school, Liao stretched out his muscles under the setting sun. Sitting at the base of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, he let the blood-red color of the setting sun dye both him and the crystal suit red. The shadows of the two merged as one, trailing out long like a black saber. Liao had formed a particular habit starting from an unknown time. No matter how busy the day was, he would take out half an hour during the evening to come beneath the mystic skeleton battlesuit and sit in silence for a moment. He started doing this one day due to exhaustion. He discovered that, when occasionally resting against the mystic skeleton battlesuit for a few minutes, he would suddenly feel his mind especially open up and his thoughts would become exceptionally clear. Many theories and blueprints that he wasn't able to understand normally would suddenly become clear at once. This sort of feeling was like entering the superperceptive state, yet it didn't have the side effects of the superperceptive state. He was able to maintain it for a very long time. It was as if there was someone else thinking with him in the darkest depths. Much like joint problem solving. Liao was at a loss. He thought for several days and could not think of a reason why. He could only take it as blessings from the refining department's senior brothers and teachers from the underworld, hoping that Liao would able to smoothly get 40,000 credits, test and become a registered refiner, and bring Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department to glory. He maintained this habit from that day forth. The half hour with the mystic skeleton battlesuit became his moment of relaxation that was hard to come by during the day. It was as if all the teachers and elder brothers of the refining department were hibernating in the depths of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. They cheered for his sake, letting him have the morale to madly cultivate beyond his limits and letting him press on through gritted teeth, based on his current state, to make something from nothing. To refine a magical equipment completely produced by himself was still something where the will was there but not the strength. But based on sturdy fundamentals that stemmed from the strong and ferocious forging techniques of 40 millenniums ago, as well as his unrestrained devil modification style, Liao had already conducted crazy enhancements for several dozen types of typical magical equipment. Quite a few of these magical equipment had performances that far exceeded the original, so much so that they differed completely, seemingly as if they were different objects. He refined until today, having completed 18 primary battle magical equipment and several dozen auxiliary magical equipment, displaying all the techniques he possessed to the utmost detail. However, would his modification train of thought be accepted? Would these magical equipment be like what he had envisioned? Could they display their might on the battlefield? Would they be welcomed by his classmates? Could he exchange them for school credits? All of these questions will have their answers found in true battle after the start of the new school semester. I have decided now. Once the new school semester starts, I will bring all my artifacts to the depths of the wasteland and hunt demon beasts. On one hand, I will be able to use live combat to test the magical equipment produced from my devil modification and go a step further in fine-tuning the details. On the other hand, I can record a live combat video and upload it to the Wasteland Battle Network as a live advertisement. More importantly, Liao really wanted to hone his combat skills. Fiend Blade Peng Hai had told him this back in Floating Spear City. To become an outstanding refiner, it was best to first become a remarkable soldier. He did not take these words to heart at the time, but when he started to truly refine using the crafting furnace, even for engaging in minor modifications, Liao suddenly became aware of the reasoning behind these words. If one doesn't dance with blades and handle guns, how would one know how to refine an outstanding saber? Only in actual combat would he be able to gain a deep understanding of the nature of each magical equipment, and only then could he understand the essence of a refiner and become a super top-notch master refiner. Liao turned his head when his thoughts reached this point. He gave a deep glance at the mystic skeleton battlesuit, and emotions of disappointment and frustration were born inexplicably from the bottom of his heart. There will be a day when he will successfully refine the mystic skeleton battlesuit. He will make this majestic mystic skeleton battlesuit rise to the highest heavens and roar with wind and thunder. But he didn't know just who would don the mystic skeleton battlesuit when that day comes and laugh in defiance against the heavens and earth. Liao's eyelids twitched. An image of him wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit suddenly appeared in the depths of his pupils. He had a world-shaking appearance. This scene was impossible to erase once it had appeared and stabbed deeply within his heart like a growing barb. No matter how he pulled, he was unable to remove it. If there is a day when I can don the mystic skeleton battlesuit, break through the skies of the highest heavens, and brave the winds and waves of the star ocean, how refreshing that would be. Liao chuckled and giggled as he let his imagination run wild. Right at this time, Wild Waves City suddenly sounded with a resonating horn in all directions. It was as if countless giants were standing up straight at every corner of the city, ferociously pounding their chests and letting out roars that shook the heaven and earth. Roar! 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 Liao's pupils suddenly constricted and he suddenly jumped up. He sized up his surroundings with a bit of astonishment. Even though he couldn't see even half a person, when the horn sounded, the entirety of Wild Wave City underwent a bizarre change. The strong odor of blood and metal flooded the air. Even though the frigid winter wasn't over, it was as if the scorching summer had suddenly arrived. Whoosh! 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 Several dozen streaks of light consisting of every color imaginable ascended slowly towards the skies from all directions. They interweaved together, faced the northeast direction, and shot out like lightning. They were several dozen experts of at least the building foundation stage. The crystal processor on Liao's wrist crazily vibrated. The Wasteland Battle Network had pushed out a notification, and there was a sudden outburst of extremely important information. This was an unprecedented event. Liao activated the crystal processor at once. A stream of information made up of a mixture of gold and blood-colored lights popped up. It was an ad hoc mission of complete urgency. Emergency military situation. Verdant Tarn City, located 478 kilometers away from Wild Wave City, has encountered a beast tide of level 8 or higher. The beast tide has already broken through the outer defense lines and has rushed into the city. There are still many civilians remaining in Verdant Tarn City who are staying entrenched within the center of the stronghold. The entire city has already sunken into a messy situation where humans and demon beasts are mixed together. It is impossible for us to use super heavy magical equipment to destroy the beast tide. We can only summon masses of Federation forces and cultivators to enter the city and engage in alleyway and street combat. The Federation forces have officially asked the cultivators of all sects and universities surrounding Verdant Tarn City to enter the battlefield. Our school, at its roots, is a local university of the wasteland. When faced with a neighbor in crisis, we are bound by duty. The name of this ad hoc mission is The Fierce Battle of Verdant Tarn City. Every student who has more than 8,000 credits can sign up. Those who are interested, please register on the Battle Network and assemble at field number 2 within an hour. Time is of the essence. Repeat. This mission is extremely high risk. It is very likely to lead to heavy injuries or even death. Those that do not have confidence in their own strength, don't apply. Due to the urgency of the battlefield situation, the quantity and species of the demon beasts are not known. The official school credit reward for this mission has yet to be calculated. However, the school promises to give participating students rewards in accordance with the highest standard. Cultivators are the sabers of human civilization. Now is the time to unsheathe these blades. An hour later, at field number 2, we will leave and behead the demons and exterminate the devils. Behead the demons and exterminate the devils. The last few words made Liao dry at the mouth and tongue. His blood was racing. He was just a normal person during the last beast tide invasion. He had to rely on Dingying, Wei Qingqing, and the red-eyed officer, these cultivators, to come protect him. But today, he had already become a cultivator of the 5th level of the refinement stage and had even refined several dozen masterwork weapons that could cut through steel like mud. When it comes down to him versus 1,000, death will rain down all around him. Excellent. In the ancient cultivation world of 40 millenniums ago, a newly forged masterwork weapon would undergo slaying several demons and devils as a baptism. Verdant Tarn City, Beast Tide. I will use you all to baptize my first batch of magical equipment. Field number 2 of Grand Desolate War Institution. A Thunderbird-class light transport ship had landed at the corner of the field. This was a transport ship that was specialized for quick response usage. It could transport over 800 passengers each trip, and it can carry 10 medium-sized crystal tanks underneath it. This was a model that was specifically refined to deal with beast tides. Generally, besides taking the crystal rail, cultivators below the building foundation stage would board this kind of transport ship to enter battlefields where danger lurks at every corner. Flying solo on a sword was tantamount to throwing away one's life. All sorts of demon beasts hibernating or lying in wait in the darkness would unleash their demonic energy and poison to instantly kill you. Grand Desolate War Institution's Dean, Xiong Bailey, and his administration had already gathered below the Thunderbird transport ship. Quite a few of the teaching and administrative staff were wearing battle armor, fully armed and prepared to enter combat. Xiong Bailey's entire face was serious and his eyebrows were locked tight. He faced a young officer with stripes of a major and asked, "Akeo, how did things turn out this way? Isn't Verdant Tarn City a mining town? There are several dozen military camps in its surroundings and 3 overlapping defensive lines. Could be said to be near invulnerable to attacks, so how did a beast tide suddenly break through? Normally, a few rounds from the crystal warships would be able to resolve this issue, but now, we're at the point where we need to engage in street fighting." The major's name was Xiong Zongchao. Not only was he a graduate of Grand Desolate War Institution, he was also a distant relative of Xiong Bailey. He was Xiong Bailey's distant nephew. So, Xiong Bailey had asked him openly and honestly. Xiong Zongchao spoke with a bitter laugh. "Fourth uncle, the outer defense perimeter of Verdant Tarn City hasn't been broken through. This time, the wormhole appeared right inside the city. The beast tide directly rushed into the city region and engaged in street warfare. Even great immortals wouldn't have been able to do a thing about this." Xiong Bailey was stunned. "We're this unlucky? From the past until now, the original strategy executed by the Star Glory Federation against the Demon Beast Wasteland was an encroachment fortification tactic. Every city was constructed as a near-invulnerable fort to nibble away at the wasteland inch by inch, forcibly reducing the amount of room for demon beasts to exist. Only through wormholes could demon beasts break through to the Heaven Origin sector from the Blood Demon sector and launch a surprise attack. The emergence point of a wormhole is random. If a wormhole appears in the middle of the wilderness, then the beast tide could only gnaw against the outer defensive perimeter of the city. They need at least 3 to 5 hours, and even half a day may not be enough for them to gnaw through the defenses. Humanity's crystal warships can fly leisurely to the skies above the beast tide with their primeval true fire cannons, Tai lightning railguns, and shattered star bombarders. Various mighty, powerful, and unrivaled super-heavy magical equipment can be unleashed, cleaving skulls and brains together in an indiscriminate bombardment. No matter how unbridled the beast tide is, they would all turn to roast duck. But this time they were truly unlucky. The wormhole directly appeared within the city. The beast tide came pouring into the city region in an instant, mixing together with the human race. No matter how strong crystal warships were, in the end, they couldn't just bombard the entirety of Verdant Tarn City to smithereens, right? They could only mobilize the Federation soldiers and cultivators to engage in street combat. Xiong Bailey gave a cold snort. His expression turned incomparably sharp. "Who cares if it's street combat? We of the human race are the most powerful combat race of the endless sea of stars. It doesn't matter which environment we fight in. We will surely be the ultimate victors. Akeo, come. Experience for yourself the bearing and style of Grand Desolate War Institution's new generation." Before Xiong Bailey faded away, a fiery red stream of light whizzed over. "Brother Chow, long time no see. Xiong Zongchao's complexion changed. His body turned into a blur as he did 9 incomparably impossible dodges. While his true body retreated by 10 meters in a single breath, the remnant shadow he left behind was torn into nothing by the fiery red light. Xiong Bailey, without making a sound, came in between the fiery red stream of light and Xiong Zongchao before he said, "And this is?" Xiong Zongchao slightly smiled. "There is no need for me to introduce her. She is none other than one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivators of our Star Glory Federation, the future star of Grand Desolate War Institution's Combat Department, Ding Lingdang. She and I have met several times in the depths of the wasteland and have also collaborated to kill a demon general." As the fiery red brilliance solidified, Ding Lingdong's strong and graceful figure was revealed. She was dressed in a tight red combat suit, which was decorated with flames, sketching out her soul-stirring curves. Her entire body was overflowing with a resplendent brilliance which was a feast for the eyes. "Marvelous! My bones are about to rot from being holed up in the Institute for the past couple of months. Finally, I can kill some demon beasts. I really can't wait." Rubbing her hands, Ding Lingdang jumped up and down. After a moment, hundreds of terrifying Ori approached at a high speed. Xiong Bailey smiled and said, "This is the Iron Fist Club's president, Hua Tianxiong. This is Chaos Edge Hall's president, Su Gu. Behind them are the senior students of the combat department, many of whom I believe you have met." Xiong Zongchao nodded. The Grand Desolate War Institution and the army had close ties. Both sides often joined forces to behead demons and kill devils. Xiong Zongchao was the liaison officer sent by the army and had been long acquainted and friends with many of the senior students of the Grand Desolate War Institution. "Brother Chao! Brother Chao!" One by one, tall and stalwart students with stubbornness written all over their faces came forward and greeted him. All of them were burning with eagerness. "Finally, I can fight shoulder to shoulder with Brother Chao and slaughter demon beasts." Soon, a dozen or so silhouettes appeared. Although their appearances were a bit tender, their imposing Ori was no less than that of the senior students. These were all the best among the best freshmen. Seeing so many freshmen excited to participate in the mission, the smiling look in Xiong Bailey's eyes turned intenser. "Come, Akeo, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Tianchong, a 4th-level refinement stage sword cultivator who has been hunting demon beasts in the depths of the wasteland since childhood. This is Lu Taizhan, a 4th-level refinement stage body practitioner who has been painstakingly training in the Devil Fist sect since childhood. These two are the strongest experts among the freshmen." Xiong Zongchao was surprised as he said with emotion, "Advancing to the 4th level of the refinement stage in just half a year after entering the institute? These freshmen truly cannot be underestimated. In my time, students only entered the 4th level of the refinement stage after spending 2 years at the university." Xiong Bailey said with a laugh. "Yes, the quality of this year's freshmen is particularly good. Not only are there 2 students who have entered the 4th level of the refinement stage, a dozen students who have entered the 3rd level of the refinement stage have also appeared. They are not only unusually talented, but they also cultivate with madness to the point that they did not return to their families even for the new year during their winter vacation. Pleased to meet you, Dean. Pleased to meet you, Dean." Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan, and the other freshmen greeted Xiong Bailey together. All of them were members of the Hidden Dragon Hall and had cultivated together. When they came to know about the Beast Tide outbreak at Verdant Tarn City, they, without a moment of hesitation, came. After half a year of painstaking cultivation, these hidden dragons were no longer their old selves of when they had just entered the institute. Their arrogance was completely converged in the depths of their eyes, where it had been purified into a cold, sharp gleam, and their temperament was calmer and more profound. This was especially so for Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan, whose profoundness totally did not tally with their age. Only when their eyes bloomed with sparks from time to time would the others have a glimpse of the impatience buried deep within the depths of their heart. Their deep desire could only completely bloom when they are on a true battlefield. Having swept a gaze, Xiong Zongchao repeatedly sighed. "When all's said and done, our Grand Desolate War Institution is unlike any other. Obviously, they are still on their winter break, but when the horn sounded, we could still gather 300 students. Furthermore, all of them are cultivators. If such a strong army arrived on the battlefield, even demon generals would dare not to contend with them. Xiong Bailey's smile turned into a frown as he said, "That's not right. If I remember correctly, the number of people who have applied is 301. There is still one student who hasn't arrived yet." Before his voice could fade away, a silhouette could be seen approaching from the distance. In just a few steps, the silhouette had traversed hundreds of meters. Xiong Zongchao was a bit perplexed. This student looks very unfamiliar. Is he also a freshman? Why is he carrying such a huge box on his back? Finally, the silhouette revealed itself to be a student who was dressed in a black combat suit and had a huge metal casket on his back which was fastened onto his body with 3 large belts. Every step he took seemed to be very heavy, as his every step gave birth to a bang, bang sound on the ground. The box appeared to be very heavy, seemingly as if it weighed at least 1,000 kilograms. However, the student seemed to lift such a heavy weight with ease, as though it was light as a feather. He did not seem to mind the heavy weight. In just a breath, he had skimmed over to the front of the Thunderbird-class light transport ship. Xiong Bailey burst into laughter. "Student Liao, you are a refiner. Do you still want to go to the battlefield? It's too dangerous." Xiong Bailey had a pretty good impression of Liao. Whether it was him going against the flow, adhering to the refining department, or the modification of the first-generation Taiyi furnace which pulled over a 10 million sponsorship, these matters had surprised Xiong Bailey incessantly, and he deeply remembered this somewhat special teenager. Xiong Zongchao's eyes bloomed with a sliver of radiant splendor as he cried out involuntarily, "Is this the only student of the refining department? He is really powerful." Xiong Zongchao had been in the army for many years. He was in the special forces and had a very sinister insight. Just from the sound of Liao's footsteps, he reckoned that the iron crate on his back weighed at least a ton. Even after running countless miles while carrying a ton on his back, his breathing is still steady and there is no change in his complexion. This student's body is exceptionally powerful. At the beginning, Xiong Zongchao regarded him as a senior student of the combat department. Meanwhile, in his heart, he was secretly surprised. Why hadn't he seen such a strong student before? However, much to his surprise, Liao turned out to be a freshman of the refining department. Xiong Zongchao was astounded to the extreme. Liao pursed his lips, revealing his snow-white teeth. "Dean, I need to amass 40,000 credits to participate in the refiner's registration examination. So how could I miss such a good opportunity to sweep credits?" "All right." Waving his hand, Xiong Bailey's eyes flickered with an electric brilliance as he swept a glance over the students and spoke in a loud voice. "Since everyone is here, let me repeat it once more. This mission is extremely dangerous, and it's very likely that you will be seriously injured and some of you might even die. If there is even an ounce of hesitation in your heart, it's best for you to withdraw." The 301 students stood firm with their heads held high, with not a single one of them uttering a word. Everyone's face was flushed red to their ears, seemingly as if they were being burned inside an invisible and maddening will to fight. After 3 seconds, Xiong Bailey raised his head and let out a long roar. "Good, good, very good. Having students like you is the greatest pride in my, Xiong Bailey's, life. Let us depart and slaughter those demon beasts." "Slaughter those demon beasts!" Hundreds of teachers and students loudly roared. Everyone's blood was bubbling as they boarded the Thunderbird-class light transport ship. After a moment, the light transport ship rose into the air as it whizzed towards Verdant Tarn City. On the transport ship, Xiong Zongchao started up the large-scale master crystal processor of the ship as hundreds of telepathic thoughts were transmitted to the mini crystal processors of Grand Desolate War Institution's teachers and students, which included the 3-dimensional map of Verdant Tarn City, the distribution of the Federation Army, as well as the growing list of information of friendly forces. When the sects within 500 kilometers radius came to know of the Beast Tide outbreak at Verdant Tarn City, all of them mobilized. Every second, countless powerful cultivators rushed toward Verdant Tarn City, And with the vanguard troops commencing their fight after entering the city, a general understanding of the quantity and type of demon beasts was also procured. This information was all transmitted to the main crystal processor of the Thunderbird-class light transport ship and subsequently distributed to the micro-crystal processor of all its passenger. Whoosh! 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 Everyone checked their crystal processor with rapt attention as the colorful holographic screen was flooded with countless information just like a downpour. Everyone was a cultivator, and as such, the speed of reading the information was very fast. In just a short moment, they had all grasped the general situation. Xianxia introduced, "At present, it seems that the beast tide is of at least level 7, and very coincidentally, the wormhole had appeared in an underground abandoned warehouse in Verdant Tarn City. As a result of this, no one seemed to have noticed at the beginning. It was only when tens of thousands of demon beasts had spread across the city through its complex sewer lines and appeared within the city simultaneously did they notice. However, by then, it was too late. Fortunately, in order to guard against beast tides, every city in the wasteland is fortified from inside and outside. Many of the large-scale structure inside the city were enclosed in low-rise walls and defensive array-glyphs. Many of the areas even have a large number of military magical equipment installed. Furthermore, Verdant Tarn City is an important mining city. Many sects have mining bases in Verdant Tarn City along with a bunch of guards to protect the mine, all of whom are ex-servicemen or cultivators that are holding the line. And the native sect of Verdant Tarn City, the Azure Sun sect, is ranked 379 among the top 500 in the Federation and have 10 building foundation stage experts. Under the resistance of the Azure Sun sect, most of the civilians were able to hide inside the fortified buildings, and the headquarters of the Azure Sun sect even has over 10,000 civilians protected inside. Please look at the three-dimensional map here, here, and here. There is still a large number of civilians stranded. We have two missions. The first is to save all the civilians, and the second is to behead all the demon beasts in Verdant Tarn City. Kill them one by one. Even fowls and dogs are not to be spared. Please look at the information list of the demon beasts. From the news transmitted from the front line, this is a mixed-type beast tide. At present, we know of 43 demon soldiers and 5 demon generals. However, we have yet to discover the demon king. But from past experiences, we are 80 to 90% sure that a demon king will be commanding such a large-scale beast tide from the back. Along with the introduction of Xianxia, translucent, three-dimensional images appeared one by one on everyone's holographic screen. These images included the pictures of a couple dozen demon beasts along with their habits, levels, risk factor, the heaven and earth treasures they bear. Over 100 kinds of information. Liao's heart skipped a beat. He had never imagined that the level of this time's beast tide outbreak would be so high and that a demon king might even appear. The demon beasts in accordance with the strength are divided into demon soldier, demon general, demon king, demon emperor, demon god, and so on and so forth, and their respective cultivation level in the human cultivation system respectively is refinement stage, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Liao, on Devil Flood Dragon Island, had killed a three-eyed ape which was even weaker than the demon soldier. It had not even entered the lowest level and was just equivalent to an ordinary person. Whether it was a demon god or a spirit transformation stage expert, both belong to the legendary peerless figures which have not appeared in the Star Glory Federation for a long time. Even the demon emperor, which was comparable to a nascent soul stage old monster, was also very rarely seen. Once he appeared, he would certainly be followed by hundreds of millions of demon soldiers, for which half of the Federation would be completely mobilized. Only then was it possible to compete with them. Starting from the demon soldier, demon beasts would gradually break away from the shackles of a beast, gaining high intelligence. Then, they could be called a member of the demon clan. The thought of actually fighting with a true member of the demon clan made Liao inexplicably excited. Having finished introducing the general situation of the battle, Xianxia once again said, "Soon, you will be entering the battlefield. I can see that a lot of you have your own weapons, but if any of you need weapons, you can head to the armory of the transport ship and take your pick. We don't have many close combat magical equipment, but we have all kinds of firearms. ready to equip. Everybody can casually take them for use. Liao's heart was astir. All the magical equipment he had crafted were close combat type, so it would also be better to get a firearm for self-defense. Just as he was about to get up, he came to notice that the other students remained completely still. He couldn't help but befuddled as he asked Ding Lingdang, who was sitting beside him, in a low voice, "Sister Ling, why isn't anybody taking a gun?" Ding Lingdang slightly smiled and said, "Traditional body practitioners and sword cultivators rather don't like using firearms. It's not like we are complacent and choose to stick to our ways. But on the contrary, it's because weapons like firearms have many flaws. Since the development of long-range types magical equipment such as firearms, the pros and cons of long-range and close combat type magical equipment had always been a bone of contention in the world of cultivation. The pros of firearms were quite obvious. Not only could the firearms be fired from long range, but the firepower was also strong. Not to mention that using the crystal cell as the energy source allows its user to preserve his or her spiritual energy, and also the fact that some low-tier firearms could even be used by the ordinary people. However, the cons were also quite obvious. Whether it was the crystal cells or the bullets that were forged out of crystal, both were terrifyingly heavy. A Thunderfire bolt gun, along with a dozen crystal cell, plus 3 to 5 hung bullet belts would at the very least weigh over 50 kilograms. As far as ordinary people were concerned, spending a few days or maybe even a dozen days while carrying such weight and venturing into the depths of wasteland where demon beasts frequently lurk would truly be a terrifying thing. And as far as cultivators go, it was compulsory for them to accelerate from 0 to a couple hundred or even to the speed of sound within a couple of seconds at every move, and in just one breath they had to dodge demon beasts' attack a couple dozen times continuously in the air. And carrying an extra kilogram of supplies would slow their high-speed movements by 1 second, which would decrease the number of maneuvers they could do during the battle, and in turn would make them susceptible to the demon beasts' attacks. And most importantly, due to the long confrontation with humans, demon beasts have also evolved. Many of the high-level demon beasts have a body covered entirely in a hard shell, while their vital points were concealed underneath the joints of the shell, making it very difficult to hit them from a distance of a couple kilometers. They had to approach to 100 meters distance and fire from close range, and only then was it possible to cause fatal injuries. However, as far as cultivators were concerned, within a range of 100 meters, whether one used firearms or blades wasn't truly too much of a difference. Within the Federation Army, a vast majority of the soldiers were ordinary people who fight in troops, so they do not need to worry about the problems caused by the logistics support. That's why firearms are mainly used. Our Grand Desolate War Institution's teachers and students all specialize in close combat and have not received strict firearms training. Furthermore, we are used to fighting in small teams, so we have to rely on ourselves for the logistics support. Not to mention, our hunt can easily take half a month, so we need to carefully plan every gram of supplies we will carry. If we are equipped with firearms, not only would it cause insufficient injuries to the demon beasts, but on the contrary, it would drag us down and affect our speed and agility. However, in the cultivation world, just like sword cultivators, there are also firearms cultivators who specifically train in gunfighting techniques. A powerful firearms cultivator could accurately shoot between the gaps of a demon beast's armor from a couple kilometers away. The Federation's first military college specializes in fostering firearms cultivators, and only in their hands do firearms make sense. Having said that, Ding Lingdang pondered and said, "However, it would also be better for you to take a gun for self-defense. In any case, you are quite powerful and moreover, you have not formally undergone close combat training. For you, blades and firearms are just the same. It would be rather safe for you to use the gun to shoot from afar." Liao also thought the same. Apart from the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique, he had not seriously learned any other offensive techniques. And the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique wasn't actually an offensive technique but rather a basic forging skill. Just like 1,000 tempering 100 refining, it was an exercise to beat and boil the muscles and bones to temper the body. By carrying out painstaking training in the depths of the billowing Star Sea, Liao had his strength and speed enhanced, allowing him to withstand Ding Lingdong's attack for a longer period of time. Until now, he only had a physique which was seemingly cast from iron and terrifying strength. However, he did not have even one brilliant saber technique or sword technique. If it was a firearm, he just had to squeeze the trigger and the bullet would blast its way out on its own, which he was capable of. Having thought of this, Liao stood up and greeted Xianxia before walking towards the armory. All the students who were sitting on either side of the aisle were surprised for a moment. They could not understand why someone would choose a firearm. No one here was a rookie. They understood basic common sense. For close combat cultivators like them, firearms would just slow them down and would simply be unable to unleash their true strength. However, when they found out that it was Liao who was going to pick a gun, their eyes revealed a look of relief. One by one, many of them nodded their heads. Fellow student Liao, you should take a few guns to defend yourself. Although we will protect you in a street fight, anything can happen. It's better for you to prepare yourself for everything. Yes, we have heard that your skills are pretty good. However, fighting is not your specialized field after all. On the battlefield, you can be considered as a support staff, and it would be better for you to hide behind us and fire 1 or 2 shots when the demon beasts are least expecting it. We will help you contain the demon beasts. Everyone was very cordial. They weren't discriminating against him because of his meager strength at all. In their opinion, he was just a freshman of the refining department whose specialty lies in the technical field. It was very normal for his battle strength to be far from the students of the combat department. It was already quite good for a refiner to fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone and risk his life amidst the dangerous battlefield. As Liao wormed his way into the armory, suddenly, racks jam-packed with hundreds of dazzling, traditional firearms filled his view and caught him by surprise. As a veteran magical equipment fanatic, naturally, he had a deep fanaticism for the firearms, which even matched his fanaticism for blade-type magical equipment. However, in day-to-day life, blade-type magical equipment were rather easy to obtain, while terrifyingly powerful firearms were subjected to control and needed certain qualifications to equip them. In the past, when he was just an insignificant scavenger, the most he came in contact with were ordinary firearms like the Thunderfire bolt gun. Liao's eyes suddenly flickered with greed as he glanced left and right. Drool was almost ready to trickle down the corner of his mouth as he swooped in to kiss the weapons a few times. Xianxia smiled in his heart. As someone who was from the military, his love for firearms was just the same and he would always feel a sense of intimacy with them. Xianxia generously said, "Junior brother, since you are a refiner and don't have any offensive strength, and as the city is very dangerous, you should pick a powerful firearm. You can casually pick any weapon that you fancy here. I will hand you the jade chip which will transmit telepathic thoughts and give you a rundown on its operating method and allow you to master its basic operation within 3 minutes." Liao unconsciously nodded his head as he was somewhat dazzled by the armory and was at a loss as to which one to choose, until his line of sight happened to fall upon an enormous metal beast at the corner, after which he could no longer extricate. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he couldn't help but walk towards it. After 5 minutes, Zhao Tianchong and Li Taizhan, who were the strongest amongst this batch of freshmen, whispered to each other. The subject of their discussion was none other than Liao. Ever since the mystical reversal performed by Liao at the end of the month, during which he continually caught up with the 4 experts of the Hidden Dragon Hall and seized the first position in the newcomer ranking, the two had treated Liao as their strongest rival. At first, the two, by relying on the specialized courses which rewarded many credits of the combat department as well as madly cultivating in the last semester, had pulled far ahead of Liao by a fair number of credits. However, in the last days of the semester, Liao had successfully modified the first-generation Tai furnace, acquired a scholarship, and had obtained 3,000 credits as a reward, thereby leaving them far behind all of a sudden once again. The two were once again shocked as well as helpless. At first, they had intended to return home for the new year during the winter vacation, but under the stimulation, they didn't return home and were madly cultivating even on New Year's Eve. Finally, they somehow had the opportunity to amass the credits. However, who would have known that Liao would also come? Lu Taizhan hesitantly said, "However, he is just a refiner. He is nothing more than a supporting combat staff, and at most, he could repair a few magical equipment." If he wants to get a large number of credits, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, right? Zhao Tianchong replied expressionlessly. Not necessarily. That guy is a madman. If compelled, he could do any kind of mad stuff, and maybe he could even give us some pleasant surprises. Boom, boom, boom. Liao walked out of the armory with heavy steps. Many people freely swept a glance at him before they were suddenly flabbergasted. Lu Tieshan's eyes were ready to fall out as he involuntarily cried out, "What the hell is that thing?" Liao was carrying a heavy firearm in his arm which was even thicker than his own thigh. The firearm had as many as 6 barrels, which had complex and abstruse glyphs engraved upon them and were inlaid with crimson crystals, arranged in a circle, giving off the impression of a burning trunk. However, that was still nothing big when compared to Liao's upper body. At this moment, it had a few bullet belts wrapped around several times in a cross pattern, where each bullet was as big as an infant's fist. Its warheads were inlaid with crystals while its shell had array glyphs engraved across. They were out-and-out spiritual explosive shells. The entire set together would at the very least weigh over half a ton. A normal person would never think of carrying such a mass which would hinder their movement, if not crushing them to death. 6-barrel rotary cannon? This is something that is installed on crystal tans. He is actually carrying it through brute force. Someone exclaimed. Liao's every step would shake the bullet belts, which would, in turn, make clink 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 sounds as he swaggered his way towards his seat. In his heart, he raised an open-hearted cry. He could completely unleash the might of this matchless 6-barrel rotary cannon. It was simply made for him. In contrast, the Thunderfire bolt gun was rather too weak. This was a weapon which a man must use. Lu Taizhan had reached the ends of his forbearance as he stood in front of him. "Fellow student Liao, did you choose this gun?" Liao raised his eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Lu Taizhan screamed. "Of course, there is a problem. How heavy just a single bullet is along with the weight of the firearm need not be said. And we all know that with your strength you can carry it, but have you ever thought of its recoil? The recoil of such a heavy weapons is terrifying. Every shot would generate a recoil which is equivalent to a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator ruthlessly smashing into your stomach. Can you even withstand that?" He suddenly retreated a few steps as he punched towards Liao's stomach. Liao was surprised for a moment. He was used to sparring with Ding Lingdang, who was a building foundation stage cultivator, so in his eyes, this punch of Lu Taizhan was straight and slow. It was simply like a punch fired by a 180-years-old man. He had hundreds of methods to dodge it. However, Lu Taizhan didn't seem to have any malicious intent, and this punch could even be said as him extending his arm, not to mention that he also stopped 22.87 millimeters away from his stomach. Liao blinked his eyes and did not move as he just watched Lu Taizhan slowly fire a punch before slowly withdrawing it back. "What do you mean?" Liao was unable to tell head or tail of Lu Tieshan's actions. Lu Taizhan raised his voice. "I just used strength comparable to a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator and fired a lightning-fast punch. While you not only could not react, you even failed to see it. If you fired this 6-barrel rotary cannon, it would be equivalent to having yourself pounded with a couple dozen heavy punches within 1 second. Wouldn't you spit out blood?" Liao suddenly came to a realization. Only now did he come to understand that Lu Taizhan was acting out of kindness. He could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. And if he clarified now that he could see Lu Tieshan's punch and had hundreds of methods to dodge it and counterattack, and moreover the fact that even if it did land upon his body, it would not hinder him too much, wouldn't that be too arrogant? Having thought for a bit, Liao said, "Fellow student Lu Taizhan, thank you for your reminder. I will be careful." Having said that, he walked to his seat and sat down before holding the 6-barrel rotary cannon and started wiping it happily. "You?" Lu Taizhan, upon seeing that Liao didn't listen to his persuasion, stomped his feet on the floor in anger. "Forget it." Zhao Tianchong stopped him and said in a low voice, "The newcomers are always like this. They think that the bigger the firearms are, the more formidable they are. Wait until he suffers a few times. Then he will understand." "A few times?" "At the very first time, his bones will be broken into pieces, and he would turn to us to save him. He is truly a dead weight. Lu Taizhan was a bit annoyed. Having seen the gun Liao had chosen, he knew that Liao was a downright rookie. He and Zhao Tianchong had a very rich amount of combat experience and knew that the most annoying thing in combat was having a rookie who wasn't clear about the general situation in the team, and often such rookies would become a dead weight for the team. Sitting on his seat while meticulously wiping the 6-barrel rotary cannon and familiarizing its structure, Liao casually asked, "Sister Ling, approximately how much % is a blow from a third-level refinement stage cultivator compared to one of your blows when you usually fight me?" Ding Lingdang thought for a bit. "It is almost nothing. At most, it's a few tenths. Why?" "Oh, it's nothing." Liao touched his nose while he continued wiping the cannon. At this moment, a boom came from underneath the Thunderbird-type light transport ship and started shaking, seemingly as though it had been struck by a huge wave. They had arrived in the space of verdant Tarn City, and in front of them was the battlefield. Chi! 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 The Thunderbird-type light transport ship was like a lonely boat amidst a tempestuous storm. It was shaking more and more. Upon hearing the strange noise coming from underneath their feet, everyone wondered what was corroding the hull. The senior students who had experienced many battles could not help but have a pale complexion, and a few freshmen, even more so, constantly swallowed their saliva to ease their tension. "Everyone, we are already flying over verdant Tarn City. There are many hidden demon beasts underneath us who are launching attacks against us. However, they won't be able to break the spiritual energy shield within a short period of time, so you don't need to worry." Having calmly said that, Xiong Zongchao seemed to have thought of something as he headed to the cockpit. In a short moment, the walls of the transportation ship started flashing as they turned into a huge, ring-shaped holographic screen, displaying the scene outside the ship, seemingly as if the hull had turned transparent in the blink of an eye. Liao gazed into the distance, peering at the azure lake, verdant lake, at the front. Verdant Tarn City was built by the lake and was a flourishing city whose population numbered in the tens of thousands and had sky-rise buildings. It was an extraordinarily bustling city. Boom! Boom! At this instance, Verdant Tarn City had lost its former glory. The entire city was shrouded in a faint cloud of dust and smoke, and explosions were ringing off the hook. Meanwhile, demon beasts were attacking the human bases, causing the defensive array glyphs to be stimulated to the extreme as colorful streams of light soared into the high heavens. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a couple of gray streams of some kind of vicious liquid quickly shot out amid the cloud of dust and smoke and struck dead right on the bottom of the transport ship. The transport ship fiercely jolted a bit while its passengers bounced up from their seats. Fortunately, the transport ship had promptly launched a spiritual energy shield, guarding the transport ship against the bombardment of the gray liquid. The gray liquid stuck onto the spiritual energy shield, seemingly as though the mass of gray liquid were sentient entities that were brandishing their claws and baring their fangs as they constantly corroded the spiritual energy shield and made ear-piercing noises. Liao was secretly astounded. He now knew why low-level cultivators were not willing to ride their swords in the wasteland. The gray liquid was certainly highly toxic and corrosive. Even after the Thunderbird-type light transport ship had launched its spiritual energy shield, it was unable to withstand them even for a bit. If some low-level cultivator were hit directly, perhaps they would melt into a puddle of pus in the blink of an eye. Xiong Zongchao simmered in anger as he shouted, "Do you think that your father's transport ship doesn't have any offensive ability and you can target your father so unscrupulously? Analyze the trajectories of their attacks for me and fire the mystic ray. Let's crucify all of them." Under Xiong Zongchao's order, all the lights in the transportation ship dimmed down as all the spiritual energy was directed to the main crystal processor for analyzing the trajectories of demon beasts' attacks. After a moment, 3 milky white beams were fired from the nose of the transport ship and pierced through the cloud of dust and smoke. Wherever the mystic beam went, nothing could hide from it. Not only was the dust and smoke no longer blocking their line of sight, but even the interior structure of the buildings was visible. The mystic beam also brought a mystifying magnification effect. Liao's mind was astir. as he seemingly noticed 3 toad-like demon beasts squatting amid a broken building a few dozen kilometers away. The toad-like demon beasts were 100 times bigger than a toad and weighed almost a ton. Their bellies engorged and shrunk alternatively and could bulge up to as much as 5 meters in diameter before vigorously contracting and shooting some kind of poisonous liquid into the sky. Xianxia burst into laughter. So it was 3 venomous ghost toads. Let's see where you are going to escape to now. The 3 poisonous toads also seemed to have realized that they had been locked onto by the mystic rays. One by one, they revealed a panic-stricken look, and the ghost face-like pustules at their glabella burst open, shooting a mass of gray mist as their stature suddenly started to shrink. When the venomous ghost toad shot the poison, its body would expand to 10 times their original size, making it difficult for it to move quickly. As long as the venomous ghost toad had a minute, it could shrink its stature by 90%, making it a lot easier to escape. Xianxia sneered a few times as he started up the crystal processor and used the long-distance transmitting mode. Command Center. This is ship No. 8, Fower, 6, Fife, 8465. My ship has already used the 9x9 mystic rays to lock onto 3 venomous ghost toads. It is estimated that they would finish shrinking in 57 seconds. Requesting for a flying sword strike. I repeat, the enemy will flee after 57 seconds. Requesting a priority level 1 flying sword strike after 31 seconds. From the 3 military barracks around Verdant Tarn City, a couple dozen flying swords overflowing in resplendent brilliance respectively rose into the air, where they formed a full circle and ruthlessly whizzed towards the position locked onto by the 9x9 mystic rays. Crash! Over 100 flying swords shot down together from 3 different angles. The 3 venomous ghost toads had yet to finish contracting before they were mangled into pieces in the blink of an eye, along with the building, which was filled with holes and was crashing down. The teachers and students aboard the transport ship raised cries of jubilation. The Thunderbird-type light transport ship flew straight ahead into the city. 500 cultivators of Grand Desolate War Institution have come to fight shoulder to shoulder with the fellow Taoists of Verdant Tarn City. Completely surrounded by the sea-like beast tide, a 20-floor-high edifice at the heart of Verdant Tarn City, where demonic energy was soaring into the sky, was the Azure Sun Center, the headquarter of the native sect of Verdant Tarn City, the Azure Sun Sect. A particularly fat demon beast was hiding in the basement of a building a kilometer away. It looked just like the venomous ghost toad, but it was 3 times bigger, giving off an impression of a huge mass of tumor. It was a variant of the venomous ghost toad and also the king of poisonous toads, the Ghost King Venomous Toad. The Ghost King Venomous Toad's entire body was spotted with countless pustules, which were spewing a huge amount of gray mist, covering the entire sky and disrupting the cultivators' telepathic thoughts search. Even the 9x9 mystic ray was unable to pierce the gray mist and accurately lock onto its position. Along with the contraction and expansion of its humongous belly, a huge mass of poison was shot out from the Ghost King Venomous Toad's mouth and directly attacked the Azure Sun Sect's headquarters, whereupon the defensive array glyphs of the edifice, which were on the verge of collapse, flickered from the bombardment. Thousands upon thousands of demon beasts were eagerly watching the venomous toad's display of power. As long as the defensive array glyphs were eroded, they could force their way into the building and chow down everything with relish. Tens of thousands of civilians were nestling together inside the Azure Sun Center. Upon hearing the chi-chi sounds of erosion and the constant bombardment coming from outside, they turned pale from fright. However, no one cried. The elderlies and the women comforted the children in a low voice. "My dear child, the Azure Sun Sect's cultivators are here. Everything is going to be all right." Whereas, the men had long stood together with the clansmen of the Azure Sun Sect and had taken up magical equipment to join the bloody battle. At this moment, a tall old man was restlessly pacing back and forth in a hall. He was the leader of the Azure Sun Sect, Han Tianyang. Leader, a ragged disciple whose entire body was bathed in blood and had a large chunk of his face corroded away, staggeredly ran back. Elder G and more than half of the people he had brought along have fallen. Yet we had not even seen the shadow the Ghost King Venomous Toad, Han Tianyong trembled and was almost about to fall down. Gritting his teeth and pondering for a long while, his eyes flickered with an ominous gleam as he firmed his mind and said, "Prepare for the third charge. I am going to personally lead the team. All the elders, deacons, managers, every disciple above the 6th level of refinement stage, gather all of them and create a death squad of cultivators. We are going to fight it out." The disciple was frightened. He broke into tears and anxiety as he quickly got down. "Leader, please think twice. If we do that, the entire Azure Sun sect will be finished. It will be over for us." A red-faced old man who was standing behind him also cried, "Leader, it doesn't matter if we, the old men, and you charge together, but please leave some of the seeds of the Azure Sun sect. We cannot sacrifice everyone from the Azure Sun sect." Han Tianyong repeatedly laughed coldly. His laugh was incomparably sad and shrill. "At this moment, can we still leave some seeds behind? If we can't kill the Ghost King Venomous Toad, its poison would soon erode our defensive array glyphs, and at that time, tens of thousands of demon beasts would flood in. Any seed would be completely finished." Han Tianyong paused for a bit before the expression in his eyes turned as sharp as a saber. He swept a glance at the numerous disciple and spoke in an imposing manner. "Everyone who is left here are the core disciples of the sect, many of whom had been members of the Azure Sun sect for several generations. I am also not going to utter some heroic or noble words like there are tens of thousands of fellow countrymen behind us. I am not going to speak some nonsense like that. I am only going to say one thing and only one thing. Our Star Glory Federation pays more attention to meritorious military service and advocates' courage. In the past, during a beast tide outbreak, there were also many sects who took all their forces to fight, a vast majority of whom were disabled and crippled, and as a result, the sect was almost destroyed. After the battle, these sects were completely supported by the country and received vast resources for reconstruction. Not only did they rise from ashes, but they were ever more prosperous. In contrast, the sects who cowered during the beast tide outbreak and withdrew from front lines were all ridiculed by the entire world. Not only did they no longer receive any support from the country, but their business partners also severed all ties with them, and even the general public were reluctant to buy the products of those sects, leaving no one willing to conduct business with them. These sects survived the beast tide outbreak, but after the beast tide, they had thousands of fingers pointing at them and were ridiculed by tens of thousands of people, branded with the title of coward. And ultimately, not only did they vanish from the face of the Star Glory Federation, but they had also gone down in history as a byword of infamy. At this moment, we have become a beast in the cage, and the only thing we can do is risk our lives. Even if you are unable to come out alive, we can fight a bloody battle till the end and show the world the courage of the cultivators of our Azure Sun sect. Only then would we have the possibility to rise from the ashes after the battle. What is a seed? You think it's a human, but that's wrong, absolutely wrong. Only courage is the seed of our Azure Sun sect. As long as our Azure Sun sect has this kind of courage and uprightness, our sect will remain forever. Han Tianyong paused a bit before he raised his voice as his voice turned resonant like a bell. Members of Azure Sun sect, listen up. Under the leader, elders, deacons, and managers, every disciple in the 6th level of the refinement stage or higher, prepare to attack. Those who have the higher cultivation will charge in the front, while this leader of yours will lead the charge. If the high-level foundation building cultivators are dead, intermediate-level foundation building cultivators will lead the charge. If the intermediate-level foundation building cultivators are dead, low-level foundation building cultivators will lead the charge. If all the foundation building cultivators are dead, the refinement stage disciples will lead the charge. Whoever is afraid of death, roll out now and leave the Azure Sun sect. We will part ways right here. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the Ghost King Venomous Toad were getting fiercer and fiercer, and most of the defensive array glyphs had been corroded by the poison. In at most half an hour, the demon beasts would charge into the edifice and start a bloody massacre. The disciples of the Azure Sun sect also knew that their leader's every word was true, and that they already had no room for escape. In any case, they were going to die, so why not die a heroic death? That way, they can receive the support from the country, and once the Azure Sun sect is reconstructed, their parents, wives, and children would receive great care. If they cower and sit still like a turtle retracting its head and hiding in its shell, then once the demon beasts broke the array, the building would be flooded with them and their death would just be a trifling matter. None of the disciples withdrew as they took guns and sabers out of the sheaths and prepared for a fight to the death. At this moment, a thunderous cry rang forth in the sky. 300 cultivators of Clear Heart Palace have come to fight shoulder to shoulder with fellow Taoists of verdant Tarn City. That was just the beginning. Within 10 minutes, billowing thunderous cries rose one after another. 150 cultivators of Fire and Ice Peak have come to fight shoulder to shoulder with fellow Taoists of verdant Tarn City. 80 cultivators of Permanent Sky Mansion have come to fight shoulder to shoulder with fellow Taoists of verdant Tarn City. 500 cultivators of Grand Desolate War Institution have come to fight shoulder to shoulder with fellow Taoists of verdant Tarn City. The disciples of the Azure Sun sect were first astounded for a moment before they became wild with joy as they jumped and cheered in jubilation. Leader, the reinforcements have arrived. Cultivators of a couple dozen sects within the 500 kilometers have rushed over. Even the Grand Desolate War Institutions have sent 500 teachers and students to participate in the battle. Han Tianyang slightly quivered before he heaved a sigh of relief. His taut nerves were suddenly relaxed down. He could not even utter a word. He waved his hands with exhaustion as though a weight had been lifted off his mind. He was drenched in sweat. At this moment, thunderous cries once again rang forth in the sky. Cultivators of various sects who are bravely fighting the enemy. The Federation government has just announced that all the reconstruction work of verdant Tarn City will be handed over to the sects who are participating in this battle. Furthermore, the rights to operate the 19 mines near the Fertile Valley for 100 years will also be awarded, depending on who has performed the most bravely during the battle. City reconstruction work. Right to operate 19 mines for a century. No matter what kind of reward is obtained, the profits would be an astronomical figure. It would be sufficient to expand our Azure Sun sect by 4 to 5 times. Forget that. Just one mine would bring so much crystal resources, enough to allow our cultivation to advance by a few levels. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone cast their gaze at Han Tianyang. Everyone's face was laced with excitement, and their eyes were blooming with a resplendent aura. An elder could not help but ask, "Leader, are we still going to charge?" Han Tianyang burst into laughter as his body was surrounded in a powerful aura. At the same time, his white hair radiated with a dazzling silver radiance, and his emaciated skin turned moist and shiny again. All of a sudden, he became 100 years younger. Metamorphosis. He was burning his life force to impact the limits of evolution. Of course, we are going to charge. Many fellow Taoists have come to help us, and the beast tide must be in chaos. At this moment, rushing through the front would be as easy as a hot knife cutting through butter. Furthermore, you have all heard about verdant Tarn City's reconstruction work, and there is also the right to operate the 19 mines near Fertile Valley for 100 years. You just have to summon up your courage, suppress your fear of death, and bravely fight for the sect. Even if we are assigned just 10%, it would be sufficient for our Azure Sun sect to prosper for the next 100 years. We can even be ranked among the top 100 in the Federation. 100 years of foundation. If we are not going fight in this battle, then when will we? Disciples of the Azure Sun sect, listen up. Release all your energy and ignite your souls. Blast to your strongest state and charge with me. Kill for the future of the Azure Sun sect. The cultivators of the wasteland were intrinsically more valiant than those from the inland. Their morale was boosted by the news of the arrival of the military, and they were excited by the reconstruction project of verdant Tarn City and the 19 crystal or veins. Not only did the cultivators from the Azure Sun sect jumped towards the Ghost King Venomous Toad like an unstoppable force, the several dozen cultivators in the stronghold ignited their life force to unleash a final counterattack. Several hundred cultivators at the building foundation stage or higher dropped down from the skies, specifically aiming at the demon generals within the beast tide. Demon generals were front-line commanders of the beast tide, and once they were killed, the ordinary demon beasts who possessed relatively simple brains would become a confused mess and incapable of engaging in tactics. In addition, the military used their crystal warships to airdrop light crystal tanks which were ill-suited for city-centric combat. The Federation army advanced in suppressing the beast tide from the outside. The three-pronged attack wreaked havoc for a long while before the initial suppression of the beast tide was finally made. Quite a few civilians had been rescued from within the stronghold. But this time, the wormhole had emerged underground. Countless demon beasts rushed through the sewers to the surface like a tide of water. Demon kings, whose power was equivalent to humanity's core formation stage cultivators, oversaw the battle from underground. The cruel street combat would have to continue for a long period of time. In the factory district located in the southwest region of Verdant Tarn City, 9 cultivators had formed a small squad. They advanced forward with complete vigilance. They were all freshmen of Grand Desolate War Institution. Aside from Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan, who possess combat experience, the remaining members had rarely exchanged blows with demon beasts on a true battlefield. So, their first mission was to get familiar with the battlefield as quickly as possible and to accumulate real combat experience. The demon beasts didn't devastate the southwestern portion of Verdant Tarn City as hard as the other areas. High-stage cultivators had already swept through this factory district and were unable to discover any excessively tyrannical high-stage demon beasts. At most, there were a few demon soldiers lying in wait within the darkness, which was most suitable for these newcomers to train on. Ding Lingdang was the leader of these troops. In other words, she was the babysitter of these newcomers. She was extremely dissatisfied about this task. She pouted and cursed as she kicked small rocks on the roadside around. Liao held the 6-barrel revolver cannon with both hands. Ammunition belts were wound around his body, and he carried a giant metal crate weighing over 1,000 kilograms on his back. All sorts of equipment were piled atop of him like a mountain, burying him entirely inside. Cheerfully walking in the middle of the squad, no matter how one looked at him, he looked like an upstart who got rich overnight. Zhao Tianchong's and Lu Tieshan's moods became a bit displeased. They were different from normal freshmen. They had actual combat experience since the age of 10, and by now they could be considered veterans of the battlefield. Executing this mission of bringing along these newcomers more or less meant that they were acting as babysitters. And there was also Li Yao within this group of newcomers. He was like a master carrying all those big guns around, showing off his combat power. They thought about the moment when the recoil of the cannon would fracture Li Yao's bones. How Li Yao would scream with wah wah, implicating everyone in the scene. The two became even more depressed just thinking about it. When this mission is over, we'll apply for a higher-level mission and engage in free slaughter. It's best to get far, far away from Li Yao. This newbie. The two people looked each other in the eyes, each revealing their intentions from their eyes. The blood-like setting sun dyed the dilapidated walls with a layer of red. There was no hint of people within the destroyed factory district. It was incomparably desolate. There were collapsed buildings and abandoned flying shuttles everywhere. There were even a few shriveled-up demon beast corpses in the corners. The ground was mottled everywhere with the black color of their blood. A faint red glow floated within the air, permeating with an acrid aura. Ordinary people could hold on for 35 minutes before dizziness, shortness of breath, and chest tightness kicked in. Even though these 9 were cultivators, their minds were agitated and their thoughts were a mess. It was a discomfort that could not be described. Ding Lingdang took out a box of dark green ointment from between her breasts. She smeared a bit beneath her nose and passed it along to the student next to her. As the student applied it and passed it on, she explained, "This is demonic energy. Besides the death of a demon beast, the rotting of their corpses will generate this demonic energy. Also, quite a few demon beasts can release demonic energy naturally. Demonic energy exceeding a concentration of 10% isn't suitable for the survival of ordinary humans, and even cultivators would find it hard to persevere for long in a concentration exceeding 30%. In a concentration exceeding 50%, one must wear a crystal suit and rely on powerful purification magical equipment in order to fight within the demonic energy. The Blood Demon sector is the headquarters of the demon beasts. It's said that quite a few places in the Blood Demon sector have demonic energy concentration exceeding 70%. This was one of the reasons why our human race has been constantly unable to breach the Blood Demon sector. Our crystal suits are too few in number. If only there was a crystal suit that was cheap to manufacture. Squads could be equipped with this crystal suit on a massive scale, and only in this way could we assemble a great force that could engage in a great decisive battle within the Blood Demon sector, where the concentration of demonic energy exceeds 70%. This last sentence was purposefully directed towards Liao. Sure enough, the glow in Liao's eyes radiated intensely, and his fighting spirit soared even higher. Ding Lingdang laughed and continued, "Here, the concentration of demonic energy doesn't exceed 3%. Besides assaulting the nose, it won't cause any major disturbances, but everyone still needs to be careful. The dense demonic energy shows that there are quite a few demon beasts lying in wait nearby. They can appear at any time." Hiss! 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 Before Ding Lingdong's voice could fade away, sounds that were as sharp as needles ferociously stabbed against their eardrums thrice. Several flying shuttles were discarded to the side of the road, suddenly exploding. 3 black balls with a diameter of a meter each came rolling out. They made an ear-piercing hiss and split open as jointed limbs sharp like blades reached out. They turned into 3 2-meter-tall demon beasts that bore their fangs and brandished their claws. At first glance, they looked like a hybrid between a cockroach and a mantis that was enlarged by 1,000 times. Hard black carapaces covered their bodies. The tips of their 2 limbs were condensed into sabers, and 2 barbs even grew out from the very front. Under the illumination of the setting sun, they let out a chilling aura that made one's blood run cold. Black armored saber mantis. For quite a few of the freshmen, this was their first time seeing this sort of demon beast. Each of them raised their wrists to look at their crystal processors. A large paragraph of information suddenly jumped out from within the hologram. The black armored saber mantis was a type of joint-limbed demon beast with an extremely savage nature. A fully matured black armored saber mantis could reach the rank of a low-level demon soldier. It could brandish its 2 forelimbs, which were like chainswords, to engage in combat, and it could also curl into a ball to move at high speeds and ferociously ram its prey. Even though the black armored saber mantis was a low-level demon soldier with not the highest of offensive abilities, the life force of this demon beast was very hard to overcome. Even if the main brain located in the center portion of its body was annihilated, it can still persevere for a dozen minutes by relying on its savage instincts. All of its limbs had to be cut off in order to cause it to lose all its combat ability completely. The remaining series of data included the black armored saber mantis's maximum speed, maximum destructive ability, etc. There were also a few videos of cultivators fighting the black armored saber mantis. However, since they were faced with powerful enemies, they naturally didn't have the time to research these videos in detail. Hissis! The scarlet compound eyes of the 3 black armored saber mantis spun for a very long time at the sight of this many humans. Couldn't help but be enticed. It pressed in closer step by step. Slaughter was fused in the blood and nature of demon beasts. Even if it had an intelligence rivaling that of humans, it would still be compelled to move under the desires to slaughter and would commit acts with all sorts of extreme craziness. In accordance with its strength, demon soldiers were divided into the 3 levels of upper, intermediate, and lower. The lower demon soldiers were equivalent to low-level refinement stage cultivators. Even though demon beasts were more savage than humans, humans possessed more abilities and magical equipment. When the same level of opponents meet face-to-face, one must look at their on-the-spot performance to see who would be the victor and who would be the loser. "I'm coming for you." Zhao Tianchong made a long hiss, not waiting for the other people to respond. His figure already transformed into a gray streak of light, flashing in between the 3 black armored saber mantises. He unsheathed a sharp blade from his waist, and several hundred streaks of swordlight covered the entirety of 10-meter radius region. It was as if the mass of swordlight interweaved to form a hurricane that completely sucked the 3 black armored saber mantises inside. Ding. No one was able to see his actions at all. They could only hear the long sword collide endlessly with the blade-like limbs of the black armored saber mantises as sparks scattered all around. At practically the same time came more hissing sounds from farther away. For black armored saber mantis had sensed this fight and came rushing to aid their comrades. Now it's my turn, Lu Taizhan laughed. He ferociously punched his seemingly scale-covered fists together, unexpectedly producing arcs and arcs of crackling electricity. Like a tiger setting off the mountain, he swooped down charging towards the 4 black armored saber mantises. 3 minutes later, great amounts of electrical arcs coiled around the bodies of the black armored saber mantises, letting out the strong stench of burnt flesh. Not only were their brains turned to mush from the electricity, but their limbs were also all paralyzed by it. They laid weakly on the ground, unable to move a single step. Zhao Tianchong also finished his kill. His monster-like figure withdrew back to the team. The sword twirled in the arc of a flower and was swung to flick off the bit of demon blood on the tip before being returned to its sheath with a click. A great amount of purple blood sprayed like mist from the 3 black armored saber mantis following this sound. All their limbs separated from their bodies in an instant, and their bodies were each separated into 2 halves with great precision. Senior brother Lu's so mighty. This thunder devil fist move is far too beautiful. Brother Zhao is unrivaled. Within your hands, the essence of the phantom sword technique is truly displayed in great detail. It has greatly opened our eyes. Several of the freshmen cried out in admiration one after another. If they had made their moves, perhaps they would have been able to slay a black armored saber mantis after a bloody fight. However, it would have been impossible for them to shed the blood of their opponents so freely, skillfully, and easily like these 2 experts. Ding Lingdang coldly interrupted them. Don't let down your guard. These 6 are just guards. What's next is the real enemy. Before her voice could fade away, a gold beetle ball with a diameter of 2 meters came rolling out from an abandoned building to the side. It bore its fangs and brandished its claws, stretching to be over 3 meters in height. It was a giant mantis whose body flickered all over with gold light. Its blade-like forelimbs were twice as long as the forelimbs of a black armored saber mantis, and sawtooths that flashed with a chilling aura covered and hung atop of the limbs. As soon as these teeth hooked onto flesh, a huge chunk of skin and bone would be ripped off. The gold-armored saber mantis was a variation of the black-armored saber mantis. Its maximum strength can reach the level of an intermediate demon soldier, and it possessed even more powerful demonic techniques and can consume metal ores to strengthen its carapace. Its carapace was the same as being equipped with a layer of hard armor. Its defensive power was extremely high. The gold-armored saber mantis, its maximum combat ability is equivalent to the intermediate-level refinement stage. A scream came out from the group of freshmen. Anyway, everyone wasn't too nervous. After all, they had Ding Lingdang, a building foundation stage cultivator, watching over them. What's the big deal about an intermediate-level demon soldier? Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan were itching to fight it. The gold-armored saber mantis was a series stronger than them, but they were all 1 in 10,000 cultivation geniuses, and they even had the support of an expert. If the 2 of them joined hands, even if they weren't able to surpass the gap and slay this monster, they would absolutely be able to escape unharmed. They glanced at each other directly, and were about to advance forward when someone suddenly oddly said, "Hold on, isn't there someone with heavy firepower within our squad?" Naturally, before anything else, we should let the heavy firepower expert mow through a round against this kind of demon beast with extremely high defensive power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone's gazes all congregated upon Liao's body when these words were spoken. Everyone was more or less a bit discontent with Liao's decision. When a team was first formed, bringing along 1 or 2 support members who possessed no combat ability, like a doctor, a spirit tattoo artist, or a refiner, was very normal. These support members could display necessary functions in key moments, and everyone did their best to protect them with all their strength. But as a support member, Liao needed to get his own status clear. No one expected him to display much combat strength, so it was best not to cause trouble. If Liao were to wield a thunderfire bolt gun or a similar ordinary firearm to occasionally suppress a demon beast at long range for a moment, No one would say anything even if he missed. But he just had to carry such a huge 6-barrel rotary cannon. Let alone its excessive weight, it had ferocious recoil. If he really did open fire with it, he would hurt himself before even chasing off the demon beast. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? So, a student with a more impatient temperament hid to the back of the group after letting out a cry. He wanted to see how Liao would handle this tough problem. Liao had no idea what the intentions of the others were. He rolled up his sleeves to the side. He was long from being at the state of being able to hold himself back. He wielded the 6-barrel rotary cannon with both hands and advanced forward a few steps with great excitement. He followed the operational procedure recorded within the jade chips and laid open its support structure. The red crystals that coiled in a circle behind the 6-barrel rotary cannon suddenly flared with light, letting out an ice-cold killing aura that caused one's scalp to go numb. A humming sound came from within, making it seem like a giant metal beast was awakening from hibernation. Hiss! The gold-armored saber mantis was able to sense that there was something odd with this group of humans. However, Ding Lingdang had used the soul-converging technique to hide the entirety of her aura. In the eyes of the mantis, she was just a refinement stage cultivator. From the perspective of this intermediate-level demon soldier, even if it couldn't slaughter all of them, if it could slaughter at least a few of them, it would walk off without a second thought. So, with eyes revealing a savage intent, it strutted forward with imposing pressure. It had discovered the gun-wielding human within the team, but the gold-armored saber mantis was known for having powerful defensive strength. It would be very hard for ordinary firearms to harm it, not to mention the distance was so close. All it needed was a few seconds to charge into the crowd and let blood and flesh fly everywhere through slaughter. A wisp of ice-cold malevolence appeared within the scarlet compound eyes of the gold-armored saber mantis. Withdrawing its limbs, just as it was about to curl up into a ball and roll into the crowd, Liao took a deep breath. His slightly squinting pair of eyes suddenly bulged wide as his skin-tight black combat garments suddenly expanded while endless aura came shooting out from his pores, igniting the soul, exploding with energy, transforming the body. Liao's figure suddenly expanded by a factor as a faint gold luster appeared on his skin. He exerted force with both his legs, instantly splitting the earth. His feet entered 3 centimeters into the ground like 2 firm poles of a support frame, steadily holding the 6-barrel rotary cannon in place. Everyone was shocked besides Ding Lingdang. 3rd level of the refinement stage. What a powerful aura. He's at least at the 3rd level of the refinement stage. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan glanced at each other with incomparably complex gazes. The two of them had crazily engaged in bitter cultivation day-night and day in the Hidden Dragon Hall for half a year to barely break through to the 4th level of the refinement stage. Of the rest of the 100 or so hidden dragons, there were only a few that were able to break through to the 3rd level of the refinement stage. They would never have expected that Liao had reached the 3rd level of the refinement stage. They could tell that he had very powerful combat strength from his explosive state and that he absolutely wasn't as simple as a typical creation-type cultivator. He was a hybrid-type cultivator to the letter, possessing talent for both creation and combat. I never thought that he was actually a hybrid type. Lu Taizhan laughed wryly. A wisp of envy was revealed within the eyes of this cultivation genius. This sort of gaze had only been exposed to him by others, and this was the first time for Lu Taizhan to be jealous of the talent of a peer. Liao didn't hear the cries of shock from the others. From igniting his life force and exploding his spiritual energy, he entered an extremely stimulated and profound state. It was as if there were only 3 things left in the entire world. Him, the 6-barrel rotary cannon, and the gold-armored saber mantis. The cannon had already fused with his flesh and blood and trembled along with his breathing. He could clearly feel the pulsations of every array glyph on the cannon's body and of the spiritual energy of every explosive and restless bullet. When the restlessness of this spiritual energy reached its peak, it converged into an unstoppable current of spiritual energy. His heart beat faster and faster, as if his chest would explode open in the next second. Liao pulled the trigger with ferocity. Boom. The sight bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. they saw dazzling glowing spheres suddenly blossom in front of Liao. A streak of scarlet fire of incomparable might directly assaulted the gold-armored saber mantis along with an ear-deafening roar. It instantly lifted smoke and dust to fill the skies, enveloping the gold-armored saber mantis completely within. The gold-armored saber mantis was obscured by the smoke and dust. They could only cast their gazes onto Liao. Everyone's pupils were slightly dilated. Appearing within the depths of their eyes was a scene of incomparable horror. Liao's crazy display was simply like another terrifying demon beast. The recoil was extremely strong. Ordinary people would find it impossible to control. The 6-barrel rotary cannon, which was only found mounted on crystal tanks for fixed firepower, only slightly quivered within the control of Liao's powerful arms, maintaining a torrent of firepower. Liao adjusted the fire rate to its maximum. Over 1,000 rounds of spiritual energy explosive rounds engraved with assault-type array glyphs could be fired every minute. This meant that he had to withstand the bombarding recoil equivalent to several dozen heavy fists from a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator every second. Not only did Liao not shake at all, he even held up the spraying 6-barrel rotary cannon, withstood the heavy recoil, and forcefully advanced forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step he took embedded his feet deeply into the earth, rumbling out spiderweb-like cracks within. Zhao Tianchong's scalp was tingling just from watching. He whispered to Lu Taizhan, "Think you can do it?" Lu Taizhan watched as if he was drunk. He was stupefied for a long time before shaking his head. "If you give me enough gas, I should be able to stand there and bombard away for half the day. But to forcefully withstand the recoil while also advancing forward and have my 2 arms not move even an iota, this is far too shocking. This kid's strength and blow resistance ability are simply inhuman." Within half a minute, a full 900 rounds of spiritual energy explosive rounds were sprayed clean. The deafening roar spontaneously ended, yet the barrel still spun at high speeds, letting out a rising azure smoke. Liao roared, "Awesome!" He never felt so awesome firing a gun before. All the fury that filled his heart had simply condensed within the spiritual energy explosive rounds to be completely exploded out. He could even bombard a Buddha. What gold-armored saber mantis? You've just been smashed to pieces by my bombardment. Liao loaded the 2nd ammunition belt and looked, filled with confidence, towards the depths of the smoke and dust. The smoke cleared. The gold-armored saber mantis was curled up in a shivering mass. It was frightened and unsteady, but it was completely unharmed. The heck? Liao was dumbfounded, and his face immediately flushed red. In the end, he wasn't a cultivator who specialized in guns, and neither had he cultivated in the mysterious and profound arts that were gun combat techniques. And the 6-barrel rotary cannon wasn't designed to be wielded by a single soldier, so it didn't have a super accurate targeting system. Even though Liao's ability to resist blows was extremely strong, so much so that the recoil couldn't hurt him, the recoil was still enough to cause the barrel to waver slightly. Coupled this with a little bad luck, most of the bullets just grazed past the gold-armored saber mantis, riddling a 200-meter-high 3-floor building with countless holes. It was scattered, smashed, and on the verge of collapse. Only 1% of the rounds had hit their target. However, the gold-armored saber mantis's carapace was circular-shaped and extremely strong. Most of the rounds had bounced off, and even if 1 or 2 of the rounds could penetrate through the cracks of the carapace and explode, the rounds wouldn't cause too much damage. He was faced with this result, but there was no one who continued to make cynical remarks towards him. The 6-barrel rotary cannon wasn't known to be an accurate firearm, as its main purpose was to suppress the advancement of demon beasts through its violent firepower. Looking at the gold-armored saber mantis all curled up, hugging its head and scampering, being completely suppressed in place, Liao had completed his task of being the heavy firepower member perfectly. Hiss! The gold-armored saber mantis's compound eyes were simply about to ignite into burning embers. It never thought that its grand self of being an intermediate-level demon soldier would be suppressed dead-fixed by this group of low-level refinement stage cultivators. It also knew that the advantage of heavy firepower laid in distance. The further the distance, the more formidable its might. This group of humans was toast as long as it could draw close. And it would absolutely tear that human wielding the gun at the front most of the group into countless pieces. The gold-armored saber mantis withdrew into its hard gold carapace ball in an instant and mixed together with the stench of a strong gale as it ferociously charged over to the group. Liao yelled with an explosive shout. An incorporeal barrier around his body was shattered into pieces and his aura expanded by another factor. Fourth level of the refinement stage? No one even had the strength to feel shocked at this moment. They stared stupidly at Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan. These two both reached the fourth level of the refinement stage. Before, everyone recognized them as two rarely seen big experts of the freshman class. But now appeared a third freshman at the fourth level refinement stage. He was able to go head-to-head with them. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan gritted their teeth. It seemed that if they were to relax just a bit, a berserk howl would come shouting out of their mouths. Liao's strength had increased substantially after exploding into the realm of the fourth level of the refinement stage. He was able to barely suppress the muzzle of the 6-barrel rotary cannon into slight wavers. Even though he could still increase by another level, he didn't prepare to do so. Instead, he crazily calculated various cryptic and abstruse problems in his brain, madly increasing his brain cell activity. Liao entered the super-perceptive state in a second. In an instant, a series of dazzling data about the distance, bearing, and wind direction between himself and the gold-armored saber mantis manifested within his field of vision. The most optimal shooting trajectory completed calculations a moment later. Boom. The 6-barrel rotary cannon displayed its might once more. The accuracy of this volley increased greatly. The first series of spiritual energy explosive rounds collided against the carapace of the gold-armored saber mantis, causing sparks to scatter all around. It caused this demon beast equal to the intermediate-level refinement stage to stagger. At least 30% of the following 1,000 spiritual energy explosive rounds hit their target. They bombarded the gold-armored saber mantis's carapace, causing it to split and burst. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and the hissing never stopped. It was forced to flee, but no matter where it rolled, Liao was able to calculate a new firing trajectory in an instant. The rounds seemed to converge into a flaming whip that ferociously whipped against its body, and the whip specifically penetrated inside. The carapace of the gold-armored saber mantis was chiseled apart 10 seconds later. It retreated little by little as even a limb was severed to be sent flying. Don't tell me that he could actually use the 6-barrel rotary cannon to forcefully slay an intermediate-level demon soldier? Everyone had their eyes bulging and their mouths gaping. They watched Liao advance step by step, forcing the gold-armored saber mantis into a corner, making it completely defenseless under the bombardment. This was completely a display of firepower. A super-shocking display of firepower. Click! The gold-armored saber mantis had been forced to retreat step by step with its flesh and blood scattered through the air and its severed limbs dyeing the ground with blood. Suddenly, an ear-piercing mechanical sound came screeching from the 6-barrel rotary cannon. The unrestrained torrent of fire came to a sudden halt, seemingly as if the dance of a berserk flame was forcefully severed. Out of ammo. Liao's eyebrows creased slightly. He now understood why Ding Lingdang and other close-combat cultivators didn't like to use firearms. The firepower of firearms was ferocious, but the consumption rate of ammunition was a bit too much. Even several hundred rounds of ammunition weren't enough to completely slay an intermediate-level demon soldier. If this was a high-level demon soldier, a demon general, or even a demon king, how many rounds would he need? Only the troops that ensured resources to logistics were able to pour down a torrent of firepower in a completely unrestrained manner. It was impossible for a tiny combat squad formed by cultivators to bring several 100,000 rounds of ammunition for each mission when they engaged in close-quarter slaughter day in and day out in the wasteland. On a small scale with a long time frame, the fist or the sword was more reliable in high-intensity combat. Hisses! The gold-armored saber mantis's shrieking was incomparable, ear-piercing, sharp, and berserk. It hadn't been killed, but it had received serious injuries. Not only was its carapace split in half, but 3 of its 8 jointed limbs were severed, and even its right forelimb that carried a sawtooth edge had been severed, causing a stinky purple fluid to flow out from the wound. There was no longer the imposing air of a mantis king. It was simply like a stray dog with a broken leg. Although the gold-armored saber mantis was seriously injured, it turned even more crazy, violent, and bloodthirsty. It painfully swallowed its last bit of reason, and its scarlet compound eyes seemed to drip with blood. It also discovered that Liao had exhausted the last of his rounds. Its shriek turned incomparably ruthless. It withdrew its limbs and backed up 2 steps. It was about to come charging over. Not good. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, realizing that Liao's display of firepower, of Liao pressing forward step by step, had caused him to be faintly separated from their protection. A lone soldier had deeply entered enemy lines, walking to the front of the gold-armored saber mantis. It didn't matter if he was a refiner or a heavy firepower user. He was in a defenseless state close to an injured and berserk demon beast. The consequences were going to be very serious. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. They were just about to go save him. Wait! Ding Lingdang suddenly stopped them. A calm smile hung on her face. She nodded with her chin. Don't be impatient. Let's see what happens next. In their moment of hesitation came a shocking development right in front of them. Liao tossed the 6-barrel rotary cannon to the side and placed down the metal box he had always carried on his back. A boom sounded. The heavy weight smashed against the earth, causing dirt to go flying. Liao muttered to himself as his pair of hands transformed into a gray cloud. He was working at lightning-fast speeds. The several dozen array glyphs all around the metal box suddenly flared to sketch the crisscross structure of a profound and complicated glyph. The large metal box made a smooth mechanical sound as all sides of the box suddenly unfolded open, revealing countless crystal gears. The entire structure went through a transformation as the gears operated at high speeds. It actually transformed into a portable weapons rack. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hatchets, axes, hooks, tridents, 18 classes of bladed weapons of every variety were available, all of which were flowing with brilliant light. They were all dauntless close combat magical equipment. This is way too excessive. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They never expected that Liao would carry this many close combat magical equipment. He really deserved to be called a refiner. The gold-armored saber mantis was intimidated by the cold aura of the weapons. It was stunned for a long time before being stimulated by the savage nature of a beast from its pain. It brandished its sickle-like forelimb and suddenly came charging over. Liao was composed as he reached out with his left arm towards the weapons rack and put a black iron ring on his wrist. Then he whistled. 5 black shields the size of palms flew into the air and revolved slowly around him. Occasionally, they would combine together to form a large shield in front of his left arm. Occasionally, this large shield would disperse back to smaller shields that protected every vital point on his body. Liao shot out with his right hand and grabbed a flaming saber. It was as if he was wielding a raging and burning flame. The corners of his mouth curled up as he charged at the gold-armored saber mantis with a chuckle. The gold-armored saber mantis greatly displayed its mad nature. It shrieked and it heavily rammed over. Liao didn't hide or dodge. The 5 shields on his left arm combined to form a single large shield, forcefully blocking the gold-armored saber mantis's ramming attack. With a boom, Liao flew 7, 8 meters away. The gold-armored saber mantis also reeled back by 4, 5 steps. It staggered and was somewhat disoriented. This ability to resist blows is far too terrifying. It can actually match the full force of a demon beast. Everyone, including the mighty Lu Taizhan, was scared witless at the sight of this scene. The strength of the gold-armored saber mantis didn't necessarily fall to the level of a low-level demon beast even if it was seriously injured. Demon beasts were known for their great strength, and after being injured, the mantis greatly displayed its mad nature. Liao was actually able to meet it head-on, and, after turning his body mid-air and landing on the ground, Liao squatted deeply with his legs and let out a long whistle. He sprung up and pounced. The flaming saber's tip was released to be over 3 meters long. It went to ferociously cleave through the gold-armored saber mantis. He was actually the first to recover from the gold-armored saber mantis's ramming attack. Hiss! The gold-armored saber mantis was still dizzy. It never thought that this human would be this dauntless. Having been caught off guard, it was cleaved by the saber. Even though its carapace was incomparably hard, the saber penetrated deeply into its body and a giant gush of purple fluid spurted out, which was then evaporated in an instant by the flaming saber, letting out a tess. For its temperature to be this high, what kind of saber is this? And it can even split the carapace of a gold-armored saber mantis with a single swing. All the freshmen had gradually gotten used to Li Yao's strong and fierce body. However, they were curious about the model of the peculiar saber. Most notably were the sword cultivators of the Chaos Edge Hall. Their eyes flared when they saw just how sharp this flaming saber was. They discussed spiritedly, but in the end, they were unable to think of just which sect had refined that masterwork weapon. With this one strike hitting its target, Li Yao knew to quit when he was ahead. He instantly retreated 5 meters to avoid another dangerous and explosive attack from the gold-armored saber mantis. He put the flaming saber back to the weapons rack and took out a chainsword. Not only was the sword blade of this chainsword especially large and wide, the sawteeth looked to be like the fangs of wolves and had a slight curvature to them. It was unknown what kind of forging technique was used to have a faint color of blood be infused in the tips of the sawteeth. Its imposing air was extremely terrifying. With a shaking of his hand, the wolf sawteeth began to vibrate at high speeds to cut through the air, letting out a terrifying purr. Li Yao, wielding the chainsword, pounced at the mantis once again. After the dazzling display of firepower, Li Yao devoted the next 10 minutes to demonstrating his wonderful, brilliant, and varied close combat magical equipment. Aside from the flaming saber and the wolf fang chainsword, he took out battle axes, great hammers, spears, and etc. from the weapons rack one after another. He had taken out a dozen or so close combat magical equipment. Every type of weapon was a strange model and was far different from the close combat magical equipment commonly seen on the market. The astonishment in Zhao Tianchong's and Lu Tieshan's eyes grew more and more intense. The others were shocked by Li Yao endlessly producing all sorts of magical equipment, but they were shocked by the essence of Li Yao's incomparably strong and fierce body. The two discovered that it didn't matter what magical equipment Li Yao wielded. Li Yao had only one pattern of attack, and it was not fancy at all. It was just meeting force with force. First, he would use the shield to ram the gold-armored saber mantis, and then he would take advantage of the gold-armored saber mantis's dizzy state and pounce on top of it at flying speeds to unleash an attack. And before the gold-armored saber mantis could recover, Li Yao would quickly retreat and switch to a different weapon. These tactics were utterly simple and crude, but they were absolutely effective. However, only Li Yao, with his monstrous transformation of being able to resist blows, was able to use this kind of tactic. If it were anyone else, even if they had a shield for protection, they would only be able to withstand up to 3 to 5 collisions before spitting up blood. What do you think of Li Yao's combat strength? If he was facing us 2 versus 1 instead of a demon beast, who do you think would win? Zhao Tianchong whispered to Lu Taizhan. Lu Taizhan silently muttered to himself before saying, Li Yao's strength and ability to resist blows is completely enough to shock me. His instantaneous burst strength is also very powerful. Just look. He's deep in his squat when he suddenly explodes forth. His speed instantly reaches his maximum like a hurricane. Even the gold-armored saber mantis is finding it hard to react to. Other than this, he's a complete expert in defense. He must have cultivated in a technique that specializes in defense. A strange protective film formed from his spiritual energy covers his entire body. The deadly offensive displayed several times by the gold-armored saber mantis was all dispersed by this protective film. He has this layer of spiritual energy protective film. Combine this with his steel-like physique, and Li Yao's defensive power might dreadfully be higher than that of the gold-armored saber mantis. Even if I land my Thunder Devil Fist, I don't have the confidence that I would be able to blast apart his defenses. However, Lu Taizhan made a change in topic. He spoke somewhat befuddled. Compared to his defenses, His attacks are simply a mess. I can't even stand to directly look at it. It's completely at the level of an amateur. Zhao Tianchong nodded and said, I agree with your views, but I feel that Liao has chosen wisely. Wisely? Lu Taizhan scratched his hair and asked, What do you mean? Zhao Tianchong chuckled and explained, A person's time and energy are limited. It's impossible to learn everything. For fellow student Liao to be able to modify and produce a first-generation Tai crafting furnace, clearly, he has put in a great amount of time and energy into refining techniques, so how much time would he have left to spend on combat cultivation? Even if he doesn't have the time, he should first learn more practical skills. With his great strength, he can carry more magical equipment and items than us, and he can display the superiority of being a massively equipped man. His ability to resist blows is strong, and he has a superior defensive technique. These can all help raise his survival rate on the battlefield. As for offensive techniques, it doesn't matter if he learns them or not. In the end, he's a refiner, not the main force of combat. Lu Taizhan let out a long breath after listening. He spoke with some anxiety in his heart. I understand now after your explanation. It looks like this kid is still a normal human. He doesn't know everything. His greatest weakness is being not good at attacking. Zhao Tianchong replied, You can't really say it's a weakness. Everyone has chosen a different specialty, so certainly everyone has different paths of development. If someone knows how to refine, has extraordinary strength, and is a master in close combat, then that's simply. He shook his head and didn't continue speaking. Then, a sudden change occurred at this time. The gold-armored saber mantis, with cuts all over its body, was nearly drained of all its purple fluids. It finally was unable to endure the frontal standoff against Liao. Letting out a shriek and a swoosh, two thin, transparent cicada-like wings suddenly unfolded from its body with a light leap. The gold-armored saber mantis flew a dozen or so meters. It fled in a panic. Liao was able to force a gold-armored saber mantis to retreat all by himself? Even now, there were still quite a few freshmen who couldn't believe their eyes. Liao calmly felt out a small remote control from his waist. A smile filled his face. He aimed it at the direction the gold-armored saber mantis was fleeing in and lightly pressed. Boom. The gold-armored saber mantis suddenly shivered, and then its entire body exploded. Several dozen balls of fire suddenly expanded, transforming into slow blossoming lotuses of blood one after another. What the heck? At first, the group of people was deathly silent, but then they exploded with shouts of shock one after another, never stopping. Did he cultivate in some exceptional mystical ability to allow his spiritual energy to penetrate into the gold-armored saber mantis and have it hibernate within the mantis's blood only to have it explode during its final moment? Lu Taizhan's forehead seeped with sweat. The Devil Fist sect had several similar mystical abilities, but these were high-level techniques that only powerful cultivators at the building foundation stage or higher could use. How could Liao do such a thing by himself? Zhao Tianchong stared dead-fixed at the remote control in Liao's hand and shook his head. It's not an ability. There are bombs. Lu Taizhan cried out. Bombs? When did he have the time to put so many bombs on the gold-armored saber mantis? Not to mention that the gold-armored saber mantis's carapace is incomparably smooth. So how did he get the bombs to stick? Zhao Tianchong was a bit crushed as he muttered. We're still underestimating fellow student Liao far too much. We thought that he decided to meet force with force against the gold-armored saber mantis by relying on his powerful and strong physique and his powerful ability to resist blows. I only realized it just now. This was all a trap to hide his killer move. Lu Taizhan gaped and his eyeballs spun. It seemed that he understood something as his expression grew more aghast. Zhao Tianchong saw Lu Tieshan's ashen face and knew that he had seen through a few things. Zhao Tianchong nodded and said, Yes, I'm afraid it's as you've guessed. For fellow student Liao met the gold-armored saber mantis using force against force. It was only to cause the gold-armored saber mantis to have a moment of dizziness so that he could draw in to close range. In the instant when the distance between the two closed in to zero, Liao took a few miniature bombs and secretly put them onto the gold-armored saber mantis's body. As for how he was able to get these bombs to stick onto the gold-armored saber mantis's smooth carapace, I don't know. He was able to place a few miniature bombs with every collision. A dozen collisions later, several dozens of miniature bombs were attached to the vital points of the gold-armored saber mantis. This demon beast was already seriously injured. It made a frantic getaway without caring for its injuries and was flying at high speeds when the dozen of miniature bombs exploded at that same time. So how else could it have ended beside it dying? It's impossible for fellow student Liao to bring this many bombs on him in one go. We believed that each time Liao retreated to the weapons rack, it was to swap for a new weapon to use the gold-armored saber mantis as a test subject for testing the might of his magical equipment. However, this was just one of his goals. A more important goal was to use the swapping of weapons to cover up grabbing more miniature bombs. The gold-armored saber mantis has extremely high intelligence. If it had seen Liao grab a whole bunch of bombs, it certainly would have fled early on. Only in this way could Liao attach several dozen miniature bombs to the carapace of the demon beast. And it didn't even know what hit it. It never discovered it even until death. Zhao Tianchong laughed bitterly and continued. Fellow student Liao understands his weak point of having a lack of attack ability very well. He actually managed to think of such a strange combat tactic that displays his superiority in hand speed to the pinnacle. I had to think back in great detail to be able to think of this. He had performed a few seemingly redundant movements. I originally thought that his hands were flustered because he wasn't good at attacking, so I didn't think it was important. Only now do I know. That was the time he had placed the miniature bombs. If we were his enemy and he places some bombs on our body when we exchange blows, what do you think the aftermath would be like? Lu Taizhan pondered for a moment before shaking his head hard. That's impossible. We're different from demon beasts. The carapace around the gold-armored saber mantis is a layer of exoskeleton. There are no sensory organs, so it can't feel the subtle changes on its carapace, which was how Liao was able to attach several dozen bombs without it knowing. We're people who cultivate, and every fine hair is incomparably sensitive. We would find out in the first instance. Even so, fear still lingered in these two people's hearts. This was because they realized that Liao wasn't a simple meathead with overly developed limbs. Even if he possessed tyrannical and incomparable strength, within the midst of battle, what he loved to use more was his brain. Zhao Tianchong's expression turned incomparably grave in an instant. He clenched his teeth as he said, "People may be given the wrong birth name, but nicknames are never wrong. I've heard that fellow student Liao has a nickname back in his hometown called the Vulture. He truly lives up to his name. He's a vulture that's vicious, crazy, and cunning." During their conversation, Liao returned with a face full of calmness. Everyone immediately surrounded him to chatter at the same time. "Fellow student Liao, you really broke into the 4th level of the refinement stage? That's way too incredible. Fellow student Liao, these magical equipment you just used, just which sect refined them? No matter how I look at them, they all look somewhat familiar, but I can't think of any at all. Did you really use bombs to finish off the gold-armored saber mantis, fellow student Liao? How were you able to have the bombs stay attached to the smooth carapace of the gold-armored saber mantis for so long? They didn't fall no matter how violently it moved." Liao split into a grin and spread open his empty pair of hands. His hands subtly swayed and 4 fine miniature crystal bombs appeared between his fingers. They were different from normal bombs. This kind of bomb had a sticky light green slime on one side and was carefully wrapped by a layer of film. "This is my special sticky bomb. One side is applied with the slime of a bullet dart frog. As soon as it's exposed to the air, it can generate an extremely strong adhesive strength and stick itself to the carapace of a demon beast for a full dozen minutes. This was specially refined to break the hard outer husks of demon beasts." The bullet dart frog was a large frog species that was commonly seen in the Heaven Origin sector. Its tongue was very long and was even coated with a powerful adhesive fluid. As soon as its tongue lashed out, the tongue could even cling to small animals atop of branches. The tongue would then retract and the frog would eat the prey. And so, this was how its name came to be. After people discovered the special characteristic of this frog, the bullet dart frog was raised on a massive scale for the extraction of the slime of its tongue. The slime was regarded as a purely natural glue. However, this was the first time they saw the glue and a bomb be combined together. Their eyes couldn't be stopped from lighting up. Liao handed the sticky bomb to the student next to him to let everyone take a look at it. Then, he casually raised his flaming saber. All of the magical equipment here have undergone my modifications and enhancements. They have quite the increase from their original performances. Take, for instance, this Scarlet Sun Demon's Lair flaming saber. This is a typical design pushed out by the Scarlet Dragon sect 37 years ago. Its design is quite outstanding, and among similar flame magical equipment, it can be considered to be out of the ordinary. However, the crystal consumption for its fire is too high, and after a long period of battle, it is very likely that spiritual energy overflow would occur. As a result, the handle would then burn the hand, influencing one's combat experience. But after re-refining over the key areas and going through my intense forging, this Scarlet Sun Demon's Lair flaming saber's maximum temperature has been raised by 11% and the flaming edge has been lengthened by 8%. When using the standard purity of crystals for fire, its time in combat has been increased by 7%. Most importantly, I've fixed the defect of its spiritual energy overflow. It won't burn your hand no matter how you use it. As for how to use it, each and every fellow student who uses sabers, take it for a try. As for those who use swords, battle axes, meteor hammers, don't worry, fellow students. All of the close combat magical equipment here are all modified versions. Their performances have increased from the original version by at least 10%. I will introduce them one by one. Everyone, feel free to play. Liao held a chainsword in his left hand and a meteor hammer in his right. His mouth was a torrent of words, talking non-stop as he hyped up his magical equipment up to the heavens, causing everyone who listened to be stupefied. In the end, he spoke with radiating passion. Of all these modified magical equipment, the most expensive is just 990 credits, while the cheapest is just 630 credits. They're practically free. What are you waiting for, fellow students? The time for battle is at hand. These weapons will greatly increase your killing efficiency when they're in your hands. Grab your crystal processors post-haste and trade with me. Everyone had looked through and passed on Liao's magical equipment. Quite a few sword cultivators revealed expressions of fondness for them, but no one said a word. The scene entered into an eerie silence. Zhao Tianchong coughed dryly a moment later. He said with some awkwardness, "Fellow student Liao, the magical equipment you've modified are really quite decent, and even I'm tempted by them. But the price, isn't it a bit too high? Basically, they're twice as high as the original version." Liao was stunned and his brows furrowed. "Fellow student Zhao Tianchong, we're all part of the same circle. Don't use this kind of method to haggle with me. Everyone knows that the structures of the underlying magical equipment are classics. They are the coalescence of the heart and blood of numerous master refiners over several dozens of years. Even the most subtle modification wouldn't be easy to do. I meticulously handcrafted, hand-forged, and even assimilated high-quality materials into each and every key component. Only in this way could I increase the performance by at least 10%. The amount of time, energy, and costs I spent is unknown. Increasing the price by double isn't excessive, right? If the goods are real, then double the base price is not outrageous." Zhao Tianchong admitted that increasing the performance of a magical equipment by 10% warranted increasing the price by 100%. This was a very normal thing. In the most extreme case, even if the magical equipment was increased by 1% and the price was doubled, this would all be within a reasonable range. After all, on the battlefield, an increase in performance of 1% could decide the matter between life and death. The value here could not be measured by money. However, fellow student Liao, you probably don't quite understand the mentality of us students of the combat department. From our perspective, we're still at the learning stage. It isn't a good thing to use excessively powerful weapons while we're still learning. Zhao Tianchong explained with complete sincerity. If we get used to using powerful weapons right now, we would become dependent on them and neglect our own cultivation. Then when we leave university, enter a true battlefield, and the masterwork weapon breaks, wouldn't we be screwed? You're right. Another student spoke agreeing. There's an unwritten rule in our Chaos Edge Hall. In daily training, we must use only the simplest, the most basic of weapons to temper ourselves for true strength. Therefore, even though your modified magical equipment are quite decent from our perspective, they're a bit excessive. Liao was stunned for a long time before shouting, "That can't be right?" Sure, low-grade weapons can be used to temper and train one's combat skills for day-to-day training, but on the battlefield you can't still be using low-grade weapons, right? You have to use 1 or 2 high-grade weapons to protect yourself, right? A few sword cultivators glanced at each other, but in the end, it was still Zhao Tianchong who explained, "Indeed, fellow student Liao, on a real battlefield we do carry weapons of 2 different grades. If we encounter weak demon beasts like the black armored saber mantis, we would use our low-grade weapons to temper our combat skills. If we meet demon beasts more powerful than us, like the gold armored saber mantis, we would use higher-grade masterwork weapons and stake our lives. Even though you increased the performance of these masterwork weapons, the problem is, the underlying model is too basic. They don't count as real masterwork weapons. To sum it all up, your modified magical equipment are too good to train with and too poor to stake our lives on. The price isn't particularly cheap, and they don't have any main competitive strengths." Liao deeply furrowed his brows. At first glance, what Zhao Tianchong had said made sense, but it was also strange after careful deliberation. Liao thought for a long while before responding with a stomp of his foot. "Fellow student Zhao Tianchong, there's a big problem with your explanation. Your demon beast slaying efficiency rate is greatly increased when you're equipped with better magical equipment. If before you could kill 10 demon beasts in a day and tomorrow you could kill 15 in a day, wouldn't you still be able to meet the same objective of crazily cultivating you've been bickering about? You just think my gear is too expensive." A rarely seen blush appeared on Zhao Tianchong's face. He really had been exaggerating a bit. It was true that the Grand Desolate War Institution didn't encourage students to use masterwork weapons when cultivating on campus. However, in real combat where danger lurks in all corners of the battlefield, a bit of a performance increase with magical equipment was certainly a good thing. No one would despise having an overly sharp sword. Zhao Tianchong awkwardly explained, "Fellow student Liao, if the magical equipment was only more expensive by a couple hundred credits, everyone would grit their teeth and accept it. But the basic magical equipment is all consumable. They would need to be replaced with a new one every few days, under intense combat. We can't just spend a couple hundred credits every few days, right? We wouldn't be able to make it back. Even if we do increase our demon beast slaying efficiency by 10%. He's right. Sword cultivators agreed with him one after another, for this was the most crucial factor. If the price was right, who wouldn't want to equip themselves with more powerful performing magical equipment? The key laid in the fact demon beasts were very hard to deal with. Some were like the gold armored saber mantis. They had a hard carapace. Some had super hard skeletons. Some even had bodies filled with corrosive acid. Close combat weapons just didn't last more than a few days against demon beasts. Often, the blade's edge would crumble and the sword's body would split. They would be rusted by corrosion and become unusable. Everyone was a college student strapped for credits. Every credit was saved through great difficulties. It was all right if they only had to spend several hundred credits once, but who would be able to stand spending several hundred credits every few days? Zhao Tianchong smiled wryly and said, "Fellow student Liao, I just spoke the truth. We, students of the combat department, may earn credits at a lightning speed by taking missions, but we spend a lot of credits in a lot of places. Not to mention, the professors of the combat department can destroy someone by subtle means and fail someone without blinking an eye. It makes us have to spend a large amount of credits to retake courses. Say that we regularly get injured during cultivation and we go find some fellow students at the medical department for help. Their scalpels would have to be polished and sharpened until they're super shiny, so that a single blade could draw blood. So, We can only be meticulous about our points. He paused before speaking again. However, the magical equipment you've refined is really nice. If you can lower the price by 30%, you'll certainly make a lot of sales. I'll be the first to buy a chain's word, regardless of the others. Yes, the things here are good. I really like this bat leaks. It's just too expensive. If you can reduce the price by 25%, I'll grit my teeth and buy it. A different and burly classmate stroked a bat leaks in his hands as he spoke with loving affection. Liao blinked his eyes. He could tell that everyone spoke the truth. Now that he thought about it, this was true. If a saber was more expensive by several hundred school credits but could be used for a year, he would grit his teeth and bear it. However, these things were consumables. If one's luck was bad on the battlefield, encountering a demon beast with an especially tough skeleton or maybe a strong corrosion demon beast, the magical equipment would turn to scrap in an instant. Even though the swords refined by Liao had their performances greatly increased, it was impossible for them to last for more than 3 to 5 days of continuous and intense combat. Taking this into account, the price was indeed expensive. Yet, Liao also had his difficulties. If he were to sell a single close combat magical equipment for 800 credits, his net profit wouldn't be much. Most of the credits would go towards the cost. Buying the original magical equipment to modify would require spending of hundreds of credits, to say the least. In addition, there were all sorts of precious raw materials required. A single piece magical equipment would give him a net profit of 1 to 200 credits at most. He would have to work endlessly around the clock, modifying several hundred pieces of magical equipment in order to reach 30,000 credits. Not even 30%. If prices were lowered by 20%, a single piece magical equipment would only earn him a couple dozen credits. It would really take endless years to earn 30,000 credits. Liao had the faint sensation that he appeared to have taken the wrong road. He was still using the more manual artisan style of refining methods of 40 millenniums ago. Through thousands of revisions of hard work, meticulous carving and perfecting, and forging by hand, he was able to refine a more exquisite magical equipment with slightly stronger performance. However, the refining rate was terribly low. It would take at least 1 or 2 days for a single finished product. The more complex ones required 3 or 4 days. Current cultivation sects long ago adopted large-scale industrial methods to refine low-level magical equipment. They refined in bulk. Their efficiency was extremely high. With greater production, the costs could be brought very low. The magical equipment produced by this large-scale refinement method didn't have the most powerful performance. But the quality-to-price ratio was the absolute highest. This was the perfect method of refining for low-level magical equipment with extremely high rates of consumption. Efficiency. The key lies in efficiency. Liao had this sudden epiphany. I was using the train of thought of refining quality products on refining consumable products. Takes me 1 to 2 days to modify an exquisite, consumable product. Obviously, I'm getting nowhere with efficiency as low as this. However, a real quality product that could behead a demon god with one strike. How could I, a lowly cultivator of the 5th level of the refinement stage, refine such a thing? Liao thought for a moment. Then he asked with a heart filled with anticipation. What about the sticky bomb? It is inexpensive and it has decent power. This is my competitive product. This time it was Lu Tieshan's turn to speak. Fellow student Liao, it's true that your sticky bomb is decent. It's been well-purposed for use against the hard exoskeleton of a demon beast, but it's way too complicated to use. What if I accidentally get it stuck to my hand? That would be very embarrassing. We don't have your astonishing hand speed or finger dexterity. We aren't able to stick that many sticky bombs to the carapace of a demon beast unnoticed. Liao was dumbfounded. He discovered he had made his second error. When he was refining the sticky bomb, he had unconsciously used his own view as the viewpoint of a user. Not only had he developed astonishing hand speed through high-intensity magical equipment maintenance, he had cultivated in the thousands finger supple bone exercise, a godlike technique of the ancient past devoted to increase the pliability and flexibility of fingers. The fingers of a typical cultivator weren't as nimble as his and their hand speeds weren't as quick. From their perspectives, using the sticky bomb was far too complicated. In intense combat, a single accident would have them sticking the bomb to themselves. In short, it was a magical equipment exclusive to Liao. It was hard for others to use. Liao lowered his head. His cheeks somewhat hurt with a burning sting. Senior brother Peng was correct. For one to become an outstanding refiner, one must go through great quantities of real combat and first become an excellent soldier. This way, one understands what magical equipment is most popular, most practical within real combat. It was because of my lack of combat experience that I refined, behind closed doors of the school campus, the magical equipment that only seemed brilliant. The numbers of the magical equipment was very beautiful on paper, and they displayed outstanding performance during testing. But when they reached the battlefield, all sorts of problems were revealed. Real combat. I need large amounts of real combat experience. I will temper my combat skills in actual combat and become a true soldier. Only in this way can I know which magical equipment will be the most well-received and how to refine it. 3 days later at the Eastern Business District of Verdant Tarn City, Liao was expressionless among the ruins of dilapidated buildings. His eyes shone brightly with life. He stood in confrontation of a demon beast. An intense change had occurred within the battlefield situation in these 3 days. Large batches of cultivators had rushed over one after another. Quite a few of the students of the Grand Desolate War Institution had heard the news, heading back to campus early and entering the battlefield one wave after another to engage in slaughter. Each day, transport ships had to make several trips back and forth between the Grand Desolate War Institution and Verdant Tarn City. The large army expanded their territory, pressing against the demon beasts. The large beast tide on the surface was suppressed. The powerful demon generals and demon kings put up a resistance in the sewers where it was accessible from all sides. The high-level cultivators could only enter deep underground to engage in bloody slaughter in the maze of pitch-black darkness. Small squads of demon soldiers were in every nook and corner on the surface. They were handed over to the refinement stage cultivators to deal with. Liao was a well-known and excellent figure of the refinement stage cultivators. He was facing an armored snapping turtle. This was an extremely fierce and tough intermediate-level demon soldier. It was like a hybrid between a turtle and a crocodile expanded 3 times their original sizes. A tortoise shell armored its body. Its defensive power was even more tyrannical than the gold-armored saber mantis. It had a thick and muscular tail, covered with saw-teeth, that was like a barbed iron whip. The tail ripped through the air, letting out a humming cry. It didn't matter if one was being struck by the turtle shell or swept by the iron tail. The consequences would be disastrous. But Liao was very different than the version of himself from 3 days ago. After discovering his problem, he had deeply thought over the matter for a very long time. In the end, he deeply affirmed to his heart that he would properly sharpen himself in actual combat. He sold most of the magical equipment he had refined during winter vacation at very reasonable prices to his classmates. He just left himself a heavy vibrosaber of great attack power. Sabers, guns, swords, halberds, hatchets, axes, scythes, tridents. There were 30 to 50 different types of close combat magical equipment. It was obviously impossible to completely master all their properties in a single breath. Liao was going to first master using the saber to become an expert in both refining and using it. He liked the saber with its domineering air, to be able to press forward and sever things in half with a single strike. Other than this, he conducted a modification on the 6-barrel rotary cannon. He adhered a mystic ray laser attachment to the barrel so that it could emit a red beam of light. This red beam of light could focus into a dot from several hundred meters away and act as a simple targeting system to increase the precision of this heavy firepower weapon. He took the now empty magical equipment box and modified it into an ammunitions crate. He carried thousands upon thousands of spiritual energy explosive rounds. Right now, Liao had a jet-black heavy vibrosaber spanning across his waist, shining with light. He held the 6-barrel rotary cannon in his hand. A thick and heavy ammunition belt extended from the ammunition crate on his back to the firearm in his hands. A vest covered with pockets was worn over his skin-tight combat garments. The pockets were all full and bulging, filled to the brim with sticky bombs. He wasn't just fully armed. He was simply a walking weapons depot. When faced with the armored snapping turtle, whose strength was clearly a series higher than his, Li Yao's mouth hooked into a smile with a hint of calmness. He coldly squeezed out a single word from between his sharp teeth. Die! A streak of red light shot out from the muzzle of the 6-barrel rotary cannon. It precisely hit the chest of the armored snapping turtle, forming a distinct targeting dot. The armored snapping turtle had yet to react when Li Yao heavily squeezed the trigger. Amidst the loud sound, like a volcano erupting, came balls and balls of flame that exploded in front of Li Yao's body. They converged into a red stream of light that was incomparably thick and powerful. The light cleaved at the armored snapping turtle's skull, ferociously bombarding it. The armored snapping turtle had its thick defensive skin and flesh to rely on. The cannon at Xianxia's arm was simply nothing in its eyes. According to its opinion, how could such a weak and young low-level refinement stage cultivator control that cannon and have a fierce firepower? At most, it would feel ticklish. That's all. Therefore, it didn't try to move or dodge and continue to move forward at a high speed. It would rather suffer a few bullets to cut through Li Yao's waist with a sweep of its tail. However, never had it imagined that the onslaught of firepower would be as aggressive as a meteor rain, as though hammers weighing tens of thousands of pounds ruthlessly smashing into its stomach, making it stagger as it was covered in a blood-red violent spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. Ding! A burning pain struck the armored snapping turtle. It was incomparably terrified to discover that multitudes of cracks had actually appeared on its solid chest armor. In perhaps just 10 seconds, the armor would be blasted away. Ding! 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 The armored snapping turtle was scared as well as angry. It was a demon beast whose defense was tougher than the gold-armored saber mantis, yet it had actually been suppressed by Li Yao's heavy fire. Lowering its hideous head, it helplessly chose to lie flat on the ground and use its sharp and protruding hard turtle shell to somehow block the matchless fire of 6-barrel rotary cannon. Its 4 limbs were shaking, just like a stray dog. It awkwardly tried to move left and right to dodge. Li Yao contemptuously smiled. After 3 days of combat shooting training, he had a deeper understanding of the performance of 6-barrel rotary cannon. His control had improved greatly. At present, he could continuously fire for an entire minute, where all of the rounds were distributed over an area the size of the watermelon. The armored snapping turtle wasn't a demon beast which was hailed for its speed. How could its dodging speed compare with the speed of the bullets? It was difficult for its hard turtle shell to withstand the rainstorm-like, ruthless bombardment of the spiritual explosive shells for a minute. Even if its turtle shell had not completely cracked, its internal organs weren't able to withstand the fire and suffered grievous injuries. Finally, the armored snapping turtle let out a heart-wrenching cry as it slammed its iron tail on the ground before raising its entire body, giving the impression of a steel-cast giant wheel as it resisted the fierce fire head-on and forcibly rushed over. It had been infuriated to the extreme. At the hazard of grievously injuring itself, it wanted to ruthlessly smash Li Yao into pieces. Tilting his body towards the back, Li Yao suddenly exerted strength in his legs. As though his calves were filled with air, they expanded to 3 times their size in the blink of an eye and burst forth with astonishing strength. As he ferociously stomped on the ground, crisscross cracks appeared on the ground within a radius of 50 meters. With the recoil force, Li Yao retreated 10 meters at high speed. He closely dodged the dangerous collision with the armored snapping turtle's shell, while making full use of this opportunity to fire a series of bullets, shooting a fist-sized hole in its stomach. Both sides were quite close, making it no longer suitable to use heavy firepower. With a low roar, 2 array glyphs on the strap flashed as the shoulder strap was cut off, and the 6-barrel rotary cannon, as well as the ammunition box, automatically broke away from Li Yao's body. Quickly moving his right hand, Li Yao clutched a heavy vibrosaber, which was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom like the leg of an ox, with its tip pointing at the sky. Meanwhile, under the vibration of spiritual energy, its blade edge vibrated at high frequency, emitting a chi-chi sound, as though the stomach of a hungry, prehistoric giant beast was grumbling. Under the excruciating pain, the armored snapping turtle became mad. Regardless of how its body was torn apart, its speed increased to a whole new level. A strike coming from above suddenly changed its direction, as its iron tail pierced through the air like a meteor, raising fierce gales along the way. In the blink of an eye, Liao's hair had been messed up by the wind, while his pupils turned as sharp as a needle. He was unable to open his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, rather than drawing back, he stepped forward. As a result of sparring countless times with Ding Lingdang, spiritual energy air bubbles instinctively and frantically gushed out from his pores, forming an airbag armor, consisting of over thousands of small air bubbles in front of him. Pop, 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 pop. Countless sounds burst forth, as the heavy iron tail of armored snapping turtle struck upon the air bubbles, bursting over 1,000 bubbles at the same time. Meanwhile, Liao, with the help of cushion provided by the bubbles, strangely dodged as the iron tail brushed past him. Whoosh! The tip of the iron tail drew a bloodline on Liao's cheek. Without batting an eyelid, when the armored snapping turtle's chest was wide open, Liao's left hand moved in a very concealed manner, as the flexible fingers honed with thousand-finger supple bone exercise, lightly threw a sticky bomb at the armored snapping turtle's chest where the armor was cracked. The armored snapping turtle was more vigilant than the gold-armored saber mantis. Liao's small action was caught in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, because of its shorter limbs, no matter what it did, it was unable to reach his chest and the mucus on the sticky bomb, which came from the bullet dart frog and had strong adhesive properties, so that no matter how it scurried, it was unable to fling the sticky bomb. Ding! The armored snapping turtle was well aware that it must be a sinister magical equipment. Stretching its iron tail to the limit, the armored snapping turtle tried to poke its heart to sweep the sticky bomb away, whereupon it noticed that the human happened to have sucked his cheeks and blew a whistle. During the combat, Liao discovered that detonating the sticky bomb with remote control was too troublesome. Some quicker demon beasts simply won't give him the opportunity to use the remote control. Therefore, Liao just added a voice control array glyph to the sticky bomb, which was infused with a weak spiritual energy in advance, which when received Liao's whistle, would detonate. Boom! A blood fountain shot out from the chest of the armored snapping turtle. Although the sticky bomb had a very small volume, didn't have much crystal, and its power was not strong. However, as it was stuck upon the cracked turtle shell over the armored snapping turtle's chest, just a step away from the heart, it caused a massive amount of damage. The armored snapping turtle felt as though its heart had been ruthlessly pierced by scorching hot dagger again and again. Due to the sudden overwhelming pain, its long neck was completely stretched out of the turtle shell, as though half of the snapping turtle had crawled out from the turtle shell as it let out screams. It's now. From the very beginning, Liao had been concentrating the fire at the heart of the armored snapping turtle just for this moment. With a long howl, he burst forth with third or fourth level of aura as his body doubled in its size. The vest, which was somewhat loose at the beginning, completely tightened. Even the black combat suit was unable to conceal the clear and buffed-up muscular limbs, and the skin that was exposed exuded a metallic gloss. Tightly clutching the heavy vibrosaber in his hands, the bricks underneath his feet started to crack with crack-crack noise as the fragments flew everywhere. The speed of cracking soared to the limit as the heavy vibrosaber drew a black stream, bursting forth with an indomitable aura that could even behead dragons and tigers as it ruthlessly hacked down. Looking at his clenched teeth and ferocious and sinister appearance, it seemed as though this strike could even behead Buddha. Whoosh! The heavy vibrosaber was truly too fast. Surprisingly, it burst forth with a howling sound as though the flying sword was galloping. With the flash of the black stream, flesh, tendons, bones were all cut one by one, as though it was sweeping through a piece of tofu. It was not hindered whatsoever. Puff! The armored snapping turtle's humongous brain flew high into the sky, while blood like a fountain spurted as high as a 2- or 3-floored building, giving off the impression of a towering crimson tree that had suddenly appeared and withered soon after. Its 4 sharp claws continued to shake, while the body, after losing its head, heavily fell down. Its towering iron tail struggled for a long while, However, it was unable to brush even half a hair of Liao, and finally, it helplessly crashed into the ground where it convulsed for a moment before it stopped moving. The armored snapping turtle's head slowly rolled over to Liao's feet. It still wasn't dead. Gradually, its turbid eyes filled with an intense surprise. Until now, the middle-rank demon soldier still could not understand how it would so easily lose its life against such a weak human. If it was a high-level refinement stage cultivator or foundation-building cultivator, it could still resign itself to the destiny. However, it died under the hands of a low-level cultivator who was weaker than itself. It was unwilling. Hum! The armored snapping turtle powerlessly wailed. Its mouth weakly opened and closed as it grimaced in pain at Liao. Liao faintly smiled and unsheathed the saber as he picked up the 6-barrel rotary cannon and ammunition box before reloading and raising the gun to his chest. The armored snapping turtle finally realized what this weak human planned to do. Its gray-yellow eyes bloomed with a sliver of a panic-stricken and pleading look. In front of Liao, this brutal demon beast even yielded, surrendered, and pleaded for mercy. Liao gazed coldly as the 6 thick barrels were jabbed completely at the center of its flat end. Liao had exerted so much power that barrels were pushed half an inch inside. Half of the face of the armored snapping turtle was deeply indented, and its eyes that were closest to the barrels madly quivered as tears flowed out from fear. Liao squeezed the trigger before a series of suppressed explosions resounded and the head of armored snapping turtle exploded into pieces. Beep! Beep 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 beep. The mini camcorder strapped on Liao's shoulder had completely recorded the entire battle process and had promptly transmitted it to the Wasteland Battle Network. After the super large-scale crystal processor had analyzed and computed, he soon received many credits. In addition to cleaning a large part of the safe zone, he had killed an armored snapping turtle that was obviously stronger than him alone, for which he was rewarded with bonus credits. A series of crisp and sweet beeps signified that hundreds of credits had fallen into his pocket. Licking his lips, Liao happily started calculating. If I could earn 200 to 300 credits daily, would I not be able to earn 10,000 credits in 1 month? Last semester, I painstakingly tossed around doing all sorts of things for half a year, and yet could only earn 1,000 points. I had never thought that by just carrying out a mission, hunting demon beasts, I would be finished in just 1 month. Sure enough, combat is still the best. I have not only accumulated experience, I can earn a huge number of credits as well. Of course, Liao also knew that as this beast tide, fortunately, erupted in the middle of the city so that everyone had no choice but to fight in the streets, sparing him from many possibilities to fight a lot of demon soldiers. In most cases, the beast tide would appear outside the city, and, as long as crystal warships were mobilized and carried out a wanton and indiscriminate bombing, it would soon be resolved. Whereas, a wanton and indiscriminate bombing was often unable to deal with Demon General, Demon King-level demon beasts. At this moment, he was unable to deal with high-rank demon soldiers, and those demon beasts who were proficient in concealing techniques. Therefore, he, even more so, had to be vigilant every second, while taking advantage of the fact that many demon soldiers were still on the ground. He must madly kill and rake in the credits. Suddenly, a faint red silhouette quickly flickered far away, which had been very keenly captured by Liao. His eyes lit up as he loudly let out cries and cheers, and again started rushing while carrying the 6-barrel rotary cannon. Nearby, Zhao Tianchen gradually turned his head expressionlessly, taking a glance at Lu Taizhan. "Why are you looking at me?" Lu Taizhan complained as though he had suffered from injustice. My words were, "Wow! There is an armored snapping turtle in front of us. It has a thick shell and a terrifying defense. Liao, first you should use a heavy fire to suppress it a bit. Didn't you hear as well? I only ask him to suppress. Your suppression can go to hell." Zhao Tianchong clenched his teeth. The last few demon beasts that had all been suppressed by him were suppressed to ashes. If this goes on, all the credits will be swept clean. We, 2 dignified experts of Hidden Dragon Hall, the strongest freshmen of Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall, would have to eat the ashes left behind his ass. Why the hell are you still stunned? Let's move quickly. If not, even the flame-spotted leopard will be blasted into ashes within half a minute. Amid the bloody battles, time flew quickly. The demon beasts numbered too many. Although demon beasts like gold-armored saber mantis and armored snapping turtle were few, common demon beasts numbered in the hundreds. Their destructive power was still terrifying. Often, everyone would wake in the early morning and embark the military crystal tanks into the city, where they would search for small beast tides and begin high-speed hunting. At sundown, they would once again board the crystal tanks and return to the heavily guarded temporary campsite set up in the outskirts for maintenance and repairs. Every day, everyone would hunt a couple dozen demon beasts, whereas ruthless figures like Liao, Zhao Tianchong, and Lu Taizhan would hunt hundreds of ordinary demon beasts. There were a few low-level demon soldiers and one or two middle-ranked demon soldiers as well. Under the high-speed combat, for a week or so, everyone had foregone the immaturity which they possessed when they had just entered the campus. In contrast, Liao and the others were even shrouded in a faint sinister air, giving off the impression of veterans that had undergone hundreds of battles. Even though their level had not significantly improved, amid the combat their battle force, on the other hand, was madly soaring every second. Liao, Zhao Tianchong, and Li Taizhan, these three were regarded as the cream of the crop of the freshmen, and gradually worked out a set of effective team tactics. Every time they encountered a demon beast with a thick defense, Liao would take the lead and suppress it with heavy fire, while Zhao Tianchong, with his ghost-like body art, would wander around and attack, and Li Tieshan's devil fists were quite aggressive and acted as the head-on attacker. When Liao had completed the fire suppression task, he could similarly rely on the heavy vibrosaver to carry out powerful attacks at the flank. Under this iron triangle offense, a vast majority of middle-rank demon soldiers could be easily killed. Whereupon, with the bonus of leapfrog hunting, the credits of the three madly soared. In the evening, if there was an opportunity to board the crystal tank to return to the campsite, there were even more difficult tasks awaiting Liao. He would slow down the battle videos shot during the day and playback while pondering the inadequacies during the fight, following which he would use his super-computational ability to improve himself. At present, Liao still didn't have any abstruse saber method. After pondering for a long while, he simply disregarded any need of a saber method. As long as he could calculate the shortest and most direct trajectory for its blade edge to cut the demon beast at fastest speed, it would the most suitable saber method for him. For this strike, by bending the shoulder outward by 7.5 degrees and raising the wrist slightly by 1.3 degrees, the blade edge will cut into the armored snapping turtle's neck with the shortest path as well as the fastest speed, and the time will also shorten by 0.13 second. Okay, next time I will do so. Watching the battle video frame by frame, Liao nervously analyzed and calculated. At the same time he also drew motion trajectories and human structures one after another and listed a couple dozen dazzling formulas. If an ignorant looked at the diagrams for the first time, he would think that he was solving some kind of complex mathematical problems. After analyzing the video, if Liao still had the time, he would borrow some of the common maintenance magical equipment at the campsite and help his fellow students maintain their equipment. Amid the intense combat, every sword and saber would cut through over hundreds of demon beasts' bones. Even if the equipment wasn't wrecked, its edges would crack, array glyphs would corrode, its structure would become fragile. These kinds of damages would definitely exist, and the equipment must go through maintenance for it to be used again. Liao wasn't repairing just any kind of equipment. He only repaired saber-type magical equipment that was sharp only on one side. After experiencing multitudes of fights, he came to realize how ridiculously had he spent his winter vacation. Any kind of equipment had hundreds of performance parameters and methods of use, for which a thorough in-depth study was required. Even after a year or two, he may still not be proficient. Whereas during the winter vacation, he actually modified 18 weapons in one deep breath and also felt amazingly proud, believing how awesome he was. Now it seemed that the magical equipment he modified had too many parameters that were flashy but had no substance. Much of the effort was utilized in wrong places. His fellow students who willingly bought them at 30 to 40% higher than the original price had been truly swindled by him. Fortunately, Liao had found the problem quickly and completely dispelled his unrealistic fantasy, treating himself as an ordinary 5th-level refinement stage refiner, and prepared to first clearly research the characteristics of saber-type magical equipment diligently to become a saber expert. He helped his fellow students maintain their sabers and at very low cost. Earning the credits was secondary. The most important thing was to thoroughly research these damaged sabers by reversing the source of the destruction of these sabers and, thus, deeply understanding the characteristics of the sabers. As far as Liao was concerned, those damaged sabers were like corpses, and he was performing autopsies. Once he had performed autopsies on hundreds of thousands of saber corpses, his understanding for the saber-type magical equipment's structure and characteristics would absolutely be as clear as the sun and the moon. Just like this, during the day Zhao Tianchong and Li Taizhan would form an iron triangle and constantly venture into the depths of the city, where they would pave a path filled with so much bloodshed, to the point that even the pestles could float. At the end of the day, they would be utterly exhausted. At night, Liao would study the combat videos over and over again, to improve his shortest and fastest saber methods, becoming faster and stronger. Late at night, while the others were completely tired and asleep, he would instead dismantle, repair, and maintain damaged sabers of all kinds of shapes and sizes with red eyes. Vibrasabers, flame sabers, chain sabers, long sabers, short sabers, daggers. Dozens of saber-type common magical equipment available on the market. He would disassemble all of them several hundred times till his body had formed an instinct and he could completely disassemble and maintain them with closed eyes, or even while he was half awake and half asleep. Only until now, he very meticulously began the second modification of his heavy vibrosaber. However, this time he was completely different as compared to the time during the winter vacation. Various advanced materials and complex array glyphs were piled in the corner of his brain, one by one. Liao had a new understanding of the structure of the original magical equipment. He knew that these basic magical equipment had been repeatedly modified and sharpened by master refiners over the years. Many performance parameters, which seemed to have been elevated, turned out to be a clumsy sleight of hand. It was like painting a snake with feet. This time, all he did was thicken the front end of the saber blade, increased the weight, adjusted the center of gravity in accordance with his own characteristics. While at the same time, he used the hand-forging and tempering technique of the 100-smelting clan from 40 millenniums ago, altering the smooth edge of the blade into a slightly zigzag shape, increasing the overall destructive power while cutting. The overall length of the saber had also been increased by 17.7 centimeters. After the modification was finished, the overall weight had increased by 12.55%, which was suitable for someone with amazing physical attributes like his. Under the high-speed slash, the jagged blade edge would emit a zoo-zoo howl, as though even the wind had been overtaken by the saber and sliced to death, giving out sad and shrill cries. Therefore, Liao named this super-heavy vibrosaber Wind Cutter. With Wind Cutter in his hand, Liao's killing intent became more intense. Since he could not rely on crafting magical equipment to fish out 30,000 credits, he must increase the efficiency of killing the demon beasts. Unfortunately, along with the progress on the battlefield, the demon beasts on the ground became fewer and fewer. After having been repeatedly searched, the suburbs had been cleaned completely. Only a few demon beasts were lurking in the high-rise district where they made a last-ditch effort amid the ruins. These demon beasts didn't dare to flee underground, for an even more intense contest was taking place there. The underground battlefield belonged to building foundation stage cultivators and demon generals, and even the core formation stage cultivators and demon kings had taken up the stage, making them unable to easily step foot in. The large-scale street fighting had already ended. All the civilians had been rescued, and the war had come to an end. As for the remnants, they were still making a last-ditch effort at the center of the city. They were absolutely the most aggressive, most cunning, and the most frightening existence among the demon beasts. If any low-level cultivator rashly rushed to the center of the city, he would only become a feast for the demon beasts. Consequently, a majority of low-level cultivators turned their steps towards home. Following which, the powerhouses of human and demon beasts began small-scale searching, hiding, hunting, and anti-hunting contests. For the demon beasts who were pushed into a corner, this was the final rush of madness. 0500 in the morning of the 27th day after the beast tide outbreak, Liao, taking advantage of first light, was wiping the wind cutter with all his concentration. Suddenly, he heard someone speaking outside the campsite. Most of the juniors had returned to the institute, while the seniors and the others weren't at the campsite. Ding-ling-dang and like professors who were in building foundation stage and above were hunting high-level demon beasts under the ground. The campsite was empty, and thus, any sound was extremely clear. He happened to hear Zhao Tianxian say with surprise, "Form a team. Ma Jian, you are a firearm cultivator who is proficient in gun-fighting technique. Among the freshmen of the Federation's first military college, you can also be counted as one of the top experts. You have a strong charisma. Yet, you can't even gather a few members?" Narrowing his eyes, Liao opened the curtain to look, where he saw Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan speaking to 3 youths dressed in gray urban camouflage. Among the 3 youths were 2 males and a female. All of them were approximately in their 20s and had bright piercing eyes, which gave off the impression of 6 searchlights. With every action of their bodies, the patterns of the camouflage dress would also happen to change, giving a bit of stealth effect. In addition, the 3 also carried multitudes of firearms. The youth called Ma Jiao had a moderate build and carried an assault rifle. The other boy had a tall and stalwart build, lush hair, and carried a heavy machine gun, whereas the female could be said to be far from being beautiful. She had a ponytail and her face was spotted with freckles. 2 pistols hung on her waist and she also carried a rectangular case. God knows what kind of weapon was inside. In this beast-tide outbreak, students and teachers of all 9 elite universities came to participate in the battle. The largest participation came from the Grand Desolate War Institution and the Federation's first military college. The Grand Desolate War Institution was closest to the verdant Tarn city and also had the combat department, a traditional combat course. While the Federation's first military college specifically fostered cultivators for the army. In the state of war, of course, it was duty-bound to participate. Ma Jiao nodded and spoke with each word as fast as a firing bullets. "Zhao Tianchong, we are old rivals and are well aware of each other's strength. I'm not going to speak nonsense. Just like your Grand Desolate War Institution has a credit system and you will be awarded credits after the completion of the mission, our Federation's first military college will reward handsomely with a higher amount of battle merits. However, only some shrimp soldiers and crab generals are left in the city's outer ring now. How much benefit can we actually obtain by killing a few common demon beasts daily? Therefore, I wanted to take advantage of the end of the beast-tide outbreak and head to the center of the city. Let's do big. Whoosh! Ma Jiao raised his wrist and a 3D blueprint of the city was projected from his crystal processor. An area full of high-rises was enlarged. Gold Phoenix Road is the financial street of verdant Tarn City. There are high-rises on 2 sides of the road and interlinked walkways in the middle of the buildings. Underground, there are 4 crystal rail train lines passing through, extending in all directions. The shape is very complicated. This is the last stronghold for the demon beasts on the surface. Countless powerful demon soldiers lie in wait on the 2 sides of Gold Phoenix Road. This shall be the stage where we display our skills. You want to go to Gold Phoenix Road? Zhao Tianchong's pupils suddenly contracted. The financial district was certainly the last stronghold of the demon beasts of the surface. A lot of powerful demon beasts were congregated there. Even high-level demon soldiers were likely to exist. The danger was extremely high. Of course, the likelihood of getting school credits and battle achievements was greatest in the financial district. You guys of the Federation's first military college haven't formed a team with your senior students? Asked Zhao Tianchong. Ma Jiao bluntly replied with a faint smile. Of course we have senior students, but most of them aren't willing to form a team with us, freshmen. Even if someone is willing to take us to Gold Phoenix Road and kill demon beasts, they would take the bulk of the kills. We would have to split the few leftovers. Why should we do that? It would be better to find a few powerful freshmen to go killing demon beast with and split the gains equally. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan glanced at each other and nodded in secret. Ma Jiao's words were correct. To form a team with powerful senior students would guarantee their safety to a large degree. but most senior students weren't willing to bring newbies to the battlefield where danger lurks on all sides. The seniors would feel disdain for the newbies over the burden. Even if someone was willing to take them, the distribution of combat achievements after killing the demon beast wouldn't be advantageous towards the students of the low grades. After all, the seniors were strong. They would certainly kill most of the demon beasts. The lower grade students wouldn't be able to do well. They would only give moral support from the side and cheer the seniors on. What was the point of that? Ma Jiao saw the aura of flames within the eyes of these two. He knew he had moved them, and he spoke emotionally and chuckled. Zhao Tianchong, you and I met each other in the limit challenge competition. It was what I considered to be a life or death fight for several rounds. You should know my strength. This fellow student, Bei Jingjing, is a first-class sniper. We also have our fellow student Chunyu Peng. He is the best heavy firepower user. By your side is Lu Taizhan from the Devil Fist sect. I've heard rumors about him. He is an outstanding close combat expert. We five are the cream of the crop of freshmen from our various universities. We have long-distance firepower and we have close combat killing ability. If we form a team, we will absolutely be able to break through Gold Phoenix Road. What do you say? Zhao Tianchong swept a gaze at Lu Taizhan. The later whispered into his ear. How's this Ma Jiao's power? Zhao Tianchong nodded gently. He's very powerful. In the limit challenge competition, I was almost knocked out by him several times. In the end, his score was only lower than mine by 3 points. Lu Tieshan's eyes flared. That's quite decent. Even though we had Li Yao's heavy suppressive fire in the past, in the end, he's not a professional gunman. We have to exert a lot of effort to handle long-range demon beasts. It is because of this that we haven't been able to enter dangerous areas amassed with demon beasts. Right now, there are 3 powerful gunmen. It should be easy to charge into Gold Phoenix Road, right? Zhao Tianchong thought for a long while before raising his head and speaking. Ma Jiao, there aren't any problems for us to team up. However, we still have one more member. Everyone must go together, otherwise we won't go. Oh, your Grand Desolate War Institution still has another amazing freshman? Ma Jiao eyebrows cocked up. He was a bit surprised. However, based on the meaning behind Zhao Tianchong's words, this freshman should be quite the decent expert. So, Ma Jiao wouldn't mind. These firearms cultivators were experts in long-distance combat, but they had problems once high-level demon beasts broke through their defensive force. Therefore, in the midst of battle, they needed protection from sword cultivators and body practitioners. The Federation's first military college also had a combat department, but it was a long way from the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department. This was also another reason why Ma Jiao didn't recruit his classmates, seeking to form a team with Zhao Tianchong instead. If it was a close combat expert on the level of Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan, Ma Jiao would naturally welcome him. But for some reason, Zhao Tianchong's expression was a bit warped. He coughed for a while and spoke. He's not of the combat department. He's a freshman of the refining department. Refining department? Ma Jiao and the 3 others were stupefied on the spot. They looked at each other. The Grand Desolate War Institution still has a refining department? Oh, I remember now. It seems like they do. I saw some news about them online last year. Apparently, an accident happened in your Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Several people died. But why the heck should we bring on a student of the refining department? To help us maintain magical equipment? We won't need it. This operation won't last for a very long time. At most, it'll take a day and a night. As soon as the situation goes bad, we will retreat. The wear and tear on our magical equipment won't be too critical. Also, we can do the simpler maintenance ourselves. That's right. Bringing an extra support member is just an extra burden. We will need to split our gains with him when we kill demon beasts. Do we have to bring him on? The female sniper Bei Jingjing spoke coldly. The buff and sturdy firepower user, Chunyu Peng, was nodding his head over and over. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan were all young geniuses of the north with quite the reputation. They had heard rumors of them. They were assured by the power of Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department. Therefore, they were willing to team up with them. But a freshman of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department? What was the point of bringing such a person? Bluntly speaking, what if they encountered a high-level demon beast and had brought along such a burden? Everyone wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Taizhan saw the doubtful expression on these three faces. He hurried to explain. Even though he is a student of the refining department, he acts as the role of a heavy firepower user on our team. It was better if he didn't explain, for this explanation caused the three to laugh. Ma Jiao could not recover from his laughter. It can't be. Do you still want to bring on your heavy firepower user when forming a team with us firearms cultivators? I must have heard wrong, or have you misspoken? The firepower user, Chunyupeng, cracked a smile. He slapped the heavy gun on his waist and spoke in a low and muffled voice. The Flaming Python Model 7 heavy machine gun is the most popular standard heavy machine gun in the Federation. Its firepower is the most ferocious. Its recoil is the strongest. A typical person wouldn't be able to control it at all. A firearms cultivator whose strength is on the weaker side won't choose this model. What do you think? Do you still believe we're lacking in firepower? That you still need to bring on your heavy firepower user? Ma Jiao didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward. He explained as well. You too. It's not that we look down on your classmate. Since we of the Federation's first military college are bringing 3 people. Your wanting to bring 3 people of your own is very normal. If you randomly brought a close combat classmate from your combat department, we wouldn't mind, but you're bringing a freshman from the refining department, and he's acting as a heavy firepower user. There's no need for this, right? Ma Jiao pointed at Chunyupeng. This classmate of mine comes from a military family. He's starting shooting at the age of 5. He is absolutely the best firepower user of the freshmen of the Federation's first military college. Just having him is enough. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan coughed dryly. They swept a gaze at the Flaming Python Model 7 heavy machine gun in Chunyupeng's hands. Chunyupeng felt their gazes and chuckled. He swiveled the Flaming Python Model 7 in a demonstration and laughed. What do you think? A typical person would use the Flaming Python Model 6 at most. To be able to use the Model 7, outside of a powerful genius such as me, only strong cultivators at the high-level refinement stage and above can use it. You guys have probably never seen this fellow let out its rage. It's simply a metal behemoth when the bullets explode out. It's like a raging, burning, and flaming python. Can absolutely swallow everything in its path. It's super ferocious, super savage. I'm not looking down on your heavy firepower user. What gun does he use? Flaming Python Model 4? At most a Model 5? That's nothing. Lu Taizhan spoke. Our heavy firepower user doesn't use a flaming python. The 3 people's disdain grew as they heard his words. The Flaming Python heavy machine gun was the most common and standardized heavy machine gun for individual soldiers of the Federation. Its firepower was the most ferocious. A powerful firearms cultivator of the building foundation stage would obviously have more ferocious options. Yet, for the intermediate-level refinement stage cultivators, if they wanted to pursue firepower, they would have to choose the Flaming Python heavy machine gun. For someone who didn't even dare to use the Flaming Python heavy machine gun, how heavy could this heavy firepower user be? Zhao Tianchong sighed and commented. Forget it. The more I explain, the messier it gets. Liao, just take out all of your equipment and chat then. There is this huge chance to sweep in credits. Are you interested? Of course, Liao was interested. Ever since he heard the words, team up, Liao began to meticulously calibrate his equipment. He just finished doing so just now. On his hip was the windcutter saber. On his shoulder was the 6-barrel rotary cannon. On his back was the heavy ammunitions crate. His waist was wrapped full of crystal bombs. Liao lifted the curtain and walked out, neither slowly nor urgently. The 3 firearms cultivators of the Federation's first military college stared, stunned at the 6-barrel rotary cannon on Liao's shoulder. They were all stupefied, especially Chunyupeng, who used the Flaming Python Model 7 heavy machine gun. His face flushed red. Fortunately, he had a lot of hair and his beard stubble was dense. No one could really tell. After being stunned for a long time, Chunyu Peng stuttered. It's a lie. It's a lie, right? A single soldier using a 6-barrel rotary cannon? Is this a freshman or a powerful building foundation stage cultivator? Zhao Tianchong turned on his mini crystal processor and selected a combat recording of Liao. The roaring sounds of explosions suddenly came from the camp, as well as the miserable shrieks of demon beasts. The 3 firearms cultivators gathered their heads together. They looked in absolute silence. Cold sweat seeped from their forehead. Of course, from the perspectives of these 3 firearms cultivators with elite gun fighting techniques, Liao's gun techniques were completely amateur. However, the 6-barrel rotary cannon was never a weapon that focused on accuracy. Just based on Liao alone, with his astonishing monstrous strength, he was able to pour out torrents of a volcanic eruption like firepower to suppress the demon beast so it couldn't even raise its head. This was enough to dominate the entire field. Needless to say, after completing the task of suppressing, Liao even brandished his heavy vibrosaber to pounce on his prey. He unleashed quite the savage close combat ability. He could fight both afar and close. He could both strike and carry. Also, he was of the refining department. He had above-average magical equipment maintenance abilities. This was simply a hybrid-type genius of every combat squad's dreams. No wonder Zhao Tianchong wanted to bring this guy along. The 3 people glanced at each other. Their 6 eyes flared with light. Though there was excitement in Ma Jiao's eyes, there was also increasing suspicion. He cocked his head and thought for a long time before suddenly having his eye bulge round. Everyone all jumped up and pointed to Liao with a shriek. Your name is Liao? Are you from Floating Spear City? Liao was stunned, but he nodded. Ma Jiao's expression grew even more amazed. His voice was even trembling. How to say it? In the Limit Challenge competition, there was a monstrous genius who bombarded Gao Ye's command center to Kingdom Come. That was you. He's the one who got rid of Gao Yi. In this moment, even the female sniper, Bei Jingjing, who was rather callous just before, shirked. She looked at Liao with incredulous eyes. Gao Yi was the brightest star among the freshmen of the Federation's first military college. Even though he was a freshman of the commanding department for only half a year, his terrifying computational and commanding ability was absolutely on the level of the senior students. In many matches under the command of Gao Yi, Ma Jiao, Chunyu Peng, and other freshmen were able to be a match for the strong. They forcefully held against the stormy attacks of the higher-grade students and even won a few lucky times. They were praised to be the strongest freshmen of the Federation's first military college in the past 10 years. Ma Jiao and the others did not merely admire Gao Ye's commanding ability. They worshipped it. They thought of him as an invincible commanding genius. One time, during one of their drinking parties, Gao Yi, in complete sorrow, told them of how he had once tasted defeat by the hands of a peer named Liao. It was a crushing defeat. He had been efficiently decapitated. Gao Yi and the others were extremely shocked at the time. The name Liao was firmly branded in their minds. One man had penetrated deep into enemy territory. He laid in wait in the middle of the enemy headquarters for several hours and seized a moment to create chaos. He used this chaos to place a bomb, blasting several high commanders and powerful experts to Kingdom Come. People who were able to do all of this would absolutely be known as a soldier king in the military college. After hearing the story of Gao Yi, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan were all a bit stunned. They only knew Liao to be an upstart from the southeast who was accepted into Grand Desolate War Institution due to great efforts of recommendation from Ding Lingdang. They never knew of Liao's magnificent history, infiltrating enemy lines solo, blasting the enemy command center, and getting rid of several key enemy personnel in a single breath. That must be an exaggeration. The two slaughtered their way out from the carnage of the Limit Challenge competition. They knew full well the difficulty of the competition. Everything Liao did really made them inferior. The two glanced at each other. Their faces were a bit feverish. Their hearts were filled with shame. The two were even arrogant after they had just entered the Hidden Dragon Hall. They looked down on Liao's kind, a top scorer of the entrance exams, with disdain. They believed him to be a loser of the limit challenge competition, and he wasn't that amazing. They never thought that Li Yao would be this powerful. Yet he hit it so well. Ma Jiao noticed the two's astonishment. He exclaimed, "Fellow student Li Yao, we heard a lot about you from Gao Yi back in the Federation's first military college. Not only did you penetrate enemy lines by yourself in the limit challenge competition, you single-handedly got rid of the enemy command center. Also, in a state where your spiritual root had yet to awaken, you slew a doped-up and mutated large-eyed ape. According to post-analysis, this large-eyed ape strength very likely reached the level of a low-level demon soldier." The news was simply astonishing. The heck! Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan all felt their scalp go numb. Ice-cold chills went down their spines. His spiritual root had yet to awaken. He had been an ordinary person at the time. Yet, he was able to slay a low-level demon soldier? This kind of fellow had been standing by their side all this time. They even used to look down on him. They wanted to easily put him down. Two, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan let out a breath of relief. One with a new lease on life. They were convinced. The two accepted Li Yao wholeheartedly. Li Yao was a bit embarrassed. While certainly he had infiltrated to the enemy headquarters and blasted them all to Kingdom Come by himself, he didn't kill the mutated large-eyed ape by himself. He mainly relied on Zheng Dongming's demonic blood cannon to bombard the large-eyed ape, which already had heavy injuries. Only then was he able to succeed, luckily. However, there wasn't a need to explain the truth of the matter to others. Li Yao changed topics and asked, "What kind of benefits can we get from infiltrating Gold Phoenix Road?" Zhao Tianchong replied, "This will be dependent on our performance and our luck. Gold Phoenix Road is the last stronghold of the surface-level demon beasts. There are quite a few powerful demon beasts amassed there. Getting rid of these demon beasts will allow us to receive a lot of school credits, and clearing an area out to be completely safe would nab us more credits. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get rid of several hundred low-level demon soldiers and several dozen intermediate-level demon soldiers. We can wipe clean all the demon beasts of a single high-rise. We might be able to nab several thousand credits in one go. One mission can yield several thousand school credits?" Li Yao's eyes flared more intensely than those of the three firearms cultivators. A substantial flame erupted forth from the depths of his pupils. The heavy vibrosaber on his waist buzzed in its scabbard. It couldn't wait to be unsheathed and feed on blood, though such an operation was bound to be dangerous. But so what? Everyone came out to cultivate. They never thought about going back with their tails between their legs. Gold Phoenix Road was worthy of being called the last stronghold for demon beasts on the surface. Here the high rises were in great number. There were many places to hide in the underground network. Even if warships were used to raise the surface to the ground, it would be impossible to eliminate all of the demon beasts. The remaining beasts were able to survive the intense battles up till now. These last demon beasts were savage, malevolent, heinous, and insidious. Normally they would hide among the ruins of buildings. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. As soon as they sensed the scent of a human, they would charge out like a flood. Various demon beasts would be mixed together, long-distance and close-range types. Li Yao and the others encountered 3 waves odd demon beasts within an hour of entering Gold Phoenix Road. Every wave contained over 50 demon beasts. The wave in front of them contained over 100 demon beasts. Most of them were trash green-skinned saber mantises, but black armored saber mantises were mixed in. There were even 2 green-skinned saber mantises watching from the back lines. There was something more troublesome in the darkness behind the hundreds of saber mantises. It seemed there was a long-range attacking demon beast lying in wait. A dangerous aura that felt like needles was coming from it. It caused everyone to feel ill at ease, their eyes flickering to corners. Boom. Li Yao, Ma Jiao, and Chunyu Peng, these 3 people sprayed like mad. Their bullet barrage was like rain. The green-skinned saber mantises could be killed with a few rounds if they didn't withdraw into their carapaces. So they simply exploded when they were bombarded with Li Yao's 6-barrel rotary cannon or Chunyu Peng's flaming Python Model 7 heavy machine gun. They turned into cyan pastes of flesh. Even though the green-skinned saber mantises didn't have that much strength, there were green-skinned saber mantises and black-armored saber mantises mixed together. They used the green-skinned saber mantises as a screen to quietly press closer to the crowd of humans. At this time, they had to rely on Zhao Tianchong's and Lu Tieshan's expert close combat fighting skill. Sniper Bei Jingjing took out 2 pistols as well, opening fire with both of them. She acted as close-range firepower support. Liao immediately discovered what he was lacking, being mixed with 2 expert firearms cultivators. He used the powerful and mighty 6-barrel rotary cannon. The 2 used a flaming Python Model 7 heavy machine gun and an assault rifle. However, he was the weakest when it came to killing ability. He needed to concentrate fire for 7 or 8 seconds to completely kill a black-armored saber mantis. Yet Chunyu Peng only needed 2 or 3 seconds to take it down with his flaming Python Model 7 heavy machine gun. Even Ma Jiao, who used an assault rifle, used no more than 3 seconds. Bei Jingjing, who danced with her pistols, would occasionally land a headshot against a black-armored saber mantis, killing it. Clearly my gun is the most powerful. Why is my power the weakest? Before Liao could start mulling over this, a sharp wind assaulted them. Luckily, everyone had made preparations ahead of time. They wore the thickest of body armors, not minding how cumbersome they were. The body armor detected danger and the crystals upon them suddenly flared, releasing a powerful spiritual energy shield. Hum! An intense vibration diffused around the shield. A black poisonousness needle pushed firmly through the shield, though the speed of it slowed a little. Liao cocked his head. The poisonousness needle swept past his cheek, penetrated the earth with a ding, digging 3 meters deep. It's a poison dart scorpion. Sniper! Ma Jiao yelled out. Bei Jingjing squinted her eyes and retreated to the back of the group. She went into a crouching position and took the long package on her back into her hands. She removed the cloth to reveal an ash-gray sniper rifle. Profound and complicated spiritual lines spiraled all around its body. It seemed to be an artisan-sculpted work. Bei Jingjing mumbled to herself. An aura that could be seen with the naked eye seemed to appear around her body. She then chanted at lightning speed, the telepathy spiraling around the barrel of the gun. Her eyes flared brighter and brighter. Though it was daytime, her eyes were as clear as stars in the darkness of night. When the brightness reached its pinnacle, she fired a round into the skies ahead, seemingly not aiming at all. Whoosh! An azure streak came roaring from the muzzle, rushing straight through the sky. Liao was stunned. This shot was way off its mark, right? The azure glow made a bizarre curve as it streaked through the air. It actually made a turn and pierced down behind the ruins. Only a bang was heard as purplish-black blood gushed into the sky. It dyed all the ruins purplish-black. No poisonous needles were fired over ever since then. Liao was dumbstruck. The poison dart scorpion and the gold-armored saber mantis were the same. They were intermediate-level demon soldiers. Let alone their incredible speed, they possessed impressive defensive strength. They were experts in lying in wait and evading. Was it actually killed in a single shot by Bei Jingjing? The bullet can curve, yet there's still so much power. That's so awesome. Compared to these 3 professional firearms cultivators, Liao felt he was just holding onto a flaming rod. The battle ended half an hour later. 6 people sat together performing maintenance. In the end, Liao couldn't help ask, "Fellow student Ma Jiao, why is it that your might is so strong when you use standard weapons? You're more amazing than me using my 6-barrel rotary cannon. Is it because your guns have been specially modified?" And fellow student Bei Jingjing was able to get rid of the poison dart scorpion with a single bullet. I looked at the corpse of the poison dart scorpion just now. Totally exploded. There was not even a shred of flesh bigger than the size of a fist. What kind of bullet can have such strong destructive power and turn? Ma Jiao laughed and spoke with pride. We use the most common standardized firearms. Though Bei Jingjing sniper bullet is a bit more powerful than normal, it's still common mass-refined goods. They're nothing special. However, we are firearms cultivators. The gun-fighting techniques we cultivate are naturally different from those of amateurs. Gun-fighting techniques? Li Yao's curiosity began to rage and burn. That's right, although our battle profession, the firearm cultivators, was created only after the creation of firearms, we can be dated way before that. We can even be dated back to the ancient cultivators era of 40 millenniums ago. Our gun-fighting technique cultivation is also succeeded from the most orthodox, sword-controlling technique of the ancient cultivators era. As he mentioned the origin of gun-fighting techniques, Ma Jiao's face flushed as he straightened up his spine and spoke. We firearm cultivators are also one of the traditional successors of the ancient sword immortals, just like fellow student Zhao Tianchong. There isn't any difference. It's just that what we inherited is different. That's all. Zhao Tianchong coldly snorted. Apparently, he didn't agree with Ma Jiao's argument. However, it was a long-standing controversy in the world of cultivation. Both sides blowing their own trumpet, yet after a couple millenniums, nothing had been cleared. He too was disinclined to argue with Ma Jiao. Whereas the more Li Yao came to hear, the more confused he became. Firearms, they were pieces of long-range magical equipment that gradually emerged during the late Great Dark Age. They were pieces of equipment that fired bullets with the help of spiritual energy explosions from the crystals, thereby allowing ordinary people who lacked the strength to have enough battle force to put up a fight. Therefore, many cultivators using firearms were deemed weak. But how was this related to the ancient sword immortals of 40 millenniums ago? Noticing the perplexed look on his face, Ma Jiao slightly smiled and continued. Fellow student Li Yao, I don't know if you have read some of the ancient records in which the ancient sword immortals of 40 millenniums ago had a powerful magical equipment called the sword pill. It was usually ingested where it was spiritually refined, and at the most crucial moment, as long as they opened their mouth or snuffled through their nose, the sword pill would fly out, whereupon it would transform into a sword aura, which would draw a long rainbow as it took the heads of anyone within a range of 500 kilometers, as easily as picking one's own pocket. Li Yao nodded. I believe I have. With Oyezi's powerful memory, how could he not know of a sword pill, like most common magical equipment of the ancient cultivation world? For ancient cultivators, the flying sword may be one of their most commonly used magical equipment. However, the flying sword was not just one kind of magical equipment at all, but two. The first type of flying sword looked just like any ordinary long sword. It had an edge, a crossguard, a hilt, a scabbard, and a blade which was engraved with spirit array glyphs, protected by a mystic glow shining with colors and light, and could unleash thousands upon thousands of magical powers. This kind of flying sword, on one side, could be used as a means of transportation, allowing the cultivators to step on and ride it. It was nothing to travel 500 kilometers in a day. On another side, it could also be used as a divine weapon to fight in close quarters. Occasionally, it could also be thrown to attack a relatively close enemy. However, if the enemy was 500 meters away, it was inappropriate to use this kind of flying sword to attack. First, this kind of flying sword was quite heavy, and it didn't have a sufficient streamlined body, making its flying trajectory very unstable. Also, the speed at which it could be thrown wasn't too high. If a cultivator was riding the blade and controlling it, it was still all right. However, once there was no one to control it, it could very easily stall and spiral down its path, missing the target and quite possibly tumbling to the ground. Second, if the distance was too far, there would be too many variables. Such as, if the enemy was powerful or had some kind of magical equipment to attract or absorb the flying sword would be taken away suddenly and quite possibly fired back down its path. Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? In anecdotal records of 100 Smelting Clan, Li Yao had also seen a very funny story, according to which, there was a sword immortal during the ancient era who racked up hardships and used multitudes of heaven and earth treasures to meticulously refine a flying sword. When he fought with an enemy, he shot the flying sword, and sure enough, it was shockingly powerful. With one shot, he pierced the enemy in the chest at his heart. Unexpectedly, the enemy happened to be ruthless. Upon realizing he was going to die, he clutched the sword's hilt with both hands forcefully, making it impossible for the sword immortal to retrieve the flying sword with his telepathic thoughts, and the enemy before dying blew himself up and ruined most of the flying sword. Meanwhile, the sword immortal was soon to be surrounded by a large crowd of experts from the enemy's side. If a divine sword like that was in his hand, the sword immortal could naturally unleash a superb sword technique, and even if he could not win, he, at any rate, could still ride the sword and escape into the sky. However, his hands were empty, and even if he wished to escape, he could not. Finally, the sword immortal was surrounded and beaten to death. It was truly miserable to the extreme. Then, there was a sword immortal who had spent a mountain load of wealth to refine a flying sword, and when he hunted a spirit beast with it, the sword, instead of striking the vital point, pierced the rear end of the spirit beast, where it was stuck between the muscles and bones, deadly. Whereupon, the spirit beast, in a lot of pain, wailed as it ran away with the priceless flying sword. It ran and ran. Precisely because of numerous tragedies like this, cultivators slowly discovered during combat that if they wanted to hurt someone by controlling something, there was really no need to use a flying sword as such a large piece of equipment. In fact, there was no need to have crossguard or hilt, and even the edge of the sword wasn't necessary at all. Under the heavens, among the various magical powers, there was nothing indestructible, even with all the firmness and hardness any man could achieve. Only with speed could one be invincible. When speed is taken to the extreme, even a hair could kill a person. So was there any need for a sharp edge? Because of this, the second type of flying sword, the sword pill, came into existence. Generally, it was just the size of a longan, easy to refine and convenient to carry. Furthermore, because it was small in size, it was relatively easy to manipulate with telepathic thoughts. Usually, it was ingested where it would be refined, and when encountering an enemy, it could be shot in the air where it would be transformed into 3-inch sword aura, which could be manipulated using telepathic thoughts and fired, killing the enemy. Any ordinary sword cultivator could launch the sword pill a couple kilometers, whereas it was a cinch for a first-grade sword immortal to have an attack range of a few dozen kilometers. In this way, while an enemy was in close range, the sword cultivator could use the flying sword to fight. While an enemy was in long range, the sword cultivator could use a sword pill to greet them. It would be alright even if the sword pill missed or was received by the enemy, for the cost of refining was very low. Each sword immortal could carry a few of them and conveniently fire one. Liao was struck with a thought as if he discovered something. Ma Jiao smiled. It seems you already understand. The sword controlling technique was precisely the ability to manipulate the sword pills by the ancient sword immortals. We, firearm cultivators, inherited this very ability of the sword immortals. For ordinary people and an amateur gunman like yourself, bullets are just bullets, nothing more and nothing less. But for us firearm cultivators, the bullets are sword pills. Realization suddenly dawned upon Liao. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. In the anecdotes of the 100 Smelting Clan, he had once read of some powerful sword immortals who could manipulate hundreds of sword pills with one deep breath, forming a sword array that emanated with endless sword auras and could strangle the enemy ruthlessly. How could the firearm cultivators like Ma Jiao not fire over hundreds of bullets in one deep breath? Although they could not necessarily fire with power as strong as the ancient sword immortals, if these bullets were sword pills, then it was indeed a terrifying profession. Upon noticing Liao's expressions, Ma Jiao felt prouder and slightly pondered as he muttered to himself, "This is just basic stuff. There is nothing secret about it." If Liao had researched beforehand, he could have very easily found this from any channel. Telling him about it would not pose any harm. On the contrary, we could have a better relationship. After all, there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Ma Jiao stretched out 3 fingers and spoke. Obviously, powerful firearms cultivators at the building foundation stage and above had the ability to control thousands upon thousands of bullets, these special sword pills. As for the firearms cultivators who had just stepped into the refinement stage, they mainly cultivate 3 kinds of abilities. First is the shooting technique. The shooting technique of cultivators is not the kind of 3 points in one line, breathing evenly like a conventional shooting technique, but rather to study how to control the point of impact. So it is about controlling the point of impact of over hundreds of bullets at one point. Ma Jiao looked around before he dragged a completely mutilated and torn-up corpse of a black armored saber mantis from nearby and spoke. "Fellow student Liao, this black armored saber mantis was shot by you, and as you can see, its whole body is broken into pieces. Your points of impact are scattered in a very large area. The bullet did not strike at one place at all. Following that, he once again dragged a corpse of a black armored saber mantis over. This is the black armored saber mantis shot by me. As you can see, the points of impact are gathered at one location. All the bullets are basically at the same place. Liao carefully inspected the difference between the two corpses and lightly nodded his head. Ma Jiao said, "Rather than hurting 10 fingers, it is better to cut one finger off. Although the firepower of the 6-barrel rotary cannon is fierce, you are unable to control its points of impact. Every bullet's point of impact is different from the other. It is the equivalent of letting the demon beast bear the destructive force evenly throughout its body, and naturally, the local destructive force cannot be increased. Whereas we, firearm cultivators, try to control the placement of bullets to ensure that every bullet impacts the locality of the entrance wound. In this way, the injuries will continue to add up, and the destructive force will be concentrated at one point. The power will be greatly enhanced as well. Maybe a moment ago you thought fellow student Bei Jingjing had fired a headshot with the pistol, but it was, in fact, not one shot but 5 shots instantaneously. Her speed was so fast that it sounded like one shot, and all the bullets instantly struck the same point. Not to mention the black armored saber mantises. She would have had the chance to even headshot the gold armored saber mantis. The building foundation stage and above, those truly powerful firearms cultivators are even able to fire hundreds of bullets instantaneously, and all the bullets will pierce through the same entry wound, giving the impression of just one shot and one entry wound. The destructive force it would possess could be imagined. Liao frowned as he ruminated for a long while before he humbly asked for advice. I do understand the reason for concentrating the fire at one point, but the recoil of the firearm is simply too much. Although I am doing all I can to control it, every shot is a spiritual energy explosive shell. As a result, the muzzle will slightly jolt and the shooting trajectory will slightly deviate. Thus, the resulting points of impact will deviate from the original point of impact. So how do you reduce the recoil? Ma Jiao burst into a hearty laughter as he responded. The recoil cannot be resolved. With the increase in strength, the firearms cultivator can subsequently use more and more powerful firearms and bullets, and as long as you pursue firepower, it will always have a recoil, and the muzzle will naturally snap back. Our idea is not to control the barrel so that the muzzle will be motionless. This way is too stiff, too rigid. The right thing to do is perceive the degree of deviation of muzzle after every shot and again calculate the shooting trajectory. Then carry out minute tuning in the opposite direction, ensuring that the points of impact remain consistent. For instance, if a shot made the muzzle jolt upwards by 0.001 millimeters, then just press your wrist down bit by bit so that the muzzle is shifted down by 0.001 millimeters. Of course, this is just the principle. In combat, there are many things to consider, such as the direction of the wind, the change in distance between you and the enemy, your breathing, heartbeat, and the subtle changes in muscle movements. In short, it is ever-changing and inexhaustibly profound. Liao pondered for a moment before his eyes went wide. You mean to say that for every shot, you calculate the shooting trajectory again? Ma Jiao thought before he nodded and answered. Although in combat, it is impossible to calculate every shot. Theoretically, it is possible. At present, I can calculate the shooting trajectory per 4.7 shots, for which dealing with ordinary demon soldiers is just about enough. Liao was shocked. The rate of fire of modern firearms was quite fast. As many as a dozen bullets could be fired per second. That is to say, Ma Jiao can calculate the shooting trajectory once or twice again just every second, and also bear in mind the wind direction, wind speed, and the high-speed movements of the demon beasts. The amount of calculation he had to do was quite shocking indeed. However, if he could master this shooting technique, there would be no need for him to calculate once every 5 shots. Even if he could calculate the shooting trajectory once every 10 shots, the power of 6-barrel rotary cannon would be greatly enhanced. By then, not to mention middle-rank demon soldiers, he would have the chance to blow high-rank demon soldiers and even demon generals away. When seeing Liao's expression, Ma Jiao knew that he was letting his imagination go wild. Ma Jiao couldn't help laughing as he said, though the theory is short, it isn't easy to truly cultivate it. Incisive understanding of various algorithms is needed, and one must also possess powerful computational ability and hand-mind coordination ability. There's no need for an amateur gunman like yourself to waste too much time in this field. In any case, you're just substituting in as a heavy firepower user for the moment. There isn't a high need for precision when it comes to your task of laying suppressive fire. Liao's heart pounded and throbbed. He was a refiner. He was no stranger to abstract, profound, and complicated algorithms. His computational ability was also higher than that of a normal close combat soldier. As for his hand-mind coordination ability, under the super-perceptive state, the grave issue of his hand and mind being uncoordinated had appeared. He had grit his teeth and trained past it quite painfully. His hand-mind coordination ability absolutely surpassed his peers. After a short mutter to himself, Liao asked, "Fellow student Ma Jiao, you just said that there are two types of mystical abilities. Not bad. The other two types of mystical abilities are baptism and soul division." Ma Jiao replied readily. The so-called baptism is using various secret techniques to perform a second refining on an ordinary bullet. It lets the bullet connect with one spirit, and the most commonly seen baptism is the blood baptism. The gunman's blood is used to baptize the bullet, increasing the spirituality of the bullet. Naturally, the gunman comes to have perfect command over the bullet, landing wherever he points. He paused a bit before explaining further. However, blood baptizing has enormous limitations because it consumes way too much blood. It's impossible to refine all of your bullets using blood baptism, for we fire out hundreds of thousands of bullets a day. If each bullet were to be blood baptized, we would die of blood loss before even setting foot on the battlefield. Typically speaking, snipers like fellow student Bei Jingjing are more suited to using blood baptizing to strengthen the spirituality of their bullets. Every sniper bullet they fire has undergone blood baptizing of many years. Their bullets can curve and do all sorts of oddities. People like Chunyu Pong and I have slowly baptized a few ammo clips of blood bullets. Normally we hate to use them, but in critical moments where our lives are at stake, we will bring them out. As for soul division, when one opens fire, a strand of the soul is attached to the bullet. It follows with the bullet as the bullet gets fired, increasing the ability to control the bullet. It is much more powerful than typical telepathic manipulation. When cultivated to the peak, the bullet becomes equivalent to a clone. This mystical ability is too wonderful for words. However, it must be noted that for soul division, during the instant the bullet is just about to hit the target, one must perform a soul retrieval and retrieve this strand of the soul. Otherwise, when the bullet explodes, this strand of the soul will scatter and dissipate as well, causing great damage to the gunman. If the damage to the enemy is 1,000, then the damage to oneself is 800. It's a situation where both sides suffer. Ma Jiao's words set off a wild surge in the bottom of Liao's heart. Through endless days of bloody battle, he had discovered his weak point of having inferior attack power. His absolute strength was excessive enough, his burst strength was high enough, and his ability to resist blows was strong enough. But he didn't have a set of outstanding techniques. He was incapable of completely transforming his strength into destructive power. This was the reason why he had to go through great amounts of calculations to use his heavy vibrosaber and six-barrel rotary cannon. This was his only method to draw out his max destructive power in his current circumstances. How could he not know just how utterly tiring and cumbersome it was to carry the six-barrel rotary cannon and an entire giant crate of ammunition? Even though he had enough physical ability to carry all of this, what if he could carry less ammunition? Wouldn't his speed increase? If he could learn some super basic gun fighting techniques, it was super clear that his combat ability would increase. It was all good whether it be carrying less ammo or switching to a lighter, more portable firearm. The margin for his tactical options would become much greater. Calculations of the firing trajectory can be slowly tempered on a live battlefield. Dividing out a strand of the soul to control the bullet. This sort of mystical ability sounds difficult to the extreme the instant one hears it. This isn't something that could be learned in a short time. What's more, there's no place to learn it. What about blood baptism? Blood baptism? Liao's heart stirred and he was wild with joy. There were countless different types of blood baptism methods in the 100 Smelting clan. The greatest experts of the ancient refiners would take their own blood and essence and assimilate them into their magical equipment. There were even legends of ancient sword forgers who, for the sake of forging swords, jumped into furnaces to forge swords with their bodies. There were quite a few low-level blood baptism techniques on the first floor of the heavenly refining tower. Though they weren't sufficient to be used to baptize and strengthen magical equipment, baptizing a few small bullets to slightly strengthen their might should be more than enough, right? I've decided that next I will focus on blade techniques, shooting techniques, and even blood baptism techniques in cultivation. Liao was a refiner. Obviously, in battle, he had to walk the path of a massively equipped man and use all sorts of powerful magical equipment to engage in close combat slaughter. Whether it be close combat magical equipment or long-range magical equipment, he had to be proficient in using them. Only in this way could he display his superiority to the maximum. We're heading out. Let's continue to slay the demon beasts. They had rested for half an hour. After a small hunting squad had sent a report back to the command center about the current situation and location, they continued to head forward. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, 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 rumble. Gold Phoenix Road isn't a street. It's a bustling area where high-rises stand in great numbers. Sounds of explosions and fighting came from all around. Other hunting squads were engaging in bloody combat. Everyone knew that this was their last chance. They wasted no second of time to train, sweep the area, and to rack up their meritorious military service. Whoosh! There weren't many demon beasts left on the surface that possessed anti-air attacks. The armed forces of humanity could boldly fly in the skies above the cities in their flying shuttles and small battleships. They dropped one flickering and glistening metal crate after another down with enormous parachutes appearing above them. The crates swayed as they fell to the ground. Bang! A large metal crate smashed to the ground not too far away from Liao and the others. Liao advanced with large strides. He spread out his hand and pressed against the array glyph slightly infused with a blue glow on the large metal crate. Beep, beep. The array glyph turned green. A hissing noise sounded. Streams of air spouted out from all sides of the metal crate, and the crate slowly opened. The insides were packed to the brim with high-energy nutrition doses, clean water, ammunition, and close combat weapons. Everyone quickly calm yourselves and replenish your gear. This supply crate is quite decent. They even sent us 100 thunderpalms refined by the Dragon Tiger sect. Liao's eyes lit up as he hung 20 thunderpalms on his combat vest and stuffed his ammunition box full. The other people also replenished their ammunition, food, and water. Their original body armor was nearly exhausted of their spiritual energy, so they swapped to new ones. The 6 people looked completely new a moment later. They went towards the depths of the financial district to go killing. After repelling 2 parts of the beast tide, they finally reached the core region of Gold Phoenix Road. Quite a few financial companies had their headquarters here. The signs of banks, financial companies, and insurance companies hung on all the tall and large buildings to either side of them. They could vaguely see the bustling activity of the past. In the past, there were people coming and going. This was the center of the city, bustling with activity. Yet, now it had turned into a demon area where the chilly wind came in waves and the ghostly air was dense. The howls of demon beasts sounded out over and over, endlessly lingering in their ears. Everyone's gazes gradually swept across the large buildings, surging with demonic energy. Explosions, roars, screams, and powerful spiritual energy waves came from some of these buildings. Clearly, some people had gotten here early. The most powerful demon beasts must be hiding in these buildings. Which building are we choosing? The bank or the insurance company? Huh? This is... The gazes of the 6 people were simultaneously cast towards a large building. They all felt the powerful demonic energy coming from within. So it's the stock exchange center. No wonder. The demonic energy is this intense. Wow. The green demonic energy is surging out from the broken windows to congeal into a layer of green miasma, firmly enveloping the entire stock exchange center. There must be a lot of ruthless demon beasts that can kill through underhanded means hibernating within this stock exchange center. The 6 people glanced at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. They rushed into the stock exchange center after uttering low growls. The first floor of the stock exchange center was a spacious and wide hall. Countless green-skinned saber mantises and similar demon beasts were gathered here. These demon beast strengths were low. They didn't dare to go out and court death. They could only lie in wait within the large building. Because they were short on food, they had actually started to kill each other. Upon entering, Liao and the others just so happened to see a weaker green-skinned saber mantis get killed by its own kind. 7, 8 green-skinned saber mantises laid on its corpse, eating with great delight. The green-skinned saber mantis with stomachs rumbling with hunger weren't willing to let go of their food even when they noticed the intruders. They tore off pieces of meat from the corpse of their companion before shrieking and pouncing onto Liao's group. Liao and the others opened fire. Their crossfire was like 3 scarlet waves that instantaneously engulfed the green-skinned saber mantises completely, leaving not even dregs. Upon hearing the gunfire, several hundred green-skinned saber mantises came rushing down from the second floor. Mixed among them were a few dozen black armored saber mantises, and at their rear were 5 gold armored saber mantises. Come then! Everyone glanced at each other, took out their thunder palms without the slightest hesitation, and sent them to cleave and smash the skulls of the beast tide. The thunder palm was a secret equipment of the dragon tiger sect. At first glance, it just looked like a pitch-black and unremarkable metal shell, but it was hiding intensely condensed thunder crystals and even a miniature 5 thunder punishment formation. When it set off, it would be like a field of small descending thunder tribulations. From the perspectives of the demon beast, it was in no way inferior to punishment from heaven. The green-skinned saber mantises were all fried and smashed to pieces. The black armored saber mantises had their skin and flesh split and rendered, blood and flesh flying all around. And even the gold armored saber mantises, under the chain of explosions from the several dozen thunder palms, were dizzy and disoriented, staggering. Kill, 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 kill. 6 people were like 6 fierce tigers with stomachs rumbling with hunger pouncing on a flock of sheep. They were like a hot knife through butter as they threw themselves straight to the gold-armored saber mantises. Liao remembered the words Ma Jiao had spoken earlier. He simply relaxed his control over the 6-barrel rotary cannon and increased his rate of fire. The jump of the muzzle of the gun increased in scope. And Liao was in deep concentration as he carefully analyzed the trajectory of his own bullets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before his eyes, the entire world seemed to transform into a transparent blueprint. The distance between him and the demon beasts, the relative velocity, and the firing angle were all transformed into a series of data. Like a torrential downpour, the data cleaved into his cranium. The countless data collided together in an instant to condense and form an incomparably clear trajectory that came extending perfectly straight out from the muzzle of his gun. It extended until it reached the dead center of a gold-armored saber mantis skull. Holding his breath, Liao tried to lower the rate of fire of the 6-barrel rotary cannon to the minimum, as he consciously tried to control the firepower and press the trigger along with the rhythm of his heartbeat. For the first few seconds, the line of fire was consistent with the trajectory he had calculated. The spiritual energy explosive rounds struck dead right at the center of gold-armored saber mantis head. And obviously, the power had also greatly elevated. After just a dozen rounds, the armor of the gold-armored saber mantis was opened and a large mass of sticky liquid burst forth from inside. However, after a few seconds, Liao was unable to hold on. With every shot fired, the muzzle would slightly deviate. Meanwhile, the gold-armored saber mantis also had a very quick reaction time. It would constantly jump here and there, dodging most of the bullets. Every second, the distance, position, speed, and all kinds of information would have subtly changed. Each parameter was having all kinds of varying changes. Analyzing and calculating the new bullet trajectory in accordance with the new variables would at the very least take a second or possibly more. Meanwhile, the gold-armored saber mantis would have long moved to a new location, thereby turning the new line of fire null and void. Liao's computational ability was elevated to the extreme, yet he could barely calculate for a few seconds before he felt dizzy. All the values of the parameters had turned into series of stars that were revolving around his eyes. This kind of dynamic calculation of madly changing variables was 10 times more difficult compared to the calculating the static magical equipment structure. If he forcibly continued down this path, perhaps even before the gold-armored saber mantis was killed, his brain would overdraft and he would faint. The difficulty of calculating the bullet trajectory in real time is really too high. I cannot easily master it for now. Even if I entered the super-perceptive state so that my brain activity is elevated to more than 150%, I am afraid I am still unable to do it. Perhaps if my brain activity was elevated to 300% or more, I could barely calculate once every second. However, this way, I will simply be unable to hold on for too long and quite possibly have qigong deviation. Having thought this, Liao abandoned the plan of entering the super-perceptive state. It was his secret life-saving method, and since he still had control over the current situation, there was no need to display it so early. Under the thunder palms and everyone's fire, even before 10 minutes were up, all the saber mantises were blasted into nothing but slag. Let's keep going. The 6 continued down the stairs, cleaning floor after floor. After they had killed 4 low-level demon beasts, they finally encountered big guys at the trading hall on the 7th floor. There were 7 2 meters long and over 500-pound demon beasts that looked like huge lizards. Their entire bodies were covered in colorful and gorgeous scales, and no matter where they crawled, the scales would change their colors with the surrounding environment instantaneously. At first glance, they seemed to completely blend in with the environment, making them extremely difficult to distinguish. The 7 lizards were lazily gnawing the corpses of a few green-skinned saber mantises. When they caught a whiff of human smell, they became completely vigilant. Their scales turned red as blood before they returned to their previous color of the surrounding environment in the blink of an eye. They shook their heads and flicked their tails before surrounding the 6 humans silently. Mystic chameleons? We hit it big this time. Ma Jiao mischievously laughed as he glanced at the trio from the Grand Desolate War Institution with a provocative look. What do you think? The Mystic Chameleon is one of the strongest middle-rank demon soldiers. Not only does it have an inherent camouflaging ability, it can also release peculiar demonic fluctuations that could disrupt our telepathic senses, making it very difficult for us to sense its accurate location. In addition, it also has an extremely corrosive and long tongue. It's a very nasty piece of shit. There's nothing wrong with being afraid. Our way of escape is not yet closed off. It's not a big deal for us to retreat. We can end this mission right here, right now. Zhao Tianchong, Li Yao, and Lu Taizhan glanced at each other, and upon noticing the sharp war intention flickering in the depth of the eyes of the others, they sneered. Ma Jiao, there is really no need to goad us. We are all cultivators and have long been playing with fire and skating on thin ice, risking everything for just one thing and one thing only, bravery. Beheading a mystic chameleon is many times more beneficial than cutting 10 gold-armored saber mantises. If we are not going to fight them, then what did we come here to do? Then wouldn't it better to obediently return to the university and tuck our heads under the blanket? All right. Ma Jiao's pair of eyes almost turned bloodshot as he pulled out a magazine that was laced with blood-colored tattoos to reload. He burst into laughter and said, "Teaming up with brothers of the Grand Desolate War Institution is the best thing ever. You guys aren't people who are afraid of how others would perceive you running away, and try to tuck your heads under the blanket. Getting rid of these few mystic chameleons would be greatly rewarding. So please take out all your aces in the holes." Whoosh! Before Ma Jiao's voice could fade away, Lu Taizhan had already torn away his body armor. Even the melee combat suit was torn to pieces, revealing his black iron tower-like majestic body. His body was painted with gorgeous tattoos which gave the impression of golden snake-like lightning dancing amidst the billowing dark clouds one after another that flashed and rumbled with the bulging of his muscles. They looked quite alive. With a roar from Li Taizhan, the lightning tattoos, like a living thing, actually jumped up as they ran around his body, forming an armor of lightning. The 2 iron hammer-like fists, in particular, had hundreds of lightning bolts running around each of them, and when he smashed them with each other, they subsequently burst forth with lightning and thunder. It was quite deafening. unarmed body practitioner, sword cultivator, and firearms cultivator. These three professions had launched all their tyrannical, odd, and marvelous skills at this moment. This not only caused Liao to secretly be astounded, but the three firearms cultivators of the Federation's first military college were dumbfounded as well. They felt their scalps tingle. Zhao Tianchong coldly snorted as he drew an oddly shaped longsword from his back. With distinct edges and corners, the blade consisted of segments upon segments, as though it had been forged from the spine of a demon beast. Even though no blood had been drawn, it was exuding an intense bloody aura. Kacha kacha! The three firearms cultivators changed their bullets with the precious blood bullets that had been baptized with their own blood essence, and as they started chanted something, their eyes turned brighter and brighter. In the outer rim of their pupils, ring after ring of aura emerged, and each ring of aura was rotating at high speed. Battle started. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan protected the forefront, whereas Liao started his crazy onslaught of spiritual explosive shells, suppressing the few mystic chameleons in the front. As for the three remaining firearms cultivators, they were outpouring their firepower together on a mystic lizard at the rightmost side. The bullets baptized with their own blood essence were incomparably powerful. The air was filled with ear-piercing howls. The mystic chameleon didn't even have the time to react before it fell backward with its limbs in the air. Just as it was flipping backward, a scorching hot sniper bullet drilled its way into its right eye, ruthlessly blowing away the inside of its head. It didn't even have the time to scream before twitching for a moment and laying flat on the ground, with a light yellow liquid pouring out from its eyes, nose, and ears. Whoosh! Watching this, the six remaining mystic chameleons entered the camouflage state and blended with their surrounding environment. Meanwhile, they started emitting demonic fluctuations, disrupting the spiritual energy perception of the six humans. Liao pursed his lips into a smile as he aimed the six-barrel rotary cannon at the ceiling and aimlessly started firing. Under the large range of suppressive fire, a few mystic chameleons were bound to be hit by the aimless bullets. Although it wasn't enough to cause them significant damage, it was enough for the rest to lock onto their position. Hiss! Hiss! After a moment, the six mystic chameleons were laced with bruises, bleeding a large amount of yellow-brown mucus. They were unable to hide their traces anymore. One of the mystic chameleons was even hit in the heart by a sniper bullet, causing it to writhe on the ground and scream. The remaining 5 mystic chameleons no longer concealed themselves either. They revealed themselves from the various corners of the ceiling as they vigorously jumped towards the 6. At this time, it was the cultivators' turn to demonstrate their close combat might. Even Liao threw the 6-barrel rotary cannon down and drew the wind cutter, greeting the demon beasts. Whoosh! The 5 mystic chameleons simultaneously projected their long tongues, which were full of barbs. Their tongues were covered in a light yellow corrosive substance, which, upon contact with the ground, hissed and caused white fumes to rise into the air. Liao's eyes quickly went wide as spiritual energy madly burst forth from every pore of his body, forming thousands of large and small airbags which bounced off the 2 long tongues. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the situation, he stepped forward and swung the wind cutter forward from bottom to top, drawing a perfect semicircle. This strike was the perfect attack line he had drawn after repeated calculations, enough for him to unleash his strength and speed to the extreme. Even if it was the armored snapping turtle's most solid shell, this strike could chop it in half, needless to mention the soft tongue of the mystic chameleon. With a flash of the blade, half of the long tongue was ruthlessly chopped off. It writhed on the ground like an earthworm burning in the sun. The mystic chameleon threw caution to the wind as it desperately shook its head and revealed its fragile jaw, which was subsequently blown off by the crossfire of the 3 firearms cultivators. Since there was a team behind him for protection, Liao had nothing to fear. After swinging that strike with all he had, not only he did not halt, he, purely relying on his calf muscles and ankle movements, forcibly took a large step forward. His entire body drew a semicircle, dragging the saber, whereupon by virtue of the subsequent centrifugal force, its speed reached a whole new level. The blade's tip almost broke through the sound barrier as the wind cutter ruthlessly landed upon another mystic chameleon. This strike was not looking for the weakness of the mystic chameleon at all, instead contending with just pure strength. The wind cutter ruthlessly cut the hide of the mystic chameleon and embedded itself deep inside its flesh. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Liao activated the oscillating array glyphs to the maximum, causing the wind cutter's edge to madly vibrate thousands of times every second. The blade cut through the flesh and bones, forcibly chopping off the mystic chameleon's foreleg. Just as the mystic chameleon opened its mouth to scream from losing its foreleg, its brain had been blown away by a quick sniper shot. Liao clicked his tongue in marvel as he raised his thumb towards his back without looking. A prideful whistle responded from behind. The female sniper Bei Jingjing was not as cold and proud as her appearance suggested. After getting along with her for a long while, one could see her secret half. The six became more and more skilled in coordinating. After 5 minutes, the final mystic chameleon fell on the ground with lightning running all over its body. It convulsed for a moment before finally remaining still. Among the six, only Lu Taizhan happened to have his chest hit by the long tongue of mystic chameleon, leaving a seared line. However, from the calm look on his face, it was quite clear that it wasn't any life-threatening injury. He could hold on long enough to reach the medical center at the campsite. We made it big this time. 7 mystic chameleons. On average, everyone has killed a little more than 1 mystic chameleon, which is enough for us to proudly return. Ma Jiao gasped for breath. Apparently he was very excited. Zhao Tianchong also agreed as he nodded and said, "Everyone is quite exhausted and we have used up most of our ammunition. Our close combat equipment has also suffered some losses. We ought to return. Any undue delay may bring us trouble. All right, let's return. Chunyu Pong, how many rounds do you still have left?" Ma Jiao did not turn his head for a reply. In response to his question, only a muffled sound came as 200-plus-pound Chunyu Pong ruthlessly flew out like a sack. While spewing blood, he flew for 20 or so meters before heavily crashing into the wall, drawing a human-shaped pit. Slither! Slither! A new demon beast, which was surrounded by the matchless aura of a leader, slithered out from the complex crisscross ventilation pipes in the ceiling. Its narrow eyes seemed like topaz as they coldly stared at everyone, while its eyes flickered with a sliver of ridicule. The complexions of Liao, Ma Jiao, Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan, and Bei Jingjing all changed at the same time. Such an intense demonic energy. Is it a high-rank demon soldier? No way, it is stronger than the high-rank demon soldiers. It's a demon general. More than 10 meters in length, the lower half of a giant python that was as thick as a bucket, an upper body resembling that of a human covered in snakeskin, and a total of 6 limbs with 3 fingers. 4 of its limbs were close to the abdomen and were used to assist in crawling, while the remaining 2 were located on either side of the humanoid torso and each tightly clutched a blood-stained saber. The 6-armed Naga was a low-level demon general. Its strength was comparable to that of a low-level building foundation stage cultivator. It was a demon beast with which 6 medium-level refinement stage cultivators who still had not reached their teens could not compete. No! Just when everyone was perplexed as to what to do, Liao shouted, "This 6-armed Naga is definitely grievously wounded. If it wasn't injured, it would have long returned to the underground. If not, then what it is doing above the ground? Waiting for death. Furthermore, we are simply not its opponent, and it could have killed us all long before. If its injuries were light, it would have taken the opportunity to attack when we were fighting with the mystic chameleons. If that had happened, we would not have even had a 0.1% chance to win. As it dared not attack us, it's quite clear that it must have a reason not to do so. And as you can see, I have been talking for a long while, yet it did not attack. It must have internal injuries." At first, everyone was surprised for a moment before they pulled themselves together. That's right, the 6-armed Naga was brutal in nature. Had it not been grievously injured, it would have torn them into pieces long ago. A fiery light that could simply burn a hole through the sky emerged from the depths of Liao's eyes as he said with teeth clenched. The moment the 6-armed Naga appeared, It also put on an imposing and menacing appearance. It wanted to scare the hell out of us so that we would flee, and in the process of our escape, when we revealed our flaws, it would destroy us. When two people meet on a narrow path, only the brave wins. This is our only opportunity, so instead of drawing back, we must step forward and fight with it. Either it will kill us, or we will kill it. Everyone took a glance at each other and saw flickers of flames burning in the depths of each other's eyes. Liao was absolutely right. When placed on a field of death, one would fight to live. Even if it was the demon general, once its head was chopped off, would it not still die? Zhao Tianchong quickly glanced at the crystal processor before a sliver of ferociousness crept into his voice. The spiritual nexus is jammed. There is no signal. We can't even call for help. So it seems we have no choice but to fight with it. The spiritual nexus was the third greatest invention of the cultivation revolution, and since then the cultivation world had officially entered the information age, an era of networking. The cultivators could very easily transfer telepathic thoughts and send information through the spiritual nexus. It was an efficient and orderly way for the Federation to come together. In a protracted war with the mankind, the demon beasts were also constantly evolved. Many powerful demon clan experts, after paying the price of blood, had gradually grasped the demon technique of blocking the spiritual nexus. In a demonic energy-filled war zone, where flashes of lightning and peals of thunder burst forth and flames of war reached the sky, the spiritual nexus would most likely be jammed. Fight! 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 Liao and the three took the front line. Meanwhile, Ma Jiao and Bei Jingjing quickly retreated towards the back, searching for the right position to shoot. A newborn calf is unafraid of a tiger. Facing the all-powerful demon general, except for the panic at the beginning, all five burst forth with excitement to fight, disregarding their lives and deaths entirely. Even if they died, they would still bite off a piece of meat from the six-armed Naga. Hiss! The six-armed Naga didn't expect these teenagers to be so brave. The ridicule in its eyes turned to hesitation. Apparently, Liao's guess was right on the mark. The six-armed Naga was indeed grievously injured in the underground battle by an intermediate-level building foundation stage cultivator. It had fled in panic for a few days to find a foothold, where it gathered a bunch of mystic chameleons as subordinates and ordered them to catch green-skinned saber mantises daily for it to consume. Originally, it thought that after recovering from injuries for a few days, it would sneak into the underground and find an opportunity to return to the blood demon sector. However, never had it imagined that it would encounter these pricks instead. Although these kids' cultivation was not too high, their firepower was quite powerful and they had good teamwork. If it wanted to kill all of them, it might have to pay a relatively large price. And if its old injuries relapsed, it would have to stay here and recover for 3 to 5 days. Meanwhile, if, in a 1 in a million chance, the underground battle came to end, the remnants of the beast tide would withdraw to blood demon sector, and it would die without a burial. However, the 6 kids had powerful spiritual energy stored within their flesh and blood. If it could engulf them, it would help it recover early. It was also impossible for the 6-armed Naga to give up such a scrumptious piece of meat from its mouth. Therefore, its plan was indeed the same as Liao had said. It wanted to scare the 6 and make them flee, then tail them and hunt them down. Even if it was impossible for it to kill all of them, as long as it could devour 2 or 3, it was sufficient for a while. Never had it imagined that after Liao laid bare its plan, the kids would want to fight to the death, forcing it into a dead end. The 6-armed Naga fumed in anger. It could understand the human language. It knew it was none other than Liao who had foiled its plan. Its body shrunk before it fiercely shot its snake tail. Whoosh! Just like a spring that had been tightly pressed and then released, its tail shot at Liao with astonishing speed. For Liao, it was as though a storm was blowing past his face. The subsequent wind made it impossible for him to open his eyes, whereupon he simply closed his eyes and only perceived the world through his telepathic thoughts. After his premolars almost broke from clenching, he tightly clutched the wind cutter, raised it above his head, and facing the vigorous gales, ruthlessly cleaved down. Boom! This saber strike felt as though it was cleaving a speeding super-fast crystal train. The blade was suddenly adorned with cracks, while its tip also broke and flew away. As though it was none other than Liao who was hit, he retreated a dozen steps in one go. His legs went numb as he fell down on his ass on the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. His hands, on the other hand, felt as though they had been deep-fried in a seething oil pot for 3 minutes. On the surface, they were numb, whereas a drilling pain constantly spread out from the depths of his bone marrow. Liao raised his hands to look. His hands were torn from the jaws of death. They were badly mutilated and were involuntarily trembling. He's simply unable to hold the saber. A demon general is actually so frightening. The six-armed Naga's narrow snake face revealed an incomparably shocked look as a somewhat deep-slanted wound appeared on its left shoulder. It was even unable to operate its left arm a bit as the saber in its left hand fell on the ground. Its topaz-like eyes turned cloudy, as though the killing intent in its eyes would materialize and ruthlessly shoot towards Liao. Just as it twisted its body to ruthlessly strangulate Liao, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan charged in from left and right and attacked. Zhao Tianchong's long sword issued woo-woo, like sharp howls as the sword aura exploded to 3 meters in length, while the lightning surrounding Lu Tieshan's body got brighter, as though he turned into huge spherical ball of lightning. Both of them had their speed burst out to the extreme. Under the dizziness, Liao was simply unable to make out anything. All he saw was a mass of vague gray shadows stuck in a stalemate for 3 to 5 seconds before Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan flew out while spewing blood, giving the impression of 2 withered rice sacks falling on the ground. Only the hilt of his blade remained in Zhao Tianchong's hand, whereas Lu Tieshan's entire body was laden with terrifying, crisscrossed injuries. The beautiful tattoo on his body was a terrible mess. The gorgeous scene of lightning and thunder had completely dissipated. Occasionally, it would burst forth with tiny electric sparks, like a flickering candle in the wind which could be extinguished momentarily. Hiss! Hiss! The six-armed Naga issued a series of furious hisses. Its body had dazzling lightning arcs wrapped around it, and the broken half of Zhao Tianchong's sword was deeply embedded in its chest. Finally, all the lightning arcs charged down the blade and into its body, running between its internal organs and causing it to be in unbearable pain. Under the stimulation of lightning arcs, its old heart injuries were just about to relapse. Originally, the six-armed Naga was seriously injured, and its strength fell to that of a high-rank demon soldier. The 5 kids thought they were against the ropes and unleashed their strength to the extreme. The lightning arcs had coincidentally flowed into its body, which actually caused it to sustain serious injuries. Before the six-armed Naga could respond, the 2 firearms cultivators also unleashed their final attack. A couple dozen quick gunshots sounding like incomparably short, sharp howls rang out as a couple dozen crimson streaks of light, dragging long streaks of flames and drawing strange arcs, hit the various vital points of six-armed Naga at inconceivable angles from all directions. Tuck, 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 tuck. Tens of bloody fountains shot out from all over the six-armed Naga's body and shrouded it in a dense bloody mist. It seemed to have stopped struggling. How should we deal with it? The 5 had their hearts in their mouths. Liao, Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan, Chunyu Peng. The 4 were grievously injured. In contrast, Ma Jiao and Bei Jingjing were out of blood bullets and were even running low on conventional bullets, which simply weren't enough to deal fatal damage to the six-armed Naga. At present, the battle strength of the hunting squad had been pummeled down to less than 10%. Hiss, hiasis! Amid the bloody mist, a wail which seemed like a wail of doom, but also like a strange ear-piercing scream, as though wails of countless demon beasts were superimposed, rang out. When it rang in the depths of everyone's ears, it caused everyone to feel endless fear. This was one of the inherent demon techniques of the six-armed Naga. Once it was cast, it would consume its life source, the demonic essence of the six-armed Naga, which would aggravate its injuries. Thus, it was reluctant to utilize it until a moment ago. At this moment, the six-armed Naga's anger soared to the highest heavens. It became extremely mad. The demonic energy spread just like a flood. The six-armed Naga wanted to tear these brats into pieces by all means. Escape! Having hit by the demonic technique, Everyone had the same idea and involuntarily retreated towards the stairs as though they were hypnotized. Escape through the window. Liao's soul was firmer than that of his counterparts. Under the attack of six-armed Naga's demonic technique, he still remained clear-headed. It was the 7th floor, and by virtue of the cultivators' tyrannical bodies, even if they jumped down, they wouldn't fall to their deaths. Not to mention it was much faster than taking the stairs. Everyone woke a bit from their stupor by Liao and suddenly came to realize this. Throwing the sniper rifle to one side, Bei Jingjing clenched her teeth as she somehow carried the unconscious Chun Yupeng. Ma Jiao helped Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan. Although the two were seriously injured, they weren't unconscious. They could still walk. The three, with their arms on each other's shoulders, tottered their way towards the window. "Do you want to escape?" Amid the blood mist, the six-armed Naga issued a savage laugh with a very strange tone. Slither, slither. Slithering with its blood-covered body, the six-armed Naga once again appeared before everyone. Despite having one of its limbs broken, receiving a huge charred wound on its chest from the lightning, and being riddled with thousands of bullets, the overflowing demonic energy only grew in intensity. Its topaz-like narrow eyes were completely red as blood at this moment. At this moment, it had finally madly mobilized its demonic essence despite the recurrence of its old injuries and burst forth with its true strength to retaliate against the six-armed Naga. Under the push from the electrical array glyphs, the 6 barrels of the 6-barrel rotary cannon started rotating at high speed, emitting a weak whirring sound. This was the sign of the impending bullet storm. Pop, 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 pop. Before the spiritual energy explosive shells burst, a series of firecrackers burst in the air around Liao, as though storm kept on coming from inside his body. On the either side of his torso, innumerable transparent plumes appeared as the 2 wings of spiritual energy were formed. When they spread, they tore through the air, emitting an eagle's cry. Soul-igniting law, soaring into heaven in one leap, the Falcon King soaring into the sky in one leap. Liao released his soul completely, making his fire of life unscrupulously burn as he constantly broke through the limits and burst to his highest state possible. Meanwhile, all the windows on the floor they were on instantaneously shattered, leaving fragments floating around in the air. Amid the energy waves, they were crushed into transparent particles which seemingly gathered around Liao to create a crystal armor. Refinement stages 3rd level? Refinement stages 4th level? Refinement stages 5th level? None of them dared to believe their eyes, but their spiritual roots clearly perceived Liao's flames of life soaring, releasing light and heat which was already far beyond their level. He is truly in the 5th level of the refinement stage. No matter how many times Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan swore again and again, no matter what inconceivable things had occurred with Liao, both of them would not find it strange, but this time, they were still left extremely shocked. Liao was surrounded by spiritual energy wings that were visible to the naked eyes, while violent spiritual energy, just like lava, coursed through his blood vessels. Under the fierce explosion of spiritual energy, his brain activity tremendously exceeded the norm. 150% brain cell activity. The entire world in Liao's eyes gradually became translucent as all things turned into nothing but constantly changing parameters. 200% brain cell activity. The 6-armed Naga disappeared and became a combination of parameters. Body, vital points, speed, movement trajectory, everything turned into parameters. 250% brain cell activity. All the parameters madly clashed with each other. Lines intersected with each other. Bullet trajectories fiercely moved up and down one after another, and finally combined together. 300% brain cell activity. Locked. The 6-armed Naga was completely locked. No matter how the 6-armed Naga moved, no matter how the thousands of parameters changed, Liao could always calculate the new bullet trajectory instantaneously. He was firmly locked onto the target. 331% brain cell activity. Liao's entire body roared as his muscles rapidly expanded to the point that the highly flexible combat tights were taut to the extreme. They tore at a few places on his arms and chest, revealing the light gold, hard skin. Suddenly, his gun exploded before him like a volcano as he ruthlessly fired a scorching crimson line of bullets at the six-armed Naga. A sliver of disdain appeared in the blood-red eyes of six-armed Naga. It twisted and jumped, but as it tried to dodge the fire line, it never imagined that the fire line seemingly had long eyes and would be tuned and readjusted instantaneously. It ruthlessly lashed out just like a red-hot iron whip. The strike's power was far more than it had imagined. A bloody flower burst at the six-armed Naga's chest. Suddenly, the six-armed Naga's pupils shrunk into two lines as it emitted a blood-curdling scream and performed high-speed maneuvers in an effort to dodge. However, no matter how the six-armed Naga dodged, the fire line, like a deep-rooted ulcer on the bones, was right on its tail. Having been continuously hit, its body was badly bruised. Its skin burst open and its flesh hung in shreds as it let out blood-curdling screams one after another. Boom! 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 Half of the trading hall was covered by the crazy onslaught of the six-barrel rotary cannon, giving off the impression of hundreds of thunder palms simultaneously exploding. Wherever the fire line went, everything was smashed into pieces. For an entire half-minute, Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan, Ma Jiao, Bei Jingjing, all of them dumbfoundedly watched Li Yao and his crazy onslaught, seemingly watching the arrival of a war god as it slaughtered everything in his wake. When the shots stopped, Li Yao threw the six-armed rotary cannon as well as the huge ammunition case forward before he quickly ran to their side, whereas his companions had yet to react. Did you kill it? Ma Jiao asked in a quaking voice. Having watched Li Yao's terrifying performance, Ma Jiao was completely sure that once this guy acted, he would become crazy. Even if a mountain was blocking him, he would directly blast the mountain. What the hell do you think? That's a demon general. Blood seemed to be overflowing from the Li Yao's eyes, ears, and the corners of his mouth. His appearance was somewhat hideous, and, because he overdrafted his brain, he was not far away from having a qigong deviation. Stepping on the windowsill, Li Yao crazily roared, "Hurry up, or you'll never escape!" Everyone woke from their stupor and carried their injured companions to the windowsill. Hiss! Hiss! The six-armed Naga behind them, whose entire body was badly mauled from the explosions, let out a series of despotic screams. The six-armed Naga's condition was extremely bad. Its whole left arm along with the scapula was shot off and its heart had suffered serious injuries. If Li Yao could sustain the onslaught for another half-minute, maybe the six-armed Naga would have been killed. Unfortunately, Li Yao had reached the end of his computing power. Even a second more and he would have suffered qigong deviation on the spot. Boom! Just as the six-armed Naga gave a chase, the interlacing exhaust pipes and lights on the ceiling came crashing down, right on top of the six-armed Naga's head. It was nothing other than Li Yao's making. Having known that he could not sustain his onslaught any longer, he intentionally diverted some of the shots at the last minute and broke the supports of the fixed pipes and light fixtures one by one. Certainly, there was no way these things would crush the six-armed Naga to death, but it could stop it for a few seconds. And taking advantage of these few seconds, Li Yao and the six jumped down from the 7th floor. Activate the spiritual energy shield with maximum power. In the air, amid the howling wind, Li Yao shouted in a high voice, "Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!" Everyone stimulated the spiritual energy of their body armor to the extreme before curved transparent shields were released one after another. Hiss! Finally, the six-armed Naga broke out from the twisted group of metal pipes. In a breath, it shot its way to the window. Having been driven to madness, it lost its mind and seemed to not care whether it would be found by some high-level cultivator. Its brain was only filled with one thought and one thought only: chase these humans and kill them all. At the very least, kill that kid who used the six-barrel rotary cannon to seriously injure it. Having thought this, the six-armed Naga resentfully took a glance at the cannon and the ammunition box thrown by Li Yao. It had long seen this kind of weapon. All it could do was deal with those insignificant demon soldiers. Never had it imagined that such a weapon would cause it to sustain serious injuries. At this moment, the six-armed Naga turned stiff. Suddenly, it sensed an incomparably sharp danger. It was as though some peerless expert had broken space and appeared beside it. Every scale on six-armed Naga's body shrunk as its terrified gaze swept everywhere for a long while before finally stopping on the ammunition case not too far away from it. Inside, the six-armed Naga trembled as it let out terrifying shrieks. Almost at the same instant, just as Liao was about to fall on the ground, he fiercely pushed his waist down. Boom! The 3 floors of the stock exchange center were instantly enveloped in a sea of fire. Flames were shooting up from every window, giving off the impression of countless ferocious beasts angrily trying to escape only to be pulled back by some kind of invisible power. In the wake of the powerful explosion, everything inside the building was devastated. Billowing hot waves just like 6 hammers ruthlessly impacted the 6 before they heavily crashed into the ground. Even with the powerful physique of a cultivator, it was difficult for them to persevere. Ma Jiao and Bei Jingjing each spat a mouthful of blood. They had broken their fair share of bones. However, at this moment, there was no time to take a breather. Hurry up! Liao slapped a freezing glyph on his head to quickly cool his boiling brain down before the 6, with their arms around each other, ran hundreds of meters in one deep breath. Finally, they could not hold on and fell to the ground, laying flat on their backs. Beep! The spiritual nexus was online. Zhao Tianchong sent a request for help right away. In all directions where there was nothing but buildings, there were also many battle squads who had noticed the explosion at the stock trading center. Several dozen cultivators rushed over at high speed. Everyone dumbfoundedly looked at the stock trading center. The 3 floors were completely engulfed in fire which continued to spread upwards, painting the entire building red. A black silhouette jumped out from the raging flames. It quivered atop the windowsill before it fell from the 7th floor. It was completely charred. And even before it could crash to the ground, it broke into 4 to 5 pieces in the air and breathed its last breath. That wouldn't be the 6-armed Naga, right? What the hell is going on? How the hell could there be such a powerful explosion? Is it a bomb? Liao, you also carried such a powerful bomb? This bomb must be huge, right? So where were you hiding it? How come I never saw it? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone turned their gaze at Liao. It's the hellfire lightning. Lightly rubbing his temple, Liao explained with a tired look on his face. When I was modifying the weapon case into an ammunition case, I realized that we would be fighting on the front lines and could get support anytime. Although 2 bullet belts were a bit insufficient, there was no need for an entire box of bullets. Wouldn't it be a waste if I brought so many bullets and didn't finish them? Not to mention the possibility that the barrel might even get overheated or damaged somehow. So I changed the ammo case into a double-layered structure. The outside had the bullets and the inside was a personally modified super bomb created by combining 10 Hellfire Lightnings. 10 Hellfire Lightnings? Everyone was shocked as they gazed at Liao with a dreadful look in their eyes. The Hellfire Lightning was an explosive-type magical equipment specifically crafted by the army by connecting highly condensed fire crystals and lightning crystals in series by a special triggering array glyph. It was true to its name. Once it exploded, the blast was akin to lightning strikes and volcanic explosions. However, the Hellfire Lightning was huge and very heavy. Even though its power was quite strong, it was not suitable for a soldier to carry or throw at all. It was mainly used as a landmine or utilized for blasting a fixed demon beast lair. No one had ever thought that Liao would be crazy enough to carry 10 of them together, and even more so, chain them together. It was truly crazy. From the get-go, the 6-armed Naga was seriously injured. Then, it had suffered a crazy bombardment from the 6-barrel rotary cannon for half-minute, and then finally got to taste 10 Hellfire Lightnings at close range. It had truly suffered a wrongful death. However, after they came to know the truth, everyone was drenched in cold sweat. They could not utter a single word for a long while. Just the thought of themselves having been in such a close proximity to 10 Hellfire Lightnings was terrifying. And, if Liao's modification technique was even a bit worse, if the bomb happened to get set off, Not even a single hair of them would have remained. It was absolutely terrifying. What were you planning on doing with so many hellfire lightnings? Had you long planned to deal with a demon general? Ma Jiao stammered. Liao smiled. No way. The reason I carried so many hellfire lightnings was that if, and only if, I somehow ended up at a dead end, where I was surrounded by powerful demon beasts and had no room for escape, I could blow them. I am Vulture Liao. Although I may be a nameless newbie in the cultivation world who has insignificant strength, I am not so easy to kill. You want to kill me? No matter whether you were Demon General or Demon King, you would have to pay a fatal price. Everyone was rendered speechless. After remaining silent for a while, Bei Jingjing heaved a long sigh of relief as she whispered to Ma Jiao. When I first saw him, I could not believe that a guy who was carrying a 6-barrel rotary cannon and a heavy vibrosaber could infiltrate Gao Ye's command center and execute the beheading technique against a talented commander like him. But now, I believe. Early morning, 2 days later. The harsh winter was already over, and with the advent of spring, everything was coming back to life. The grass was growing, birds were chirping. Liao jumped out from the medical treatment pod, but there was still some light green high-energy nutrient solution covering his body. With a few strange movements of his muscles, it was absorbed through his pores into his flesh and blood, nourishing his strong physique. After a moment, quite a few black droplets oozed out from all over his body, emitting a pungent smell. It was the extravasated blood and the waste from the body circulation. With a slight shake of his body, the hairs across his body immediately stood while all the droplets disappeared without a trace from the shock. Liao burst into a jovial laughter as he wore the tight black combat suit and comfortably stretched his muscles before casually doing a few sets of 13 forces of war beasts. Suddenly, tiger and dragon roars could be heard coming from inside the medical tent. Having been undergoing treatment for 2 days, not only had all the internal injuries Liao had sustained been cured, the excessively overdraft brain cells had also recovered. Furthermore, carrying out the battle under the limit state of 331% brain cell activity had faintly stimulated the potential of Liao's soul, giving him the chance to touch the barrier of the 6th level of the refinement stage. And despite not having entered the 6th level refinement stage, Liao could vaguely see the high and abstruse glittering great Tao which was gradually opening in front of him, leading him to the highest heaven beyond the clouds, to the endless cosmos. I have really reaped a great harvest in the Battle of Verdant Tarn City. Not only have I raked in a lot of credits, I have also grasped a little chance to rush into the intermediate level of the refinement stage. Once I entered the intermediate level refinement stage, I can utilize the spiritual energy for combat. My battle force will experience a breakthrough, and it will be quite different compared to my strength in the low-level refinement stage. Ah, right. 2 days have already passed. I wonder whether the credits for the final battle are calculated or not. Without further ado, Liao started up the crystal processor as he entered the mission interface of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Since the last battle was fought together with the students of the Federation's first military college, the allocation of merits involved negotiations between the two universities. The algorithm for the allocation was quite complex, and hence the final settlement could not be done on the spot at all. When Liao accessed the mission interface, the translucent holographic screen immediately burst with a long list of credits awarded as crisp, beep 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 beep. Sounds of notification rang incessantly. Wow, I made a fortune. Liao's eyes lit up brightly. The Gold Phoenix Road was the last stronghold above ground for the demon beasts and was extremely dangerous. And as such, additional credits were awarded to the low-level students like Liao who dared to take such risks. After the system had done complex calculations, most of the merits for killing the 6-armed Naga landed upon his head. He alone was assigned 60% of the battle merits, while the rest of the 40% was allocated between the 5. In addition, there were battle merits for killing mystic chameleons and a large number of low-level demon beasts, as well as merits for suppressing the entire stock trading center. Then there were also the battle merits accumulated from the previous battles. All in all, when all of Liao's military achievements in the Verdant Tarn City battle were converted into credits, they surpassed 10,000 and reached a terrifying digit of 16,993, which compared to the credits acquired during the previous semester was quite a lot. Adding the previous credits, Li Yao's total credits were 23,749. Had it not been for Li Yao procuring various magical equipment as well as raw materials, for which a large number of credits were spent, the total number of credits would have surpassed the 25,000 mark. Even so, it was still an astonishing digit. Even Ding Lingdang and Peng Hai had not achieved such terrifying result till the second half of the first year. Li Yao had already set a record as the fastest scorer in last 2 decades of Grand Desolate War institution. Amazing! This time my luck was too good. Li Yao slightly smiled. From the 20,000 or so credits, a vast majority came from killing the 6-armed Naga during the last battle. The 6-armed Naga was a low-level demon general, whose strength was comparable to a low-level building foundation stage cultivator. Compared to him, who was just a low-level refinement stage cultivator, there was too big of a gap. He was an epitome of the weak overcoming the strong. Not only had he put a demon beast that was far stronger than him to death, he had also rescued his 5 teammates. When these factors were finally calculated, the subsequent bonus reward was an astronomical figure. The system finally showed a long list of information on military exploits, and at the end, presented him with 3 choices. First, it was converting all the military achievements into credits, which amounted to 16,993 credits. Second, he could convert a certain percentage of his military achievements into a lump sum. Some of the money was awarded by the nation itself. The Star Glory Federation was in a state of war year-around. Thus, among all the taxes, the most important was the national defense tax. While the national defense tax on one side was used as military expenditure, on the other, it used to set up a special fund which provided rewards to the non-military personnel depending on the strength of the demon beast they hunted. In addition, the demon beast's body was also very valuable. The 6-armed Naga goes without saying. Although its flesh and blood were charred, its snake bile, heart, and other similar organs were precious heaven and earth treasures. Even low-level demon soldiers had valuable parts. The black armored saber mantis' incomparably sharp saber-like limb was a rare material. After the battlefield was cleaned by the army, all the corpses of the demon beasts would then be collected and sorted out, which after being processed could be taken out for sale. And finally, a small part of the total income would be turned over to the Federation, while the majority of the money was allocated to the staff participating in the battle in accordance with the merits recorded in the battle video. It was also another way to promote the enthusiasm to fight. Or else, the cultivators who came all the way and busted their asses may fall due to the slightest bit of inattentiveness. It would be too much to ask the people to live up to justice without a little bit of reward. The third option was to acquire materials. Obviously, if Li Yao was interested in some material, let's say if he was in need of 6-armed Naga's bile for cultivation, after he had filed an application for it, the snake bile would be returned to him, and the subsequent money or credits awarded would be a little less. What it's gonna be? Credits? Money? Or materials? Li Yao sunk into thought before he chose to convert all the merits to the credits. At present, he was really not short of money as there was the scholarship and the special allowance provided as a result of him being the Federation's first-class disabled serviceman. In addition, he didn't have to pay the tuition fees too. As for the materials from the demon beasts like the 6-armed Naga and the gold-armored saber mantis, they were not too beneficial to him. Credits, they were more precious than the money and materials. With more than 20,000 credits, he could apply for some high-rank courses of combat department, cultivate powerful superior exercises, and tread further on the road of cultivation. In the future, he might even earn hundreds of millions. Imagining the better days ahead, Li Yao grinned as he switched to the forum interface. The Battle of Verdant Tarn City was everyone's focus of attention. Every day, the students who had not participated in the battle watched the progress of the war through the network. The university had specially opened up a Verdant Tarn City battle zone section in the forum, which was a place where the battle situation was discussed. The students were highly excited. Over thousands of posts were made just within a few days, where every post had hundreds of thousands of threads, among which many posts' main topic was none other than Li Yao. Wow! A freshman versus armored snapping turtle. Damn! So strong. He has so neatly blasted the demon beasts. Crazy. This is completely crazy. Just a refinement stage student can confront a 6-armed Naga head-on with a 6-barrel rotary cannon. Vulture Liao? What's so good about him? Posts just like these were jam-packed with battle videos of Liao. Even some people had dug out the videos from the Limit Challenge competition at the Devil Scaly Dragon Island. The awe-inspiring fame of Vulture Liao had already spread through the entire Grand Desolate War institution. Even some of the cultivation sects located at the Wild Wave City had heard of a ruthless freshman who had carried 10 Hellfire Lightnings with him. In a moment, Liao had become a famous figure who was known to all of the residents of the Wild Wave City. His fame had completely covered the special enrolled students like Zhao Tianchong's and Lu Taizhan. Many people believed him to be stronger than Ding Lingdang and Peng Hai back in their days, but even more believed that regardless of whether Liao was stronger than the two during their time in college, his craziness at the very least was far more than theirs. After all, whether it was Ding Lingdang or Peng Hai, they had never carried 10 Hellfire Lightnings along with them to the battlefield like they were walking in their own backyard. The students of Grand Desolate War Institution held strong lunatics in awe and veneration even more so than they revered the strong. Many people held Liao in admiration to the point that they would be willing to throw themselves at his feet. Some even secretly reckoned that maybe no one could stop Liao from amassing 40,000 credits, and subsequently creating an unprecedented record. Having seen these posts, the corn of Liao's lips involuntarily rose as he began giggling in an exaggerated manner. How could the hot-blooded youth not have some vanity? Liao sighed in self-satisfaction as he thought of the irony of life. Just last year he was still struggling with the idea of whether he could be accepted into a good university or not, just like wandering in the vast and dark cosmos, where he could not see any sign of light at his front. The 9 elite universities were like stars hanging above the clouds, simply out of his reach. Whereas in just 1 year, he had become a famous figure of the Grand Desolate War institution. It was like quickly running on the road of his dream. What's it going to be like after another year? Liao felt extremely excited as he let his thoughts run wild. At this time, a hubbub suddenly came from outside before Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan happily came running inside the tent while dancing and shouting, "Victory! We have won! The beast tide was pushed back and the wormhole is also sealed. We have not only completely won, we have also captured a demon king. Liao, hurry up! A regiment is about to drag the captured demon king from the underground. Let's quickly go and see the demon king." At first, Liao was taken by surprise before he jumped high up in the air as he vigorously waved his fists, giving rise to 7 subsequent waves in the air. A live demon king? Awesome! After the bloody battle at the Stock Trading Center, where the 3 went through fire and water together, a deep friendship was forged. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan did not put any airs of being special recruited students in front of Liao. The 3 with their arms around each other made their way out while laughing. The news of victory sent dozens of campsites in ebullition as everyone gathered to celebrate. Whether it was low-level cultivators or young soldiers in the army, everyone swarmed outside to watch the spectacle. The soldiers could barely curb their excitement. As for the local cultivators, they could not control themselves as well as the soldiers, many among which were raising cries of cheers, shooting in the air. Some even launched their flying swords in the air, covering the sky in resplendent colors as they clashed with each other, bursting forth with colorful fireworks one by one. Victory! We won! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! So what if it's a demon king? If he dares to intrude upon our heaven origin sector, he will be captured. Liao and the 3 somehow climbed their way atop the crystal tank as they stood on their tiptoes to watch. Under the brilliant lights, a team with soaring killing intent gradually walked from afar. Look! Our team is triumphantly returning from underground. Wow! So many high-rank Demon Clan experts are captured. At the forefront of the parade walking in, there were 20 cultivators, each armored from head to toe in a crystal suit. They were at the very least in the building foundation stage, and after the boost from the crystal suit, they gave off the impression of 20 torches burning through the sky that were absorbing powerful spiritual energy waves all the time. The spiritual roots of low-level cultivators like Liao felt an absolute pressure as their pores sealed up in the blink of an eye, not daring to release even a single spirit thread. And the intense killing intent emanating from them was not intentional at all, but rather due to fighting a bloody battle repeatedly in the dark and dreary underground with the demon beasts. Their spirit was naturally shrouded in a layer of fiendish aura. It was as if they had gone through hundreds of battles, killing everything in their wake, causing the fiendish aura to materialize. When it was used on the battlefield to kill, it was 100 times sharper than the spiritual energy itself. Regardless of the fact that their crystal suits were incomplete, laden with bloodstains, or the fact that a majority of the crystal suit's joints and exquisite glyphs were corroded, Liao's eyes when looking at them were filled with envy and jealousy. He wanted to run over to them, snatch a suit, and don it. The 20 crystal suit cultivators walked in an ostentatious and awe-inspiring manner. Following them were 10 trucks that sent demonic energy soaring to the sky and had thick liquid dripping from every opening. They were filled with demon beasts' corpses. This was the just first batch. There were still a large number of demon beasts' corpses remaining underground which had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, an epidemic would soon follow, which was nothing to joke about. The convoys of trucks transporting the demon beasts' corpses were followed by crystal tanks that were pulling large iron cages one after another. Each iron cage had hundreds of array glyphs carved upon them, countless crystals inlaid on their bases, and crackling lightning arcs running between the railings. Imprisoned inside the cages were powerful demon beasts who were restless upon finding themselves being displayed to the human onlookers. They were rampaging more violently than the lightning itself, desperately jumping up and down, struggling with all they had. However, every time they touched the cages, they would be struck by a bolt of lightning, causing them to grimace in pain while their scales stood erect. The air was filled with a faint stench. These are all demon generals. This time, we have captured a total of 19 demon generals. It was truly difficult, Zhao Tianchong said while laughing. Liao looked fixedly and noticed that the demon generals in the cages were completely different from the low-level demon beasts such as demon soldiers. Most of them appeared to be similar to humans, especially their eyes. In them, one could clearly find panic, anger, hatred, and a sharp killing intent. Even though some of these particularly aggressive demon generals were repeatedly struck by lightning, so much that their bodies were laden with deep wounds where even the bones were visible, they did not care and cast a deadly glare upon the cultivators and soldiers nearby, as though they would tear the humans into pieces just with that brutal gaze. Even such aggressive demon generals are captured. It's quite difficult to imagine how intense the underground battle was. Liao clucked his tongue in marvel. He could not help but feel a bit ashamed. Just a while ago, when he got to see the posts about him, he was getting all proud and mighty, believing himself to be quite formidable for being able to kill a grievously injured demon general. Now, he only got to realize how big of a gap was actually there between him and a true expert. If he had entered the underground battlefield, perhaps he would not have been able to hold on for 1 short hour before getting crushed into nothing but slag. I am still not strong enough. At present, I only have just an itsy-bitsy bit of reputation in the grand desolate war institution. Everyone is only optimistic about my potential. Nothing more, nothing less. In this vast cultivation world, I am just an insignificant figure who doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the underground battle. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. At the very least, I have to enter the building foundation stage even earlier than Ding Lingdang and senior brother Peng. Only then would I have the qualifications to participate in the undoubted battles in the world of cultivation. Liao silently pondered. Suddenly, Lu Taizhan nudged him a bit. Demon King is here. Liao turned excited as he stood on his tiptoes and stretched his neck to gaze far away. Even before he could see the Demon King, his line of sight was taken away by an ugly-looking, long bulbous-nosed man who in some ways resembled a Pekingese. This person wasn't wearing a crystal suit. He was just draped in a loose linen robe, while his hands were hidden inside wide sleeves. He was all secretive and low-key. Very difficult for anyone to find his true colors. Nevertheless, The air around him was stronger than the cultivators who had donned crystal suits. In particular, his long sleeves seemed as though they were hiding a terrifying blade. Even though Liao was hundreds of meters away from him, he could still feel the dangerous aura emitted by that blade. Is it a saber? From the vague outline mapped on the sleeve, this person was apparently carrying a saber-type magical equipment. At present, Liao was researching sabers, and thus, his gaze focused involuntarily upon that man's sleeve as it was attracted by that peerless saber hidden inside. Having stared at that man's sleeve for 3 seconds, Liao suddenly felt his scalp tingle, as if an invisible saber was launched from within that man's sleeve towards him, sweeping away everything in its path before it struck dead right upon his throat. Ah! Liao could not help but scream as he tottered and retreated 2 steps back, almost falling off the crystal tank. The sudden burst of pain he felt coming from his throat was so real that goosebumps had exploded all over his body as his hands covered his throat, while cold sweat oozed out from his forehead. He felt as though he had died once. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan took a glance at him with a bewildered look in their eyes. They could not understand why Liao suddenly went limp. Hundreds of meters away, the bulbous-nosed man felt the oddity of Liao as he calmly glanced at him before his eyes flickered with a sliver of surprise. That man is Long Wenhui, an illustrious demon beast hunter of Wasteland and the vice president of Hundred Saber Alliance. He is in the core formation stage and was one of the peak battle forces in the Battle of Verdant Tarn City. He is also the one who captured the Demon King, Zhao Tianchong introduced. So he was a core formation stage powerhouse. No wonder his strength was so tyrannical. I just spied on him a bit, but it felt like I had been cut by a blade. I was simply unable to block. Liao still had a lingering fear. If he had known that he was a core formation stage expert, how could he have dared to peep at his blade? Taking a deep breath, Liao stabilized his mind before he narrowed his eyes as he tried to peer behind Long Wenhui. Behind Long Wenhui was 2 crystal tanks side by side that were dragging an enormous transparent cage. All the railings had been forged using crystals which were not only engraved with dense glyphs on the surface, but had numerous microarray glyphs which were floating within the crystal. They glowed with ever-changing brilliance. Within the cage stood an over 2-meter-tall humanoid monster with a body covered in light blue scales. It had a long and narrow tail, clear and distinguishable facial features which seemed like a distorted human face, and 2 horns on either side of its head that were pointed towards the sky. The horn on the left side was broken and a light golden liquid was flowing out. The Demon King's palms and feet had been pierced with long crystal nails which were affixed to crystal chains, connecting his limbs to the 4 corners of the cage. His scapulas had 2 light purple cones deeply embedded which were releasing lightning with no end. Even Liao, who was 100 meters away, could hear crackling sounds coming from inside the Demon King's body. However, there wasn't even a sliver of change in the expression on the Demon King's face. Only the deepest part of his eyes occasionally flickered with an extremely brutal aura as he gradually swept his gaze over the audience, giving the crowd the impression that he was looking at a group of insignificant ants. Suddenly, the Demon King's glance skimmed over Liao. Powerful, terrifying, tyrannical, brutal. These words suddenly popped out from the depths of his brain one after another. Regardless of him being heavily shackled to the cage, a tyrannical aura unscrupulously emanated from the Demon King that made Liao highly tense. An urge to fight a battle to the death rose up in him. One could only imagine, if the Demon King hadn't been shackled and became crazy, how horrible would it be? Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. The mini-crystal processors of Liao and the other 2 simultaneously rang. Having taken a glance, the 3 simultaneously revealed an ecstatic look. The 3 of us have been selected as representatives of the Grand Desolate War Institution. This peerless Demon King is going to be beheaded by us. The outskirts of Verdant Tarn City was a temporary safe zone, which was filled with a sea of tents. All the rescued citizens were safely reallocated here, where they were waiting for the end of the beast tide before they could return to their homes. It was also one of the reasons why the army would rather initiate bloody battle street by street and was unable to use heavy firepower. The wasteland was sparsely populated and poor in transportation modes. There was an extreme shortage of a variety of building materials, making it rather difficult to build a large city that could harbor a couple 100,000 people. If a city that size was leveled to the ground with heavy firepower, not only would it be impossible to safely reallocate so many citizens, the reconstruction would also be a huge, long, drawn-out project that would cost an astronomical figure. In the meantime, mankind would have lost a permanent base and the subsequent consequences would be immeasurable. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the Federation army would not personally destroy a city that was built after over 100 years of painstaking effort. This way, not only could humankind preserve their strength a bit, it would also be rather convenient to reconstruct homes. At this moment, the entire temporary safe zone was bursting with joy upon learning of the great victory. From the child who had just started babbling to elderly folk with long beards, everyone was shouting and jumping for joy, shouting the slogan, "Long live the Cultivators and the Federation Army," especially when the convoy of captured Demon Clan experts gradually passed through the temporary safe zone. The atmosphere was hot to the extreme. The masses broke into loud cheers and their hands were almost swollen from clapping. Many had tragically lost their relatives during the Beast Tide outbreak, so their hatred for the Demon Clan ran deep. The masses charged toward the convoy without a care in the world, only to be blocked by soldiers. Don't be anxious. You will have the time to take your revenge. Next to the temporary safe zone, a simple war tribunal that could accommodate 100,000 people was built within a few days with the help of a few cultivation sections. In just a short amount of time, it was jam-packed. The citizens who had lost their relatives in the Beast Tide outbreak were arranged in the VIP seats, while the seats of the rest of the people were decided through lotteries. Those who could not get seats gathered outside the war tribunal, where they could watch the proceedings live through a huge hologram in the sky. Today, a demon king and 19 demon generals would be publicly tried in the special war tribunal of Verdant Tarn City. This was the custom of the Star Glory Federation. As far as the demon soldiers and incoming demon beasts were concerned, all of them were treated as nothing more than wild animals. It didn't matter how they were killed. However, when they reached the demon general level, their wisdom wasn't any worse than that of a human. They too had established a demon beast empire, dominating the universe for tens of millenniums and once posing as masters of humankind. This was a humiliating history which humankind had engraved into their hearts and bones. Therefore, if the high-level Demon Clan experts were treated as wild animals, it was tantamount to insulting themselves. Thus, humankind defined the war between the Demon Clan and themselves as a war of survival between two different civilizations. The demon beasts of or above the level of demon general were treated as commanders of the enemy civilization. Once they were captured, they would be treated as POWs and get a trial in the war tribunal, where they would be punished properly according to the laws. As for the outcome of the trial, there has always been just one: the death penalty, which would be carried out immediately. Not only that, the death penalty would be enacted by two kinds of people. First would be low-level cultivators who had personally taken part in the war and performed brilliantly on the battlefield. Second would be ordinary citizens, the relatives of the people who had died under the jaws of demon beasts and had a blood feud with them. As far the sinister demon generals, demon kings, and even demon emperors went, they were not afraid of death at all. They were no different than the high-level cultivators of humankind, who would also magnanimously die when there was no way left. However, for the demon king, who was a respected figure in the blood demon sector, dying in the hands of low-level cultivators and the ordinary citizens who did not even have the strength to tie up a chicken was truly a humiliating thing. In the Star Glory Federation, even an insignificant ordinary worker had the chance to kill a demon king and personally avenge their families. This was the greatest solace and the greatest inspiration for mankind's morale. So, Liao gloriously became one of the 1,000 executioners. The peerless demon king, who was equivalent to a core formation stage powerhouse of humankind, would die in his and 999 fellows' hands. 2:59 p.m. The trial was about to begin. Billions of citizens across the entire Star Glory Federation were closely watching the War Tribunal of Verdant Tarn City through a live telecast on the Spiritual Nexus. Each and every bustling city, which had previously been hustling and bustling with traffic, had now become deserted and quiet. Every flying car floated motionless in the air as everyone watched the live telecast through the hologram inside the car. Many people also stood on the road as they stretched their necks to watch the huge hologram installed on skyrise buildings with mouths agape. These holograms originally used to telecast ads, but at present, all of them were telecasting the war tribunal of Verdant Tarn City, focusing on the savage-looking demon king who appeared fierce, but was devoid of his strength. Every place was full of noisy crowds. Tea houses, restaurants, pubs, and other establishments were all burning with ardor. However, no one was speaking loudly. Everyone had their fists clenched and breath held as they waited for the coming of justice. The Star Glory Federation believed in one justice and one justice alone. Tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye, blood for blood. Under the burning hot gazes of 100,000 citizens, 20 demon clan commanders led by Demon King Pew, who were imprisoned in special restrictive barriers, gradually rose to the center of the war tribunal from underground. Demon King Pew was condemned by resenting masses, dragged from his high and aloof position in the blood demon sector to that of a prisoner. He was now surrounded by a furious mob and was soon to be punished under human laws. He felt powerless. This feeling of not being able to control his own destiny was not something he had ever experienced. Even under the restrictive barrier, Demon King Pew straightened up his chest. He wanted to release a huge amount of demonic energy to deter these insignificant ants. However, all of his tendons had been cut off and 1,800 demon-locking nails were embedded inside his flesh and blood. How could he still muster up any demonic energy? When the Demon King discovered a teenager with one arm on his hip, while the other pointed at his nose as he cursed and spat towards him, the great dignity and arrogance of the Demon King was finally shaken. The Demon King was a bit terrified as he gnashed his teeth towards the teenager. He proceeded to sit down in a trance at the center of the restrictive barrier. Now the Demon King had finally realized that all the might, ferocity, honor, and glory in his life had come to an end in the hands of these insignificant ants. At 3 p.m., the trial officially began. 3 judges dressed in blood-colored robes sat down on the bench seats. First of all, they each drew an incomparably sharp long sword from their waist and lightly touched their forehead. It was the custom of Star Glory Federation. The judges of War Tribunal were the most aggressive, most bloodthirsty, and most crazy powerhouses from the army. They were dressed in blood-red robes that were lacking any fancy shades. Before the hearing, touching their forehead with a sharp blade signified that they would act as the sharpest blade for the Federation and implement the harshest laws of human civilization. Any alien fallen in their hands would have one end and one end only, and that was death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A couple dozen huge holograms appeared in the sky before playing the early videos of the Beast Tide outbreak. The video showed the quiet and peaceful city, where countless citizens were working, studying, participating in recreational activities, spending their money. A mother, with her baby in her warm embrace, leisurely strolling down a boulevard. In a secluded location, a young boy and girl, who seemed to have skipped their classes, were billing and cooing. Suddenly, countless manhole covers flew up to the sky as demon beasts like black fountains surged out from the ground. Even from the exit of the underground crystal train, countless demon beasts charged out before they began a bloody slaughter. Despite the fact that the video wasn't accompanied by any sound and all the gory details were blurred, everyone was still terrified as though it was the end of days. The center of the hologram was filled with a black background, painted upon which were white characters. It was showing the names of thousands upon thousands of victims. It was like a long river, which was quietly flowing to no end. Having watched these videos, billions of humans in the entire Federation were extremely furious. Even Liao's breathing became quicker as he involuntarily clenched his fists. His face was terribly hot. The anger seemed to have materialized into lava and filled his chest. One day, we humans will invade the blood demon sector like a torrential current of iron and steel, and make bastards pay 100 times over, Liao silently thought. The war judge began to read the counts of the 20 demon clan commanders, which lasted for a whole 3 hours. Starting from the beginning of the second hour, The video playing on the hologram changed as it switched to the videos of joint street fighting of the army and the cultivators. The whole Federation, which had fallen into a solemn mood, began to recover their fighting spirit after watching the bloody slaughter for an hour. Countless ordinary people on the streets, in the restaurants, tea houses, pubs, wherever they were, began to cheer for the heroic performance of army and the cultivators. Long live the Federation Army! Long live the cultivators! Long live the Star Glory Federation! Long live the human civilization! Having watched the videos, Liao's mind too was astir as his blood began to boil. He also saw himself in one of the pictures among the videos. It was the scene after an intense battle. He was laden with dust, leaving only his white teeth visible as he laughed like a fool while carrying the 6-barrel rotary cannon. Hearing everyone cheering at the top of their lungs, Liao suddenly came to realize that among the cheers raised by hundreds of thousands of people, some of the many people were also cheering for him. This made him very, very, very proud. Following that, the videos slowly began to show the underground battle, which was just starting to get bloody. In the underground battlefield that was meticulously constructed by the high-rank demon clan experts, countless experts fell. Especially during the last fight with the demon king Payu, where 7 building foundation stage cultivators had lost their lives in his hand, and a dozen people were left grievously injured. Cultivators aren't afraid of death. If they are, they shouldn't embark on the road of cultivation. This sentence was often hanging on Yuan Manchio's lips. Only at this moment did Liao finally came to completely understand what kind of righteous ardor and sacrifice did these 16 simple words entail. Watching the cultivators swooping towards the demon king, regardless of the increasing death tolls, a deep pride once again began to rise in Liao's heart. After becoming a cultivator, I can be associated with these heroes. This is so awesome. At last, after the trial continued for 5 entire hours, the chief judge once again drew the sharp sword and pointed at Demon King Pu and the 19 demon generals. The tribunal has reached a verdict. We, the tribunal court, find the defendant Demon King Pu on the count of war crimes, guilty, on the count of crimes against humanity, guilty, and on the count of massacre, guilty. The war tribunal sentences Demon King Pu to death, which is to be carried out immediately. His demon soul shall be scattered, never to be born again. We, the tribunal court, find the defendant Demon General Guluin on the count of war crimes, guilty, on the count of crimes against humanity, guilty, on the count of massacre, guilty. The war tribunal sentences Demon General Guluin to death, which is to be carried out immediately. His demon soul shall be scattered, never to be born again. We, the tribunal court, find the defendant Demon General Suoshan on the count of war crimes, guilty, on the count of crimes against humanity, guilty, on the count of massacre, guilty. The war tribunal sentences Demon General Suoshan to death, which is to be carried out immediately. His demon soul shall be scattered, never more to be born again. We, the tribunal court, find the defendant Demon General Qitian. Once the verdict was announced, the tribunal, in the blink of an eye, changed into an execution ground without the slightest bit of nonsense. An execution platform built from crystal rose from the underground, sketched upon which were hundreds of thousands of glyphs that ultimately formed a huge array. The spirit-gathering, slaughtering demon array could gather the spiritual energy of countless cultivators, which, after being compressed to the extreme, could be shot instantly. The power of countless low-level cultivators would be superimposed, and it would blast with a huge amount of energy which was comparable to a shot from a high-level cultivator using all his strength. Demon King Pu was the first to be pushed upon the execution platform. Until now, this fiend remained calm. He shook his head as though he disdained the spirit-gathering, slaughtering demon array. However, the constantly twitching corners of his eyes betrayed him as it revealed the struggle in the depth of his heart. A crystal ball was present in front of 500 low-level cultivators who were to act as his executioners. At this moment, the crystal ball began to flash. Recalling the wanton slaughter carried out by the beast tied on the ground, as well as the cultivators throwing themselves at Demon King Pu without care for their lives in the final battle, only to fall one by one, Liao, without a sliver of hesitation, placed his hands on the crystal ball before he burned his life force to the max. Thereupon, His spiritual energy madly surged into the crystal ball, down the thick crystal tube, and was gathered at the spirit-gathering slaughtering demon array. Swish! A tiny ball of light appeared upon the spirit-gathering slaughtering demon array, which slightly trembled, giving the impression of holding a life. Following that, it constantly grew and became brighter and brighter, just like a rising sun. The spiritual energy provided by the 500 low-level cultivators burning their life forces gathered into a huge mass of spiritual energy. The 500 ordinary people who had been chosen through the lottery also had a crystal ball in front of them which simultaneously began to flash, sketching out the outline of a palm. This was a special trigger mechanism. When all 500 ordinary people had placed their palm on the crystal ball, Demon King Pew's head would be suddenly blasted by the huge mass of spiritual energy. He would be thoroughly killed by the explosion. This means that the 500 ordinary people would, personally, kill the culprit, taking revenge for their relatives who had lost their lives during the beast's tide. At this moment, Demon King Pew finally started screaming at the top of his lungs. Do you think that these ants are worthy of killing this king? You just wait and watch. Verdant Tarn City is just the beginning. Someday my demon beast empire will rise again in the endless cosmos. You ants are destined to be food and slaves for my demon clan. Slaves? Nothing more. In response to his outcry, slight beeping sounds rang. Beep! Yao Guifan, a middle-aged female worker of Verdant Tarn City's second woolen mill, had triggered the array. Beep! Mao Xiaowei, a third-class student of Verdant Tarn City's number 12 high school, had triggered the array. Beep! Yang Shuijin, the owner as well as the chef of Verdant Tarn City's unforgettable stewed meat shop at the Red Star Farmers Market on the Eastern Happy Street, had triggered the array. Beep! 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 All 500 ordinary people had placed their palm on the crystal ball. The spirit-gathering, slaughtering demon array was completely energized. The light ball jumped up as it stretched into a long arrow of light which pierced the head of Demon King Pew in the blink of an eye. Demon King Pew's roars came to an abrupt stop before being replaced by desolate screams. The huge mass of spiritual energy tumbled around left and right inside his head before it broke the entire skull into pieces in the blink of an eye, distorting his face to the extreme. Thereupon, Demon King Pew's body constantly expanded, as his true form was revealed under the stimulation of extreme pain. A 10-meter-long giant beast that seemed to be a cross between a scaly dragon and a lizard. Regardless of how he struggled, from beginning to end, he was firmly locked in place by the barrier. Finally, his body stopped expanding, but his head grew bigger and bigger as strange bulges appeared one by one. Swish, 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 swish. The bulges began to rupture as numerous streams of spiritual aura intermingled with blood gushed out. The entire head of Demon King Pew exploded. Rumble! At the same time, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, followed by a light drizzle. Watching the gradually stiffening corpse of Demon King Pew amid the drizzle, Liao felt incredibly excited. His hands kept on shaking, and he was unable to calm them down no matter what he did. Before coming to the Verdant Tarn City, how could he have ever thought that he would actually get the chance to personally kill a Demon King? Today, I could only behead a Demon King by the virtue of the execution ground. However, someday, I will fight on a true battlefield with a peerless saber in my hand, and butcher the Demon Kings just like pigs. The Battle of Verdant Tarn City is already over. Now I have to embark on a new journey. I still have 3 months' time to accumulate around 10,000 more credits. It's not impossible, but I must work harder and harder. I have to keep on moving forward for my dream. 1 month later. Zenith Province at the northwest of Wasteland. Amid the desert that stretched as far as the eye could see stood jagged rocky mountains of all kinds of shapes and sizes, just like a forest carved out of rocks. Each piece of rock was peppered with hundreds of thousands of holes. On the inside, they were full of caves that stretched out in all directions, carving out a cave which was no different than a maze. In addition, hidden under the ground were many 100-meter-long underground rivers, turning this seemingly lifeless stone forest into a paradise in the wasteland. It was also the best hiding place for the demon beasts. Crouching inside a gray-brown thermal camouflage netting, Liao looked just like a piece of rock. A poisonous scorpion crawled its way from his ass to his head before slowly crawling down, its tail all curled up, apparently searching for a prey between the rocks. It seems today isn't good as well. Very carefully, Liao sucked in a mouthful of water with a straw. Because it was in the sun for a very long time, the water bag that was stitched up using the demon beast leather was sizzling hot, and sucking the water brought a sour taste to his mouth. Nevertheless, Liao was reluctant to waste even a drop of water. He slowly nourished his parched throat with a small mouthful. He recalled the events from 1 month ago, where he slaughtered everything in his wake in Verdant Tarn City, madly raked in credits, and even beheaded a demon king as an executioner. These scenes filled with zeal and morale caused him to be fired up with boundless enthusiasm. However, in that battle he seemed to have used up all his luck. In the following month, his progress wasn't that smooth. Since the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, the demon clan seemed to be well-behaved all of a sudden. Or perhaps, after losing a demon king, the high-level demon clan experts of Blood Demon Sector didn't dare to act rashly and were readjusting their battle strategy. In short, in the following month, the southern regions of the wasteland were pretty calm. Only 2 small-scale beast-tide outbreaks had occurred, and the wormholes only opened up within the wilderness. When Liao received the news, the army had long mobilized a large number of crystal battleships and bombarded the beast-tide to the point that not even slag remained. The northern part of the wasteland, the vast domain which was not yet fully under control of humans, had several demon beast lairs hidden. A few even sheltered small wormholes, which would open several times in a year, allowing a large herd of demon beasts to enter the Heaven Origin sector. However, only high-level cultivators or an army regiment dared to deeply venture into this perilous domain. No matter how gutsy Liao was, he knew the difference between seeking death and taking a risk. Once, Liao and a team of senior students who had at least reached 7th level of the refinement stage had taken a high-difficulty mission to hunt a high-ranked demon soldier, Red Griffin. After spending 7 days and 7 nights straight, experiencing countless storms and eating loads of sand, they finally killed the Red Griffin. However, as Liao was the weakest, his contribution was the least, and therefore the credits he obtained were just crumbs. He might as well honestly stay at the institute and take the courses. After eating such a loss, Liao was no longer willing to team up with senior students. In contrast, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan weren't in immediate need of credits like him. They would rather proceed step by step and steadily cultivate than go out and take risks every now and then. Anyhow, they had earned a lot of credits in the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, which would last for a while. Having thought this over again and again, Liao bit the bullet and made a decision which would be considered crazy in others' opinion. He applied for multitudes of hunting missions and prepared to go solo, freely hunting the demon beasts in the wasteland. Acting solo was not good at all. Although he would be free to act as he wished and have a monopoly on credits for the demon beasts hunted, he would not have any support, supply, or intel. He would be on his own for everything. In this crisis-ridden wasteland where demon beasts were everywhere, it was the most dangerous profession. Obviously, Liao wasn't heading for his doom. He also had a secret weapon. It was precisely the self-cultivating magical equipment, the Black Wing Sword. Although Little Black was a piece of magical equipment, its cultivation was even crazier than Liao's. Among the credits Liao had spent, a large portion of the credits was used for buying high-purity crystals for Little Black to engulf. After engulfing the crystals, the black spirit threads that spread around its body would grow in number and become thicker. They could now be very clearly intertwined into black wings. When these black wings spread, Little Black could also get faster. Liao, for one, had experienced this firsthand. Little Black's speed could very easily break through the sound barrier and reach Mach 2. After that, Little Black could still increase the speed by a notch, but Liao's body was unable to hold on. If the sword sped up, his body could very well be torn to pieces by the air resistance. This speed had already surpassed many combat-class flying shuttles. And as an incomparably flexible flying sword, Little Black's small maneuvers were far more intricate and complex than that of the Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle, Crimson Flame Battle Shuttle, and other comparable vehicles. It was because of Little Black that Liao dared to venture alone in the wasteland. He had specifically selected the missions for which he would not have to venture far away from the military base, allowing him to stay within a relatively safe zone. The demon beasts he would hunt were not strong either, but they still had precious materials on their bodies. And once a high-ranked demon soldier or any enemy ranked above that appeared, he would hug the black wing sword and escape through the sky immediately. Once, he also let his imagination run wild. Maybe, without any ability, he could directly stab a demon beast or even a demon general with the quick speed of black wing sword. However, Little Black's master forgot that it didn't have any limbs. If it was restricted by some kind of barrier, it would lose its ability to attack. Whenever Liao drove the black wing sword to launch an attack at a demon beast, this guy would always circle around constantly, seemingly confused. Liao studied for half a day, but could not find any reason why it couldn't attack. He could only give up and treat the black wing sword as a pure escaping tool. In the vast expanse of the wasteland, the fighting between the human and demon beasts was completely different than street fighting in the city. Here, there were no impetuous demon beasts who would gather and rush at Liao like a tide, only to be killed by him in the end. The 6-barrel rotary cannon and heavy vibrosaber-like heavy weapons were cumbersome. There was too much room for the demon beasts to escape. Just as the 6-barrel rotary cannon started to spin, the demon beasts would escape underground. So, no matter how fierce the firepower was, how could it do anything? Since he didn't have the support of any heavy magical equipment, Liao could only take risks to cultivate a powerful technique and take very difficult combat department courses in order to up his offense and hunt powerful demon beasts. The course he chose was Desert Storm Saber Technique. This domineering-sounding saber technique originated from the frequently occurring desert storms in the wasteland. When it was trained to its highest level, the subsequent energy released from the saber would rotate just like a hurricane. Sand and stones would fly, giving rise to 1,000-meter-high waves of sand, which would gather into a giant sand blade that would ruthlessly slash towards the enemy. Among all the courses in the combat department, the Desert Storm Saber Technique course was one of the most difficult. Usually, only 7th-level refinement stage and above senior students would learn this technique. In order to strengthen his offense, Liao spent close to 2,000 credits without an ounce of care and chose the Desert Storm Saber Technique. In the end, reality taught him a deep, harsh lesson. He failed. Although university life wasn't complete without a failure, Liao was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. The loss of 2,000 credits wasn't as important as the fact that he didn't have much time remaining. Liao discovered that he had fallen in a vicious circle. If he wanted to earn a lot of credits in a short period of time, he had to take risks and head into dangerous zones to hunt high-ranked demon beasts. And if he wanted to hunt high-ranked demon beasts, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. And if he wanted to improve his strength, he had to take risks and spend a lot of credits to train in highly difficult and powerful techniques. However, once he failed, the large number of credits he had to spend would go down the drain. And while he was going around and around in this vicious cycle, the time was quickly passing by the minute. The deadline for the refiner's registration examination was also not far away. Fortunately, it seemed that every cloud has a silver lining. At the beginning of last week, his luck gradually returned to him. First, under the stimulation of failure, he gave full play to his craziness. When he was madly training the Desert Storm Saber technique during a stormy night, under the madness brought about due to his wish and his fanatic training, he actually rushed into the 6th level of the refinement stage and became an intermediate-level refinement stage cultivator. With such strength, one could also hold a basic-level post even in the top 500 cultivation sects of the Federation. Afterward, splurged and once again applied for the Desert Storm Saber Technique course. Whereupon, by relying on the comprehension he gained during the stormy night, he finally cleared the course. As a result, not only did he make up for the loss of credits, he also earned a bit. Immediately following his recent success, Liao rode the Black Wing Sword and flew thousands of kilometers away as he arrived at the Zenith province to the northwest of the wasteland. It was the active region of high-rank demon soldiers and refinement stage cultivators, and a place where priceless prey lurked. Liao quickly found a 3-horned lancehead, An adult three-horned lancehead could be as strong as an intermediate-rank demon soldier. Its venom contained a very rare ingredient that was an essential raw material for producing many high-rank strengthening agents after it was purified. Furthermore, it could not be produced artificially. Therefore, the three-horned lancehead's value was pretty high. If its venom gland remained intact, it could be converted into a lot of credits, a lot more than what he could receive for hunting some of the many high-rank demon soldiers. However, the three-horned lancehead was extremely vigilant. Usually, it would hide inside its complex, maze-like lair, avoiding the attacks of human experts and crystal battleships. It would seldom come above the ground, unless the sand scorpion, which had just disappeared amid the stones, once again appeared, crawling under Li Yao's nose. Li Yao utilized the soul-converging technique to the extreme. All his pores were sealed tight. Not only was he not emanating even an ounce of spiritual energy, he even had slowed his breath down a lot. And as his entire body was covered with a thermal camouflage netting, all the heat was completely locked inside so that his temperature was one with the surrounding rocks. The favorite prey of the three-horned lancehead was none other than the sand scorpion. Since the appearance of the sand scorpion, Li Yao had been continuously staring at the three-horned lancehead, which had been hiding in the darkness for 4 hours already. Finally, watching the sand scorpion crawling towards the distance, the three-horned lancehead could no longer hold itself back. With a flash, the three-horned lancehead, like a javelin, ruthlessly charged towards the sand scorpion at lightning-fast speed. Just as it opened its mouth and swallowed the sand scorpion, the rock nearby suddenly cracked. With a roar, Li Yao took a step before turning his body. His body, under the influence of tremendous centrifugal force, turned into a whirlwind. Only then was the saber drawn from its sheath as its tip blew away the sand in its path. A fist-sized head flew into the sky. Its eyes were still filled with the satisfied look of enjoying its meal. Even in death, it could not react. In just half a second, the curtain of perfect hunting fell. This was a contest of patience, in which Li Yao was the final winner. With a slight shake of his wrist, the slightly curved blade vibrated at high frequency as the stinking snake blood disappeared immediately. Li Yao sheathed the saber. He was very satisfied with this blade. In order to display the maximum might of the Desert Storm Saber technique and apply the shortest and most direct attack to subdue his foes, Li Yao had optimized the windcutter by reforging it, reducing its weight, and slightly curving its blade. It now appeared to be a combination of straight saber and scimitar. He was most satisfied with the 8 grooves on either side of the blade. They were the fruit of countless air propulsion tests, accurate calculations, and forgings carried out by him. These grooves would guide the wind to the flat side of the blade, which would create a propulsion force and push the blade from behind, thereby improving the speed of the saber when attacking by a notch. Today was its first trial in the real combat. Sure enough, the results were pretty good. While still ensuring lethality, the attack speed had increased to a whole new level, allowing him to unleash the essence of the Desert Storm Saber technique most vividly. Li Yao's raised the corner of his lips and a sliver of smile appeared on his face as he walked towards the corpse of the three-horned lancehead. Squatting down, just as he was about to extend his arm to pick it up, his smile suddenly froze. With wide-open eyes, as Li Yao carefully inspected it using his scabbard to turn the snakehead over and over again, his smile grew stiffer and his complexion grew uglier. Finally, he could not help but ruthlessly curse. He was fooled. This demon beast was not the three-horned lancehead at all, but its close relative called the hump-nosed viper. The two had a striking similarity, however. The former's forehead had 3 very sharp little horns, while the latter's forehead had 3 pointed sarcomas. At 10 to 20 meters away, amid the flying sand, even a cultivator with keen vision would be easily confused. Because Li Yao didn't want to scare the snake away, he had only used his peripheral vision to scan the prey. He simply dared not gaze at it directly. Only at this moment did he discover that he was mistaken. Although the two were close relatives, the hump-nosed viper was just a low-level demon soldier whose venom was quite ordinary and could be synthesized. Comparing it to the three-horned lancehead was like comparing clouds and mud. It could not even be converted into a few credits. remembering himself laying prone on the ground for an entire 4 hours in this scorching desert, where he was not far away from turning into a dehydrated mummy, only to ambush such waste. Liao had no way to vent his anger. He could only blame his bad luck. The Zenith province was the paradise of the wasteland. Both predators and prey lurked and hid in the darkness. Just this short fight had already garnered the attention of many. Furthermore, the faint smell of the hump-nosed viper's blood was also permeating into the air, which had been perceived by many powerful hunters. Crash! Suddenly, some movement could be seen at 3 nearby places amid the stones as 3 chubby heads emerged. 3 very cute small animals with fleshy and stout heads drilled out from the ground. They looked like overly obese marmots which were carefully sniffing the bloody air as they awkwardly wriggled on the ground, twisting their obese asses while slowly crawling towards Liao. What is this? Although at first glance they didn't look dangerous, it was imperative to never lower one's vigilance in the wasteland. Clutching the hilt of the saber, Liao bent his waist as he slowly retreated, quickly searching his brain for any info as to what kind of beast they were. After 3 seconds, a name suddenly popped out from the depths of his brain as Liao suddenly turned pale. Barbed Rock Pig, a high-rank demon soldier, specialized in long-range attack. Little Black, Liao screamed. 3 high-rank demon soldiers who specialized in long-range attacks was not something he could deal with. The moment Liao screamed, the 3 barbed rock pigs also tore their disguises as their bodies, just like filling a ball, expanded to 10 times their previous size. Their cute faces turned incomparably hideous. Their soft and supple hair stood erect, appearing as though they were acupuncture needles. Under the sunlight, they sparkled with a strange blue gloss. Whoosh! 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 The moment the bodies of barbed rock pigs swelled to the extreme, they immediately shrunk as a few dozen poisonous thorns headed towards Liao like bullets. With a shout, Liao heavily stamped on the ground, splashing countless stones around and creating a thin barrier before him as he flew a dozen meters back. While he flew, his arm stroked his waist. A shiny ebony pistol appeared in his hand. Bam! 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 Even without looking, Liao fired 6 shots as 6 beams of blood-red light shot out from the muzzle almost simultaneously. With ear-piercing howls, the bullets headed towards the 3 barbed rock pigs. Blood bullets. They were the special bullets baptized with Liao's blood using the secret technique of 100 Smelting Clan. Not only were they tremendously powerful, they even had a mysterious contact with his soul. As a result, after they were shot, they could be controlled with his mind. Their strike rate was 100%. Ping! 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 The 3 barbed rock pigs once again fired multitudes of poisonous thorns that directly struck his 6 blood bullets. The 6 blood bullets exploded into 6 bloody veils of mist in the air. Liao didn't even look back. In one breath, he had retreated by 50 meters. Thereafter, he once again exerted his legs as he rose into the sky just like a firecracker. Not so far away from him, a black beam of light quickly arrived in front of him and was grabbed tightly in his embrace. How could the barbed rock pigs willingly watch their cooked duck fly away? After the 3 furiously roared, their bodies swelled, reaching almost 2 meters in diameter, while their gray-brown skin turned completely red. In one go, they had fired hundreds of poisonous thorns which were even faster than bullets. Swish! The black wing sword speed-soared to the limit. The hilt seemed to have eyes. It continuously rotated and changed direction as it weaved through the dense screen of poisonous thorns, displaying fantastic dodging maneuvers. As the speed of the thorns and the black wing sword was almost the same, Liao helplessly watched countless blue poisonous thorns gradually fly past him. As he watched some of the many poisonous thorns nearly pierce his skin, only to be dodged by a hair's breadth at the last moment, Liao felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. After hovering at death's door for a second, the black wing sword carrying Liao soared out of the rainstorm-like cluster of poisonous thorns. The 3 barbed rock pigs let out furious howls, all of which were ignored by Liao. Liao, lying atop the black wing sword, flew over 50 kilometers away in one breath. Only when they arrived near the military base did Liao dare to slow down. First, Liao spread his spirit threads as far as he could to determine that there were no powerful demon beasts around. Only then did he vigilantly jump off the black wing sword. Liao slumped down on the ground with his back against a giant rock. He sighed with relief while his heart remained throbbing with fear. "Little Black, you have saved me once again." Liao's chest still heaved up and down when he recalled the soul-stirring scene from a moment ago. In the crisis-ridden wasteland, who was the predator and who was the prey could change in the blink of an eye. Even a powerful hunter could very likely become prey in a second. If he did not have Little Black, this ace in the hole, Liao simply didn't dare to come here alone to hunt. These demon beasts are truly cunning. Liao had wasted half a day over nothing, and had even nearly died to the poisonous thorns of the barbed rock pigs. Being unable to vent the fiery anger in his heart, Liao slammed his fist on the rock, cracking the giant rock in 4 to 5 places. Demon beasts were originally extremely clever, especially the demon beasts of the wasteland. Nature is all about survival of the fittest. All the demon beasts who were not intelligent enough to survive had already vanished in a puff of smoke under the repeated cleansing of powerful human experts and crystal battleships. They had died a graveless death. On the other hand, the demon beasts who could survive under the nose of human civilization were all sly and crafty. These demon beasts were completely opposite of the demon beasts who had just arrived from the blood demon sector that were quite impatient to charge towards the human cities. The demon beasts who had survived in the wasteland for a few decades or over a century might not be tyrannically strong, but they had all kinds of strange life-saving means. Hunting these demon beasts was rather difficult compared to annihilating a large beast tide. "It can't go on like this. My hunting efficiency is too low. If this goes on, I simply will not be able to reach 40,000 credits in the next 2 months. What to do? How can I increase my hunting efficiency?" Supporting his cheeks, Liao devoted his mind to finding a solution. Having analyzed the hunt over these few days, Liao discovered that his low efficiency could be mainly attributed to 2 reasons. First, playing the tiger to scare the pig. Second, playing the pig to eat the tiger. The so-called playing the tiger to scare the pig refers to the ordinary demon beasts and low-level demon soldiers, who, in order to survive, have gone through a slow and long evolution and gradually looked more and more like powerful demon beasts. This was a natural and special camouflage. For instance, the hump-nosed viper from a while ago. Originally it was just a low-level demon soldier, however, after slowly evolving, it developed a striking similarity to the 3-horned lancehead, which allowed it to disguise itself as an intermediate-rank demon soldier. The world of demon beasts follows the law of the jungle. Many middle-rank demon soldiers, when seeing the hump-nosed viper from afar, may not dare to attack it. In nature, this is a very common phenomenon. Many butterflies' wings are bright-colored, extremely gorgeous, and can simulate the textures of ferocious beasts so that other carnivorous insects dared not approach them. On the other hand, the so-called play the pig to eat the tiger was exactly like the barbed rock pigs. Obviously, they were very powerful high-rank demon soldiers, yet they camouflaged themselves as low-level demon soldiers. Some even camouflaged themselves as far as developing the appearance of ordinary demon beasts, which in turn made their prey relax their vigilance and allowed them to kill with one strike. Often during the hunt, Liao encountered these 2 cases, which gave him a great deal of trouble. In the final analysis, it was all because he was not familiar with the different species of demon beasts. In other words, he was unable to identify the species, values, and characteristics of the demon beasts. He was finding it very difficult to solve this problem. After going through millenniums of evolution, the number of species of demon beasts far surpassed 10 million. Just the number of most common demon beasts found in the heaven origin sector numbered in millions, where each demon beast had a certain probability to mutate. A few million species of demon beasts, where each demon beast had completely different characteristics. Some might even have very subtle differences in their appearances, making them hard to recognize. Even a cultivator who had extremely strong computation ability would find it impossible to remember everything. The memory is a very strange thing. Even if one could remember, he might not remember quick enough in the crisis-ridden battlefield. Take the barbed rock pig for instance. Liao had obviously seen the details of this demon beast in the database along with the details of over 10,000 demon beasts, the information on which was sealed in the depths of his brain. However, when he saw it for the first time, he had taken 3 seconds, a whole 3 seconds before the details of the barbed rock pig popped out from the depths of his sea-like memory. During a fight between a cultivator and a demon beast, life and death could be determined in a fraction of a second. 3 seconds was way too long. What to do? The details of demon beasts are too complex. I am simply unable to remember in a short period of time. And even if I could remember it somehow, who's to say that I could remember it at the most crucial moment? Mini crystal processors could store the details of many demon beasts, but it would be too idiotic to lower my head to look at the crystal processor at the moment when life and death could be decided. Furthermore, even if there is a huge database without the name of the demon beast, it would still be very difficult to find the specific details of the demon beast. And if I used the general search function, information on a few dozen similar demon beasts would be shown. How could I actually determine which one is correct? Is there a magical equipment which could accurately display the information on demon beasts with one scan, and is also convenient to look at so that it would not affect the fight? Liao quietly pondered. If there was such a magical equipment that could identify the species, value, and danger level of demon beast with one scan, it would greatly improve his efficiency and would also ensure his safety for sure. Once this idea emerged in his mind, he was no longer able to contain himself. Liao returned to the Grand Desolate War Institution at lightning-fast speed and headed straight to the second laboratory of the refining department. With progress being made on the cleaning of the wreckage, plus the sponsorship of the Empyrean Terminus sect, the refining department situation was getting better and better. 2 small-scale laboratories were built, which were used by Yuan Manchio and Liao respectively. Even though Liao's laboratory was not too big, the crystal processor used there was assembled from the wreckage of the supercrystal processor recovered from the ruins, causing its computing power was extremely strong. In addition to the processor, Liao had bought a super perception cabin at cheap price from the combat department shamelessly through his relationship with Ding Lingdang. As far as others were concerned, the super perception cabin was useless to them. However, he could utilize its full effects. Liao had directly installed the super perception cabin in the laboratory. Whenever he encountered a problem which needed careful consideration, he would flee to the heavenly refining tower through the super perception cabin and research there. Apart from the training in the billowing star sea and hunting demon beasts in the wasteland, Liao would spend rest of his remaining time in the laboratory, thereby greatly improving his efficiency. In the pitch-black second laboratory, tens of shining holograms floated in the air as information quickly fell from above like a waterfall, along with complex blueprints that would trickle down every now and then. These were relatively popular methods that were used to detect demon beasts in the Star Glory Federation. Sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, Liao would slap freezing glyphs on his temples from time to time, cooling down his brain that was sizzling hot from operating at high speed. In the darkness, his brightly lit eyes were just like those of a beast that was hiding in the depths of a forest, ready to hunt a wild animal at any moment. At present, there were 3 kinds of commonly used demon beast detection methods in the Federation. The most popular was what Liao had been using before. He would feed the crystal processor with the details of all the demon beasts, which could be activated with sound and then retrieved via special telepathic thoughts. It was just like the time when Liao had encountered the black-armored saber mantis in the verdant Tarn city. As long as he yelled, "Black-armored saber mantis," the telepathic thoughts would automatically be activated, which would then retrieve all the details of black-armored saber mantis from the database and display them before Liao in a translucent hologram. Even though it sounded good, many times the user didn't know the scientific name of the demon beast. At that time, the telepathic thoughts would use the default general search function. For instance, if the user didn't know the scientific name of the demon beast, but could see that the demon beast belonged to Saber Mantis family from its appearance, he could shout, "Saber Mantis," and thousands of Saber Mantis images would appear for the user to refer to. If the description was more detailed, like black saber mantis or black saber mantis with 2 blade-like forelimbs, the subsequent search options would be fewer and more accurate. The problem with this type of detection method was that the species of demon beasts were too complex and too many. Even if described as black-colored saber mantis with two blade-like forelimbs and sturdy armor, the search options would still not be limited to black-armored saber mantis, as there is also the black-armored large sickle mantis, black-armored small sickle mantis, 7-starred black sickle mantis, 9-starred black sickle mantis, and a few dozen more species. The appearance of these demon beasts were strikingly similar, but in strength they were far apart. The black-armored saber mantis was just a low-rank demon soldier, while the 9-starred black sickle mantis was a vicious high-rank demon soldier that could even tear the gold-armored sickle mantis apart just for food. This kind of search method is too slow. By the time I could accurately determine that I was facing a 9-starred black sickle mantis among the several dozen other black-colored saber mantises, the 9-starred black sickle mantis would have already arrived before me to play with my life. The second method was by sensing the particular vibration frequency to detect any nearby demon beast. When Liao was living as a scavenger in the magical equipment graveyard, the essence watch he had that was manufactured by the Zephyr Guild possessed the same function. At that time, he used that function to detect the priceless garbage ships. Every time, he was faster by a step and could seize the initiative. However, this method could only tell its user the existence of a powerful demon beast nearby at the most or could determine the distance between the two. It was very difficult to accurately determine the demon beast species. If it was used for hiding and escaping, it was an excellent method. As for attacking, it was not appropriate at all. The third method was employed by the military, who used a huge long-range detector. The operating principle of this magical equipment was completely different and could be subdivided into optical detectors and sound detectors. Either detector could accurately detect the scale and approximate strength of demon beasts from hundreds of kilometers away to thousands of kilometers. However, this kind of magical equipment was engineered to deal with beast-tide outbreak. Although it could determine the scale and an approximate number of demon beasts, it was impossible to determine the species of every demon beast. Not to mention, the magical equipment was rather huge. The smallest one still needed a crystal battleship to carry it. Among the common magical equipment in the market, there is nothing that suits my needs. Who could I blame them? After all, hunters who are as weak as me and yet wander alone in the wasteland are the minority. If it's the powerful high-level cultivators, their computation ability is relatively high and they could remember more information of demon beasts. And if it's a hunting team, then among the numerous people, someone would always know the details of the demon beasts, and even if no one knew, one of them could always refer to the crystal processor slowly. Since I cannot find anything in the market, how about I craft it myself? Liao's head was struck with a thought. Suddenly, his fingers started to itch. Since the winter break, during which he had refined some flashy magical equipment, he just stuck to the basics. Usually, he would refine some complex structural components to practice the basics. At most, he would modify his own saber and firearm. Could someone like him, a freshman, craft a completely new magical equipment? The frequency of freezing glyphs pasted on Liao's forehead increased significantly, while his teeth clattered from cold. On one side, he was shivering, while on the other, thinking calmly. For my needs, the magical equipment must be pre-inputted with a database of millions of demon beast species. No, there is no need to have millions. As long as it is pre-inputted with the demon beasts that would appear in the specific area, it would all fine. For instance, if I am hunting on the wasteland, obviously, there is no need to include the information for the demon beasts residing in the sea as well as in the forest. This way, the amount of information will be greatly reduced. I will only have to store the information of a couple 100,000 species which could be stored in an ordinary memory crystal card. Second, the magical equipment needs a very high precision camera that can find a demon beast from a distance. Most importantly, it should be able to scan every detail of the demon beast's body. Liao pondered for a bit and summarized that it could be done. The camera was a special magical equipment. In the cultivation world, it was also known as Crystal Eye. It had a highly complex structure consisting of numerous lenses and imaging array glyphs. The highest grade camera could even take a picture of a cultivator's soul as well as a high-level demon beast's true form. It was known as the Demon Illuminator. In the world of cultivation, there was a fair share of refiners who would spend their lifetime crafting the crystal eye. Some even spent over a decade on a top-grade crystal eye, utilizing great care and precision. However, they would never sell it, only keep in their hands to play with and take a picture. According to them, there was no need to let others know the indescribable pleasure of gazing at the beautiful world contained within a square inch. No matter whether others said something like, "Crystal eyes ruined 3 generations of fortune," or "the camera ruined their life," they would still never be bored with it. Although Liao was utterly ignorant of the crystal eye, nowadays, whether it was the cultivators or ordinary people, they loved taking pictures using the mini crystal processor. As a result, the crystal eye technology was continuously developed and commercialized. Currently, on the market, there were many powerful crystal eyes to choose from. Although for the accuracy required by Liao, the price of crystal eye wasn't cheap, this thing could be used for a long time. Thus, he could only clench his teeth and accept it. The next problem would be how to compare the images of demon beast taken by the crystal eye with the vast database. This needs a very powerful algorithm, and also a unique analogizing array glyph. Liao tensely pondered. Just as the cold sweat dripped down his forehead, it was immediately frozen into ice pellets by the freezing array glyphs. Not long after, his forehead was covered in ice pellets. However, his eyes were getting brighter and hotter, as though they could melt the ice pellets one by one. The algorithm is not a problem. I have many ancient and modern algorithms in my hands. I could always find a suitable algorithm through repeated trials with the help of the large crystal processor. The analogizing array glyph is even less of a problem. Every crafting furnace has a set of analogizing array glyphs. We, refiners, are most familiar with this type of array glyphs. When the refiners mass-produced magical equipment, it was impossible to refine each component one by one. Last time, when he and Jin Quan, the refiner of Empyrean Terminus sect, dueled, the two respectively forged a nail purely for the sake of showing their abilities. In a normal crafting process, hundreds of thousands of the same type of components were forged all at the same time. And whether these components were exactly the same, or were there any flaws, was judged with the help of analogizing array glyphs. Many pieces of magical equipment needed a high degree of precision for their components. High-grade analogizing array glyphs could even distinguish a hair's difference. Different species of demon beasts looked similar, but could the difference between them be any smaller as compared to that between an ideal nail and defective nail? When even ideal nails and defective nails could be identified in a furnace, would it not be a piece of cake to identify the species of a demon beast? All right, Liao snapped his finger. He was so excited that he wanted to shout. Database, crystal eye, analogizing array glyph, algorithm. All the crucial points are no problem. They can be completely resolved with the current technology. The only problem is to assemble the crystal eye, memory crystal card, and the processing crystal chip carrying the array glyphs in a square inch of space. The magical equipment cannot be too big. It has to be very light and conveniently carryable. When fighting, it should be able to automatically retrieve the information so that both hands are free to use. Think. In Liao's mind, countless magical equipment blueprints emerged. As they quickly rotated, constantly expanded, and broke into pieces. After half a minute, his eyes flickered with an intelligent gleam as the blueprint of a slightly weird magical equipment jumped out. That's it. Liao fiercely waved his fist, as though he was trying to grasp a fleeting speck of dust in the air. He immediately plunged into the super-perception cabin, and his consciousness fled to the heavenly refining tower, where he began drawing the blueprint with madness. 3 days later, in the refining room, over these 3 days and nights, Liao didn't sleep a wink. His eyes were almost blood-red. His hair was disheveled, and incoherent mumblings could be heard coming from his mouth. A silver-white metal ring was wrapped around his forehead, engraved upon which were a few dozen freezing array glyphs. Whenever his body temperature shot higher than 40 degrees, it would automatically start operating, releasing a cold stream of air which would keep his brain temperature lower than 38 degrees. Wish! From the metal ring, a cold stream of air was constantly released, forming a faint layer of mist around Liao's forehead. It made him look almost like an extremely mysterious immortal. Licking his dry lips, Liao inputted over 1,000 blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams into the command crystal processor of the crafting furnace. Although he wanted to invent a tiny magical equipment, in order to pursue lighter, faster, and more ergonomic design, he had made hundreds of thousands of changes in each component within these 3 days, and finally devised the most optimal structure. In order to bring this model to fruition, the refining process was extremely cumbersome. Its difficulty was comparable to modifying the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace. Let's begin. Inputting the blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams, debugging the performance parameters and the mixing ratios of various raw materials, Liao moved his hands in a neither hurried nor slow manner. His flexible hands, after being trained using the 1,000 fingers supple bone exercise, seemed as if they had no bones. Liao's breaths grew longer and longer. The blood in his eyes gradually began to fade away and was replaced with a deep, pitch-black calmness. The deepest point was dotted with a twinkling of stars, as though the entire universe was hidden inside his eyes. Gradually, Liao entered the intangible state of no joy, no sorrow, no self, no world, giving off the impression of a peerless master refiner from 40 millenniums ago. All the fatigue from 3 days and 3 nights had flown away. The anxiousness over 40,000 credits was thrown to the back of his mind. He had even completely forgotten who he was. In his brain, there were only over 1,000 blueprints that intensely collided with each other again and again. Whoosh! 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 10 translucent holograms appeared before him as they surrounded him in a circle before gradually rotating. In order to craft this new magical equipment, Liao had made relevant upgrades to the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace, installing 2 units for specially crafting ultra-small components. As a result, the complexity of the refining interface had tremendously increased. The 10 translucent holograms consisted of thousands of command array glyphs, where each array glyph could control a few dozen variations. When Liao lightly touched the starting array glyph, the steel giant beast that had occupied half of the warehouse once again let out a low hum. Steam spouted from the joints of the metal pipes. The crystals inlaid in the magical equipment units flickered, while the temperature within the furnace constantly increased. Watching various jumping parameters on the monitoring hologram with rapt attention, Liao didn't even dare to blink. His pupils were completely transfixed as though he had lost his mind. Whoosh! After 37 seconds, a large gust of cold air was once again released by the silver-white ring covering Liao's head. Apparently, his brain was operating at the limit. As if the horn for the battle had resounded, Liao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip and his hands transformed into 2 masses of gray mist, moving at such a fast speed that only the afterimages were visible. After several months of training, Liao's refining techniques had experienced amazing progress. At first glance, his hands would not even have the slightest bit of wasted movement, just like the movements of Elder Lai Yongming's hands, which were not that fast but not too slow either. There was not a single trace of any rashness or anxiety. Upon looking carefully, one would discover that although the range of his arm movement was not too large, even being somewhat slow and unperturbed, his palms and 10 fingers were moving like a whirlwind. Every second, they would move more than 100 times, tapping those few dozen command array glyphs, issuing over 100 refining instructions. The combination of calmness above the wrist and madness below the wrist gave a strange yet beautiful feeling, as if a storm was blowing within a teacup. Under the incomparably precise operations of Liao, water, wood, metal, fire, earth, and various aspects of spiritual energy set off a small storm within the furnace, causing newly entered raw materials to be molded into a strange form as they were slowly purified, compressed, cut, and combined. After 47 minutes, the first batch of components was taken out of the furnace. From a total of 104 components, only 37 were perfect. The rest were defective. This was quite normal. After all, there were new components which were designed by Liao, many of which he had never refined before. Furthermore, he was refining a dozen kinds of components of varying shapes all at the same time within one crafting furnace. With Liao's refining methods, such yield was already outstanding. In Liao's vision, The new magical equipment consisted of 1,424 components. In today's world, where the magical equipment was getting increasingly complex, this was not a big figure. However, most of the components were very small in size. They belonged to the category of mini-type components. Refining these was quite troublesome. Having poured a can of high-energy drink in his mouth to regain strength, Liao crushed the can into a ball and threw it towards the back, whereupon the ball made a beautiful arc as it fell right into a dustbin 20 meters away with a clang. Let's begin the second batch. Liao rubbed his hands before another storm appeared between his 10 fingers. After a day and night of endless refining, the entire set of magical equipment components was finally finished. In order to prevent any mishap during assembling, he refined 2 sets of components. However, this was not the most difficult step. The most crucial part of the entire magical equipment was the command crystal chip. To distinguish between an ideal and defective product within a furnace, there wasn't any high requirement as to how much time it would take. The analogizing array glyphs could take from a dozen seconds to a whole minute, identifying the components slowly. In contrast, Liao needed the analogizing array glyph to identify the species of the demon beast in the blink of an eye. Not to mention a few seconds, even a second was too slow. This required very powerful boosting array glyphs to speed up the operation speed of the analogizing array glyph. In order to shorten the recognition time to within a second, Liao planned out an accelerating group that combined 31 boosting array glyphs in series with a special algorithm. Then, he would add the rest of few dozen essential array glyphs on the fingernail-sized command crystal card. All in all, he had to engrave 101 array glyphs. It was a test of the micro-engraving technique of a refiner. The 500 top super sects of the Federation possessed a mystical magical equipment called Mystic Laser Micro-Engraving Machine, which could assist the refiners in engraving hundreds of thousands of array glyphs within a square inch. However, the Mystic Laser Micro-Engraving Machine was highly expensive. So expensive that it was a couple dozen times more expensive than an ordinary crafting furnace. At present, the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department didn't have a need for such a configuration. Liao could only rely on his hands. A pair of hands that had been repeatedly trained in the heavenly refining tower of the 100 Smelting Clan from 40 millenniums ago. The time passed on, second by second. Liao was like a stool attached to the front of a table as he showered his talent and creativity on the fingernail-sized crystal card under the magnification of a microscope that consisted of 12 crystal lens and 11 magnifying array glyphs. An entire 19 carving pens crafted from adamantal stone had been ruined. Only God knew how many times his 10 fingers had been blistered. However, after soaking them in the medication for a while, regardless of the drilling pain he was experiencing, he would once again begin carving like an insane person. Finally, since the flash of inspiration in his mind, an entire week had already passed. A new magical equipment shining with a magnificent gloss appeared on the scarred palm of Liao. Watching his very own idea come into being and seeing it lying quietly on his palm, Liao felt like crying. Over this 1 week, the painstaking effort, the sweat and blood, the frustration and depression whenever he failed, was worth it. All of it was worth it. This magical equipment weighed only 97.45 grams. The memory crystal card and command crystal card were integrated upon a mini crystal panel which was firmly wrapped in a silver-white shell that was refined from a titanium alloy. It looked like an ear pad. It was created totally in accordance with the contours of Liao's ear, allowing it to seamlessly fit upon his left ear. No matter how severe the movements were, it would never fall off. The front of the ear pad had 2 titanium alloy brackets that extended towards the front, while sandwiched between them was an ultra-thin lens crafted from red silicon crystal, which could be controlled with the rotation of his eyeball as well as the expansion and contraction of his pupils. In appearance, this magical equipment was a combination of communicator and monocle. The lens that was slightly glowing in red light was in particular strangely enchanting. Liao could not help but put the magical equipment on his left ear before vigorously shaking his head. There was no discomfort. It fit quite perfectly. As long as the head was not hit directly, no matter how much the head swayed, it would not fall off. And, due to a special ventilation design, wearing it for a long time would not produce a hot feeling. Adjusting a hologram onto the lens mode and looking carefully at the lens, Liao was extremely satisfied with the magical equipment's appearance. His somewhat valiant face appeared even more aggressive against the slightly red lens. It brought a faint antagonistic appearance. As far as he, the vulture who grew up in the magical equipment graveyard, was concerned, this shape was very much to his liking. Good, that's 100 points for the appearance. The trends of this year's teenagers would change completely. If they had this magical equipment in one ear, with the red lens covering an eye, their aura would shoot up by 300%. Liao slightly smiled. Although its appearance would dazzle everyone, its performance was even more powerful. The magical equipment was equipped with a Super Falcon class crystal eye that was manufactured by the Holy Light Sect. It was a quasi-military grade crystal eye. Its dynamic imaging performance was quite powerful. Once it was pushed to its limit state, it could easily capture any object moving at a subsonic speed within a range of 300 meters. Meanwhile, the memory crystal card could store the information of 990,000 demon beasts. Additionally, the boosting group on the command crystal card had reduced the identification time to 0.78 seconds. It could even take a photo and identify 3 kinds of demon beasts simultaneously. Awesome! In the past, I have always been working on and modifying someone else's magical equipment. And now, the first magical equipment designed and crafted by me is finally finished, despite it being a very common auxiliary magical equipment. Liao's heart was racing. He was extremely excited as he let out cheerful cries. After having thought for a long time, Liao finally decided to name the magical equipment Demon Beast Detector. After a break of 1 week, Liao once again arrived at the Zenith province to conduct the first combat trial of the Demon Beast Detector. Chopping a rattlesnake into 2, Liao quietly placed it on the desert floor, whereupon the sweet scent of fresh snake blood wafted hundreds of meters away. This was Liao's bait. Very soon, a half-meter-long lizard crawled out from the cracks between the rocks, stuck its head out and looked about. Having carefully observed its surroundings for a long while, it could no longer endure the torment of its hungry stomach and jumped. Whoosh! 2 skin membranes just like 2 wings opened on either side of its body, making it glide extremely fast in the air as it swooped towards the rattlesnake in the blink of an eye. However, its vigilance was much higher than that of the hump-nosed viper. The moment it pounced on the rattlesnake's corpse, it vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. Whoosh! Once again 2 semicircular fleshy wings opened from either side of its head, making its head look 10 times bigger than usual. In nature, it was a very common intimidation technique. Under the setting sun, the fleshy wings radiated with a strange glow as round after round of blue annular stripes appeared on them. At first glance, it seemed to be a highly toxic blue-ringer flying lizard. In addition to having quick movements, it had poisonous glands under its tongue that could shoot fatal poison a dozen meters away. It was a very nasty high-rank demon soldier. However, in Liao's eyes, there was a completely different scene. Beep! Beep! Within just half a second, the crystal eye had scanned all the characteristics of this flying lizard and was carrying out a comparison with 1,875 species of lizard-type demon beasts. In less than 1 second, a short paragraph of information appeared in the light red lens. Purple-ringed flying lizard, low-level demon soldier, non-poisonous, agile, can glide for a brief period, specializes in disguising itself as its close relative the blue-ringed flying lizard to scare off enemies. An adult purple-ringed flying lizard's battle force is comparable to a 5th-level refinement stage cultivator at most. Liao grinned as he jumped out from his camouflaging netting. A blade of light flashed from his waist, blowing sand and stones in the air. Waste of space with a battle force less than 5th level of refinement stage, just die. When Liao was slaughtering demon beasts in the Zenith province with the help of the Demon Beast Detector, the head of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, Yuan Manchio, was conversing with the logistics supervisor of Mountain Sea Sect, Zhang Wenba, via the spiritual crane messenger in the first laboratory. Zhang Wenba was also a refiner from the grassroots faction. Since he had discovered Liao, this rising star, he held quite a bit of love for him. Every once in a while, he would converse with Yuan Manqiu regarding the progress of Liao's cultivation. Not only that, he had also taken the post of a guest professor and opened up 2 specialized courses for Liao. He even persuaded the Mountain C-Sex management to provide a sponsorship of 5 million to the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Such funding could not be considered much, but for the past 2 years, the Mountain C-Sect was in deficit due to poor management. Although it was not to the point that they could not make the ends meet, the current cash flow was comparatively tight. Both Yuan Manqiu and Liao were very pleased and were grateful for their kind intentions. In the hologram, Jiang Wenba looked somewhat frustrated as he dejectedly said, "Big sis, I am entrusting this matter to you. You have a wide range of connections, and you also have some connections with the army. If there is someone who needs a mystic laser microengraving machine and its supporting assembly line, please help us communicate with them." "All right, but let me forewarn you, the mystic laser microengraving machine and the mini components assembly line is very expensive. More importantly, it has few and specific applications. I am afraid I cannot find anyone in a short period. By my estimate, it will at least take a few months." Yuan Manqiu paused for a bit before speaking in a slightly reprimanding tone. "Old Jiang, don't be offended, but your big sis told you when your Mountain C-Sect was spending a large fortune to purchase this piece of equipment to launch some Essence Watch project, that the current Essence Watch market is already saturated. There is a giant called Zephyr Guild who has been manufacturing the Essence Watch for a few centuries. Your Mountain C-Sect doesn't have any experts and doesn't have any new technology. How are you to compete with the other party? I have told you that the precision of the Essence watches manufactured by you is pretty good, but they make a lot of tick-tock noises which can be heard by demon beasts from over 100 meters away. How can anyone be able to hunt while wearing it? It would be even more strange if someone bought your magical equipment." Jiang Wenba took a long deep breath before he helplessly said, "Do you think I don't know of these problems? However, in the Star Glory Federation, sects are everywhere. Not only are the top 500 major sects taking more and more aggressive stances, there are many young cultivators who are establishing their own sects. Although they are not too strong, they are creative and have enough tricks to craft magical equipment that fits the liking of youths. Furthermore, they can enter the market without any burdens. It is easier for their small enterprises to change their line of products, some of which would eventually show results. Our Mountain C-Sect is a second-grade sect and is out of luck. We are squeezed in the middle. We are not able to go up, nor can we afford to go down. We are not that big but not too small either. We don't have some powerful magical equipment to take hold of the market, nor do we have a core formation stage or above expert who could lead a team to kill high-level demon beasts. We didn't know what we could do. The entire sect, from top to bottom, has to live on air. When we were feeling desperate, we could only think of purchasing a new facility. We wanted to change our structure. But who would have thought that the difficulty of manufacturing Essence watches would be so high? With the functions of mini-crystal processors getting stronger and stronger, the market for traditional Essence watches is gradually shrinking. These days, even the Zephyr Guild is having a hard time. How could we have a way to make a living? In short, we have arrived on a fork in the road. We could only hope to sell this set of equipment ASAP so that we can recover some of the loss." Yuan Manqiu nodded and said, "I guess that's right. Walking on the road of cultivation is like sailing against the current. We have to move forward or we'll fall behind. This is true for humans and the same goes for the sect as well. If we can't think of a way to ensure the competitive edge, we could be eliminated any time. Worry not. I will find a way to help you contact the buyers." "Thank you, big sis." The two chatted for a bit before Yuan Manqiu terminated the call. Afterward, Yuan Manqiu pulled up a huge telepathic thought message sent by Liao from her mailbox. Although Liao was Yuan Manqiu's only disciple, she didn't interfere too much with Liao's training as in accordance with the Institute's tradition. Until and unless Liao took the initiative to ask her guidance, or she needed his help in refining, the two researched independently. They did not bother each other. Yuan Manqiu had long known that Liao was crafting a completely new magical equipment, but she held her curiosity in check. She did not ask until now. What the hell is that kid refining? Is it an incomparably powerful saber? Yuan Manxiu knew Liao was studying saber-type magical equipment, and his progress was amazingly fast. His understanding of many sabers had already surpassed hers, and he could even draw dozens of blueprints of rare ancient sabers. As she opened the message, instead of finding some saber, all she saw was an auxiliary magical equipment. Demon Beast Detector? This is a bit interesting. An auxiliary magical equipment with such a function was rare in the market. Yuan Manxiu's interest was piqued. As she turned page after page on the hologram, the look on her face became more and more solemn. The expression in her eyes became hotter as she grew increasingly excited. If this thing can be improved a bit, it has a wide range of applications in combat. Furthermore, its components aren't that complex. Aside from the high-precision crystal eye, which is relatively expensive, other things don't need any heaven and earth class treasures. This can be mass-produced. Yuan Manxiu spent an entire 5 hours studying the report on the demon beast detector. At this moment, Liao, with his body wrapped in a bloody aura, returned from the wasteland. He respectfully knocked on the door, waking her up from her stupor. "Why are knocking on the door? It's such a waste of time. Quickly come in." Sitting in front of Yuan Manxiu, Liao was feeling somewhat apprehensive. The results of the first combat trial were pretty good. His hunting efficiency had increased by 500%. Not only had he hunted a dozen relatively weaker low-level demon soldiers that were worth a lot of money, he was able to promptly see through the disguises of high-ranked demon soldiers, which allowed him to avoid their fatal traps. He didn't even waste a fraction of a second on a needless fight. What would the opinion of Yuan Manxiu, this experienced and knowledgeable deep-sea goddess, be for this piece of magical equipment? "Teacher, what do you think?" Liao asked in anticipation. Yuan Manxiu carefully observed the demon beast detector on his left eye as she nodded. After having pondered for a moment, she said, "If I approve this magical equipment, what are you going to do next?" Liao replied in a natural manner, "Obviously, I am going to craft more of them and sell it to the students." Yuan Manxiu shook her head and said, "In my opinion, the demon beast detector has a great value in combat, but I am afraid acquiring 40,000 credits by selling them will be pretty difficult." Yuan Manxiu paused for a bit before explaining, "First of all, this magical equipment is completely new, and most of all, it is invented by a freshman. How can you make everyone believe in the reliability of this magical equipment? Yes, you have once modified some close combat magical equipment, and your fundamentals of classic magical equipment have also progressed, but you didn't alter the overall structure of the equipment. Furthermore, close combat magical equipment has always been treated like a consumable. The emergence of some minor failure on the battlefield is pretty normal. However, the demon beast detector is completely different. This is a very sophisticated piece of magical equipment. How can you make others believe that this piece of magical equipment could differentiate between two different species of demon beasts with 100% accuracy? Even if the probability of mistaking a demon general for a demon soldier was 0.1%, it would be disastrous for its user. For matters of life and death, everyone is very cautious. They would rather choose products of a more reliable sect, or choose the products crafted by well-known senior refiners in the industry. They might not completely believe a first-year freshman like you." Liao's lips parted, wanting to justify. However, having racked his brain for a long while, he could not say anything. "Second, and most important of all, you have used purely your hand to engrave the crystal card. This technique is really superb, even I'm very shocked. But what about the output? Can you even craft 3 or 5 a day?" Liao shook his head. "No matter how fast I am, it would take me at least 5 days to craft a demon beast detector." Yuan Manxiu said, "So to say, after working tirelessly for 1 month, you can craft 6 demon beast detectors at most. Furthermore, you have used a quasi-military grade crystal eye, and hence, your production cost would not be very low. What kind of price will you set in order to earn more than 10,000 credits in the remaining 2 months? Perhaps even 2,000 to 3,000 credits per piece would not be enough." After having carefully pondered this, Liao came to the same conclusion. Furthermore, No one would be willing to spend so many credits just to buy an auxiliary magical equipment. Scratching his head, Liao asked in a perplexed tone, "Teacher, what should I do?" Yuan Manshio smiled. "Don't you worry. In my opinion, the demon beast detector is pretty important in combat. Its prospects in the market are very broad. It will not just bring you 10,000 or so credits. However, first you have to apply for a patent for the demon beast detector." Apply for a patent? Liao blinked his eyes, stupefied for a brief moment. Although the demon beast detector was invented by him, the array glyphs and algorithms it employed were the creation of others. Even the most important crystal I was manufactured by others. How could he even apply for a patent? Yuan Manshio said, "The technology employed by the demon beast detector is very well developed and is ready to use, but its components are new and very creative, greatly elevating the practicality of many array glyphs and algorithms. Therefore, you can apply for a utility patent, and the probability of it getting approved is rather large. And once you have obtained the utility patent, you will also be awarded 3,000 credits, as per the Institute's rules and regulations." Liao smacked his head as he suddenly came to realize. The Star Glory Federation's patent system consisted of two kinds of patents: the invention patent and the utility patent. The invention patent had very stringent requirements. It required that the corresponding array glyphs, algorithms, and technology be completely original. Furthermore, it had to go through a review for a long period of time, and also needed its creator to explain its origin and development clearly. If it was array glyphs, algorithms, and the like, then the creator had to provide all the first-hand drafts. When Liao had just obtained multitudes of classics from the Heavenly Refining Tower, he had also wondered whether he could copy some of the ancient array glyphs and apply for some invention patents. However, after having meticulously studied the review process of invention patents, he dispelled this notion. He wasn't confident at all that not a single flaw would be discovered by core formation stage powerhouses and nascent soul stage old monsters in the first-hand draft forged from ancient books from 40 millenniums ago. In contrast, utility patents were not the same. One could use the works of predecessors for reference so long as one could create a new concept. And the auditing process was also relatively standard. It would only take 1 or 2 months before the results were out. However, the patent term for utility patents was comparatively short. Generally, it was about 3 to 5 years. In addition, if one wanted to commercialize his or her invention, he or she would have to pay a certain share of the profit to the creators of the array glyphs and algorithms mentioned in the patent. For instance, for the boosting array glyphs employed in the demon beast detector, Liao would have to pay a certain share of the profit to the inventor of boosting array glyphs for every demon beast detector sold. Of course, he could also pay a huge lump sum up front and buy out the utilization rights of boosting array glyphs for several years. In the world of cultivation, all the array glyphs, algorithms, exercises, spiritual powers, and everything else that one could think of were considered intellectual property. To be precise, intellectual property was the foundation of the cultivation world and was sacrosanct. All the mainstream cultivators attached a lot of importance to this very point. Yuan Manshio continued, "The most valuable part of your magical equipment lies in its new structure, and to be honest, could very easily be copied. This is also one of the reasons why I don't agree for you to trade it. If it is acquired by someone with aspirations once it is out in the market, and he applies for the patent before you, then you can cry all you want, but it will do you no good. Only when you have first applied for the patent can you boldly sell it. Furthermore, you should not sell it on small scale by crafting it with your own hands. How many do you think you could craft in one day? If you mass-produced it through a magical equipment assembly line, you could manufacture hundreds of demon beast detectors a day. And who knows, maybe you could even earn a few billion annually." A few billion? Liao's eyes went wide with disbelief. The first thought in his mind was, then wouldn't I be able to buy 2 luxury flying shuttles? I would be able to buy a Mystic Bird battle shuttle and a Crimson Flame battle shuttle. At that time, my prestige will be comparable to Senior Brother Peng and Ding Lingdang. Scratching his head, Liao pursed his lips into a stupid grin. Is this toy so good? However, it would still be okay if I could earn only a few 100 million. Our refining department has thousands of pending tasks. If we want to restart Project Mystic Skeleton, we also need to throw in a lot of money. If I can earn a few hundred million, it can be used as initial capital. Yuan Manchio smiled. Silly kid, don't you remember the last failure? Project Mystic Skeleton is a bottomless pit. Even the Institute doesn't dare to invest in it. Do you really want to throw in your hard-earned millions into this bottomless hole? Even if you could somehow earn 40,000 credits, that is still not the endpoint. The future holds infinitely wonderful starting points. The road of cultivation is very long. There will be many times where you might need to use the money. If you can earn some money, it'll be smooth sailing going forward. As your teacher, this can also be considered to be my duty. Liao felt warm in his heart. Rolling his eyes, he said, I am not throwing the money at this in vain. Think of it as an investment. After I put in the money, I will be a shareholder and will be entitled to a certain share of the profits once we are successful in crafting the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Don't you think this would make me look majestic? Wouldn't it be a lot better? Yuan Manchio was angry, but happy as well. Stretching her plump arm, she slapped Liao's forehead as she shouted. The chicken has not even laid any eggs, and you're counting your chickens. First, think of some way to earn 40,000 credits. Yeah. Liao started to frown. Even if the application for the utility patent was approved, it would only earn him 3,000 credits. How could he earn 10,000 or so credits in the next 2 months? I have to fight it out. Next, I need a big kill in the wasteland. With the demon beast detector, not only my hunting efficiency is improved, I can also notice powerful demon beasts nearby in advance. Now I can venture into more dangerous zones to hunt. While hunting, not only can I hone my battle force continuously, I can also discover any defects in the demon beast detector, and thereby make subsequent improvements at the same time. On another note, it can also serve as a great advertisement. Since I am just a freshman, it is natural that no one will believe that I can craft my very own magical equipment. Later, it can also prove how useful the demon beast detector is for everyone. From this day on, Liao began to make hunting trips in the wasteland like a madman. Besides occasionally returning to the Institute for some maintenance and recuperation, he would wander in the wasteland day and night. All the low-danger demon beast zones had been swept clean by him just like a hurricane. He avoided the dangerous high-rank demon soldiers as well as the low-level demon soldiers that were somewhat difficult to hunt but were less valuable thanks to the demon beast detector. He particularly hunted the low-level demon soldiers that had lower battle strength but had valuable and precious materials on their bodies. Every time, Liao would return with a large haul. He was like a tiger heading down the mountain to hunt. He was no different than a hungry wolf pouncing on sheep. His success rate was 100%. This flabbergasted everyone. On the newcomer ranking list, Liao's name was sitting up at the leading position and was followed by a long series of 5 figures. It had not changed much for a month or so. Everyone thought that Liao had reached a bottleneck and would have to stop for some time. Even when the amount of credits took a giant leap once in a while, it could all be accredited to luck. Liao just so happened to encounter another priceless prey. However, no one had imagined Liao's luck to be so scary that his credits would climb at an explosive speed. He was so fast that his earning speed could be compared with Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan combined, who were in 2nd and 3rd place on the list. All of a sudden, Liao became the talk of the campus forums. Every day, someone would post a comment. Once again, the insanity of Liao starts. 27,000 credits. His credits have broken the 27 freaking thousand mark. 28,000. What the hell happened? How did he get 1,000 credits? He can't be this fast unless he's cheating. Today, Liao hunted 2 very precious silver-striped fragrant foxes. Damn, last time, our team of 17 to 18 people wanted to hunt this thing. In the end, we spent 3 days and 3 nights and somehow caught 2. But when we looked closely, we found out that they were just worthless gray-striped fragrant foxes. Damn it, I'm about to explode. His luck is truly too good. Every time he's been hunting, he hasn't missed, not even once. Moreover, he would return with an amazing haul every time. Just the silver-striped fragrant fox has been captured by him, and twice at that. This is still nothing. Check out some of the missions he has taken. All of them are hunting missions in dangerous zones. Even seniors do not dare to rush into many of these regions. But how could he, who is just a low-level refinement stage cultivator, withdraw with at most some minor injuries every time? In order to advertise, Liao did not hide the demon beast detector and even swaggeringly walked around the campus while carrying priceless demon beast corpses and wearing it a few times. Such flamboyance naturally didn't go unnoticed. Discussion about the demon beast detector suddenly appeared in the forums. Did you notice? Liao was wearing a weird magical equipment on his left eye. It looked a lot like a monocle. What is that? Is it some kind of telescopic magical equipment? Idiot, how can it be a telescope? I looked at the list of common magical equipment and did not find this kind of equipment. It seems that it is some kind of magical equipment modified by him. It is certainly not as simple as a telescope. In my opinion, maybe this thing is related to all his good fortune. After all, he has returned with a big haul every time. However, many comments posted by the girls were focused on a completely different thing. Liao wearing a light red monocle looked so handsome, right? His aura was totally astonishing. I secretly took a photo. Wah! I so want to go and confess to him. However, everyone said that he is a bit fierce. I heard that his former moniker was Vulture. It totally doesn't sound like he is a good man. Don't talk nonsense. I've talked to him twice. How do I say it? Rather than saying he is fierce, he is someone who is immersed in his own world. His eyes would go wide whenever he began to study close combat magical equipment. He is totally unaware of what is happening in the outside world. He only appears cold and detached, that's all. Besides, who cares if he doesn't seem like a good person? This year, only the bad boys are sexy. Liao didn't look handsome. He wasn't nowhere close to being some dandified, handsome-looking young man. However, the girls of the wasteland wouldn't care about some scholar who couldn't even kill a chicken. They worshipped the strong and liked dauntless and robust men. Liao was one of the 3 experts among the freshmen. For 3 to 5 days, he would hunt alone in the wasteland, and with the domineering demon beast detector, he looked exceptionally fierce. Very soon, he became the idol of many female students. However, Liao had no time to concern himself with this. The only thoughts in his mind were those of wandering and hunting alone in the wasteland. Finally, there was just a month left until the registration deadline for the refiner's registration examination. Meanwhile, Liao's credits had broken through the 30,000 mark. Now, only the last 10,000 credits remain. In a cave, Liao carefully baked a hair with the help of a fire glyph. Meanwhile, he had also laid down fresh air glyphs around so that all the air would remain in one place and the demon beasts outside the cave would not get a single whiff. A knowing smile appeared on his somewhat gaunt face. His deep black eyes seemed to appear bigger. Spending a month alone in the wasteland, Liao's appearance had undergone enormous changes. Not only had he become slender, his skin also had a metallic luster, but it didn't radiate light like steel. At first glance, he looked no different than an ordinary rock found in the wasteland. However, once he discovered prey, he would suddenly erupt, while his speed and strength soared to the limit. He would turn into a ferocious hunter in the blink of an eye. Over this month, he had not only amassed credits, he had also accumulated hunting experience. The demon beasts of the wasteland were a treacherous, cunning, and vigilant bunch. More importantly, these demon beasts were the best at camouflaging and sneak attacks. If one wanted to hunt such demon beasts, he or she would need to be even more treacherous, more cunning, and better at camouflaging and sneak attacks. On one side, Liao was hunting, while on the other he was learning as well. All the demon beasts were Liao's teachers. He learned how to hide like a poisonous snake, crawl like a centipede, kill prey in one attack like a scorpion, glide like a flying chameleon, and even studied how to lay down traps and put out bait like a spider. Soon afterwards, these techniques, along with a decade or so of techniques honed through surviving in the magical equipment graveyard, turned into even more powerful hunting techniques. With these skills, he became a field survivor as well as a hunting expert. He became a true guerrilla expert. 1 month and 10,000 credits. Even if the utility patent is approved, I will only earn 3,000 credits. I'll still be lacking 7,000 credits. The demon beasts in the southern regions of the wasteland are too weak. If I keep hunting in this area, I'll simply be unable to amass 7,000 credits. Moreover, it's not 100% certain that the utility patent will go through. If I fail at the most crucial moment, it will be truly embarrassing. It seems I have to take the risk and head deep into northern regions. The forces of the Star Glory Federation were concentrated more on the southern regions of the wasteland. There were fewer cities deeper into the north. Meanwhile, the lesser the signs of humans, the more powerful demon beasts could be found. In order to acquire 10,000 credits within 1 month, Liao was prepared to play with his life. He planned to wander 15 days in the southern regions of the wasteland. And if he was unable to save enough credits, or if the utility patent wasn't passed, he then planned to go to the northern regions of the wasteland and wander in more dangerous regions. But first, I should return to the institute and cash in the prey from this trip. Weighing the heavy, rumbling backpack, a satisfied crept upon Liao's face. Liao's harvest from this trip was also pretty good. He would probably be able to exchange it for a few hundred credits. Having returned to the institute and converted the spoils of his hunting for credits, Liao returned to the medical room to deal with some minor injuries. He had not even taken a rest before he received an invitation from Ding Lingdang, asking him to celebrate breaking the 30,000 mark. Liao has arrived. Liao has arrived. In front of a small house amid the sea of bamboo, a colorful and gorgeous parrot squawked as the door automatically opened. Just as Liao stepped into the door, a light breeze brushed his face. Liao was taken by surprise. He had been suddenly caught by Ding Lingdang. The latter also ruthlessly twisted his arm behind his back, making him grimace in pain. What the hell is going on? Didn't you ask me to dinner to celebrate breaking the 30,000 mark? Of course, we are going to eat, but first of all, having twisted his arm a bit again, Ding Lingdang angrily said, "Let this sister first twist your arm for a while so that I can vent my anger. You, smelly brat, have so quickly and quietly broken the 30,000 mark. You also broke the record for the fastest student to attain 30,000 credits, taking down senior brother Peng. At the beginning, I was the second fastest student to break the 30,000 mark. But now you have thrown me into third place. Tell me, is that all right? You are truly a monstrous genius. Maybe one day you will even become stronger than me. Then would I not be bullied to death by you? Absolutely not. While I'm still stronger than you, I'll crush you a bit. I might as well get the most out of it until then." Twisting his hand once again, she exclaimed, "What is going on? In the 1 month I have not seen you, your muscles are even more solid. Twisting your hands feels like twisting a stone. It's not even a bit interesting. Forget it. Let's eat." Without uttering even a word, Liao followed her to the living room. But when he got to see the dinner placed on the table, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't you say we were going to celebrate? So, did you invite me to eat noodles?" Ding Lingdang, who was carrying a bowl of noodles, sat down on the ground as she started slurping the noodles. She was eating with one hand and was handling some work on the crystal processor with the other. She muttered, "I have been swamped with work and had no time to cook fish or meat. Make do with it for now. Didn't I add 2 soy eggs to your bowl?" Having said that, she paused a bit before continuing. "I have seen your hunting results. You're really doing a good job. From looking at the wounds, you've attained perfection in the Desert Storm Saber technique. Even if it was me hunting in the southern regions of the wasteland, I would also be unable to do better than you. However, high-value demon beasts are, after all, rare in the southern regions. If you want to amass 10,000 credits in 1 month, you have to head north, which is the habitat of high-level demon beasts. I know that you are quite crazy and like to take risks. Maybe someday you will secretly head north, playing with your life. So, today I specifically asked you to come to tell you that you don't need to worry. Recently, I have been very busy and could not spare any time. However, I'll be done in 10 to 15 days, after which I have some days off. At that time, I will accompany you to the north and help you hold the line. Liao felt warmth in his heart. So this was the real reason why Ding Lingdang asked him to come. With Ding Lingdang, one of the youngest building foundation stage experts in the Federation, holding the line, the danger would drop significantly. He could hunt demon beasts far more easily. Holding the bowl of noodles, Liao was at a total loss. He didn't know what to say. Ding Lingdang burst into jovial laughter, a noodle dangling at the corner of her mouth. Waving her hand, she said, "You have been acting as a human sandbag for me for a long while, so why can't I help you a little? Besides, you, Vulture Liao, are currently at your peak. You are an influential figure among the freshmen of our Grand Desolate War Institution. For a genius like you, the Institute is surely going to provide special care so that we can speed up your progress. This is absolutely normal. If I had not been swamped with work recently, I wouldn't have waited to accompany you to the northern regions. Sister Ling, thank you." After having hesitated for a long while, Liao somehow uttered these words. Having sat down next to Ding Lingdang, Liao took a big bite out off the fragrant soy egg. N. Ding Lingdang's response was just one word as she began dealing with her work with rapt attention. Liao, while slurping the noodles, happened to take a fleeting glance at Ding Lingdang's face. Suddenly, he discovered that as long as this ferocious dragoness in human skin didn't utter one word and concentrated on her work, she looked incredibly beautiful. This kind of quiet and indifferent temperament gave off the aura of a completely different person. Someone completely different from the person that talked nonstop and charged around impulsively. It appeared as though there were twins who looked exactly the same but had diametrically opposite dispositions. It was extremely weird. "What are you looking at?" Ding Lingdang somewhat discontentedly stared at him as she found the strange look in Liao's eyes. "Nothing." Liao's face suddenly flushed red. Instantly, he turned his gaze at the hologram as he changed the topic in a panic. "I'm looking at your work. Recently, you have been so busy. Are you starting a lot of new courses?" "Hey! All Freshmen Interdepartmental Thunderbolt Cup? What is this?" "The winner will be awarded 10,000 credits." Suddenly, Liao sprang from the ground. Half of the bowl of noodles even fell of his chest. Nevertheless, he didn't even care to clean up his mess as he anxiously shoved his head towards the hologram. "Freshman tournament. The winner will be awarded 10,000 credits? Awesome. I want to register. I am going to register now." Liao began to dance with joy. Ding Lingdang forcibly pushed him back. She was angry and found it funny as well. "Don't get excited. First take a look clearly. This interdepartmental match is a group match where each student union has to act as one unit. It is not an individual match. I admit that you are strong, but you are the only student of the refining department. How are you going to participate? Based on student union? There are no individual matches." All of a sudden, cold water had been poured over his excitement. "That's right. In accordance with previous year's conduct, it's a match between the freshmen of two student unions in the combat department, the Chaos Edge Hall and the Iron Fist Club. Both sides will choose their best 1,000 freshmen and carry out a contest. And as I am a new professor, I'm mainly responsible for freshmen's chores. Also, I am relatively familiar with the situation, so I am one of the staff for this year's tournament. This is the reason why I have been swamped with work recently. The All-Freshman Interdepartmental Thunderbolt Cup was the traditional tournament of the Grand Desolate War Institution. It had been going on for a few decades already. Its purpose was to allow the freshmen to display the results of their first year of cultivation at the Institute, while also allowing various sects to select geniuses in the process. On another note, it also served as the competition to decide how resources would be allocated next year. The main sources of income for the Grand Desolate War Institution were the multitudes of combat sects who revered martial arts. They provided a lot of resources, and obviously, they would want their resources to be spent on the strongest department. Since the beginning, the Thunderbolt Cup had been sponsored by the Devil Fist Sect, the 100 Saber Alliance, and a few dozen other famous combat sects of the Wasteland. During the tournament, a real-life combat scenario was simulated and the winner would take all. In short, The Thunderbolt Cup was a way for the two student unions of the combat department to compete for the annual resources. The tournament was specifically tailor-made for them. According to the rules, other departments could participate too. As long as they were strong enough, they could get the sponsorship of numerous combat sections. However, in combat, how could other departments compete with the Iron Fist Club or the Chaos Edge Hall? They would simply be tidied up in minutes. Ever since the first decade or so, where some departments took part in the tournament to try to gain some undue advantage only to end up last, for the last 3 decades, there had been fewer departments registering for the Thunderbolt Cup. Over time, the Thunderbolt Cup turned into a civil war between two student unions from the combat department. Liao was immersed in magical equipment all day. He simply had no free time. Therefore, it was quite normal for him to be completely ignorant of the details of the Thunderbolt Cup. Having gained some knowledge of the details, Liao sank into deep thought. As he racked his brain, Liao thoughtfully asked, "According to the rules, student unions of all departments can participate in the Thunderbolt Cup. The upper limit for people from any one union is 1,000. However, there is no lower limit. As long as one wins, he or she could get 10,000 credits, which would be subsequently divided among the participants. In short, I, as the president of Refining Department Student Union, have all the qualifications to register for the tournament. And as long as I win, I alone could enjoy all 10,000 credits. For I'll be the only student from the Refining Department who would be taking part in the tournament." "Theoretically, that's right," Ding Ling Dang snappily said. "The problem is, there would be 1,000 participants from the Iron Fist Club and 1,000 participants from Chaos Edge Hall. My smart little brother, do tell me, how are you going to compete? How are you going to knock out all 2,000 opponents? 1 versus 2,000? Such a massive difference between the two sides was more than enough to deter the vast majority of people. However, Liao wasn't just everyone. His eyes started to squint ever so slightly as though a venomous snake was eyeing prey that was 100 times bigger than itself. "Assuming that my Refining Department Student Union can register for the tournament, what kind of match is it going to be? Will there be 2,000 participants on one side of the ring while I'm on the other side, just fighting directly? And I think that as this tournament relates to the allocation of resources for the next year, the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall are going to be true opponents, but I'm sure they are not monolithic. I guess that it will impossible for them to act together to fight me, right?" Very calmly, Liao shared his thoughts. Having pulled the specific information about this year's tournament from the crystal processor, Ding Ling Dang said, "The Grand Desolate War Institution pays more attention to the actual combat. And of course, the competition is not some simple hand-to-hand combat. Each match is equivalent to a small-scale drill. There is a backdrop and victory conditions as well. It's not necessarily enough for one side to eliminate everyone from the other side, but at present you are an influential figure of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The illustrious name and fame of Vulture Liao have spread throughout Wild Wave City. You, Zhao Tianchong, and Lu Taizhan are known as the top 3 experts of the freshman class. Moreover, you are also in the leading position. Leaving your strength aside for the moment, just wandering around the field while carrying 10 Hellfire Lightnings was enough for everyone to know your ferocity. If you really do sign up for the tournament, do you think that everyone will not fight you to the death? Do you think that everyone will let you relax in the cool shade? Do you think that everyone is so stupid? Besides, the rules of the tournament would absolutely not let you reap profits without lifting a finger while the rest fight with each other. The victory conditions of the tournament will definitely be set so that it will be highly difficult for you to win. After all, if you won, the credits awarded to you will be 1,000 times more than the others. Therefore, it will be 1,000 times more difficult for you to win, and it's also right and proper. 1,000 times. These 3 words made Liao's pupils constrict suddenly. Liao didn't utter a single word as he sucked in his lip while carefully looking at the hologram. This year's match would take place after 10 days and would be carried out in a world fragment with a very complex environment using various kinds of terrains. Just as before, only the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall would be participating this year at present. Each side would be sending 1,000 freshmen, many of which would have reached the third level of the refinement stage or maybe higher. In order to stick close to the actual combat, each year a theme would be set for the tournament. The winning conditions would be formulated around the theme for both sides. The theme of this year was the Mayhem of Jade Chip. There was also a backdrop around the theme. The Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall are two contradictory cultivation sects. There have been many conflicts in order to compete for their commercial interests and military contracts. According to the legend, both sides have fought in the dark many times already and have even lost many experts. An endless blood feud has been forged in between them. The Chaos Edge Hall, in order to completely disintegrate the Iron Fist Club, had sent a spy who had infiltrated the Iron Fist Club for 2 decades and had been scheming day and night to get a hold of concrete information. Finally, he stole highly confidential secrets, including a variety of secret array glyphs, exercises, and even commercial secrets of the Iron Fist Club, all of which are stored inside a jade chip. Now he is preparing to flee to the Chaos Edge Hall. Unexpectedly, his escape has been discovered and 1,000 clansmen from the Iron Fist Club are on his tail. Meanwhile, a reinforcement of 999 clansmen from the Chaos Edge Hall is also in front. A great battle between 2,000 people to seize this jade chip is imminent. Li Yao frowned. What nonsense is this? Ding Ling Dang pursed her lips. A backdrop setting. This is done in order to increase the sense of competition between the students and also make the competition interesting. In short, the theme of this year is a jade chip battle. This kind of theme, rather than asking one side to completely decimate the other side, asks the participants to bring the jade chip to their base and insert it in a huge crystal processor for a certain amount of time. If the opponent has not been able to grab it back in that stipulated amount of time, they would win. In fact, in order to foster a combative atmosphere among the students, the Institute very much wants to encourage other departments to participate in the tournament. The winning condition will also be made a bit more flexible. 27 years ago, the student union of the medical department, the Lancets, participated in the tournament. The theme at that time was the Great Escape. As long as the members of the Lancets could flee from the Iron Fist Club and Chao Edge Hall, they would win. However, no matter how flexible the conditions were, at the end of the day, fists and swords had to be used to decide the outcome. 500 Lancets members were wrapped up in just 3 minutes. All of them were captured and they became a big joke. Since then, there have been no other departments willing to register for the tournament. If you do register, I think the Institute will probably set an escape-like winning condition for you. In other words, as long as you can escape from the combined assault of 2,000 members of the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall, you will win. However, like I said, you are a well-known dangerous figure. If you took part in the competition, others would definitely crucify you first. They would absolutely not let you have an opportunity to sit back atop the mountain to watch the tigers fight. So save your breath. Li Yao's eyes spun in circles before they burst forth with a sharp gleam. Escape-type mission? If I can escape from the encirclement of 2,000 participants, I will have the opportunity to win 10,000 credits. 2,000 participants, among which a vast majority are cultivators. And there are experts like Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan as well. Since the two have been cultivating for so long, they might have also reached 5th level of the refinement stage, yeah. Plus, there will also be hundreds of 3rd and 4th level refinement stage experts. It will be really frightening. However, at the end of the day, they are still not monolithic. As long as I could find a gap between them, I do have the opportunity. Having thought of this, Li Yao's eyelashes shook as he said while gnashing his teeth. I am going to represent the Refining Department Student Union, the Starfire Union, and sign up for the All-Freshman Interdepartmental Thunderbolt Cup. Ding Ling Dang pursed her lips. I knew it, you brat. There's no way you would not give up on your sinister designs. You can fill out your details on the battle network. Well then, I'll give you this soy egg. Grabbing a soy egg from her bowl, Ding Ling Dang stuffed it into Li Yao's mouth. Why? Li Yao was dumbfounded. Ding Ling Dang rolled up her eyes. If you are going to eat so little, how will you have the strength to take the beating of 2,000 robust fellows? The news of Li Yao's participation in the tournament spread like wildfire. setting off a huge uproar in the campus. After a lapse of 27 years, a group other than the student unions of the combat department was going to sign up for the Thunderbolt Cup for the first time. And the group participating turned out to be just a single student from a tiny student union. Li Yao would be competing alone, challenging 2,000 stocky and murderous students from the combat department. In a moment, the entire institute was in an uproar. Half of the forum's posts were discussing Li Yao's suicidal and crazed behavior. Oh, no! Li Yao is actually going to represent the Starfire Union and will be challenging the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall. Each side will be sending 1,000 members, while he is just one man. This is too reckless, right? Although we all know that he is one of the 3 experts among the freshmen, so what? There are still 2 others who are neck and neck with him. Even though Zhao Tianchong and Lu Tieshan's levels are lower than his. Both of them are pure battle-type cultivators. Their battle force is not much weaker than his. He's just one man. Does he think that he can fight with Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan, who will be leading 2,000 students? Although the winner would be awarded 10,000 credits, no matter how much everyone racked their brains, they could not imagine Li Yao having any chance of winning. Even if it was an escape-type mission, his chance of escaping from a heavy encirclement of 2,000 combat department students was close to 0. After this matter spread, a fair share number of people immediately went to interview the 2 leading figures of the freshmen, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan. They wanted to ask how were they going to deal with Li Yao if he really participated. The 2 strongly expressed that Li Yao was the most dangerous and most terrifying figure among the freshmen without any doubt. If he did participate, the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall would first eliminate him before they confronted each other. We both are Li Yao's friends. We do know that he needs to earn 10,000 credits in 1 month. However, as far as the tournament is concerned, the Thunderbolt Cup is related to the honor of 2 student unions. In addition, it is also related to the allocation of resources next year, which concerns thousands upon thousands of students. If necessary, we are willing to team up with Li Yao and head north to hunt, helping him amass credits. However, we will most definitely not throw the game. If Li Yao is going to be participating, we will certainly knock him out, mercilessly. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan resolutely and decisively said. The institute was also a bit surprised by Li Yao's application. Although the match each year had turned into a civil war between the 2 major student unions of the combat department and become a bit boring since the last 2 decades or so, the institute very much hoped that even more student unions would participate and add some unknown variables to the tournament. They might even give a bit of trouble to the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall, which would help the institute assess their ability to adapt to chaos. However, the Starfire Union was the smallest student union in the history of the Grand Desolate War Institute. It had only 1 student. Even if it did participate, what would be the use? He was no different than a tiny mouse sandwiched in between 2 colliding crystal battleships which could barely make a squeak before being crushed to death. However, Li Yao turned a deaf ear to all these criticisms. After having set off a huge uproar, it was as though it was of no concern to him. He was still wandering and hunting alone in the wasteland. However, no one was aware that he had consciously increased the training of his camouflaging and escaping techniques. The most common method he used was swaggeringly appearing under the eyes of a group of middle-rank demon soldiers. Occasionally, he would even cut his finger and bleed some blood to increase the appetite of demon beasts. After attracting their attention, he would escape from the chasing group of demon soldiers at lightning-fast speed. He would flee like crazy. After 5 days, Li Yao received the reply of the institute. His application had been approved. In this year's all-freshman interdepartmental tournament, the Starfire Union, Iron Fist Club, and the Chaos Edge Hall would be participating together, vying for the Thunderbolt Cup. The theme of the match remained the same. It was still the mayhem of Jade Chip, but they changed the corresponding backdrop slightly. It read, "The Starfire Union is the most secretive, evil sect in the world of cultivation. Li Yao, who is an evil expert from the Starfire Union, has infiltrated and spied on the Iron Fist Club for years. Finally, he has stolen the core secrets of the Iron Fist Club, which are stored inside a jade chip. Right as he left, His identity was discovered, and now 1,000 clansmen of the Iron Fist Club are on his tail. On another side, the Chaos Edge Hall, which was hostile to the Iron Fist Club, also came to know of this matter. They too sent 1,000 elites and set up an ambush along the route Liao had to take in order to return to the Starfire Union. They want to kill Liao and grab the Jade Chip. And although the hatred between the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall runs as deep as the seas, they are determined above all else to win the Jade Chip. After having learned of Liao's identity as an evil expert, they will stop at nothing to capture him and satisfy their vengeful desires. Once they encounter him, Liao will be the priority target. Although they may experience intermittent skirmishes, only after they have captured the Jade Chip will the large armies fight each other all out. Liao will face pursuit by 1,000 students from the back and a blockade of 1,000 students in the front. If he can cut through the entire battlefield and reach the designated Starfire Union's point of contact while in possession of the Jade Chip, he will be the final winner and claim the Thunderbolt Cup. He will also get to enjoy 10,000 credits alone. Whoosh! Included in the instruction manual was a 3-dimensional map, which introduced the site of the competition, the Yellow Wind Ridge. The Yellow Wind Ridge was a world fragment which was no different than the Heaven Origin sector. It was not suitable for cultivation, but it was the best place for combat drills. From south to north, it measured roughly 20 kilometers long and was successively divided into flatland, jungle, and canyon regions, among which the jungle region, which was the centermost region of the whole world fragment, was filled with swamps, hills, shrubs, and caves. It was the largest region among all three. It was also perennially filled with a light yellow mist. Although it was harmless to human body, it caused some interference with the line of sight, hence the name Yellow Wind Ridge. It was quite foreseeable that the jungle region would be the main battlefield of this match. Such complex terrain along with the interference of the mist would add a large number of variables to the entire match. The freshmen could quite possibly encounter their foes waiting in ambush at any time, which would subsequently develop into brutal encounters. Such a terrain was a paradise for guerrilla warfare. Nevertheless, Liao was anything but pleased. His winning conditions weren't something like surviving in the Yellow Wind Ridge for a few hours or a couple of days. Instead, starting from the southernmost part of the Yellow Mist Ridge, he would have to go through the flatland, the jungle, and the canyon. His goal was the northernmost region of the map, which was the contact point of the Starfire Union. However, the Chaos Edge Hall's base was located in the 2-kilometer-long canyon. The canyon region had steep mountains on either side. There was only a narrow winding pathway in the middle. It was quite conceivable that Chaos Edge Hall's base would certainly be heavily guarded. Even if Liao could somehow break through the encirclement in the jungle, he would still have to forcibly rush through the 2-kilometer-long canyon. There was no other way. More importantly, according to the enactment, although the Chaos Edge Hall and Iron Fist Club were rivals who were absolutely irreconcilable, as Liao was a notorious evil expert and was also carrying a Jade Chip for which each side would stop at nothing, Liao would become the priority target of 2,000 members from both the Chaos Edge Hall and the Iron Fist Club. Therefore, without acquiring the Jade Chip first, both sides would not open fire for sure. Maybe they would even collaborate to search for his whereabouts. It is indeed 1,000 times more difficult. Liao was having a hell of a headache. Slowly rubbing his temples, Liao researched the map over and over again. The layout of Yellow Wind Ridge was shaped like an ellipse. The base of both Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall were located on the two tapered ends of the ellipse respectively. And according to the victory conditions for them, after having taken the Jade Chip from Liao, they would have to return to their own base while also facing the pursuit of their rivals. They would then have to insert the Jade Chip into a static-type crystal processor for 1 hour. During this period, if their base camp was attacked by other side and the Jade Chip was pulled out, then the countdown would start over again. The only advantage for Liao was that he was allowed to use magical equipment. However, all magical equipment must be included in the magical equipment list specified by the Institute. He absolutely couldn't use some extremely brutal magical equipment like Hellfire Lightning. Of course, he still had 5 days to modify the magical equipment specified in the list. However, apart from the blade, the carried magical equipment eventually had to be able to fit inside a standard military jungle backpack. The explanation given by the Institute was also quite reasonable. It was an escape, not some goddamn war. It was impossible for someone to carry a 6-barrel rotary cannon along with a huge case of ammunitions on his back along with 10 Hellfire Lightnings. After all, he would be running for his life, right? More importantly, in complex terrain like jungles and swamps, where the line of sight was also impeded by a faint mist, masterwork weapons like the 6-barrel rotary cannon would simply be nothing more than iron scraps, which only served to slow him down and make him a bigger target. Even if the rules allowed it, Liao would never even want to carry heavy machine guns while he was running for his life in a jungle. This was simply courting death. All I can carry is magical equipment that can fit inside a standard military jungle backpack, and all of the magical equipment must be chosen from the specified list. Even though I can modify, I only have 5 days. It seems that earning 10,000 credits at once is as hard as climbing the sky. Beep, beep. Just when he was ruminating and racking his brain, Ding Ling Dang sent him a spiritual crane message. Ha! I just applied and became the Institute's liaison with the Starfire Union for this tournament. My dear Starfire Union President, the extremely dangerous evil expert, Student Liao, do you have any questions regarding the rules of this tournament? If you have any doubts, I'll answer. If you have any request, I will forward it to the Institute. However, the victory conditions are already set. There will be no further changes, Ding Lingdang said with a mischievous laugh. She seemed to be enjoying Liao's crushed appearance. Liao turned a deaf ear. His eyes seemed to be transfixed as he supported his cheeks. Apparently, he was deep in thought. He pondered for a long time, and only after Ding Lingdang had yawned a couple of times did he suddenly say, Sister Ling, since the match is a simulation of an actual combat scenario, and I'm playing the role of a meticulous evil expert who has infiltrated the enemy camp for 10 years, then should I not be like a spy? If so, then in accordance with my identity, can I mention some requirements that tally with common sense? Ding Lingdang was surprised for a moment. She pouted her pink lips. Tell me the specifics, but I will not let you take advantages of any loopholes. Liao slightly smiled as the depths of his eyes twinkled. Stretching a finger, he said, First of all, since I've used a jade chip to steal the core secrets of Iron Fist Club, then should this jade chip not be provided by me? Ding Lingdang pursed her lips as she spoke in proud and self-satisfied manner. Ha! I figured that you would want to mess with the jade chip. All right, you can provide the jade chip, but it must be one of 5 most common jade chips specified on the magical equipment list. Moreover, you have to hand over the jade chip a day before the match so that the Institute can inspect it. Only after that will the special telepathic thoughts that will represent the core secrets of the Iron Fist Club be inputted. More importantly, you can neither tamper with the telepathic thoughts stored inside the jade chip, nor carry out any disruptive modifications on the jade chip. You must ensure that the jade chip is the most common jade chip found in the cultivation world. Let me put it in simple terms. The jade chip should be such that any person could recognize it at first glance. You are dumbfounded, right? Do you think that the Institute would not foresee your little trick? Do you think that you can grab 10,000 credits under the eyes of 2,000 members of the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall so easily? Don't forget that this sister was the former president of Iron Fist Club. How could I watch your treacherous plan succeed? Just wait a few days. Then this sister will be free and will accompany you to hunt in the northern regions. Okay? Liao remained unmoved. He stretched out his second finger. Second, according to the rules, I can only use the magical equipment from the list. I think that's not fair. I think that as a meticulous spy, I should have already predicted that I will have to flee. Therefore, it is quite reasonable to say that I would have crafted 1 or 2 life-saving pieces of magical equipment in advance. So I request that I be allowed to use a special magical equipment, the magical equipment crafted by me. Liao tapped his left ear. I want to use the Demon Beast Detector. This is just a field survival type auxiliary class magical equipment. It doesn't have any attack capabilities, and it is also not going to explode. The Institute can confirm it with my teacher. Ding Lingdang tilted her head as she thought a bit before she nodded and said, All right, this requirement is not too excessive. It is indeed in line with a spy's behavior. The Institute should agree. However, is this thing really so good? Is this thing the reason why you could gather so many credits recently? When are you going to craft one for your sister to play with? Liao chuckled. It is still in combat trials as there are some minor problems waiting to be solved. The detection speed of the demon beasts can also be improved a bit. Once I have resolved all the flaws, I'll definitely craft a special version just for Sister Ling. Rest assured. Having said that, Liao raised his third finger. Third, I need the concrete details of all 2,000 participants from the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall, including their strength, the martial arts they are specialized in, and their combat videos. I need all of their information. A frown crept upon Ding Lingdong's face. What are you planning? This is cheating, right? Liao shook his head. I beg to differ. I think that it is perfectly reasonable. Because I am an evil expert who has infiltrated the Iron Fist Club for almost a decade and is also a meticulous spy over these years, I must have gathered information on a lot of the Iron Fist Club's experts, and as Chaos Edge Hall is the biggest enemy of Iron Fist Club, the information on their clansmen should also be within my scope of investigation. Even if I don't have the information of all the experts, at the very least, I should be well aware of some 100 top experts of each side. Otherwise, it will not be in accordance with the character setting. Furthermore, this info is not some top-secret information. All the students cultivate openly in their day-to-day life. What martial technique courses they have chosen can also be found out, and many people like posting their combat videos to show off. As long as I have some time to gather information, even I could figure everything out. However, at present, time is very pressing. So I need the Institute to gather this information for me, that's all. However, if I was truly an evil expert who had infiltrated for a decade, I could have calmly collected every piece information over these years, maybe even be perfectly clear of which expert got a hernia too. Ding Lingdang stared at him suspiciously. Listening to you, your request does sound reasonable. But why do I always feel that there is some kind of conspiracy? Liao curled his lips. Of course there is a conspiracy. If there was no scheme, would I really tussle with 2,000 robust fellows? Having contemplated for a moment, Ding Lingdang nodded. All right, at least you've persuaded me. I will do everything I can to get them for you from the Institute. Are there any more requirements? There is one last thing. Liao slowly raised his thumb. Since the Thunderbolt Cup is a tournament which determines the allocation of next year's resources, does that mean that if I am somehow lucky enough to win the match, the refining department will get more resources than the combat department? Ding Lingdang sucked in a cold lump of air. Do you really think you can win? But of course. Liao said. I'll fight it out and we'll win. 5 days later, under the dark sky before dawn, the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace in the refining room without any lights seemed like a pitch-black jungle of steel. Sitting in the lotus position, Liao rested in the deepest part of this seemingly steel jungle. In the darkness, even his fingers that were arms apart weren't visible. All one could see was a weak red light which seemed to be emitted by the demon beast detector. It was operating at high speed, giving his left eye a dangerous appearance. After 5 hours, the all-freshman interdepartmental Thunderbolt Cup would begin. Regarding the conditions proposed by Liao after careful consideration, the Institute had finally agreed to let Liao use the Demon Beast detector as well as give the necessary details of the 2,000 students participating in the match. The Thunderbolt Cup was carried out under the banner of actual combat. In the real world, if there was indeed such a dangerous spy, it would be absolutely impossible for him to know nothing about his opponents. More importantly, the Institute also hoped that Liao could hold on for a long while and give some more trouble to the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall. He could add some itsy-bitsy bit of variability to the tournament that had been repeated again and again over a few decades. Maybe with these conveniences, Liao could hold on for 30 minutes? And as for the fourth point, it was absolutely impossible to be honored completely. After all, the Thunderbolt Cup was just one match among series of matches held by the combat department. It was just a contest between the freshmen. After the Thunderbolt Cup was over, the senior students of the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall would start an even more intense match, which was the main highlight of the fight for the allocation of the resources. However, after careful rumination, the Institute had made a public announcement. If Liao could break through the heavy encirclement and win the Thunderbolt Cup, not only would he alone enjoy the reward of 10,000 credits, the Institute would invest 10 times more resources into the refining department next year. One must bear in mind that the resources invested in the refining department this year were calculated when the department had nearly 1,000 people. And next year, even if the refining department remained, it would be impossible for it to recruit a couple hundred students. The refining department would certainly be taking a small but smart route. Maybe they could recruit 1 or 2 classes or at most 100 students. In other words, as long as Liao won the Thunderbolt Cup, the cultivation resources that the students of the refining department would get to enjoy next year would be 10 to 20 times more than the average amount of resources obtained by the combat department students. This was absolutely a second-to-none treatment in any university in the entirety of the Federation. All this could come true under only one eventuality: Liao had to cross tens of kilometers under the encirclement and pursuit of 2,000 stalwart students. He had to fight his way out through them. Beep! Beep! The crystal processor signaled that it was 7 a.m. in the morning. In the dim morning twilight, Liao suddenly stood up and slowly walked out from the depths of the steel jungle. Appearance-wise, although he looked a bit haggard, his eyes were as sharp as 2 flame sabers that could melt and cut everything blocking their path. Last night, he had already prepared all the magical equipment he would need. For the following 12 hours, he had been quietly sitting in the depths of the steel jungle, trying to comprehend the mood of an evil expert in the darkness. He tried to think, feel, if the 3 cultivation sects, the Starfar Union, the Iron Fist Club, and the Chaos Edge Hall were indeed there, and if there was indeed a spy who was undercover for a decade, what would he do when he had flee when his life was on the line? The vague outline of a plan that had been circling in his head for past few days gradually began to clarify itself in his head. As for whether it would work, it would become clear after 4 hours. 8 o'clock in the morning. There were only 3 hours left until the match began. Since a couple days ago, the freshman arena zone of the Wasteland Battle Network began to seethe. And at this moment it was blazing to the extreme. All the previous Thunderbolt Cups were just a civil war between the freshmen of the combat department. Therefore, the students of other departments weren't very concerned about it. However, this year's Thunderbolt Cup was quite different. With the variable known as Liao, the contention of 1,000 versus 1,000 that more or less remained the same over the years had now become a contention of 1 versus 2,000. Meanwhile, 1 versus 2,000 glittered at the topmost part of the arena zone. Whether it was the combat department or other departments, the curiosity of all the students was piqued to the apex. Everyone wanted to know, how would Liao actually deal with 2,000 heavily armed, stocky and murderous opponents in the match? Even before the match had started, various tactical prediction posts had been flying high in the forums. All the students were discussing Liao's tactics. I'm sure Liao will quickly flee into the jungle and deal with the 2,000 opponents with the help of the complex terrain there. The yellow mist ridge is huge and is also filled with a faint mist. It is the best battlefield for guerrilla warfare. Even if all 2,000 participants head into the jungle, they would not be enough to comb through the entire jungle. If Liao is lucky, maybe he can make his way out of the dragnet. Not to mention, he is obviously more powerful than everyone else. As long as he doesn't encounter Zhao Tianchong or Lu Tieshan level experts, he could kill everyone else in seconds. Not even 2 minutes had passed since this thread was posted. It had been immediately submerged in angry posts like a tide. Since even you can think of this, then do you think that Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan cannot think of it? I agree that the main battlefield of this match is the jungle. However, if Liao wants to win, he needs to pass through the 2-kilometer-long canyon which is surrounded by steep cliffs on either side. There is only a narrow and winding pass in the middle, where the base of Chaos Edge Hall is located. As long as there are a few dozen people blocking the way, no matter how strong is Liao, can he do anything? Can he kill a few dozen people in seconds? Furthermore, as long as the slightest trace of him is discovered, the remaining 1,900 people would then all be on his tail. Slowly, the encirclement would become smaller and smaller, and finally, Liao would definitely be caught. He ain't got no opportunity. In a short period of time, similar kinds of tactical analysis posts popped up in droves. Tens of thousands of students discussed his chances at great length. However, the only conclusion that was drawn was that so long as the 2,000 members of the Chaos Edge Hall and Iron Fist Club remained clear-headed and eliminated Liao first, his defeat was certain. There was not a single thread of opportunity that Liao would win the Thunderbolt Cup. And whether it was because of the tournament's rules, the identity settings of both sides, or from the pre-game speeches of both of the leaders' points of view, how could they lose their heads and give Liao any opportunity to sit atop the mountain and watch the Tigers fight? Thus, 2.5 hours before the start of the match, the topic of discussion changed from what tactics Liao would employ to how long he could survive. Because in everyone's opinion, continuing a discussion regarding Liao's tactics was meaningless. No matter what tactics he was going to employ, Liao was going to lose without a shred of doubt. From the polls with the largest number of respondents, 57% of the respondents believed that Liao would surrender within half an hour, 22% of the respondents believed that Liao could hold on for 1 hour before he was captured, and 15% of the respondents believed that Liao could hold on for 90 minutes. The number of respondents who believed Liao could win was 0. There was absolutely no one who believed in Liao's victory. 9 a.m. There were only 2 hours remaining until the match started. The Chaos Edge Hall's headquarters glittered like ice and snow as 1,000 armed freshmen, each sporting soaring killing intent, assembled. All in all, there was an oppressive pressure in the air. Meanwhile, a surround-type hologram repeatedly played a series of combat videos, where the protagonist was none other than Liao. Not only were the battle videos from Verdant Tarn City were being played, even his awe-inspiring performance at the Devil Flood Dragon Island during the last year's Limit Challenge competition had been dug up. Zhao Tianchong, who stood before the surround-type hologram, tightly sucked in his lip. A grave look appeared on his face, while his eyes turned red as he tried to arouse 999 of the Chaos Edge Hall's top freshmen. My fellow students, as you all know, the Thunderbolt Cup is the highest honor a group of freshmen can attain, and more importantly, it is also related to the amount of resources we are given next year. Therefore, it goes without me saying that everyone should go all out in the match, not just for the glory of Chaos Edge Hall, but for yourselves as well. Let us all fight to the bitter end. However, this year's Thunderbolt Cup is different from previous ones. Not only are we going to be facing our old rival, the Iron Fist Club, there is a new enemy as well, the Starfire Union. Although the Starfire Union only has one student taking part in the match, don't make the mistake of underestimating this student, because he is none other than Liao, Vulture Liao. All of you have repeatedly studied Liao's combat videos for past couple of days, and you're all clear that his strength is absolutely not below mine. Furthermore, he is a guerrilla expert who is good at jungle warfare. And maybe, in this complex jungle terrain, he could display an even more aggressive battle force. He is also more likely to use various kinds of weird magical equipment. Therefore, let me repeat it one last time. There is no doubt that the Iron Fist Club is our biggest enemy, but Liao is our most dangerous opponent. In the match, our first priority target is going to be Liao. We are going to remove this variable first, and once we have captured the Jade Chip, only then will we compete with the Iron Fist Club. I have faith in Lu Tieshan's wisdom. He must also be giving a similar briefing at the Iron Fist Club. There is a tacit understanding between us and no one is allowed to break it, not in a million years. Do you all understand? Hua! 999 young sword cultivators shouted at the top of their lungs. Apparently, their blood was boiling. All right, let's get rid of Liao, capture the Jade Chip, and clash with Iron Fist Club. The final victory is going to be ours. Zhao Tianchong, while zealously waving the Chaos Edge Hall's banner, shouted, "Chaos Edge Hall members, move out!" Almost at the same time, at the Iron Fist Club's headquarters, Lu Taizhan, with his head held high and Iron Fist Club's banner in his hand, marched ahead. Following him were 999 robust teenagers, each strong as a bear and supple as a tiger. Every single one had a vivid spirit tattoo that radiated a powerful and majestic aura. Let's eliminate Liao, seize the Jade Chip, and steamroll the Chaos Edge Hall. The final victory belongs to us. My brothers of the Iron Fist Club, Follow me. 10 o'clock in the morning. Only 1 hour was left until the start of the match. A dozen luxury flying shuttles smoothly and quietly flew into the Grand Desolate War Institution. Aboard these flying shuttles were the executives of various combat sects in the wasteland. They were all VIPs who had been specially invited for the Thunderbolt Cup. A large part of the educational fund of the Grand Desolate War Institution was sponsored by these sects. As far as these sects were concerned, the Grand Desolate War Institution was equivalent to a youth training center. With the year at an end, they would most definitely want to check the good seedlings fostered by the youth training center this year. If there was a freshman with incredibly good potential, he or she would become the key focus of their investment. Maybe they would even sign a contract with him or her on the spot, entice him or her into joining them. It seemed that the news of 3 student unions contenting for the first time in 27 years had piqued their interest. This year's VIP list was nothing but exemplary and magnificent. Many sects sent their elder-level executives to participate. The 100 Saber Alliance had sent their vice president, Long Wenhui. The Devil Fist sect had also sent their elder, Bai Mushin. Both of them were illustrious and super fierce people who had roamed the wasteland freely for decades and left mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their wake. Both of them were in the core formation stage. As the matter stood, a total of 4 core formation stage powerhouses, including the dean of the Grand Desolate War Institution, Xiong Bailey, and the head of the combat department, Xianxia, were watching. Several dozen high-level building foundation stage experts were also paying attention to the match at real time inside the VIP hall. 10:55 a.m. Only 5 minutes left before the all-freshman interdepartmental Thunderbolt Cup started. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of crystal eyes, hidden in various parts of the yellow wind ridge, started up, providing a clear shot of each and every corner. The campus, which used to be hustling and bustling, was now utterly silent. Everyone was logged into the Wasteland Battle Network through the crystal processors to watch the match live. Hurry up! The match is about to start. 1 versus 2,000. Liao is definitely going to be trampled upon. Devastated, hung up and beaten. Whether they were in a dormitory, classroom, canteen, or playground, all of the students on campus had formed groups of 2 or 3, so that their heads were leaning against each as they waited for the match to start with bated breath. Meanwhile, 200 of the strongest experts of the combat department, under the leadership of the Iron Fist Club's president, Hua Tianxiong, and the Chaos Edge Hall's president, Su Gu, were watching their younger brothers compete together in the auditorium of the combat department. After the end of freshman competition, it was the senior students' turn to compete. I just hope that this year's freshmen of your Chaos Edge Hall are a bit stronger, unlike last year's, who were not even able to hold on for 5 hours and were completely blown away by our Iron Fist Club. It was truly boring. Hua Tianxiong spoke slowly and imperturbably while caressing his fists. Su Gu coldly laughed. The blade hanging on his waist slightly trembled as he retorted. He was reluctant to appear weak. Our Chaz Edge Hall's freshman, Zhao Tianchong, has been pressing your Iron Fist Club's freshman, Lu Taizhan, on the newcomer rankings. This year, it will be you who is going to be blown away for sure. Last 3 minutes. The 2,000 participants of Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall appeared through their respective large teleportation arrays at the base camps on the either side of the Yellow Wind Ridge. In accordance with the rules of the match, the members of Chaos Edge Hall could only use the mass-produced chainswords, vibra-sabers, or other close combat magical equipment specified on the list. The members of Iron Fist Club could only utilize the most common 1,300 spirit tattoos. They weren't allowed to utilize powerful secret tattoos. In addition, the contestants weren't allowed to wear their own armor. All they could wear was the gray-colored light armor provided by the Institute. One should not underestimate this armor. Even though it looked quite ordinary, it was top-quality defense-class magical equipment. It was worth a lot. At a critical moment, it could release a powerful spiritual energy shield that could greatly mitigate the enemy attack. As long as the attack did not exceed the full force attack of a high-level refinement stage cultivator, the light armor would mitigate the damage by 1/3. Its effect was equivalent to the pink gel spouted by the Pudgy critter during the Limit Challenge competition. It would ensure the safety of the contestant. More importantly, it was subtle, convenient, did not need some pudgy critter to fly over one's head, and most of all, there was no need to worry about accidentally damaging the pudgy critter, thereby losing the protection. However, even though the light armor would mitigate the attack, the sensory array glyphs on the light armor would calculate the corresponding damage. When the damage value reached a certain figure, the light armor would automatically apply different magnitudes of electric currents to the wearer, which would correspond to different degrees of injuries. And if it was irreversible, chronic injuries, then the corresponding current would continue all the time. The strongest current could even knock the contestant out, which would mean that the contestant had been killed in a second. Last 2 minutes left until the start of the match. In the VIP room, for core formation stage powerhouses and several dozen building foundation stage experts stared at hundreds of constantly flashing holograms with interest. Especially when the crystal eyes swept through the 2,000 well-trained, powerful and grim-looking freshmen of the Chaos Edge Hall and Iron Fist Club. All of them, even more so, burst forth with a series of praises. This year's combat department's freshmen are very good. They are comparable to Peng Hai and Ding Lingdang. The 100 Saber Alliance's vice president, Long Wenhui, was the core formation stage powerhouse who had captured Demon King Pu. However, at this moment, there wasn't even an iota of murderous aura emanating from him. His amazing cultivation was sealed tight such that not even the slightest trace of energy could escape from his body. He seemed just like a fat, middle-aged businessman. He smiled at an emaciated old man and continued, "It seems to me that the Iron Fist Club's leader, freshman Lu Taizhan, is from the Devil Fist sect. Am I right? Old Bai, congratulations. If my insight is right, if this kid is still alive after 10 years, he will definitely be in the building foundation stage." The emaciated old man was none other the Devil Fist sect's elder, and a core formation stage powerhouse, Bai Mushin. When Lu Tieshan's father was still among the living, he was Bai Mushin's favorite direct disciple. And after the death of his father, Bai Mushin directed Lu Taizhan and watched him grow up. In Bai Mushin's eyes, Lu Taizhan was no different than his grandson. Today was Lu Tieshan's most important battle after having entered the university, so Bai Mushin specially came to watch the match, and the results did not let him down. Although the match had yet to start, from Lu Tieshan's subtle movements, it was quite evident that he had advanced by leaps and bounds. As compared to the naive and ignorant juvenile from a year ago, he seemed to have been reborn completely. He had cast off his old self and taken on a new self. However, what made Bai Mushin most gratified was Lu Tieshan's ability to command. Under his leadership, 999 of the Iron Fist Club's freshmen strictly followed orders and prohibitions just like a true army. This kind of leadership was even rarer than battle force. However, Bai Mushin's eyes didn't reveal the slightest bit of smile as he spoke. Chaos Edge Hall's student Zhao Tianchong is also a 1-in-million cultivation genius. In my opinion, he will become an outstanding sword cultivator within 10 years. Zhao Tianchong is pretty good, but his parents are loose cultivators. If I am correct, then he will walk on the path of loose cultivators. Even if he joins some cultivation sect, it would absolutely not be the 100 Saber Alliance, as he is a pure sword cultivator. Long Wenhui sighed before smiling again. However, I did not come just for Zhao Tianchong. There is yet another freshman who is also very interesting. He is none other Li Yao, who is taking part in the match on behalf of the refining department. Old Bai, in just a minute, you will need to pay attention to him. I have indeed heard of this Li Yao. He is one of the 3 experts among this year's freshmen. In the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, his performance was shocking, if not crazy. Not only had he carried a 6-barrel rotary cannon while casually walking through the battlefield, he also had 10 Hellfire Lightnings strapped on his back, which he finally blasted a 6-armed Naga to death with. He is indeed quite formidable. However, from his combat videos, in my opinion, he is a very powerful refiner. He specializes in modifying and controlling heavy magical equipment. In the city battle, he had logistics support and also had the support of his teammates. However, now, all he can carry is a backpack full of magical equipment. He doesn't have any logistics support. Not to mention that inside the jungle and swamps, he will be encircled by 2,000 contestants. Can he fly to the high heavens? Bai Mushin disapprovingly said. He was the most traditional body practitioner who only believed in fists. Even though he had seen Liao's combat videos, he did not appreciate the combat method employed by Liao. Liao placed too much emphasis on magical equipment, a trait Bai Mushin did not appreciate. Long Wenhui calmly smiled. Maybe not. In any case, at least Liao's appearance has added a small bit of variability to this match, which has been dull for over 2 decades. I believe that this year's match will be very exciting. Only 10 seconds are left before the game starts. Last 10 seconds to the start of the match. Liao, through a small teleportation array, entered the yellow wind ridge. Look, it's Liao. 3 crystal eyes simultaneously turned towards Liao. All the holograms switched to different angles of his face in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of spectators in the campus had their eyes upon him. Not bit of the expression on his face could be missed. Everyone was hoping to guess his plans from his expression. However, everyone was disappointed. Liao wore green jungle camouflage clothing. Even his face was painted with alternating yellow and green stripes, making it extremely difficult to discern even his eyes and nose, much less the expression on his face. The only thing that could identify him as Liao was the weird magical equipment worn on his left ear. At present, many people were already aware that this thing was called a demon beast detector, a reconnaissance-class magical equipment invented by Liao himself. Why is he wearing the demon beast detector? Although the Yellow Wind Ridge was home to some demon beasts, they were of ordinary level. As far as cultivators were concerned, they were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. They could be easily killed. There was simply no need to take any kind of precautions for them. Apart from the demon beast detector, Liao had a bulging, standard-issue jungle backpack strapped to his shoulders as well as a short, double-edged scimitar hooked to his belt. Dressed in his neat and tidy jungle camouflage uniform, Liao didn't give any kind of impression of someone who had carried 6-barrel rotary cannon and 10 Hellfire Lightnings during the Battle of Verdant Tarn City. Liao's skills completely lie in heavy magical equipment. Without the 6-barrel rotary cannon and Hellfire Lightnings, he is unable to do anything and will be eliminated at once. Many people said it with certainty. Making the best use of the last few seconds, Liao jumped and rotated his joints with all his concentration, stretching each and every strand of muscle to the limit. At this instance, he was at the southernmost tip of the Yellow Wind Ridge. Right behind him was the Iron Fist Club's base. 1,000 stalwart and tall fellows cast a covetous stare right at the back of his head. Liao could not help but turn his head to take a glance. But all he saw was countless big and bulky fellows with their arms crossed, smiling at him. Fellow student Liao, we all admire your spirit and courage, but this is a competition where our Iron Fist Club's honor is on the line, so we will show no mercy. We are going to treat you just like a true evil expert and a spy. We will not hesitate to blast you away. From the base of Iron Fist Club came a coarse and unrestrained shout. Liao pursed his lips before turning his gaze towards the front once again, peering at the mist-filled jungle. In accordance with the rules of the match, Liao would be given a 10-minute head start. He would have to cut through the flatlands, jungle, and canyon, breach through the Chaos Edge Hall's base, and reach the northernmost tip, which was the contact point of the Starfire Union. The distance between the starting point and the finishing point was 20.5 kilometers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the all-freshman interdepartmental Thunderbolt Cup commence. When the starting signal was transmitted from the sky, the fierce group of Iron Fist Club members became even rowdier. As for Liao, he turned a deaf ear to everything, took a deep breath, bent his legs, and ran like hell. His attitude was quite strange. It seemed as if he was frightened and fleeing in panic like a centipede. But on the other hand, he was also like a poisonous snake that was quietly moving around as it slowly crawled its way towards its prey. With each step, all the joints in his body would twist, making it difficult to distinguish whether he was running away or attacking. Nevertheless, his speed was incredibly fast. In a blink of an eye, he had already cut through the 2-kilometer-long flatlands and made his way into the jungle. His 10-minute head start was quickly over. We don't want to have any kind of conflict with Chaos Edge Hall for now. First of all, we have to find Liao, eliminate him, and obtain the Jade Chip. 1,000 angry men from the Iron Fist Club madly roared as they ran out, seeming like 1,000 ferocious tigers heading down the mountain as they charged into the jungle. At the northernmost region of the map, Zhao Tianchong ordered 100 members of the Chaos Edge Hall to remain at the base, blocking the canyon so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. And in order to prevent Liao using some kind of flying magical equipment to fly over their head, all the contestants left by Zhao Tianchong were flying sword experts. In the event that Liao tried to traverse the canyon through the sky, dozens of flying swords would immediately greet him and treat him as a live target. Afterward, Zhao Tianchong led 900 remaining experts from the Chaos Edge Hall to the jungle, pressing towards the center of the map. Before the Iron Fist Club had a chance, they must find Liao, eliminate him, and grab the Jade Chip. The first one to seize the initiative would be the one who would take the Jade Chip back to their respective base and insert it into static-type crystal processor. Following which, they would just have to hold the line while facing the fierce attack of the opposition, that's all. A defensive war was always a bit more advantageous. Time is pressing. Keep up the pace. There are 1,000 of Iron Fist Club's members behind him, and they can only head north. Everyone, please maintain formation, you can't be too scattered. The mist in the jungle is quite dense, so everyone has to make sure that each of you has at least 2 of your companions in your sight. Once you have found Liao attacking your companions, do not engage. First, you have to greet with at least 2 of your companions and form a tactical team of 3. Only then should you respond to the enemy attack. I repeat, 3, at least 3 people. Only then should you go and engage with Liao. In any case, we have 100 people posted at the canyon. The sky is also completely blocked. Even if he has wings, he cannot fly through. And most important of all, before anyone has taken the Jade Chip, no one, and I mean no one, is allowed to engage with Iron Fist Club on the live broadcast system in the Wasteland Battle Network. An enormous hologram displayed a translucent 3-dimensional map of Yellow Wind Ridge. It was spotted with 2001 tiny dots of light. The red dots represented the Iron Fist Club. The blue dots represented the Chaos Edge Hall, while the lone black dot represented the Starfire Union, or to say, Liao. After having scurried into the jungle, the black dot seemed to be aimlessly moving around in circles. Liao seemed to have qualms regarding the hunters in the front. He dared not proceed forward and tried to find a hiding spot at the center of the jungle. Not long after, a large number of red and blue dots slowly fanned into the jungle, pressing onwards from the both sides towards the center. In order to prevent anyone being left alone and subsequently being attacked by Liao, both sides maintained a tight formation. They did not spread throughout the jungle at all, leaving many gaps behind. Nonetheless, it seemed that they were gradually tightening the noose. As they moved back and forth, the room for Liao to move was definitely getting smaller and smaller. But they would always get noticed for a short moment. Both sides gradually got closer. Finally, the blue and red dots representing the vanguard teams overlapped. Both sides made the first contact. In the mist-filled jungle, the vague towering trees looked as though they were gigantic beasts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Amid the shrubs, the croaks and shrieks of unknown demon beasts made the already tense atmosphere even more scorching. Everyone's forehead was drenched in sweat, their nerves highly taut. Meanwhile, their eyes moved here and there, taking precautions against any kind of sneak attack made by Liao from each and every direction. From the opposite side of the mist, a tall and stalwart human silhouette gradually revealed itself, its eyes not concealing its hostility. Slow down and sheath your swords. Now is not the time to fight with the Iron Fist Club, Zhao Tianchong shouted at the top of his lungs. He knew that everyone was a hot-blooded youth. Generally, their relation was already anything but harmonious. In the past, small conflicts had taken place just to compete for training equipment and field space. It was difficult to ensure that no one would do a stupid thing in a moment of hot-headedness. If so, then everything would be finished. Meanwhile, from the opposite side, Lu Tieshan's voice likewise resounded from the mist. Zhao Tianchong was quite pleased. Lu Tieshan's temperament was rather stable. He was not some boorish fellow who had well-developed limbs but a moronic head. Furthermore, during the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, they had also forged a deep friendship. Now that he was found, presumably the scene would not get out of control. Lu Taizhan, it's me, Zhao Tianchong. Let's have a chat. Soon, Lu Taizhan, along with a few capable and vigorous-looking Iron Fist Club members, vigilantly drilled their way out of the mist. Spreading his hands, indicating that he had no malicious intentions, Zhao Tianchong, along with a few core members of the Chaos Edge Hall, walked to the center of the jungle. Lu Taizhan, although your Iron Fist Club and my Chaos Edge Hall have had many contradictions in the past, at the end of the day we both belong to righteous factions. At this instance, we're hunting a notorious evil expert. We don't have any reason to seek each other and mutually destroy each other first, do we? I think that you are very clear on the meaning of the saying, fishermen benefit from the tussle between sandpiper and clam. Since it was a simulation of true combat, Zhao Tianchong had also completely entered into the role as he gradually spoke in accordance with his identity. Lu Taizhan nodded and said, "Indeed, I have already informed all brothers that without finding the Jade Chip first, no one is allowed to engage with the Chaos Edge Hall. I just hope that your people do not act on impulse." Zhao Tianchong slightly smiled as he said, "You don't need to worry. Over these days, we have repeatedly studied Li Yao's combat videos. His aggressiveness and craftiness have left a deep impression. They will not act rashly and give Li Yao any opportunity to sit atop the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Well, I've got a better idea. How about we divide the jungle between you and me? You will be responsible for the southern part of the jungle and I will be responsible for the northern part of the jungle. We will slowly search inch by inch, leaving no stone unturned. Only after having found Li Yao and the Jade Chip should we resolve our grudges." Lu Tieshan's eyelid dropped down. Just as he was about to nod, a shriek suddenly came from a distance. Both of them happened to have their pupils constrict to the limit at the same time. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads in anxiousness as both of them coincidentally and simultaneously shouted, "What's going on? Don't do anything." Having said that, each led a dozen core members towards the direction of the scream. At the same time, they also transmitted orders to various members of their respective clubs via the crystal processor, telling them to remain calm, relay all of their information, and to not take any action until further notice. Unfortunately, the Yellow Wind Ridge was filled with mist and was a world fragment that was quite far away from the Heaven Origin sector, making the network unstable and filled with interference. The network was going on and off every now and then. Many battle teams seemed to have thrust into the enemy's rear, and when the mist cleared slightly, they discovered that they were already entangled with each other. However, everyone did keep in mind that they could not engage, so all they could do was give a black look to each other. When Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan arrived, they discovered a three-man team from the Chaos Edge Hall and a similar team from the Iron Fist Club side in a stalemate. Both sides were poised on a razor's edge. There was a chill in the air, and a conflict could break out at any moment. "What's going on? Haven't I told you that without finding the Jade Chip first, no one is allowed to?" Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan snapped at the same time. However, they were not able to berate them in full, because at that moment, they noticed a giant tree between the both sides which happened to have its bark peeled out, thereby revealing its white part, upon which two crooked characters were engraved. "Jade Chip." There was also a small arrow pointing towards a tree hole. Meanwhile, half of the Jade Chip was sticking out of the tree hole. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan had an impulse to swear, while a sense of helplessness and powerlessness welled up in their heart. "Calm. Everyone please remain calm. This is obviously a trap, can't you see that? Li Yao just wants us to kill each other. This Jade Chip is obviously false. There might even be a bomb hidden at the back of the Jade Chip, and as long as we moved it, you might all be blown away." Zhao Tianchong shouted in a strict voice. Having said that, he too was having some doubt in his own speculation. As Li Yao could only a backpack full of magical equipment, which even if it was filled with bombs, no matter how they were arranged, the subsequent explosion would not be that big. Whereas in an open terrain, the explosion would not even be able to blast a few people away. Everyone, retreat, hide behind the trees. I'll check it out. Everyone retreated a dozen meters away and took cover behind the towering trees. Releasing his spirit threads, Zhao Tianchong slowly approached the jade chip. Whoosh! The moment his spirit thread touched the jade chip, a mutation occurred as a small paper crane suddenly flew out of the tree hole, dancing in the air. It was the most common magical equipment in the Star Glory Federation, the transmitting paper crane. From the paper crane rang Li Yao's voice. Friends of the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall. Hello. Please don't doubt the authenticity of the jade chip in front of you. I am sincerely handing the jade chip over to you. Assuming an air of self-conceit, the transmitting jade chip spoke freely and frankly just like Li Yao. If I don't hand over the jade chip, all 2,000 contestants will treat me as their target. I will be hunted down by all of you. I simply did not have a single shred of opportunity. Therefore, my plan goes like this. First, I will hand over the jade chip to you and let all of you fight to the death with each other. In the best-case scenario, both sides will be defeated and wounded. Then I will swaggeringly come and effortlessly reap the spoils of a contest fought between you two. If you are worried about the authenticity of the jade chip, it's very simple. You can take it to a static-type crystal processor on any of your bases and check it out. You can check whether the stored data are authentic or not. The chip is encrypted with special telepathic thoughts that I am unable to copy or tamper with. Having finished speaking, the paper crane paused for a long while, seemingly giving both sides time to consider. Only when both sides were somewhat dazed did the paper crane continue as it flapped its wings. Of course, even if say this, there is 90% chance that everything I just said is a lie. This jade chip is false and I am just luring both sides into a fight. You can all think that I am bluffing and continue to hunt me down. I believe that under the web of 2,000 contestants, I cannot hide for too long. However, it has never been my style to play the pig to eat the tiger, so let me forewarn you. I have already advanced into the 6th level of refinement stage. My spiritual energy can now be used in combat, and as such my battle force has advanced by leaps and bounds. I can say for sure that 3 to 5 of you can't deal with me. If you truly want to eliminate me, you have to form a team of 30 to 50 people. However, friends of Chaos Edge Hall, I advise you to be a bit slower when hunting me down. Do not rush too fast, or all of you will become my hunting targets. Once you have formed an alliance to hunt me down, I will specifically target your Chaos Edge Hall members. Anyone armed with swords and sabers will become my hunting target. Believe me when I say that before you can eliminate me, I will take 30 to 50 members of Chaos Edge Hall with me. From the beginning, your Chaos Edge Hall strength has been worse than the Iron Fist Clubs. In all the Thunderbolt Cups held in the past decade, you have only won twice. Just last year you suffered a crushing defeat. It was quite miserable already. I am quite sure that with my help, you will lose even more miserably, especially Zhao Tianchong. You are the most crucial member of the Chaos Edge Hall. You'd better hope that you don't encounter me in the jungle, for I will eliminate you at any price without any hesitation, maybe even die along with you. If you come to kill me, I will take the Chaos Edge Hall down with me. The pale green paper crane danced energetically, seemingly harmless to humans and animals, and the voice it transmitted was also quite calm. Nevertheless, it caused everyone to feel a chill running down their backs. After having scared the hell out of everyone to the point that they were all drenched in cold sweat, he continued, however, if Chaos Edge Hall forgoes hunting me down and engages in full-scale war with Iron Fist Club instead, then I will attack the Iron Fist Club members with all I've got until the outcome is no longer a foregone conclusion. The reason is quite simple. Among all 3 of us, the Iron Fist Club is the most powerful. Only if the 2 of us align ourselves together and without Iron Fist Club will we have a chance of victory. Zhao Tianchong and friends of the Chaos Edge Hall, as long as you stand where I stand and calmly think, you will realize that I am not necessarily deceiving you. This is the only method for me to improve my chance of winning. After Iron Fist Club is eliminated, my chance of winning may increase from 0 to 10%, while your chance of winning will increase from 0 to 90%. If we formed an alliance, It would be way better for the Chaos Edge Hall. I rest my case here. Now the outcome of the match is your hands, ladies and gentlemen. As for where we go from here, it all depends on your decision. The paper crane slightly shook as it slowly floated down to the ground. In everybody's eyes, it seemed as though a 1,000-kilogram boulder had been smashed onto their hearts, causing a great stir. Whereas at every corner of the campus, everyone watching this scene through the hologram had long since been dumbfounded. Before the start of the match, everyone had proposed countless strategies which Liao could employ. Many people believed that the only way for the Liao to win was to propagate dissent and discord, setting a spark between the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall in advance. However, no one had ever imagined that driving a wedge could be done in such a fair and square way. The Devil Fist Sex Elder, by Mushin, slightly frowned. This tactic is somewhat despicable, right? Most of the body practitioners were straightforward. They had always advocated physical strength and head-on confrontation, and had always been less interested in scheming and such. Whereas the eyes of the 100 Saber Alliance's vice president, Long Wenhui, burst forth with a sharp gleam as he smiled and said, "From the start, Student Liao is playing the role of an evil expert. These kinds of tactics totally sync with his identity. And most of all, it's 1 versus 2,000. How can he win without being a bit despicable?" Meanwhile, as far as the said victims of all this debacle who were presently at the center of the jungle were concerned, the so-called despicable tactic of Liao wasn't as simple as it seemed. Even before the paper crane landed on the ground, the Chaos Edge Hall members already had an ugly complexion. Everyone whispered to each other, "Is he serious? Doesn't he just want to drag our Chaos Edge Hall members into a fight? Isn't this bullying? What have we done wrong? Why does he have enmity with us? Of course it is serious. It's 1 versus 2,000. He made it quite clear that if he dies, he will drag a few of us down with him. What is so strange about that? Didn't you hear what he said at the end? As long as we fight with the Iron Fist Club, he will stand by us." Thinking about it, he is indeed right. Our overall strength is weaker than that of the Iron Fist Club. Even if they paid heavy price to capture him, in all likelihood, we still could not endure the wanton attacks of the Iron Fist Club. We might as well form an alliance with him first and eliminate the Iron Fist Club. Even if we are only left with 100 people, I think we can capture a single person, yeah? What do you think? Is this jade chip authentic? Who knows? There is a 99% chance that it is false, but what if it is authentic? Maybe it's the so-called, when false is taken for true, true becomes false. Liao is so treacherous. Maybe he has brazenly placed the real jade chip here, and wants us to think that it is false. When we are finished fighting with each other, he will boldly come back and retrieve the jade chip. Wouldn't it be very retarded of us to leave it here? No matter whether it is real or false, let's take the jade chip first and take it to the base to check it. If it's false, we will throw it away, and if it's real, we will keep it. Along with the whisperings of Chaos Edge Hall members, the members of the Iron Fist Club knowingly or unknowingly drew close to each other and caressed their spirit tattoos, drawing every strand of their steel-like muscles taut. They each entered a battle state so that they could activate their spirit tattoos at moment's notice. Hey, something doesn't feel right. I feel that the opposite party's murderous aura is getting more and more intense. Nonsense. Didn't you hear what Liao said? If you were a member of Chaos Edge Hall, would you still cooperate with us if you knew you will lose without a doubt? It seems that they are ready to attack us at moment notice. How about we attack first and take the initiative? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous gazes turned towards Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan. Lu Tieshan's complexion looked bleak. A soybean-sized drop of sweat even had oozed out on his forehead as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Zhao Tianchong, you can't walk into his trap. This is clearly a trap. I can bet that there is 99% chance that this jade chip being false. Are you going to fight with us over a false jade chip? Zhao Tianchong's eyebrows twitched as he stressed each and every word. Of course I know this is Liao's scheme. This jade chip is most likely false, but in any case, Liao is right. If he targeted our Chaos Edge Hall, we would lose no doubt. Lu Taizhan. Tell me, why should we work together? Lu Taizhan rolled his eyes in circles as he hastily said, how about our Iron Fist Club takes the front line? If someone is going to die, it will be us. Is this good enough to show our sincerity? Zhao Tianchong sneered. If you are the vanguard, then Li Yao would be captured by you, meaning the jade chip will also be acquired by you. We would still lose, wouldn't we? Lu Taizhan was tongue-tied. He came to realize that this hand of Li Yao's was quite good. Li Yao was simply unafraid of it being seen through. It was not a conspiracy, but at the same time it was. Zhao Tianchong coldly said, Lu Taizhan, I have a suggestion. Let's see if you have the courage to go through with it. If you want to work together, we can. However, in order to do so, you have to make up for the losses the Chaos Edge Hall would suffer during the hunt. The Iron Fist Club must choose 100 people and let us strike them down, eliminating them from the tournament. This will balance the overall battle force of both sides. Only then will we continue to cooperate. In addition, this jade chip must be kept by me. I will take it to the Chaos Edge Hall's base to check its authenticity. Lu Taizhan was stupefied. Zhao Tianchong, are you kidding? You want 100 people on my side to suicide, and you want us to hand this jade chip over to you? This is absurd. It is impossible. While remaining expressionless, Zhao Tianchong stressed each word. I know that my request is absurd. However, in all likelihood, Li Yao is hidden somewhere nearby and is ready to perish together with me. If I am finished, the Chaos Edge Hall will lose for sure. Tell me, if you can't satisfy these conditions, why should I cooperate with you? If you don't agree, then even if I clearly know that it's a scheme, I still have to bear with it and cooperate with Li Yao to eliminate you first. This way, at least I will have a better chance of winning. Lu Taizhan remained silent. After Zhao Tianchong finished speaking, he too fell silent while grasping the hilt of his sword, waiting for an answer. The people behind the two discussed in low voices. However, gradually they turned unscrupulously noisy. Both sides' hostility was getting stronger by the second. The sword cultivators all had grabbed their swords, while the spirit tattoos on body practitioners emitted a strange brilliance. Their murderous aura was like two continuously expanding bubbles which were on the verge of colliding with each other. Calm down. For fuck's sake. All of you calm down. The blue veins on Lu Tieshan's neck stood out. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were completely bloodshot. His throat became hoarse as he spoke. Zhao Tianchong, even though your requirements are outrageous, they are not without reason. But give me time to explain them to everyone. It really cannot be done in a short amount of time. Now the most important thing is to restrain our forces. We absolutely cannot have anyone taking any action. Once anyone attacks, everything will turn chaotic. Lu Taizhan was someone who acted decisively. Having mused and gnashed his teeth for a moment, Lu Taizhan was actually ready to accept Zhao Tianchong's conditions. Zhao Tianchong too heaved a sigh of relief as he let go of the hilt and spoke frankly while raising his hands. All right, only you can do it. I will not ask for more. Let's work together to find Li Yao and eliminate him. Even if several dozen experts of my Chaos Edge Hall fall, or I am eliminated, I will accept everything and will not make a fuss. All right, a real man. Lu Taizhan had hardly spoken before sounds of fighting, through the mist around them, came from both far away and nearby. The two had their complexions change at the same time. Both of them started the communication channel and shouted in strict voices. Who the hell attacked? We have not even finished the negotiations here. Don't attack. Stand down quickly. Due to the interference from the mist, buzz noises came from the communication channel, mixed in with shouts and sounds of taking attacks. The communication channel was going on and off continuously. No one responded to their shouts. Only after listening with rapt attention for a while could they make out few words. Jade chip. The jade chip is in his hands. Ah. Quickly grab it back. Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan looked at each other. Jade chip. Wasn't the jade chip in front of them? Damn it. The two of them simultaneously thought of one possibility. In the blink of an eye, they felt a chill down to their marrows. Back at the Institute, tens of thousands of spectators came to know Liao's entire plan a few minutes in advance through over 1,000 monitoring crystal eyes. Liao had not just placed one jade chip in the jungle, but 100. All 100 jade chips along with 100 transmitting paper cranes were evenly distributed in conspicuous locations at the center of the jungle. Once they received even the slightest bit of disturbance, the transmitting paper crane would dance in the air and lay out Liao's entire plan without missing anything. Currently, the contestants from both sides were thrust deep into each other's sides. Almost everyone knew of Liao's scheme. They also understood the dilemma they were facing, and they knew that the jade chip before them was 99% false. However, what if Liao was using this very psychology and passed off the real jade chip as false? Or maybe they could take it back to the base to check it out just to be sure. They might as well bet on this 1% chance. They just might acquire the jade chip. Having thought like this, everyone quietly moved closer to the dubious jade chip. Afterward, they discovered that not too far away on the opposite side, their old opponent was also eyeing it and was ready to make their move. In the blink of an eye, Liao's words from a moment ago welled up in their mind. What if the Chaos Edge Halls guys are thinking of cooperating with Liao and attacks our Iron Fist Club? What if these kids of the Iron Fist Club are afraid of us cooperating with Liao and attack us first to take the initiative? Each side was thinking like this. Meanwhile, this daggers-drawn situation was getting more and more tense. Gazes from both sides were ruthlessly clashing in midair, seemingly giving birth to crackling sparks. Until now, everyone was still exercising patience and didn't take any action. The nerves of 2,000 people were like 2,000 bowstrings that were stretched to the limit, and all of them were using their last bit of reasoning to restrain their hands. Suddenly, they took action. From the mist all around them, extremely unexpected voices resounded. It was another 100 transmitting paper cranes which were all hidden amid the shrubs and grasses and were skillfully imitating the screams. Among the 2,000 contestants, the vast majority turned somewhat vigilant from the sudden screams. They faintly felt that something wasn't right, so they didn't take any rash actions. However, the terrifying part of Liao's trap was that as long as a few people opened fire, even if they numbered in dozens, it would cause a chain reaction. It was just like a snowball that grew bigger and bigger as it rolled, only to finally turn into an avalanche that was impossible to contain. At the west side of the jungle, 2 Iron Fist Club members and 2 Chaos Edge Hall members were in a stalemate. Right in between them was a jade chip placed upon a huge piece of bluestone and a paper crane dancing in the air. Just last month, a huge fight had broken out once between the 4 over a training field. During the confrontation, unbeknownst to everyone, the Chaos Edge Hall side had suffered a small loss. The current situation was the so-called, when enemies come face to face, their eyes blaze with hatred. The 4 were like 4 bulls, ruthlessly staring at each other. When they heard the screams, the 4 simultaneously shivered. Their pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. The Chaos Edge Hall members were the first to launch an attack. 2 swords were drawn out of their sheaths and emanated a sharp sword aura akin to that of a poisonous snake. "Attaboy, you have joined hands with Liao," the Iron Fist Club member yelled and ruthlessly punched at his own chest, activating his spirit tattoo to the extreme. He was suddenly enveloped in a layer of weak flames and his iron fist directly charged towards the sword aura. At the south side, north side, and east side, flames of war rose in every part of the jungle, turning the jungle into a tempestuous sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Even if many people were pretty clear that the screams at the beginning were all a trap laid down by Liao, since both sides had already begun fighting, they had no choice. All they could do was attack first and seize the initiative. Under a towering tree, just as a member of Iron Fist Club picked up the jade chip, a beam of sword aura thrust right towards his heart from across the tree. The light armor burst forth with dazzling beams of blood-colored brilliance, protecting the wearer. However, although the attack was no longer fatal, the armor released an incomparably painful current, causing its wearer to twitch uncontrollably and foam at the mouth before fainting on the spot. The Chaos Edge Hall member smiled as he came out from behind the tree. Just as he bent down to take the jade chip from the hands of his victim, a howling gale suddenly came crashing down on his head. An Iron Fist Club member with his body covered in a metallic gloss came crashing down as his knee fiercely hammered his opponent's spine. The Chaos Edge Hall member's light armor burst forth with a light red brilliance as an electric current coursed through his spine in the blink of an eye, preventing any damage but causing him a tremendous amount of pain. Although he was not dead, he had suffered an irreversible chronic injury, rendering him immobile. All he could do was lie flat on the ground while waiting to be rescued. The Iron Fist Club member who had jumped down from the tree had not even taken a breath before two Chaos Edge Hall members, who were enveloped in murderous auras, walked out of the mist from the opposite side. All around the jungle, intense small-scale encounters started at the same time. Screams, sounds of fighting, bombardments, and explosions enveloped the whole jungle. And due to the restrictions imposed by the terrain along with the line of sight obstructed by the mist, whenever the contestants from the two sides found each other, they would often find themselves very close together. Following which it would turn into a fight to the death, with only one side making it out alive. There would be no other ending. Therefore, the fatalities in this year's match were way higher compared to previous matches. In a short period of 30 minutes, over 300 contestants had been struck down and 400 contestants had suffered irreversible, chronic injuries and lay incapacitated. Even the 100 members of Chaos Edge Hall who were guarding the base could not hold themselves back. From the beginning, the Chaos Edge Hall's overall strength was inferior to the Iron Fist Club's. If the Chaos Edge Hall was lacking its 100 members, it would simply be a one-sided massacre. Eventually, only 30 people were left to defend the base. The remaining 70 people charged into the bloody battle happening in the jungle without a shred of hesitation. However, many of them were struck down in just a few minutes. The well-designed battle plan that Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan had devised prior to the match had been completely disrupted. There were no instances of tactics that could be seen. The match was uglier than all the matches from the past few decades. It was by far the clumsiest battle. The maker of this catastrophe, Li Yao, was calmly wandering amid the branches, just like a python. He wore a camouflage uniform with a double-sided pattern. One side could simulate the trees, shrubs, and grasses, while the other side could simulate a variety of rocks patterns. Along with the camouflaging technique perfected through hunting in the wasteland, he could remain invisible while hiding amid the branches or rocks. As Li Yao observed the battles one by one through the demon beast detector with rapt attention, continuous lines of information appeared one by one. Zhou Zhongping, Iron Fist Club freshman, 3rd level refinement stage expert. Specialties: Golden Fists, Mystique Cold Exercise. Temperament: bold and unrestrained, walks on the path of head-on collision. Weak points: center of gravity is unstable. The left knee was once seriously injured. Qing Mingyuan, Chaos Edge Hall freshman, 3rd level refinement stage expert. Specialties: Red Dragon Spearmanship. The long spear has a chain hidden inside and can separate, allowing it to extend to a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Attack range is very large. Weak points: defense is weak. Fang Xinghui, Zhou Juanji. Pieces of information like waterfall continued to fall from above the demon beast detector. This was precisely the reason why Li Yao wanted the combat details of all 2,000 contestants. The demon beast detector could distinguish between two extremely similar demon beasts, so it goes without saying that identifying a person based on his or her appearance was a piece of cake. The latter was truly very simple. In the Star Glory Federation, the facial recognition technology was very mature. It was applied in wide variety of public places. Li Yao only had to tweak the demon beast detector a bit before inputting new data, turning it into a combat scouter. And his purpose was to seek the important figures of both sides using this very combat scouter. It's gonna be you. When the Demon Beast Scouter found a 4th level refinement stage Iron Fist Club freshman, Li Yao's eyes lit up as he sneaked up to the canopy behind him and hid there silently. Only after the target had continuously struck down 2 members of Chaos Edge Hall and was panting for breath did he silently slide down the tree and closed in on the target. Amid the dark mist, Li Yao made himself look like the shadow of the target as he moved closer. Only when the distance between the two was less than a meter did the target suddenly become vigilant. Just when he was about to turn his head, the target felt a prickling sensation on his neck as an electric current ruthlessly swarmed into his throat, rendering him incapable of even shrieking, no matter how much he wanted to. His eyes turned wide as he clutched his throat. He knelt down before lying paralyzed in the mud. Before he even hit the ground, Liao had long since disappeared, becoming one with the jungle once again. Well, this kid is quite ruthless whenever he attacks. He eliminated a 4th-level refinement stage cultivator so silently that the target, even in death, didn't get to see so much as his shadow. Sitting in the VIP room, the Devil Fist sect elder by Mushin, who found Liao unworthy of a single glance a moment ago, straightened up and was somewhat moved. The 100 Saber Alliance vice president, Long Wenhui, slightly smiled. This is the 3rd 4th-level refinement stage freshman eliminated by him. It seems he is trying to level the playing field for both sides so that the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall remain in conflict for a longer period of time. This is the best way to inflict heavy casualties on both sides. Look, he is attacking once again. This time, it's a 4th-level refinement stage freshman from the Chaos Edge Hall. This freshman is also baffled. Oh, why are you so surprised, huh? He has already eliminated 3 Iron Fist Club experts, so obviously he is going to eliminate 1 or 2 Chaos Edge Hall experts, in order to keep the balance. Or do you truly believe the words of an evil expert? Do you think he will sincerely work with the Chaos Edge Hall? Long Wenhui looked quite self-complacent as he disapprovingly said. Bai Mushin turned solemn as he slowly said, "If this keeps on, the conflict between both sides will only grow more and more intense. If their experts aren't killed by the conflict, then they will definitely be assassinated by Liao. In the end, maybe he will truly pave a road of blood. Let's see how Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan are going to deal with this." Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan were part of only a few people who remained clear-headed. The moment the sounds of fighting and shouting resounded, they immediately realized that it was all Liao's plot. Lu Taizhan burst into shouting, "Zhao Tianchong, you've to think clearly. Liao will not sincerely team up with you for sure. He will definitely think of ways to weaken our power so that a delicate balance is always maintained between our sides, in order to ensure that we cause maximum fatalities to each other. If you and him team up, I am absolutely sure that at the end of the day, you will definitely be chewed up by him to the point that not even slag would remain." Zhao Tianchong silently pondered this for a moment before his eyes burst forth with a knife-sharp glare as he promptly came to a decision. For the sake of this plan, we can only cut our losses. The conflict has already started, and in the end, we aren't army commanders and our fellow students aren't well-trained soldiers. There's no way we can bring everyone back under control. All the people here are the strongest core members. We should team up and head towards the north, quelling as much as conflict as possible. If we come across one we can't stop, we should just bypass it and save some time. Any jade chips we find en route should be equally distributed. Each person must get his share. We have to seize every minute and every second to reach the canyon as quickly as possible and intercept Liao. We have to set a trap at the canyon and let Liao experience the taste of ambush from all sides. Both sides had deeply felt the dreadfulness of Liao. So, without hesitating for a moment, everyone immediately began to move. En route, if they reached a relatively mild conflict with both sides' members only lightly injured, both leaders would team up to calm the combatants down and then move on. If they encountered a conflict in which both sides were locked in a fierce struggle and had members who were laden with injuries lying on the ground, they would run by as fast as possible. As for the fights happening in the distance, they had no time to stop them. It only took them 42 minutes to reach the canyon, and the people from both sides had formed a hybrid force of 185 contestants. Even though their group was relatively small, they were the strongest and most capable core members from both sides. Moreover, they could survive in any kind of chaos. Most of them had relatively stable temperaments, shrewd thinking abilities, and they would not easily fall into a trap. In addition, the smaller the number, the better the leadership Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan could display, decreasing the chances of both sides falling into chaos. Furthermore, the canyon region wasn't obstructed by the mist. The visibility was quite clear, allowing anyone to easily catch everything within a range of 2 kilometers. Liao, now we have 200 or so members tightly blockading the canyon. Let's see if you still have some way to sneak past us.